Oh my god! Oh my god! Fuck! Fuck, man! Fucking shit! My camera doesn't work! My camera doesn't work!
Yeah. But yeah, I think my original point after being stalled out 7 times...
Chat, what the fuck is going on today?
We've had it, fans will have it, you'll see draft that you don't agree with, you don't like, and it'll still go on to...
Why did no one wake me up?
Happen, you know, even if a
Why did no one wake me up?
Win, but
bro, I never normally oversleep, but last night I didn't sleep for shit. I didn't sleep for shit. I didn't sleep for shit.
Maybe that's the game plan. Just kill
Unk is getting... Bro, Unk ain't waking up these days. What the fuck? You're lucky bro made game 2 content because they knew you would be late. Bro, I didn't even eat my breakfast yet. I didn't even have my breakfast. Don't watch IG versus FPX. Why? 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 Already eating. Bro, I didn't eat my breakfast yet. Breakfast. Breakfasting. Oh my god, what the fuck? What the fuck? True. Chat, what happened today? What have I missed? You missed the best qualifying session in a decade. Did I actually? Did I actually miss a good qualifying session? I saw that Lawson qualified above Yuki Tsunoda. Lol. 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 That's quite funny. IG lost to FPX. Bro, shut up. They didn't give me a straw!
And the thing is...
They didn't give me a straw!
They just picked up double Yuntal Wild Arrows.
Give me a
so
straw.
like, you know, they need to get some autos down, get that crit
Big.
stacked up. They're not under any pressure. We are seeing the
Big. Thank you for saving the day. Happy birthday to my
saw
girlfriend
Amy
Bella. Bro, I
debut
swear you said
today.
that yesterday. You said, can you say happy birthday to my girlfriend Bella?
Have a
What do you mean?
weaker
It's her birthday today as well, or what? Why is there
Okay,
someone in
the
chat
AP
called
build.
Cheeseburger21? What
those
the
big
fuck is
crits.
happening today? I've been
When you get
streaming
into
for
late game.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Yeah, maybe just trying to match that, you know. Try to be a force in the team fights.
Chat, has
Diablo
Diablo
is
been
going to
good?
have to cleanse this one. And
Has Diablo
take
been
that
good?
trade every day of the week. As now, maybe a fight here. Ellen gonna get caught up. Does land the root first, but they're both stuck in place, which means the Ivern might just die here to the Leona. Nice setup
There
from
is just
Ellen.
no
And
way
after to make that happen, flash over the wall, but
bro is gonna
Bro
lose to
follow
Fearx.
here.
Fearx is
Shield from him
fucking
only, it's
trash.
Diablo. And that's
There's
a kill
no
for the
way.
Kaisa, so they pick up a couple.
Come on, bro.
B&K are not out of this one just yet.
Yeah, good moves. Layering the CC well.
Where is Fearx and Joyride?
LM there, and you know, didn't
Is he here?
Wasn't really able to do much to keep
Explain
himself
yourself,
alive,
you
but
giga
eventually came in
fraud.
after he died, the Ignite would have reduced the healing anyway.
Fearx and Joyride, were you writing
From the side of B&K, Fearx
in
not
the
ready to
mainstream?
lose
Were
their
you
streak.
battling the chatters from the LCK Twitch channel?
Yeah, I mean 6-0 in Saturday showdowns
And 10-0 over bro.
in match score
He was?
Yeah.
for both of those. So pretty insane numbers, but yeah, just trying to clear out vision.
Was he actually just bro?
It's flashed on.
Yep, didn't have that flash from earlier.
You're so
He was
fucking
caught
ill.
at his
You
Raptors,
are so
and
fucking
his
ill.
Raptor who flashes onto him.
What's for breakfast?
You know, bros, sometimes
We got
they're very much
blueberries
of the mindset of okay, we
Bananas
know about our feather, our feather.
and peanut butters.
Fellow bros,
Yeah.
and Paulo takes that a little bit too far. Tries to get in there, tries to help the Ivern, and just dies instead.
Yummy, yummy.
And gives a kill over to Diablo, who...
Can you
know,
believe
I
that
don't think
LEC
he
starts in
deserves
like
all
3
the
hours?
pressure,
No,
but
it
he's
doesn't.
really going to have a lot of
4
pressure
hours?
to keep up with 280
What
carries
the
when you're
fuck?
Kaisa. You have lower range.
Why
You
saying
know, he was going to
diabetes?
crit build at
Bro,
least, which we talked
it's
about,
a fruit.
which should help
It
out.
grows on the trees.
Although they'll
It's
have
fine.
A decent amount less poke, but when you're playing into Ivern, maybe that's not exactly what you want.
Yeah. means the spikes take a bit longer to come online. I feel like that's kind of going to be part of the course for this BNK FearX team. The fact they have the early dragon.
So that makes it fine.
Pressure is good.
Chat, who's been inting?
And now looking to try and get this top.
Who's been inting this series?
Bro moving to protect. We've told them 40 seconds, so getting some setup and we don't need to look bot lane.
Chat, do you forgive me?
Matchup, but,
do you forgive me that I
do
you forgive me that I'm late?
Yeah, we do have the health bars underneath the portraits. Is now gonna
say that you forgive me.
Needles,
oh, Morgan.
Challenge as well. As now Clear has to flash away. At least he gets away from the needles. Here comes Arrow as he is Fiora, who will be able to dash that. But I feel like this still loses.
Watch the bro match. Now we're gonna watch IG in a sec.
Well, he lives, but yeah, you kind of.
Bro's gonna win this.
To survive is not an ideal situation to be in.
Bro's gonna win this. There's no way they lose.
Morgan really enjoying this first pick. Gwen.
All right. Say your joke quick. This is the only joke of the day if it's bad. 10 seconds.
Not ideal.
Yeah. A bunch of warding.
Okay, that's a pretty good one, actually.
Yeah, BNK are looking for closer. He'll jump away. Nice knockback, but the tower's going to go down, and BNK can just look straight towards the Herald. Be interesting to see if we see some moves from Bro down towards the bot side for that dragon instead.
Good one.
Looks like they might be contesting.
Good one.
On the top side. But
what is this?
I honestly think just the dragon pickup makes more sense. You don't need to deny the Herald right now. Your mid tower is pretty healthy. Although.
Where's the LPL English stream?
They're actually just resetting. So. Wanted to spend some gold, not wanting to rush into things.
There's no LPL English stream. Oh yeah, there is.
Yeah, really taking their time.
Okay, the game's not started yet.
You've got 280 carries with Ivern. You're
Chat,
mega chilling.
Where is the Billy link? Jensen have the Billy link?
Just waiting. We'll see what the Dragon Soul is as well. Could be Chemtech again, which actually
Chemtech with Ivern.
Pretty good.
The extra heal and shield power.
Yeah.
Chat, what is all this tariff talk?
There's the Infernal. Should go the way of BNK. Doesn't look like Bro are in position to challenge this one.
And I think this is where Bro kind of making some fumbles.
Can someone explain it to me? I saw that Nintendo tweeted something about not selling because of tariffs or some shit. The fuck is going on?
Just watch.
Oh, that was a huge amount of damage. Just AoE on top of all of them, and now they say,
I learned about the tariffs from the Nintendo Twitter account. Yep.
Because if you look at the side lanes, they're going to lose top turret, and the Gwen is unanswered in bot lane for the moment. And as we already know, the Fiora here, Clear, is not really answering the Gwen. Morgan's still going to respect the lack of vision.
Trump made shit up, and now everyone is going to be more expensive in the US.
We'll find a window go for the Herald as BNK FearX have to do their homework and deal with those side lanes. Unless Raptor comes in and tries to steal this, could slide over and smite.
I mean, the timing is there if he went right away, but
just trying to throw the rock.
So a tariff is a form of tax, right? If I order a t-shirt from the US for 20 euros, I have to pay tariff, which is like 10 euros extra. So it costs me 30 euros for a 10 euro shirt. And shipping too. Is that how it works?
If you want. Like, don't get me wrong, their side lane and pressure is good, but if there's ever a point where they just group up as
the other way around.
Feel confident.
So if Americans buy
maybe, you know, when they're
from Europe,
a couple more items,
it's going to be tariffs inside them.
See that the trading here
wait, so my cost doesn't go up.
Once again, Raptor though,
as expected.
It's the US-based people costs that go up.
In which
exactly,
I expected hopefully a bit more.
Yeah.
Now it's like it's over 1,000 gold lead still, but it's like almost 40 CS. I think it was 40 CS earlier as well. I think when Morgan hits like second item threshold, that's when it's really gonna be uncomfortable.
Does anyone have a video on the tariffs?
I'm excited to see Clear try his best.
That makes sense in like gaming terms.
Scale up into the end game and try to.
I swear, someone should make a YouTube channel explaining how real life things work in brain rot and gaming terms.
Could definitely see the Fiora
I have a video with bang.
Okay, progress being made. And Bro are just going for the group up mid with the Herald.
And they're gonna get a charge. Out comes Daisy. Engage from Kellen. Sails wide. And now the
Hook.
engage comes in from Paulo. Already a lot of damage, but that is Leona. They don't overcommit. Probably smart at this point in time.
Yeah, the Azir.
Oh, big arrow.
But
But the tower's up.
Into the arrow.
I think the Azir tower coming down really negated the ability for Bro to pressure more. You know, a little bit of trading. They get the mid-tier 1. I think they're happy with that. Morgan is back in the bot lane, stealing Gromps away.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean,
That makes
really
sense.
I mean, it's big, you know.
They
You're
threw a
stealing
10K gold
enemy
lead.
Jungle camps away. That's always going to
O's
add.
trying to
They
steal
threw a
back those
10K
Raptors.
gold
Yeah.
lead.
That's kind of messed up, honestly. I wouldn't.
Now,
do that
that's
to
the kind of stuff I need to see.
Not as Raptors.
That's
Scruggs,
the kind of
like,
stuff that
fine.
makes sense.
Again, we've seen Closer. I mean, maybe he's stacking up his Yuntal wild arrows. That's fair enough. But he was just ordering the Scuttle Crab that was about to be smoked.
Yeah. He's helping. He's adding action into the game.
Okay.
Yes.
He's getting
So
pretty
the
fed,
question
too.
then
I
is,
mean, he's just been hanging
why the
out
fuck
on
did you do that?
side lane mostly.
Why the fuck
Just
did you do that?
farming.
Join
A lot of
any
farm in this
fights,
game.
you
It's
know.
been a farm-heavy game.
There's so many rats
Yeah.
that show up in the morning. Yo, shout out to everyone in the morning who's here to
Fed, I
chill.
mean, nothing really
I hope you're
is
having a good
happening with
morning,
our laners,
or
but-
wherever you are in the world.
And that's why we have
I hope you're
the
enjoying the
Raiders
vibes,
Anakan, because
Yeah.
the game has said, guys,
So why did you do that, Chad?
stop farming. It's time to faceplant under a tower for our Anakan. Both work. But you see Morgan walking up. Rudan's just picked up for Diablo.
Wait,
here.
I get it.
A lot of 2-item spikes for the side of Bro, though, and they are just churning through this Anakan.
He put tariffs on
They say, well, this is one way to start 18.
to make it so it's really expensive to buy things from outside of the US. So you have to buy them inside the US.
You got to fight over something eventually. As in they go, they're trying to take out Hype, who somehow lived for so long. Eventually they do take him down, but down goes Leona as well. Palu eating a lot closer, jumping in, takes out Diablo.
Come on, Closer.
Trying to be that late game damage. Clear has a nice angle on the left
Morgan
side,
carries this fight.
As he will get that elimination onto Elim, and there you go. Takes out Closer as well. And now the Fiora in a scrappy fight like this with some help from the
Morgan doesn't carry that
starter,
fight.
Picks up the win in the
I
fight,
get it.
just being
But then
gay.
what if
BNK Fearx
the
able to
people
clear up
inside
the
the
team
US
fight.
make the
Fiora
prices
comes
really
through
high?
clutch.
Then what?
A very weird start to the fight where, like, LM is so far from Hype. Why are you engaging this fight? His shield's, like, on cooldown from tanking Anakan. Like, if you won the fight, that's fine, but it seems like Bro were
Then they're
completely
cooked.
split. You know, they lose their bot lane before the fight even starts, and you can see despite the fact they've already lost their bot laners, it's still kind of close. But it's just too little to
Okay.
wait. And BNK Fearx,
So then what the fuck's
always
going
happy
on?
to take an own goal.
Well, that's
Oh.
a kill. Yeah, a little bit of disrespect for the Fiora.
I don't understand the stock market.
Picks up one.
I read a
Now
post saying
Blue
that the
Dragon
stock market has
cards.
lost $2 trillion.
I mean, you get a Mountain Soul on like Leona, Skarn, or Fiora.
And then when it comes back,
it's not half bad. I mean,
mean,
it's
it
gonna
lost
be
2
10
trillion,
years
and then when it
ago.
comes back,
What's
it gained
Ivy
2
do?
trillion.
Provide
But from
shields,
who?
the soul can
Where?
do that,
Where?
you know?
Yeah.
If a stock
The
market
hex
is worth
splash
$1
over?
million,
Just as
if
good.
a stock market is worth
Oh, it
$1
was kind of
million,
funny.
and it
Kinda
goes
makes a
up,
difference.
and now it's worth
Eventually
$10 million,
it's over, and then Paulo's like,
where
"Oh,
did
you
that
got
9
it."
million come from?
Right?
It just
At least I
appeared?
got the goal
Like,
with
I don't
the
get it.
sacrifice.
People put 1 million in, it goes up, now it's at 10 million.
Okay, and the frozen heart
Who?
value from Raptor,
Where's that
we've
money
seen
from?
some-
So it just lost
Atrocious
$2
time
trillion.
build. I'm thinking of like a certain
It basically just lost air. That's it.
Cassante Spirit
And soon it'll
Visage
get air back. That's it.
that we saw, but
There's actually nothing
frozen
else.
heart
Or
value here, kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it goes insane into any piece of damage that Bro have. So a fantastic second
Fake
item
money.
pickup.
Yeah, this brings me back to the point where we're
how
making
is this
up
game
draft.
even?
Sometimes draft just doesn't. It's not enough. You know, you have to play the game. You have to click the buttons.
Yeah.
And bro, they need the.
Well, no, they're gonna get LM once
No, I
again,
get it that
and,
people lost their
the
money.
Leona comes
I get
down
that.
as
I'm not
well.
dumb.
Damage from Diablo is there. They take
I'm
out
saying the
two, and
overall
Bro
value of the
gets
market
run
itself.
into the river once again as Closer trying his best, but he gets taken out. It's a triple
Well, it's over.
kill for Diablo.
They might just be able to end. I actually think they just.
Chad, I get it that people lose money when they invest.
I think they just win the game.
And the thing goes down.
Boy, that's
But when it goes
insane.
up, I just wonder where this
They
value
tank
comes
the
from.
top. They
Is
have
it
the
just-
tank,
is it
yes,
just-
they have the minions behind them.
It's perceived value.
And yeah,
Is that
already
it?
follow up in like 3 seconds.
they're definitely gonna try.
Fearx, my go to always
Done.
prevail.
I think it's
Okay.
done. I think it's actually done.
Apollo is gonna try to pull this wave, but I can't pull those caster minions away. Down
So
one
my
of the
final
turrets,
question then is,
sometimes you just gotta
if the stock market is worth $1 trillion and everyone sold all of their stocks at the same time, would everyone have $1 trillion in cash? No. Right? No. No, not possible. No. Because that money doesn't exist. Who buys it? What do you mean buys what?
两边是换标，来自于这把是蓝子方，依然是半狗。
狗加永恩还是很。
You have to sell to someone.
就这个版本，我们认为都被削弱的英雄，但你看到 BP 上面还是都在被ban，
证明削的诚意。
You have to sell to someone.
是。
没砍到大动脉上，没砍到大动脉上。
讲这颓丧体也是砍了10几个版本。
Chad IG lost the first game.
才给砍飞的，
而且只是 BO3 和 BO1 砍飞了。 你要真放到 BO5 里面去，他该出还是得出，
他还能再战500。
对啊，他还是厉害呀。只是说现在比他厉害的英雄多，
是，
他没那么 OP。
儿子啊，这把下路其实维鲁斯现在优先级
极高，
会高一点，因为你这个 BP。
Does it affect travel to the US?
前面一把又烧掉了卡莎跟霞，感觉维鲁斯是可以值得抢的一个英雄。
蝎子在一半。 维鲁斯女枪 EZ， 反正就这3个英雄的轮次，现在 AD。维鲁斯
What happens if Worlds is in the US next year? GG, no?
这版本
Oh yeah, wow, good pick.
是，哎，这就基本不用怎么管，对吧？
对，你确实不用管。
你对线团战能打出该有的伤害，即便死了，他也不会像卡莎、像霞就死了就玩不了。
Is there any country that doesn't have a tariff?
是。
Or are they all tariffed?
我谢尔今天很来劲哦。
先出纳尔。
先出纳尔吗？
Russia. Wait, why Russia?
发好的贾克斯打纳尔其实没什么压力。
贾克斯这个可能不太好出，要看阵容。
看一下阵容吧。傻豆，哦，右边先选尼克。
他这个感觉是害怕没。
Nico 1-2 really? Why? Why Nico 1-2?
这边我觉得实在不行就把帅的优先级放在第2轮，这边先出下路跟一个中野，因为现在妮蔻是名牌的
啊。
萨勒芬怎么说啊？打这个对局好像只能上软辅啊。
Okay, why do people do this stuff?
被妮蔻玩死。
是，但是 poke 流。
Why do you link me this? How the stock exchange works for dummies? What the fuck?
鳄鱼吗？
直接恶魔。
感觉这个得一起出啊。
Ooh, JJ Nidalee, nice.
这个不是拿上来，就是
JJ Nidalee, nice.
因为打纳尔这个版本没有特别好打的，
是，
除非就是那个剑魔武器熟练度特别高那种。鳄鱼是能玩的，反正。
鳄鱼前面是能玩的。
I don't get it though.
哦，还是来应付了，对吧？依然是。
I still don't get it.
因为确实，如果再软辅的话，这个豹女再配个软辅。
If you have a country,
而且
and you can't buy anything from anyone else, that means you have to make everything. But surely a country can't make everything, right? You need the right spawn. You need the right spawn and materials to make everything. The US doesn't have the perfect spawn. So they have to import somewhere. So how does it make sense? Then you're selling, you can sell out, but you can't buy in, and you can sell internally as well. So the supply-demand chain, the demand is up and the supply is down. Prices are up as well. That's my analysis. Is it correct? Holy fuck. I get it.
如果中路再来个补 AD 型的，他再来个什么飞机之类的，
我感觉现在有个思路
I get it.
搞个那种小炮之类的，然后上路直接给子晒来个那种肉，塞恩什么的，
塞恩奥恩，
直接搞双射手，
双恩来一个，
对。小炮这个版本真挺厉害的，第一剑搞个那个收集者，对，那个爆发挺高。因为现在就是扮 AD 英雄，我觉得对于方布拉来说
What does the US not make? Are they cooked? Why is his fucking chair? Oh, he's wiggling his chair with his feet.
发条，这真是看着 ID 在搬了。主要这左边这阵容，我感觉
Coffee. Okay, so coffee. The US doesn't make coffee. So what happens? Does the US start making coffee? Or Do they start making buying coffee beans and then making them?
打那儿还真可以啊。
子帅最近排位也玩过上单豹女，主要之前他自己就选过。
他选过的。反正就是那种蚊子流
啊，
在草丛
Okay,
对吧？
I'm done.
疯狂的利用那个加速，然后就不灭戳你。我们看一下这个豹女最终的位置。
But okay, I'm gonna talk about the game soon.
是。
But then coffee is a good example, right? Coffee. So then, if coffee shops have to buy from wherever the coffee beans, and it costs more to import them, then isn't the coffee prices going to be higher for Americans when they're buying coffee? Aren't they just going to make the prices higher? Like instead of $4, now it's 8 because it costs more. So all that's happening is he's just shitting on the own doorstep of the American people. Like, aren't the American people just going to suffer from this? Lee Sin top! So why the fuck's he doing that?
卡里不错，感觉。
卡里真还行，左边没什么限制他的手段啊。
塞拉斯。
Lee Sin top.
感觉不如阿哈利。
That's like someone in League following you around, taking your CS and your tower gold. You can't get items, man! Tell me when I tell me when then kill out your prime. You have stuff if you don't want to back for the game times because. Wait, is it Nidalee top? No way.
说实话 ，IG 这把阵容，就你换个队名，换个 ID，是肯定不看好的。
绝对是不合理的，对吧？你换个队名，换 ID。
We're back with Nidalee top!
哎，还是那个点，就是因为你
We're back with Nidalee top!
对线期没那么久啊，就你折磨，你顶多折磨个4分半5分钟，你就得换线了。
是，而且你潮虫团不厉害。
That draft is terrible. You're right, but it has Nidalee top in it.
AD 的，其实扎标也没什么破克属性，
这个就是纯对线英雄。
哎，只能说尽兴。是吧？看下路对线了，下路对线，Gala 感觉可以带个 T。
感觉方大的这个阵容，上来可以5个人帮助谢啊，去点个野，因为打豹女的话，你上路那个前草的野是一定要点的，
对，
要不然就会被豹女把那个草一炸，活活给戳死，
就一直在里面恶心你，
对，
进草出草，
就很恶心那个点。
A 你不灭。
Oh yeah, the LCK watch party. You're right. I moved.
然后自己还有回复，
本来纳尔前期就手短，
I think Nidalee top is just like it's just one of his one tricks, you know. It's just one of his champs. Dun, 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 dun. But it's crazy, no? FPX is 1-0 up, and this sucker on a best of 3 picks Nidalee game 2. So obviously he believes in it.
好来了，你看他们要把电野，哎，逮一下
人。Spotted.
乐帅也懂啊，好，也感谢我们现场的观众朋友们的加油声。
是的，今天3场大战啊，都在上海主场。
同样京东带来的阵容强度，跟上一把其实挺像的，是在40分钟以后看好 IG 的胜率更高一些。同样，大家别忘了打开京东搜索赛事预测，领取英雄联盟的1000元礼盒。
I noticed that you're smarter when you're eating.
兔子其实有点版本陷阱哦，这个英雄的数据是非常不好的，胜率3成往上。
主要看对线，
对，
有对线一定要压人这个英雄。
How does that make sense?
次倒是挺多的。
Because you don't talk. Okay.
可能还是因为他大招的改动以后，让他左右战局的能力没以前那么强了。毕竟现在只是一个减速的效果。开始折磨。是。2颗眼啊，每个草里都有眼。
其实中间那个感觉不如点了前草。 主要还是这个前草的眼，这个豹女，这个草丛的王者，往那里面一站，谁都点不过他。
他还能利用草丛给自己加速啊。
对，
Fuck him up.
前面的这2波换的都不错，谢尔。
而且泽帅一直在扛小兵的伤害啊。
因为有这样一个前草的眼，你的小兵是可以跟那对他造成一个骑射的，所以这个眼是非常重要的。下路部分的话，也是妮蔻跟女枪的一个双长手。
哦，这里老搭档了。
我这个400场，
那一起打台。
Why is the camera not saying top?
主要之前还分开了一段时间，
然后换了个地方重新汇合，老友见面。
现在又重组了。
Man, I really want to play Minecraft with Onopixel. I saw a reel this morning of him, and I playing
带进化确实
good times.
看了一下右边的阵容，有点控，主要这种有点控的阵容挺吓人的。
节节变奏哦。
但河道是有眼的，技能倒是交完了，这边看梅狗怎么开了，闪现抢，阿萨姆进化也交过了，
打死了
Good gank, good gank.
就给机会了，
给机会了。梅狗把握住这个机会，
上路刀倒是稳住的，这个808天，上一次
It's been 800 days since we've seen Nidalee top in the LPL. The last person to play it was the Shy.
好像也是蓝色方，我记得
是。 主要我记得有一个赛季，泽帅是特别爱玩那种花活上单，什么冰鸟、什么沙皇，这个那个的都来一下。
这折磨的够呛了。
来人了，得叫人了。你这样压线的话，确实得。
Here comes jungle roll, jungle roll, jungle roll.
只能就把这个
这位置
赶走，
能赶走一下。
杀是很难杀，反正。打点血量吧，
帮忙压点血。
Good job, Red.
压力别特大。
又飙到了，节节
看到节了，扑上来打一炮。
Big! Holy fuck!
我这边还好，这个兵多。没兵的话，节节这7道好像还能再打个闪。还想动吗？还有机会越啊，这个血量。
这个血量，
哎，但是没
Q 到，而 Q 到了没机会啊。
那算了，
傻豆是有意的。
是，只要一开出来还是很难。
Cook his ass.
上路先吃一层吧。希尔这边补刀稳的
其实补刀阵还行哦。
中路也在压制。Care 已经没补给品了，所以这血量得等线进塔了，4分钟换线了。
这个时机很好。
Shit！
就是前面说的这个版本，你压再多，但是你换线这一波你就压不住了。
是你只能对那么几分钟的线，
对，就是4分半，4分半，反正换过来你上单还是得乖乖的走，对吧？
走了以后，然后换个地方，就这样打时间差的话，希尔永远是能吃到线的，他就不会出现那种完全吃不了线的情况。而且希尔留了TP，
对，留个 T， 反正待会再换嘛，就有点像那个篮球里面那种错位，对吧？我错位给你对一会儿，然后再换回去，然后就把自己的这个成长期。
I spilled an entire cup onto the carpet.
无奈啊，因为他下路的线是很差的线，他下路线是推过去的，他必须得踢，不踢那波兵就全烧掉了。
而且豹女是不接受塔下吃那种回推的，他是必须要在前面点人的。
中路已经压穿了，
哇，这把 Rookie 这个对线压制力还是给到了。
中上都压到了。
但还是那句话，就是方大这个阵容，他中上只要能扛住压力。
This thing was full from yesterday, all on the carpet.
等级起来。
对。想再点个爆破，但是没有距离。
耗点血，女枪也是补完一波出来。这波虫子都要来靠。 但右边是多一个
Okay, I put a lot of paper towels on it.
这波虫没那么好打。
My carpet is so cooked,
这
man.
波看中野战斗力了。中野看谁能先靠。
但下路再推线。这边先打一只再说。
这个位置希尔是不能踢的，他必须得吃。那杰先动啊，至少打一只。啊，可以打2只了，第一只省个。
We'll take one. We'll take one. Worth.
两边中路看谁能先靠，都在抢线，也换了一波小的状态。
Get a carpet steam cleaner.
也在推线。
对
I don't know what that is.
靠的，那 Bomblas 是可以先接。姐姐这边还有惩戒，
我感觉就偷一只够了呀。
不太好偷这只。
Varus is top still.
真的已经够了，骗波技能，大招一盖，但是杰杰吃满了技能，孙悟也挂上了，杰杰被秒了。
Just report JJ. Report him.
如果先换一个，自己也拉开了。
Just report JJ.
1换1，那好像也没有后续了。 都能接受吧，方大的是拿了2重。
How's the Shy doing? I don't know. He's playing middle top. He's
反正这个
fucking
补刀吃，
degenerate
补刀
rat.
他完全对娜来说可以接受啊。
没压到，
没压到，就是掉了上路掉了一层镀层，下路掉了一层镀层，这个是可控范围内。但我看团战发挥了。
Wait, so what happens if IG lose this best of 3? What happens?
将近30了。
We're in the Ascension group, right? So they're gonna play against everyone?
再搞个铁板靴，
做好了抗压的准备啊！
而且有 TP 啊。
主要 IG 这阵容高手阵容啊，他
They're not out. Oh, it's double round robin. I get it's 8 teams, right?
必须得围绕这个双人路来展开，因为双人路的控制链好衔接嘛。
是。
10, okay.
嘎啦也到6喽，看一下这条小龙，小龙的位置，杰杰是想先把 buff 刷掉，主要这波小龙团真打起来，哎，没那么好打。
两边如果中路都不来的话
So the Nidalee top is up 100 gold.
那如果怒气好，可能还是
Right. So what happens when Meganar runs into a fight and fists the whole team?
上来打一套。
What are we gonna do, huh?
主要豹女这英雄，特别上单豹女吧，这个
What are we gonna do?
太难发挥了。
嗯，两边都有单杀的机会啊，两边出单。
都在操作。
We're gonna press Nidalee heal. Oh, are we?
想来了，挂到了损我，边缘位置飞走。
大换大呗。
是。
I'm not grumpy. I'm not grumpy.
寻求一下。
I just need results.
都没闪，也都没。
And they're down 1-0.
下半区是留了龙坑附近的视野，想来上路变个节奏，帮忙看能不能抓一波。往后卡位置了 ，Care 意识到应该是有危险了。
How can people ever say fake fan when I was the only person in the Western Hemisphere that believed he would make a Worlds Final at the start of that year? No one else did. Everyone else was just making fun. Absolute illness.
跳开，杰杰出来 ，Q 被孙武给躲了，给自己的一技能加速，抢Mego Mego也有 W 一点数。
控制抵消一下。
行。
Well, Gala strong.
中路抢到了线，阿萨姆的银血剑还没出来。
是银血之前很难打，一直在被压血量。但是那波傻豆也有点急啊，这些大荒星。
Yeah, and what happened to DK last year? What happened with the Pure Box? Nothing. Why? What happened with the Pure Box?
下路部分的话，其实视野这个补刀一直挺平稳的。
对。
Carried by
中
Xiaohu.
路是什么情况？逼了个进化，应该是吧？
对。
银血之后，阿萨姆就失误多了。
左边感觉得让 Miko 先吃点经验升级了，等级有点低。
对。哎，再能摸一层镀层。
Well, that's a bit more like it. Good pressure in bot.
做到，俊伟也来了，有点打不太起来。
对。两边中路都在往过靠。 要注意第二组的嘲讽。
My God, I can hear people shouting for a fight.
是有开机会的，梅口先做了上去，但反手的话，尼口大的也很好。这边的话，反正
That was disgusting.
那边的话，潘森也是杀了一只。哎，
That was disgusting. What the fuck is going on?
做好啊，因为双 C
There's no way they can get 2-0 by fucking Fun plus Fraud.
到6啊。
对。
What is Mako doing?
配合阿萨姆这个大招。
Who drafted this? Who drafted this? Who drafted that?
Daddy!
兄弟其实是没啥战斗力的。
这波协同
Oh yeah.
做的有点差。
下路倒是自己玩的挺舒服的，E 又挂到了，好快，大招直接走，又是。
Okay, well Aurora is never allowed to have ult up, I guess.
也挺舒服的呀。哎，不断跟你。
The Shy is kinda cooking.
因为你这个血量马上进场线。
对。
方木拉今天这个状态真不错，上来又取得了领先。
I think Balsa played Nidalee top. So it's 2 versus 3. Aurora's coming with no ult. Q flash the Pantheon. Like what? What? Try to hit the Nico, I guess. Mako!
方木拉斯再拿一个人头，而且。 哦，小龙是被杰杰拿下，
怎么感觉有点停不下来了？
是，埃及今天这个状态有点不太对哦。
What is this fucking win trade?
这段时间在疯狂的给机会， 而且阿萨姆的饮血剑做出来之后，他也可以站中线了，
不怕消耗了呀。Mako 得升级了，这尼克都要7级了，Mako 才5级半。现在 Rookie 在边线也占不到便宜，
他也很难受啊。兔子也不是个边线英雄，他其实
对，
他就每波过来就莫名其妙就被阿卡丽换大。
哦 ，Mako 这里放了个眼，想去看一眼热纳尔回没回城，去探了一眼，对面刚好来人了。 大黄幸运来了
Fearx and Jora saying that he paid Mako. Oh, that was clean by Rookie.
因为傻豆是没闪现的，
是，而且
Very clean.
主要也没有野，但现在对于 IG 这样一个比较怪异的阵容来说
Okay, we have some good items now. Triforce, Sundered Sky, Malik Mance, Yomus. Can we play?
突破的说法了，好像只能等他回馈队伍了。
这谢亚主要防守的很好啊，
因为正面打团正常来说是打不过的，
是
这阵容。
谢亚抢一塔了，
有爆破，
聪明啊。
对面是有5重的 ，Plus 这边。
这种换的话，
换不过。
That's rats here. I fucking rat. They got first by tower. Whatever. Didn't want it.
现在 IG 这阵容节奏点不是很好找了。 只能等这个豹女。
We need some more grubs for Nidalee. Wait, all the grubs are gone.
有点回到那个古早的版本，就是上路，其实上路保一，然后一直单带版本。
This is such a team gap. The Shy is slamming the Snar into the ground. If he had grubs, it'll be over. But no, JJ Mako. Classic.
剑姬如果说真的3件套，对吧？4件套，那团战还是有回馈的。
He's not getting cooked by a 10-year-old. What are you on about? He's 500 gold up. His team's getting cooked.
打出来的劣势，
就是现在只能指望豹女了。这个对于豹女来说是最难受的。哎，这现在没路子了呀！你看现在只能围绕这个豹女这条路，看能不能找点机会。
但 Shadow 也在啊 ，Shadow 大黄幸运还没赚好，已经靠下来了。 他也知道对面的进攻核心路就是豹女这条路了。
Nice JJ, nice kick. Q, beautiful. Why do you Q so early? What? Nice, the Shy. Give him a double, give him a double. Give him the double. Hello? You're losing that, by the way. That champ's so useless. JJ is not a Lee Sin main, I can tell you that for a fact.
但现在 IG 就没有办法，他们现在只能蹲，就是豹女这条路啊，因为另外一个边线其实也有点打不过。
对，哦，刚才是
Why doesn't it do damage?
并不是交了闪
现。Nidalee.
但是上半区又开始被白推了呀。
是，又是5重。
因为现在 IG 只能围绕豹女去玩。
对，就是这个阵容打的中期比较尴尬的一个局面。 我觉得还是那个点，就是这个版本上路对线没有那么容易压爆。因为你4分半确实。
Yeah, his most played of all time is Lee Sin. I get it, and he has a high winner on it. I get it, but I would clear him on Lee Sin. What you do here is you kick Q and you press E and you auto attack. You don't press Q2. You press Q2 and she R2s. Then the Shy wouldn't have to waste flash.
还是教了不少技能的，对吧？闪现也教了。
后续继续追击有点拼。
That Nico champ is so annoying. Someone in chat says actually correct. Okay, Big Brother Super Collider. What elo are you? What's your highest LP? Say it right now.
哦，先打一套 Mako，OP 选手又给到了俊伟啊。
哎，减速到了。
What's your highest LP? Highest Bronze 3.
有点打不过啊
Bro, you're so.
有点慢性死亡，说实话。
是的，有点打不过啊。
你团战，你看右边这大招，对吧？你再看 IG 的阵容，没画面。
主要现在 IG 要不就是方 plus 失误，要不就是泽晒这条路真的靠个人能力，然后给到巨大的压力，否则没什么破局点。
很难哦，关键你这个还没重，就1重嘛，对吧？
I feel like I need to get Challenger again, so the whole chat can spam kick weight.
豹女当剑姬娃了，现在。
下半区也帮忙做了一些眼。但防 plus 要集合去拿小龙了。 看到了
，IG 这一波得接哦，
得来试试，真来试试。
不接拖后面更难打。这纳尔待会儿搞个黑切血手都不知道怎么死。
Nice 2 Drakes big。
应该能抓掉。方妈的来的还是稍晚了一些。
What I feel like I hear is it the players I hear or some shit?
边路有条线，接线永远是慢的，但这波要抓豹女了，大黄星宇下来了，做到了，阿卡丽技能已经灌满了，不好活了呀，2段表演杀流了，很流畅。
再拿一个。
I mean, mid is just gapped this game, like I'm not gonna lie.
还有个大黄星宇能抓边
，Shadow 是有闪现的，蓝斯方再落一个绕后的 TP， 哎呀，有预判到你要闪，所以先摸眼过来等你了，能吃个潘森，给 Rookie 让个头。
但还是有点不止渴，因为那边纳尔上路还在摸塔哦。
Okay, Rookie, the Shy donated you a shutdown. Now do something.
就这样打着打着，反而一会儿纳尔的装备会比豹女好。
只要主动权是在方 plus 这边的。
你看方 plus 他们其实抓一个边。
What's Gala been doing this game?
一个潘森大招的一个代价，对吧？而 IG 这边抓的话，得来2、3个人。
或者说杰杰提前反蹲到。
Chat, Samoyed is a type of dog, right?
这个人力成本有点高。
这段时间的节奏对
flowers
来说不是很健康，
很怪现在这个节奏。他就一个超打，
没操作空间啊。对，你做到了地点控制，技能就吃满了。
Bro, I swear, the dogs that gets fucking the dogs that like they breed together to make other dogs. Some of the combos are crazy. Some of the combos are crazy.
半途流英雄，他来的永远比你快，
抓单能力太强了，抓边线。
Like you can get a Corgi Husky. It's called a Cusky or something, or a what the fuck is it called? Not a Horgi. What is it called? Like, bro, the combos you can make are crazy.
跑贼快，3速鞋。感觉方木大今天打也有点好，你看他这个分线呀，
纪律性也很好。
对。
想变奏，抓包 Care 意识到了不对劲 ，Care 往后走，火箭腰带，再躲个 E， 哎，好冷静啊！霞阵根本杀不到，
阿哈利真的太难杀了。
那这样中路吃压力了呀。
再一撞，中塔也拿下。
哎呦，
现在方布拉斯你看打得很从容啊，就你抓我另外一条线至少2、3个人，但是我在你这边的弱侧线就总是能突破，
因为他知道你主动做事的能力是有限的。
现在方 plus 反而是一个很出色的应对者。
Why saying sponsors aware?
但 IG 出招就可以了。IG 现在有点没招了，
没招。
Wait, chat, how does it work? There's 10 teams. It's double round. Is it double round or single round BO3 or whatever? The Shy wins that. The Shy wins that. Easy, easy. The Shy wins that. What do you flash? How many teams go through from the 10?
这波也尽力了吧？换掉了一个人，而且泽帅这边也做出了文天。
6
1打1还是可以找点事儿的，
哎，个人领先还是挺多的。
对。
不过现在也只能等他这条线有声音。
看这波，
这前面折磨的好啊，磨没血了。然后希尔觉得到我反扑的时候了，结果跳上来技能空了。
他在跟那个潘森沟通。
IG is launched. My bad. Sorry. Sheer 18-year-old rookie getting solo killed by the Gota.
就只能说还好闪豆换掉了吧，而且还逼了个闪现，要不然其实这一波对于方木来说挺伤的。
这大潘确实作用太大了。
而且他很肥啊，这潘森。
他伤害高的
，2件了都。
然后这种发育的潘森，他打团有伤害又能扛。
对。
是吧？可雪直接开打了，中路是完全没线，上半区你做好视野，杰杰还在下半区。这样可雪如果来不及，只能去换下路2塔了呀。看一下
，Just give it or what？
这个位置想再过来
，They don't even know it's happening。
IG 好像是选择让掉这个塔汉，
你看能换到多少资源了？中路想动一下希尔了，希尔手上倒是有闪现，一技能还没减速到，杰杰这位置想摸眼踢一下，希尔直接跳。
We're getting bot here too though。
可雪和塔汉。
Nice.
换掉一座2塔
，The Gota。
真完成剑姬了，
真是剑姬吧？这绝对就是剑姬的打法呀，对吧？我2塔拆一拆。
4兄弟，这正面别。
Thoughts on Monacy going to Falcons？
就是个人的经
Why is he
济
doing that?
以前确实是有的。
但是这个一定不能来正面打团，因为他是回馈不了团战的一个英雄。
这中校能换英雄就好了。
哎，还真是
switch 一下，换成一个什么青钢影之类的，这打团有回馈。
蹲一个有血甲的阿卡丽。
能不能打一个血甲？
Wait, is he actually going to Is he actually Monacy actually? Oh yes, that's kind of. Is Monacy actually going there?
这边感觉方大的还想接闪的这个位置，
闪现做找豹女，伤害第一时间是不够的。Miko 得交闪了，大招盖一下，女枪大招封了一个位置，再找机会想扑上去吗？先拉扯一下 ，Q 准点挂上了。那方大
But it's because Monazy and Nico are best friends, right?
得拿人头换血甲肯定是不赚的。
对，主要得拿小龙，现在不能有人员伤亡。 因为你出现人员伤亡的话，小龙是完全机会都没有了。
但这波小龙感觉应该是让了，因为这边 IG 都没大。
好像过不去了。
And the money is good.
没大招的话就给了。
Oh yeah.
小伏比优势则是在这里领先个 T， 因为我感觉 IG 能去看的唯一原因就是他有个 T， 然后纳尔是没有 T 的，且他现在也变大了。
Well, that fucking grasp
如果
proc is
上路能持
crazy.
续保持折磨，让希尔动不了的话
I wonder what happens. I guess all the Saudi teams can just buy all the best players.
等下就是这种没大招根本打不了。
Is there any like Is there any like region lock things or anything? What leagues do they play in? I don't get it. I guess it's like an international league or what.
想抢没抢着，这全看这人，全看这个，很难想象在25年会看到一场只靠单带的比赛啊。Miko。
There's no region lock. Oh, that's crazy. Wait, that stun hit? Hey, he has Atakan for 10 seconds. What if we wait? No, we can't. Just fuck kill his ass. Oh yeah, the shy. Meow. Meow. Yeah, IG wins this game.
看其他，哎，跳上来，哦呦，还好是一个隐身状态。
上帝视角看应该是
怪吓人的。
两边的经济还是咬住了，但是 IG
Aren't both these teams world champions? Yep, they are. But there's only 2 world champions in this. There's only 3. There's 4 world champions on this side.
但你说这英雄打团的画面。
And 0 on the other side.
当一个 ADC 来使。
Bro, my nose the last few weeks has been so cooked.
不如方霸这个阵容的。不过这段时间 IG 扛住了这波血甲的攻势吧。
Just go in! Go in! How crazy was that engage there? What a good angle! No flash Pantheon, what?
过来帮忙抢大龙附近的视野了，兔子在下面单带。
Now the shy will die for your sins. Good job. Good job. Help him! Help him! No, don't kick him into him! Don't kick him into. Rookie! Rookie! Come, Miko, do something! What are you doing? What are you doing? Miko and JJ are completely griefing this whole game. What is on? What's going on? They're just sprinting it.
后续也不好做动作，这大潘好能打呀，这大潘。
And you say the shy is the problem, bro? He's look at
边打边回。
Look at that! He's 2.4k up in his individual lane. He's getting completely trolled. Look, he kicks him into him. And then he follows the Q to get gnarled. Mama!
纳尔这波推的不错，
推的很好，推2个，哎，都推墙上了。主要打这种持续战的话，一个潘森，一个女枪，这个时候装备的优势体现出来了。
这2个中单，
很极限。
这里还想再开，其实很勉强啊。
是的，
因为我感觉就算开到了，旮旯也最多就是帮忙补一剑，
很难跟。 哇，女枪这3件套其实现在已经有点疼了。
Shadow 又被绕到了 ，The Shadow 被做到了，然后 Shadow 一波鬼绕。
He lives those. He lives those. He lives those easy. Don't worry about it.
这豹女还是挺肉的。
他是一个战士。
对，战士流。不过如果是这种乱战的节奏，并不是豹女想看到的局面啊。
现在对于 Formula 来说，就是等待这个小龙。
Is he going Sterax on Nidalee?
再控制一下大龙的视野就可以了。他们现在就打团战，只要他们不被这个豹女的节奏影响就 OK 了。
或者说 IG 正面得稍微给点压力，要不然豹女在单带的时候，对面永远能分出人去搞他。
Which football team do you support?
给足压力。
Whichever team Isagi is on.
等待30秒的小龙。
My God.
把线排掉，在中塔有落差的情况下，这中线也没那么好抢啊。
看这波子晒回家有没有装备啊？哦，青龙刀了，
也3件套。
是这波团很关键。
Look at this guy in chat. Just shut up, bro. You shut the fuck up, idiot. Why are you writing that to me? Are you okay? Do you have a problem? Say it. Say it.
平均等级上，方拉斯来说
Now's your chance.
豹女开始往野区扑，正面耗了一套谢尔，
耗的还不错。
谢尔倒是有 TP 在。
Alright, we need this Traker. It's lost.
他得回家了。
对。
上看能不能通过自己团型的消耗来建立一些血力上的优势。豹女还能回血。
Am I mad today? Like, am I being a bit more aggressive than usual? I'm sorry. I take it back.
弱侧，他牵制1到2个。
We'll do a volume increase for that.
K2被耗得很难受啊 ，K2已经掉了1/3。
That's a free Drake.
漆黑有点过不去，方 plus 这边
直接坐上去了，
直接坐上去，做的是 Mako， 自己被反开。
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. 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 Oh, the shy doesn't miss the spears. He doesn't miss. He's 1v3 in the back line. Another spear hits. The shy! So close to the 1v3. Oh, and his trap makes it so he sees Akali. He's carrying when he's not even there. Wait, did they 4-man die? What? I thought only 2 of them died.
这个女枪其实现在的持续战斗力是很强。
How did they 4-man die?
这让我想到昨天看那个乌曼那个女枪，也是一波团打了9000伤。
9000。
就你可能不太注意女枪这个伤害，但他一波。
Glazing aside, watch the shy in this fight and tell me he's useless. He's not.
这波女枪开大的位置，配合上队友的控制，扫满了呀。
扫满了。
先秒一个盲僧，
几乎把盲僧扫死的，活活扫死的。
Rookie 这一波，
我感觉 K2 这波其实已经有点失误很大了。
Crazy work. Crazy work in the back line.
而且这波真的豹女来独占群雄。
Crazy work in the back line.
而且第一时间 K2 甚至都不在的，他这个位置是被豹女赶走，然后他踢过来的。就即便可能 K2 这个阿卡丽这波团战发挥的没那么好，但是你看团战还是方大。
How do I see damage dealt on Bilibili?
就阵容带给他们的一个优势啊！哎，击到了
！Nice JJ, that's what I'm talking about.
那这个小龙感觉方布拉斯好像不太好看了，
看不了了，得撤退了。
这波俊美给了一个机会。
龙在一拿，听牌了。
哎，怎么感觉跟上盘有点像
啊
？Control W。
最后的悬念保留
Control W。
龙魂团。
龙魂大战。
是。这波看看怎么踢到的。
隐身上来，大招波雅。
Ooh, we have to use flash for that? Really? It's okay. We have soul point.
大摇大摆的。那也行，反正就杀了一个人，拿了一个小龙，龙清牌了。
女枪复活甲也出来了。
阿萨姆这个装备很硬啊，
他很难被第一时间。
Chat, has anyone seen the Minecraft movie? Is it good?
Gala 也是4件套，
又要看最后一波团了。
Because that's my favorite game. I want to watch the movie.
团感觉方大这个容错还是很高，还是2个复活甲，
团战更厉害一些。
是，主要持续伤害右边确实高啊。
Mako, you live those right?
控制抵消一下。 想围绕大龙做一下视野的争夺。
豹女绕起来了，在藏，想搏单杀，他想单杀。希尔意识到不对，太危险了，没人出来接线，他不敢吃了。一直在等，希尔不来了。这个位置太深了，是要会被单杀的。啊，跳上去了，主要这
Kill him. Kill his ass. Kill his ass. Cook him. Cook his ass. Get him. Get him. Yeah. Yeah.
谁杀谁
Let's go.
哎呦，被单杀了，忍辱负重，一整把完成了一个击杀。
主要没有用闪现躲这个推啊。
哇，这波打完的话，方布拉在这边有一个人数的优势了。那他们直接集火大龙，哎，GT波是很难防的。
少人啊，还少了一个比较强的战斗力。
No flash.
只能试一脚了呀，看能不能抢一下。
那杰杰还在。
JJ steal it, you rat.
先把 buff 给踢了。
Steal it, steal it, steal it. This is all a setup. This is all a setup for you. For you. You missed your Q on Baron. Where are you going?
被赶走了。
那这个龙环不太好抢了。
哎，一看觉得好像有机会击死杰杰，
抢到了，
他把闪动给击死了。
哎呦，
对面没惩戒了，只有帮他续了一个。
Big one. Big steal, JD. That's what I'm talking about.
然后闪动的血
That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about.
踢下去顺带一脚踢出个复活甲。
不是，主要还把复活甲给打出来了。这
That's what I'm talking about.
对于方木来说挺不能接受的。
又续上了。
对啊，5打4的情况下，龙被抢了，复活甲还掉了一个，这很难受啊。这复活甲现在这段时间来比命重要啊，因为现在你命也没用啊，都没资源了。但下
Your mic cuts out the scream. Chad, which one does that? The compressor or the noise suppression? Which one stops the peak?
很伤，现在打不过了呢。那现在智慧默认了都。
主要他落后2000，就对 A， 豹女还是 A 不过。
希尔的判断很好啊，这波。
而且没有用闪去躲这个推。
对。
其实这波。
Okay, Chad, we got no filters on the mic now. We're just raw dogging a fucking Shore SM7B. No filters. That was really unlucky. I think the Shy would have won that.
跟 Q 也是很极限，都中了。哎，杰杰这波抢龙，
刚刚好。
What a super steal by JJ.
一脚，发现哎，对劲。
What a super steal.
你像那个 Q 了一下大龙，秒后悔。
对，这个感觉沟通就是，赶紧打，对吧？我先下车，结果突然来了一句，我被踢死了。
Come on, winnable. 1 minute on Drake.
1200血 ，Q 了一下发现是800血了。但那个确实不好守。
1 minute on Drake.
那两边现在经济依然是持平。
Please stop with the Glaze, man. First time, huh? First time.
后一波的龙魂团。
Oh my God! Rolled. Rolled.
大家捆到了俊伟，再撒一下，有一剑的机会吗？被做到了，女枪扫到。
JJ no！
进去再叫闪现出来，打不开。
Nice done, nice done. Yes, yes, yes.
吸到了，只 Q 到一个 Miko。
Nice jump.
紧的又挂到，还要上。
一
个杀到，山都坐远了，
有点远。
那断线去了
啊，只能断线了。
我 Miko 一波好吸啊，把希尔从空中给拽上。
Kill the Pantheon.
没吸
Kill his ass.
要追傻到了，
没大招没闪现的。
Kill his ass.
没 Q 着，给个惩戒帮我减个速，让队友上吧。 又没 Q 着，
而且小龙刷的呀，那电龙魂。
Everyone's gonna say, "Wow, JK, what a superstar jungler! You played this game so well. You stole the Baron and saved the game." In reality, complete troll. Inter almost solo lost the game 10 times, but because he stole Baron, he's forgiven. Fuck off. And the Shy wins lane, gets a solo gold lead, takes 3 towers on the map, but dies 1v1. It's remembered as an Inter. That is called Goldfish Memory Recency Bias Dogshit Takes. That's what that is.
大展拳脚了，
豹女也是啊，
都差不多了。兔子也能先消耗的。
感觉闪动那个大确实做的有点太远了，过站了属于是。 哎，维罗斯大招直接尝试了一波，现在只要大到的话，其实有机会秒人。
Some guy in chat says the Shy's been dog shit for 2 years straight. He wasn't even playing last year. What are you on about? He made World Finals and took a year break. How can he be dog shit if he's not even playing? What are you on about, bro? You're fucking cooked.
这现在这个惹拆这个闸子， 标，还有这个旮旯的
This
秀
chat.
正面盖过阿萨姆状态，阿萨姆把血
He
给
was in
吸回来
Valorant,
了
he was dog shit. Yeah, bro. What? So what? That's not League, is
现在
it?
一剑加个夹子就爆血了。
真爆
We all know I'm insane at League, but when I play chess and shit, I'm not that good or Minecraft. But we still know that it's not that I means that I'm bad at League.
没想到还真玩起来了，
真玩起来了
主。要现在有电龙魂的加持。
现在旮旯不能死，
对，现在我感觉方 plus 得绕一波好后了，就是你那种中野吧，特别是，或者 Nico 得藏起来得开一波，
得开一波出其不意的团。
现在被 poke 的有点头疼，他必须得把团开起来。
现在团战胜负手感觉是阿卡丽来不来啊？阿卡丽来了就有机会，阿卡丽来不了，感觉切不到旮旯就没说法。
我觉得真得绕一下了，你不能在正面开了，正面开的话被消耗的有点吃不消。这野区都是这种
You're insanely bad at every game.
带电的
电夹，
电夹。
You're insanely bad at every game you play, but League. That's insane to me. What do you mean? Hang on. I'm multiple rank 1 in WoW. I went pro in Halo 3. And I was rank 1 in League. That's 3 games that I'm crazy at. Let's add to that list Minecraft. I'm becoming a demon at Minecraft. Absolute demon. CS, I'm fucking solid. I hit a new peak. I hit silver 3. TFT, I hit gold. That was fucking crazy. All I need is, listen, I don't, the best way to describe this is I don't have an engine on my boat, but if you just let me sail, I'll pick up the speed. Does that make sense?
5000多，哎，
已经来了，而且有个绕后的切，敲着来拍，没拍着，旮旯先射一箭，旮旯位置，阿卡丽来了，旮旯救，旮旯被大切，旮旯被灭了，而且羽翔准备
Oh my rookie!
中上的残局处理节节
The Shy died! JJ! No! Oh yeah, kick someone?
没办法，一个人伤害独木难支。
Why doesn't God flash? Why doesn't he flash the wall? He's getting Nico ulted. Hello?
他感觉是被阿卡丽逼到那个位置，有点，
他不知所措了，
有点左右为难，你知道吗？就过去跟阿卡丽那边的话有一个 Nico， 要打大龙了。
这闪交也不是，不交也不是，
被扎在那儿了。
Are they really gonna get Nash? Is that it?
不上不下了。那 Formula 3个人选择动大龙，作为兔子来说只能让掉。
情况又调转了。
开得好，这波血是 Formula 找到了一个好的机会，野辅开得好。
小口子上面，主要石甲
Drop the replay.
太好进场了。本来说他必须得依赖
Drop the replay.
看一下
，TP 绕后。 射一箭，然后这位置好尴尬。
主要他们第一时间没用阿卡丽视野嘛，也知道了。
知道了。
这个时候已经放眼。
他闪不闪
I mean, he has to flash the wall, and Mako has to W over as well, and they have to peel the Akali with Reynolds. That is disgustingly int from the bot lane of IG. Again, top side trying to carry, but bot lane trolling. Rel died with flash and ult up, and Varus stood there while Nico was ulting his fucking family tree. You gotta flash that and peel the Akali. It's that simple.
那这波的话，方布拉斯是拿到了大龙啊。 看这个大龙能不能帮助他们这个阵容上一波高地，因为现在他们这个兵线难处理，甚至2塔都没推。
这个大龙能帮助他们建立一波很好的远古龙。
It's okay. Bot lane still has sums up. They will definitely use their flashes in the next fight.
现在把兵线处理好的话，威胁到2路高地，等会儿远古龙他们是大战领先的。姐姐把复活甲买出来了，这把真打到那种超神装大战了。
现在 AD 装备都一出了。
So the Shy has he has Shojin, Hullbreaker, Triforce Under Sky. Can this man find the side lane? Like, what is bro doing grouping up like he's AP Nidalee throwing spears? Get the fuck out of there. Go top, you idiot. What's he doing? He's grouping like he's gonna push them off with his spears.
主要那减速有点恶心。
说实话还是得开，
对，得开。
你不开这个2塔跟高地还真不好上，
而且
电龙太猛了，
人得多，
没诚意这波。
没诚意。3
兄弟，
这搁那儿看炮车。
我跟方大子还是就他们有这种优势。
He loses 1v1. There's no way he loses 1v1 to Nara with Hextech Soul. He can just auto attack him to death in range form.
这波雪球没滚起来，这波大龙也就是一个基础经济嘛。
Care 的大帽。 4件套，现在这损武挂左边，挂谁谁死。
He's jungling.
Oh, 又卖了个装备啊
What's his last item? Does he have an item?
西兰刀买了，
补了个盾弓。他也知道把防撞补满了。
No.
最后一战了，
主要他很难死
啊。
Well,
真中烟之战了呀，马上远古龙了。这波大龙也没有帮助他们获得太多兵线上。
I guess he can group and put some traps down.
推不过去。
这波大龙的处理感觉没有运营出来。
Power play 只有一个大龙的裸经济。
是。主要兵线上他们现在处理的也不好。
对。
这一波推板要挤了。
哈哈哈哈哈。
终极一战，阿卡丽处理完下路兵线得靠过来。
How long is this Baron buff gonna last?
慢慢摸黑过河了，把眼给排一下。对面刚激活远古龙，也不着急。这个打到后面感觉就是得开起来的，拼惩戒是不太理想的事情。
哎呦 ，KR 已经被打了1/3血量了
，GP 快赚好了。
我感觉得拉掉了
，KR
这个血量太脆了。
Akali has the base TP, nice.
出来呗。
Nice.
中路可以抢一波线，泽帅去抢中路线了。
还是那个点得开哦。
希尔也在带下路的线。
Red boys pushing bot.
轮到 IG 得着急了 ，IG 得直接打了，因为希尔这样要去威胁2塔了 ，TP 过来了。
得踢过来，三角的眼，
龙线下刀。
Where's the shy going?
潘森要跳大了。
Oh yeah.
9千血。
他要打。
Hey, Pantheon, enter!
直接扫大，也不管龙了，直接搭进去了一口。
Oh, the shy's flanking.
交代的。 那推的还可以，但
Rookie!
小队 Rookie 也被电了一下。
The shy, do something!
掉不了，波甲先这前2个人，瑞尔被
Oh yeah, that's one. Oh, double kill for the shy.
这个位置的话，感觉龙要没了。
龙要没。
Yeah, go more, go more. No, they got the other.
又是一。
Come on, throw a spear, throw a.
泽山一飙，
一丝。
两边打了个2换2，
哇，好激情啊！
哇，这女枪还是战神啊！她虽然死了，但是这个伤害还是很夸张的。
伤害灌出来了。
How are these fights even
这
close?
波团战打完，潘森拿到了远古龙。
They have Hextech Soul.
还有一个进攻回合。
就看一下这2分钟 Farmlas 能做多少事儿。
Like what?
但没有大龙 buff 的加持，还是很难推过去啊。
Well, the chat's getting cooked. Ads are running in 5 minutes. You're fucked.
清兵就行。
向死而生的一波大荒星云，
他有复活甲。
How is this Pantheon not instantly one shot?
第一时间集火嘎了，选择是完全没问题的。军威想开，没开到嘎了，反身射一箭，伤害也打满了。Rookie 也在拉。
I think I ordered a matcha latte and the milk is off.
全在散。
It tastes like it.
泽帅一个人扑阿萨姆配合一箭，阿萨姆这个闪现交出来还是吃到伤害了。
是，其实这波没操作好呢，操作好一点的话，感觉。
How broken is Guardian Angel? Unskilled item.
主要这个闪。
对。
但容错高呀。他这装备确实容错太高了。
但复活甲进 CD 了，闪现也没有。下一波大龙团，他会有点小危险。
那对于方布拉说，就是把这个远古龙续成大龙就可以了。
那扣，赶紧跑。
有着控制技
巧。
现在是绝对不能打起来的。
Who has Elder?
外塔不行就给。
It's their top side.
高地守住就行。
That MF is so annoying.
再拆一个上路的2塔，保守一点就是空大龙。他这个阵容感觉上
God, look at my Nidalee item. She's full build.
主要
At what point do you just sell everything and go full AP? Like honestly, let's just keep it real.
还真是
My glasses almost fell in my drink.
这2把感觉都是持久
At
战。
what point do you just go full AP? You have Hextech Soul.
其实右边的隐藏的离线还是有的呀，他这鞋子他也能升级啊，后面
先机点的作用现在体现了，大家都神装了，我还有属性提升，
是，还能微克一下。
远古龙拿到了以后，依旧没能做到事情啊，推了一个2塔，还是要看这个大龙的集合。
Baron should be free.
感觉方面这个大龙以及远古龙的运营。 还是没有取得太好的一个成效。
主要 IG 这套阵容，他硬给你玩操作，他团战打的，他虽然
Guys, you can just do Baron.
简单，那他就给你打的。
How are they gonna walk into ever?
这个电龙魂很能拖，选择要
just throw some spears.
想直接 run， 方 plus 得来看吧。希尔还在攒怒气，已经攒上了，龙下半血了，闪斗这位置是过不去的，那这样大龙可能要直接给了。 傻豆想进
，Get the Baron！
来，泽山也挺肉的，大龙拿下来了。希尔有一个
，No run away， run away。
希尔是没有闪现，他硬硬出。
There's a Mega Gnar behind you。
这边必须得给压才行。阿卡丽被逼退了，所以已经挂上了，希尔已经到。
Oh nice kick，JJ。
自己变小了，小之前。
Oh you win that。
但是推出来以后伤害是补不上了，这边开店入。
The shy。
姐姐在摸眼离。
The shy cook him。1, 2, 2 for the shy， 2 for the shy， 3 no 4 maybe。
但是阿卡丽手上技能是有限的，这边战场。
What are you doing？
老山当一个战士变成。
Oh he's so tanky。
一下一级的开起来，也
Oh, another one! Bro, the Nippy's carrying so hard!
A 到
What?
一下到，打得很激情，但又是2换2。
这波 IG 的中上站出来了
Rookie 想做事 ，Rookie
还想操作，
在等着战神跟自己汇合，但是The Chat是没状态的。
现在阿萨
The
姆
Nidalee
打不
is
了
bro, the Nidalee is carrying. It's crazy. He hits one spear on someone, and the Q damage from the AD is a one tap.
还是硬换，又多换了一个潘森，而且谢尔那个第一时间进场，确实盲僧还是化解了。
对，
那个位置挺吓人的。
被踢开
Did he
了
just? What did he just sell? What? Oh no, he just bought. Wait, what did he just sell? Full breaker, right?
龙
Yeah.
种啊，保留了应该3个龙种。
有3个龙种的话，那是能完成推进的。
嗯。
哦呀，关键一脚啊！
哇，这脚很重要。
Look, Nidalee in this fight.
吊板感觉刚才那个位置。
Crucial spear onto the Gnar right here. Look, spear onto the Gnar. Jumps, one shot.
左右开弓，他没办法。
Akali has to ult away and kill someone. Spear onto the MF. Jumps over the wall. Face tanks 3 people for at least 10 seconds.
就是血手。
And auto attacks the Pantheon to death with Grasp Hextech Soul.
深深
Beautiful.
扛着阿萨姆的输出，又多 ace 一个。
看一下，中路大招盖。
Oh yeah.
想先杀一个，
Beautiful. Another one. Good one. The solo lanes of IG are crazy.
难道电龙魂的 IG 想要尝试上高了？
是，现在 A 塔剧痛啊，2剑就 A 爆了。继续拿一个高地。
Is that game? Is that game? Is that game? They have no Nico engage.
想一波了。
That's game. That's game.
绝命撬大了呀！
That's game.
希尔也变大了，希尔有闪现，扫大招把兵线清掉，先靠住第一波，但自己这边吃到了蔓延的腐败锁链，赶紧把计划给交出来，好痛啊！
Well, when the ads running, because this chat's gonna cook 40 seconds on the ads. Oh my god, ads are gonna run on the Elder Spawn. You're fucked. 07 chat.
下了高地，感觉也要给，守不过来，要等俊伟。
Unless they end right here, right now.
希尔也得重新积攒怒气。
Do it.
抢一波。
Do it for the chat.
俊伟还没活，
最后2秒钟，
塔要掉了，门牙塔先爆一过，
上过去了。
JJ kicks him on. Oh, the Shy one-shot Akali! And he's gonna kill MF as well! Look, the Shy! Top left, 1v9 machine! Top left, 1v9 machine! Just killed both their carries! Just killed both their carries!
这场战斗了，阿萨姆倒了，
Crazy Smurf.
还没有死。
One tap the Akali, one tap the MF.
50分钟的大战啊，从头打到尾，可以恭喜
Haters will hate.
战平
Doubters will be damned.
这阵容还能打到50
The Shy completely carries. Another one. Another one. 1-1.
脱节，他们最主要的输出点。
Game 1 Andes. Lule.
单防了。
Bro, this guy, are you done?
其实真的还是挺重
一
要的。
度是靠他拖住的，他吃太多压力了，但他确实边线优势巨大。虽然他被单杀了，但是中期没他真拖不住。
这绝对的，因为这个豹女她就像这个边线的钉子户一样，打不掉她。而且她最后的几波团战，确实她的选位也很好。而且方木拉
IG took 50 minutes to win versus FPX.
而且
Yes, so what, you fucking donut? It doesn't matter. Sometimes some games can be a horror. It's about winning. It's not about what it looks like.
亲爱的观众朋友们，输入12345，发送你心中的心仪 MVP 票选。
Bro, what is that guy on about?
这把 MVP
可能会在上野。
我感觉
Okay, let's check the Reddit.
是那个抢龙很关键。
Let's check the Reddit.
还有一个就是
抢龙续命，然后中期靠豹女其实硬。
Tariffs explained in league terms. What is this? We know Boris sells BF soft 30 gold. That's it, bro. We already know tariffs. We went through it. We went through it.
我只能说整场游戏看下来的话，豹女的存在感确实。
Bao seeing the top wave after Velia died there 3 seconds earlier to 4 people is for me.
没别的画面。
Newly built esports center in Pyongyang.
我觉得方法的还是他们那个大龙以及远古龙的运营，就是没有 IG 果断。你看 IG 他即便这个拿到了3个这个大龙 buff 嘛，但他们还是直接一波就把游戏结束了。
Yeah, we're fucked.
终结比赛的能力，两队有差距。
Yeah, we're fucked.
大战也来看看泱泱的想法。
It's AI.
好的，我觉得这把的团战美如画和上一把是如出一辙，2把都是鏖战，2把喜欢去选择一些，比如说比较偏向单核带队。上一把着重
It's not AI. It's not AI. It's real.
压力在中期
It's real. It's real.
这个边线的一个发挥，当然他中期也是牵制住了。而我觉得对于 IG 来说
Can someone explain what happens to the stock market in League of Legends
他
terms?
们己方的第一条大龙的那一波抢龙相当的关键，那一脚去踢出了对面打野的这个复活甲之后呢，就给他们拿下大龙埋下了伏笔，包括来自全。
With me。
节节拿下配合队友拿下大龙之后呢，在那一波团战的输出也是有很出色的发挥，所以我觉得两个解说老师也可以围绕着这两个点来去聊一聊，觉得这一把艾姬发挥最出色的地方在哪方面。
What the fuck?
With me, mommy.
What the fuck? We saw that. We saw that. Okay, we'll wait for next game. Zillion's new E skill on Wild Rift slows spells. Damn! But that's cool as fuck. They should do that in League. FearX Enjoyer in absolute shambles. Yeah, but they won. When things get hard, I get harder. Zeka on his mindset during clutch situations. My man. There are 2 cats inside Nemesis. ... Mid is low. Antonia reacts to Caedrel reacting to her video on Baus. Wait, what the fuck was this thing? Hold up. Chat, look at this. Quickly, look at this. I'll read it out, okay? T1 head coach Koma when asked about why Gumayushi was inserted back into starting lineup. At this point, no matter what I say, it might be interpreted as unrelated to performance, so I want to be cautious. It's difficult for me to give a clear answer. Jesus. There's also something else you have to check out.
To my video?
There's something else.
Wait, what? What video?
When in doubt, call the sex method. Oh, I hate hearing my voice. Why the fuck do I have to hear that? Do you put on the Reddit a react of a react?
That's me! But the thing that most people are talking about in the picture
Why do you put
I
it?
posted...
Why are you putting a react of a react? What did Baus do? Oh my god! He dropped the hover hand!
I thought it was really sweet. It was
The
being very
Hoverlord.
respectful.
Hey, he's a
Like,
gentleman.
it's so
And now you're
funny
reacting to it again?
how far
He's a
the
gentleman. True.
was.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What is that? Is that a fucking alien Teletubby?
Please tell me the chat weren't like, ew, that disgusting creature. This girl is iron, by the way. That's why he didn't put his hand on her.
Iron?
I got cooked. I just got cooked.
Iron? Ew! What is this? The Cathedral Discord, 99,999 members. Wait, are we... Wait, let me check. Don't start fucking leaving the Discord, you fuckers. Wait, hold up. We're at 100,014. Big, we made it. Chat, what the fuck is this? Red flag?
You're hurting the people that love you. No, stop, please. Please stop. Don't stop. Get it. You're hurting the people that love you.
Bro, what is that? What is that? How to fix KT, King and Cuz, BDD, Diable, Lehens. T1 vs DRX was 800,000 viewers. Damn. Caedrel was talking about modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Recently. I just want to share an infamous image from a Tier 1 tournament 2022. Almost every contest image has an effect ready to pop or off or popped off already. What the fuck is that? This is modern day Yu-Gi-Oh? I don't get it. How does this make sense? I thought you had monsters and you had trap cards face down. And you had spells. How is there 8 monsters on top of each other having like a fucking... You know what? I swear, games when they come out and they're simple are so good. But then when the devs are like, let me cook now. I made such a successful game. Let me cook. I'm gonna cook up all these new ideas. After 10 years of these fucking dumbass ideas, the game's just ruined, man. Bro, just put Karibo down and play Pot of Greed. That's it. Turn over. What is this? He summoned 5 monsters, 3 polymerizations, a black hole. He's got graveyard rezzers. He's got fucking 2 decks. Like, bro, just put Pot of Greed down and play Karibo. That's it. I end my turn. What's going on? 52k damage dealt! Holy shit! Okay, what else is happening in the world? Real consultant here. This is how LEC fun spot resume attached. As a consultant with various organization companies that may not exist, one of my main goals whenever working with a client is to increase their cash flow and fund ventures. Now I occasionally glance at Caedrel stream with my chauffeur, drives me around to various meetings, and heard lost tones could be a big thing in esports since Xpeke could cough up money. Regardless, here's my plan. An LEC spot costs $21 million. The easiest way to get that is through sponsors. I think we're on the same page so far. How does Lost Tones get sponsors? By seeking out companies who produce and target audience. What is Lost Tones' greatest asset? It's players. How to get players even better? Korean Bootcamp. What does Korea have when it comes to LOL T1? What doesn't T1 do? K-pop. That's right, I'm recommending that Lost Tones goes to Korea not simply improve their work and gameplay, but to become a K-pop group. Think about it, there's no better way to establish dominance than watching Velia prance around the stage like Kindred while belting his heart out. Crowny is the sex appeal freakosaurus, plays Crown in every poster and an album cover. Okay. The truth behind T1 media suppression allegations. What the fuck? Chat, is there a TLDR? This has 200k viewers in 5 hours. is anyone gonna simplify it for me? Is there subtitles?
CEO의 비공개 디스코드 그 논란을
Okay, no, it's fucking auto-generated. Just read the post. Oh yeah, hold up, let me read the post, chat. Hold up. It's gonna take me 10 years. TLDR! She claims T1 withdrew interview access after she reported on a private Discord controversy involving owner DDoS attack affecting players. She was asked to publicly apologize multiple times in exchange for reinstatement. She refused, citing journalistic ethics. Ashley confirmed she was excluded from interviews during Worlds 22 and MSI 2024, while other outlets were granted access. Despite Riot stepping in, she says this isn't just about access, it's about protecting the integrity of esports. She says that she will still report fairly on T1, I just want to be treated equally. Ah, so she did some things T1 didn't like, and then T1 blacklisted her from being able to access the players, or what? If you come here, we won't allow you to interview T1, you're banned. The article in question involved T1 CEO Joe Marsh running a private Discord where the team information, including schedule, pictures, and updates and events, was shared with a few fans. But shirtless photos of owner were shared in Discord, which sparked controversy due to sexualized comments in the chat. One fan even talked about rubbing body oil on owner. Ashley felt it was her duty to report on it. Joe Marsh said it wasn't for Korean fans, only for international fans, and claimed it was part of a paid service for $69. What the fuck have I just read? Hold up. What the fuck is going on? Hello? So while Korean fans were paying, Joe was sharing paid content with close international fans. Korean fans were mad because sharing paid content that wasn't free inappropriate of those remarks towards owner. What the fuck? Eventually, T1 PR told her it was a decision made directly by Joe Marsh. She said she was shocked because she reported the incident, fact-checking, and gave T1 the opportunity to comment, plays devil's advocate with understanding what T1 can favor journalists that speak positively about them. She argues that fair journalism, including covering controversies and not suppressing it, hurts him in the long term. Joe had to apologize officially and acknowledge that happened in the Discord was inappropriate and even had his pay cut. Said that she felt that she only had reported it, but since she spoke both Korean and English, she had to help clarify for overseas fans who were reacting to rumors about Korean fans. Ashley reached out directly to Joe Marsh with expressed feelings of hurt and said Ashley disrespected him and his family since they saw the articles and tweets. He asked her to apologize, saying that she had harmed his family in text messages, but she couldn't. If I apologize for reporting facts, then I stopped being a journalist. Eventually, Joe said that he would get her interviews, but she only received one interview afterwards, but far fewer than other outlets. She felt it was a clear act of retaliation. What the fuck? Player of the game, the shy. Good. During the tweet thread, if T1 PR team at that point redirected me to you, of course, I would have gotten in a conversation to you, but given the gravity of the situation, I was not going to skip lines. That's something I can pivot in future cases. Joe, I honestly thought you had more respect for me and my family to reach out in a situation like this, instead of piling on without context or nuance. It's been good to you guys. I've been good to you guys, and I was rewarded with a slap in the face, and for my family. Don't try and blame for you choosing to repetitive tweet. It was your choice you made. What the fuck? What the fuck? She explains how asking for an apology in exchange for media access creates a dangerous precedent where journalists self-censor and avoid telling the truth out of fear and eventually become company journalists. If I let myself be muzzled like that, then what's the point of doing this job? A similar thing happened again in 2024 after she wrote about T1 DDoS issues, quoting Faker, who shared how disruptive it was. She said that she enjoys T1 streams, but it's a big deal if a top team gets their practice disrupted because of DDoS, so she reported on that. She noticed that some fans were saying that the Faker was using DDoS issues as an excuse for poor performance, but it was that the players were expressing that things were tough for them. She thought it was good for players to express concern, but T1 demanded a public apology, or else she'd be blacklisted again. Despite 15 other media outlets reporting on the same thing, Ashley was the only one who was punished. She believes that the resentment stems from the 2022 article. She contacts Real Marsh and asks him, "Is this true? I heard that you want a public apology." He said, "I need you to apologize publicly, otherwise there'll be no more T1 interviews." He said the article hurt them. She says the pressure to apologize felt like a psychological conditioning. Even after refusing, she kept applying for interviews and got denied. "I'm risking everything by speaking out." After MSI 2024, she kept applying for interviews but got none, which was unprecedented, with only hers getting denied while others were being accepted. Ashley reflects on how difficult the decision was emotionally. She thought she might have to quit, but even if T1 blacklists her permanently, she now feels at peace. This ain't about losing access to interviews, about her identity as a journalist. That's why she went public. She saw the Zeus video, so she decided to speak up. She still supports T1 players, even if the org has her silenced. She criticizes T1's PR for filtering even reasonable questions. She explains how this PR strategy often backfires. Joe Marsh's public statement to protect Zeus actually fueled tampering rumors. She considers to return to programming her first career and even jokes about making RimWorld 2, but the idea of leaving esports not by choice but by force feels soul-crushing. She outlines 3 outcomes. Best case, T1 treats her fairly again. Middle case, she remains blacklisted but can live with it. Worst case, she's attacked or forced out entirely. What the fuck? Ashley didn't expect to be in this position, and thanks to the host for giving her space to speak. She insisted her views won't influence how she interviews players in the future. Jesus. Bro, I don't know the sides of the story. Listen, this is just a thing that's top already right now. Ashley Kang versus Joe Marsh. I don't know if there's going to be like comments coming back and forth or whatever. Hello, Mr. Rat King. Can I introduce you a chat with the shy? Yes. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. And listen, like, I'm not gonna, like, there's probably way more to this than what is being said by Ashley, right? Like, this is one side. I don't know what the other side is. And then I don't know what the facts are, okay? I'm just reading out what is on Reddit, okay? So don't do the thing that you do where you're saying, Caedrel said this, Caedrel said that. I'm just reading a post, man. Okay, that's all I did. I read a post. There's a post on Reddit. It's here. I just read it. I read it because it's called Reddit. That's it. There's probably another side to this. And there's probably way more information that's missing from this thread. 100%. I just read it. Okay? Don't fucking be weird. Alright. I have a joke to lighten up the situation. Bro, you're the guy who keeps spamming me to take my cam off and mute my mic. What's your joke, I wonder? Your hairline and your rank. Wow, didn't expect that one. But yeah, there's probably a lot more sides to this and a lot more facts missing, so don't fucking be weird. Your mic's too quiet. Hello? My stance on this is that I think the journalists should do their job to, like, the justice of, like, the role, right? I think there's definitely journalists out there who, like, report on things specifically for, like, certain things. I'm fine with that. But also, this is completely... Bro, I just don't want to get dragged into this again. Because I don't... Bro, it's not even my fucking wheelhouse. But if I say anything, it insta-clips. I think that there's probably a lot of context to a lot of this stuff from a lot of sides that we don't know about. And I'm only hearing it from one side in a translated fucking thing in a 30-second summary. That's it. I will not say any more because I don't know there's no point. There's no point in me saying anything else. That's it. She had 6 interviews with T1 in the last year. Well, if that's the case, then that's contradicting whatever the fuck's going on here, right? So, hey. If someone wants to make a timeline of all the clips, all the context from both sides, then maybe we can give a more accurate description. But I feel like I'm doing a disjustice by commenting on something and taking a side when I only see one side of the story. Because that's just fucking dumb. If someone comes to me and says this, and this, and I believe them, then what kind of person am I, right? It's like... I have no evidence or relation or anything to this. What is this? All I'm gonna do, chat, is I'm gonna co-stream games, eat my meals, and work on Lost Ratones. That's my section. Esports is a big bubble, and a lot of bubbles collide with each other, okay? These bubbles hit each other, and then they pop. And then drama comes out of it, and all the frogs outside are like, haha, lol. But I'm in my bubble, okay? Over here, in the corner. I'm not moving. I don't want to touch any other bubbles. I'm just gonna do eat, co-stream, yap, Lost Ratones. If anyone's bubble comes close to me, it's because they did it on purpose, okay? I'm just trying to stay over here. I just want to stay in my corner. Before I was in my corner, I used to float around, okay? And I used to say shit without thinking. And I would just float around. Oh, this is what I think. This is what and then every time I said anything, even though I thought I didn't say it too bad, boom! My bubble explodes. Absolute fucking catastrophe on the timeline. And that doesn't mean to say that I won't have takes in future. I will have takes in future. But I feel like there's just some topics, bro. I just fucking CBA. Like, I'm done with it. Fuck that. Sejuani Rennington. It's not about having balls. It's about shit fucking happening non-stop for years and then just saying, fuck this, I'm out. It's an Ivan on 3. It's an Ivan on 3. Free win. Just take it. Why the fuck is he blinding Rennington? IG 2-1. My goat in the back. My goat in the back. The worst part is... Never mind. You know what? Never mind. Kennen? What the fuck? If Koma doesn't say anything, then no one has balls. Well, I think Koma's in a contract, huh?
我的卢锡安是不如小炮或者飞机的，这也看熟练度了。他想选小炮，
小炮上限高一点，飞机的话前期凶一点。C 组含金量还在上升。
Come on, give me an Ivern. Or a Lilia. Or a Maokai. Oh my god, I love a Maokai Lilia Ivern here.
爆弹其实也不错。
莉莉娅上限高一些。
Are you being silenced? No, I'm not being silenced. I just want to watch League, yap, eat, and try and build a team. I don't want to. That's all I want to do.
上 AD 位剩的不多了，右边其实近会很好，右边这套阵容，近会很舒服。帮忙补控制，远处加压枪就够了，已经不缺伤害了。
而且 AP 伤害也有了，反正。把那个德莱文。
Where's my Maokai at?
太高了，
还是把爆弹搬掉了。
Who's there? Who's there?
这就属于
Who's there?
利亚和爆弹取舍。哇，这下路英雄真的搬好
Who's there?
多啊！而且左边的下路得来个稍微能有节奏一点的下路，否则这套阵容前面是上半区联动能力很差的。
这把会不会出那种萨拉芬尼什么的
Shahu.
咱打个
Bro, are you fucking dumb? What the fuck's that? Are you hello?
塞拉斯
What is a Shahu?
老牛啊，这手要扮老牛。
他觉得小炮是有机会去下的。
Why is everyone spamming lol? How is that funny?
进吧，进是最好的了，现在。
Are you trying to say Shaohu? You just missed the O? Bro, that's a fucking 5-minute timeout. You're dumb.
然后辅助康了一下。这边辅助感觉这把布隆挺好的。
That was a terrible joke. Ooh, Jin here is good. He'll probably get met by Ash.
先出的话就是怕一手软辅，但软辅配技其实就一般般，可能怕个8折吧。如果左边出硬辅，右边拿个老牛，挺舒服的。
牛没了，
哦不是，拿个这个布隆挺舒服的。感觉布隆这个优先级上来了呀。
寒冰布隆的话，右边就落了。
I'm not doing any more knock knock jokes. Ash Brown. Ooh, Rakan, baby. Gimme, 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 gimme. Gimme, gimme that Rakan, Mako. Oh, yes. Chat, run ads. If you don't know what ads, you can use the T1 Street Prime, help, channels, and those 1, 2 back for the game size, big kiss. Senna? Yo, pick the Rakan. Lock in and get the game started. What are you doing? I'm not in a bad mood, busted! I'm not in a bad mood today. I'm fine.
而且落打布隆是好打的。这阵容拿下来以后，方 pass 阵容这3极地前面战斗力有点强啊。
是你别说挺好的，这布隆很克这个永恩跟这个鳄鱼啊。
对，进来。
If your name's Caedrel, this video is for you. Caedrel.
What?
If your name's Caedrel, this video is for you. Caedrel, how you doing? And if your name's not Caedrel, do me an absolute solid and tag me in this video. Swag a run.
All these idiots talking smack though, spamming in the chat, you're clueless, you owe an apology to the goat cause you're pissed low. Shy cap the top when it's over, you know. Ooh, where the fuck's Shenji? OMG didn't make world, no plan B.
What the fuck is that?
Guarantee, Weibo in the LPL, yeah, it'd be fucking free. Way, locking in Ivan and Mal guys as I can't get locked down, say goodbye. Dom running low on the copium supply. Part of you loves him, but he don't dare lie. Fraud, I adore your attempted flaming. Montage plays it, you know, I'm framing. 80 carry top spec, listening, aiming. World's title this year, we reclaiming.
Who's this rapper? He's kinda good. It's like a sheep, he's saving the sheep.
Game, lads.
Ow!
Game, lads.
One more wave and you get slammed. Bang, Dom, stop smoking. All that.
Whoa!
The boys end up saying this. It's all yours.
Bro, that's fucking cool as hell. What is that? Is that on the wall? That's fucking cool. Damn, bro. It's a rug. Oh, so you put it on the floor. Bro, I want to put it on the wall. Yo, hell yeah. I want to put that on the wall. I want to put that on the wall. Hell yeah. Wait, that's cool as fuck. Yo, you're kind of clean with it. What material is that? Is that wool? Is that wool? It looked like he was shaving a sheep. Looked like he was shaving a sheep. Chayo. Chat, why is it that sometimes in my room it gets really bright and sometimes in my room it gets really dark? I don't understand what to do about it. But actually, this part of my wall is empty. I could put it there. I could put it there. The sun. Yeah, but chat, bro. Stop being so... I get it. The sun. I get it. I get it. But why is it here? The sunlight's there. Okay, so the light comes in there. It's a tiny hole. Tiny hole. Tiny gap for the light. I have a light on here and I have a light on there. So why is it that just because the sun goes away, that the light in my room gets fried? It's not about the sun. Camera is adjusting. Okay, how do I make it stop that? Chat, I'm having a really good day, you know that?
强攻鳄鱼，感觉这把得搞个挺进啊，帅哥这里。 挺进水银鞋之后就稍微好打一点。
左边远程
I'm having a really good day. The ads are fucked, by the way. Like, I can't describe to you how fucked the ads are. I apologize. Today is not a good day for ads. Why is Rakan going into Ash Brown? Because he's very mobile. Fast trading is good. Like, I'm sorry, if you might get ads 20 minutes into the game, the reason it's fucked is because I didn't do an intro and I joined halfway through a game. Holy fuck, FPX. I might just, you know what I'm gonna do actually? If one more person says a shit joke, I'm ending the stream and I'm gonna go watch the Minecraft movie. I'm actually just gonna do it. I'm gonna go in my pajamas and my boat shorts to watch the Minecraft movie. And this chat is fucked. One more shitty joke, I'm gone. I'm gonna go watch Steve build a fucking block of cheese. 3 camps into invade. That is naughty. That is naughty from the Sejuani. I don't know. It's not the end of the world. Losing the Gromp would be a horror. Losing the blue is not that bad. Losing the Gromp would be a fucking nightmare. I watched the Minecraft movie yesterday. It was one of the worst experiences of my life. What happened? What do you mean one of the worst experiences of your life? Did the movie like fucking threaten your family or some shit? What are you on about? Worst experience of your life. Don't you tell me you're dead. Okay, thank God. Chat, I have one random question. Is there going to be a new Pirates of the Caribbean with Johnny Depp or not? Any flash cures? Oh, yes. Beautiful. Beautiful, JJ. No. So they're just gonna. So what they're gonna do basically is they're gonna make a new Pirates of the Caribbean with a new pirate, with a new Captain Jack Sparrow. They're gonna ruin it, and no one's gonna watch it, and then the franchise is gonna die, right? Nice cleanse, flash, flash. Oh, nice block, Maker. Oh, beautiful block, no some spot. What comes in a rectangle is appreciated as a triangle, but is actually a circle. What comes in a rectangle is appreciated as a triangle, but is actually a circle. I don't know, a fucking parallelogram cock. Curve. What? Pizza. That's not a joke. That's like a fucking... Let's try getting zone. Jungle roll. Look, jungle roll. Yeah, it's a riddle. That's not a joke. Actually, I have so many good jokes and riddles. It's crazy.
他这个猪妹的效果是打出来了，对，这样鳄鱼发育会很差，已经换上来了，哎，但主要还是按这个阵容3条路对线，全是劣势对线，对，3线被压的阵容，又是那种高手阵容是吧？ 纯高手阵容啊！
No flash, bye bye.
被粘住，好像要死了。这个机会找得不错。
Bye bye. Or maybe not. The Shy can save you. Oh, the Shy, my man. What a hero. What a hero. What a hero. What is that guy doing? What the fuck? Oh my God, that's the Shy aura right there. That's the Shy aura.
给他吃口肉，还吃了口大猪肉啊！那营养这块不补回来了？这蛋白质拉满了呀！我的顶上去毫无，这好舒服啊，毫无道理啊！是的，除非就是这样子，他沟通好了啊，上野都交闪，硬把鳄鱼杀了，然后让鳄鱼损失一波线。行，但鳄鱼人家又踢啊，日子这下来踢一波满线，没收到。
Yeah, I know it's Medline Shadow.
姐姐到6喽。
Guys, is this gonna work? Maybe we could sleepy time him? Nice try, nice try.
确实得叫，因为他被睡到的话，鳄鱼有一个红怒 W， 可能会死。
那这样换资源了，又是方 plus 吃虫，右边吃小龙。这一波没能杀掉。
Oh, one more alto for the stun. But the Shy comes in, stuns his ass.
哦，被晕了一下。
Crazy good play by the Shy. You're missing an LCK banger? Nah, it's already over.
然后再撞上去也没啥道理啊。
这撞是绝对没道理的呀。
技能都放完了，突然一下。
啊，即便你 Q、W 打2段，这个伤害，这肯定是不够的。
刚放完一轮技能，
拿这波鳄鱼补得很爽啊。
You guys keep trying to write jokes in chat. Wait, did you just flash?
推线了这波。
对。
Worth. Come dive him.
回家，哎
Come.
找人，因为你没闪的。
对。
Big play by the Shy.
在这波感觉一来一回，上路的攻守啊互换了。
Chat, what's the score in the LCK? Is it 1-1 or is it 1-0 or is it 2-0?
这真的是一来一回。 就猪妹送了一波，对吧？然后刚才莉莉娅过来逼了一波闪，下一波又是一个大招换状态，直接把凯南逼退，
烧了好大一波线呀！
这上路就再也不可能压住鳄鱼。
Chat, LTA starts today, right?
回血以后基本上就压不太住。
Elta?
这真的作为上单来说
烧光了，10个兵，
这个线还要往出推。
Ooh, the wave's bouncing. Yummy, but they're swapping anyway.
兵烧完了，不是说出来还是一波烂线。
Arrow mid, that ain't hitting.
拿艾希接烂线嘛。上
海南得发育。
Told you.
差2下被动，
大招再一接上 ，Rookie 被挑出来，再被推走，打你自己得小心。
但是莉莉娅来了，
还想操作，俊伟有闪。
闪都是有大的。
Nice block. Mako's been blocking so well.
做的没问题。
What's a pirate's favorite vitamin? I don't know. R.
前面的话是一边3重换小龙，
炮车爱
He missed the cannon. Is this all this chat is now? It's just a collection of shit jokes. Are you done?
有点没缓过来。
啊，
感觉，
但他小炮熟练度挺高的。
是。看啊，这几手 AD 中单玩的都还不错。
那泽力小炮、
飞机，对，永恩，
又把双龙换回来。刚才艾希下去一波是。
What is orange and sounds like a parrot? I don't know. An orange parrot.
艾希这样发育有点差。
不，他是那种荒野剑的艾希。这版本荒野剑艾希的话，玩到后面有战斗力的，3件套还挺厉害。
You're so dumb. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
打了个错位的对线，鳄鱼去扛这边的双极地，
是，就是上来压鳄鱼的。那得把自家的兄弟叫到上半区来了，鳄鱼不能白吃压力。
Daily Andrews on JJ Big. This should just be a clean IG win. Probably not as degenerate as the last game. No way. No way. Just a clean and
如果这
easy
波
win.
潮虫打起来的话，其实右边是能接到IG里。
对，杰杰有橙装啊，然后上半圈有个大鳄鱼在。
What is it?
虽然现在永恩装备一般，但是永恩他是在一个弱侧，
What is it?
不来。
对，他跟凯南锁死就行，大家都别去。
这个分线情况对于 IG 来说是能打的，看要不要尝试一下。
方 pass 这波潮虫他其实不好打。
Okay.
这莉莉娅现在太
Well, the Ash Brown is matching into Renekton, which is not good for IG, but the Grubs is up and Rookie's bot, so they need to connect Jhin a bit here.
这等级越高，反正有人打凯南是越好打的。集合了，想先找波。
Oh yeah.
阿萨姆到
No cleanse, big.
被压了波血量，想反开 TP 了。
Can we match this TP? Hello?
射到的是 Mako， 技能全给到 Mako， 但 Mako 能交出位移吗？位移出来了，被动插一下，被大招给敲起来，那 Mako 要先被秒掉了吗？差一丝都没死。
Bro, how many fucking business working days is it gonna take for Rookie to TP in?
一个大招轰过来，
He stopped cannon TP.
打了个1换1。
中路是让进一直在点对面的防御塔，没来。
这波 IG 其实这边是少人的，进是没来的。
但左边技能也交光了呀。
好像这个潮冲也不太好继续打了，
要出来2反战了。
对，得等第2轮。
Need blade the routine on the Yone.
把凯南叫过来了。
100% deaths on the shy.
凯
Yeah,
南
good.
其实现在战斗力
It's a good
是
sign.
左边比较
That's a
强
good
的。
thing.
看这波过来 AW 逼了个净化，但那边布隆确实这个3级地太能打了。
That didn't hit. That actually didn't hit. I'm not gonna lie.
这3级地正面就是硬啊。
是。小控制太多了，好衔接。
Wait, he lived? What? Mako survived? Really?
那边已经在偷了哦。哦。先拿到了一只4重保底。
Rookie 这波是有破败在的。 正面想试一试吗？不好过去，阵型有点散 ，TP 了，但是虫已经吃下来了。
鳄鱼踢过来，这波 IG 想。
Come on, we don't have Yone ult, right? Oh my god. Shit, you only can. Oh my god. Oh yeah, JJ! Cook him, cook him, cook him, cook him! Oh, rookie. Is no one gonna fucking die? Nice. Nice! What the fuck killed Tristana? Was Jin Q bouncing in the air or what? I think Jin Q was like flying through the sky. Beautiful. Beautiful.
这波打完，感觉 IG 前期的优势已经很明显了。
这把应该是前期差距比较大的一把了。
是。
Chat, I don't give a fuck about Billy from the Banana Factory. Shut up, I'm trying to watch a game here.
这波虽然猪头挺漂亮的，但是伤害还是有点不太够。
No exhaust.
对。而凯南进去那一波，他的伤害也有限。
Show me that Jin Q. I want to see the Jin Q. Chat, watch Jin, watch Jin, watch Jin. Chat, watch Jin. Q.
哇，手雷弹爆了！一个手雷2个头，还交了个死亡闪。
Bonk.
这手雷真的有点致命啊。
It was a bit delayed.
炸满了。我有丹尼。
Yes, Danny. Yes, we are gonna 2-1 FPX, and we are gonna go to 50 minutes every game, and we are gonna look like frauds.
收集者也有了。哎，这样的话。 起防拿这程度有点难了，那只能等双热手发育了呗。
但这双热手这段时间是他们比较孱弱的时候了。
现在是有点打不过了。
现在有破败攻速鞋以后 ，Rookie 在边线主导权一些了，但是射箭想来断 Rookie， 回来吃到了，那没办法。
直接被小炮 A 死，也拿到这个终结前 K 啊。
这箭射的又准又妙啊，时机。
这箭有点准啊。 正好射了一个开翼的位置，哇，那 K 这波吃饱了，
一波肥啊！
对，一个头再加一个塔。
Okay, that was a good shot.
1v1不怕，架不住你来人，放技能。
The worst part about this chat is you're all spamming that you have a good joke, but all you've done is literally gone to Google, typed in funny joke, found the first fucking link, clicked it. And then you're like, me, bro. It's not even your joke, you fucking rat. Oh my god, I'm tweaking chat. I want to play Squirrel with a gun so bad.
2把荒野剑慢慢发育了。
OP 选手给到了杰杰，杰杰前期100%的3团率。
是，所以这把杰杰节奏挺好，因为这把3线被推的情况下，他能找到就2波节奏。 挺难的，他中路找了一波，然后下路又把那个凯。
I feel like there needs to be a day, which like a week that we dedicate finishing every game. Just a 1 week finish every game day.
过渡期很顺利的给度过了，有挺进了，
全都在保 care 啊，野辅一直在旁边当保镖，
有点明显，打半区了。哎，这边也是围绕入 K 的永恩去打。
射一箭，第一个净化，傻豆也在。
But like a game you can actually finish, like for example. Schedule 1 and Pokemon TCG, you can't finish those games. There's no ending.
又来下半区给鳄鱼压力，这波鳄鱼要不赶紧把兵清了，要不得走，但现在只能清兵了，时间走已经来不及了。硬来吗
？Nice try.
有点太
硬
要了。
11级鳄鱼啊！
因为连爆炸火花都没有。
是。
爆炸火花挂塔上去了。
完全不慌。
中路也有线，
那边已经在打先锋了。
啊，这边还挂在下半区。
They're really trying to dive him again, huh? Come on then.
看
Come on then.
咬一下，正面先留对面的布隆，布隆在塔下一直在扛塔，布隆得赶紧拉出去，贴个鸟。
Holy fuck, the Avengers are here.
俊位是残血。
Someone help him!
交闪现拉开了。
那边的话，阿萨姆在追着嘎啦点，俊伟这边已经没有什么状态了，但泽善查一下打出被动，并没有触发。
中路叫先锋了呀，你这样回防的人员是有点来不及的。
感觉方布拉去的人有点多，中路要被拆了，
有点太想杀这鳄鱼了。
Okay, nice. Mid tier 1.
还能再来一下，杰杰很贪。现在方布拉的这个节奏啊，有点乱。
这太想吃这鳄鱼肉了呀，但是鳄鱼肉
没那么好吃，
不好吃，
有点干吧，
难啃。
I will finish Sekiro if Lost Ratones win Worlds. Yes.
主要太明显了，对吧？来了1、2波，差不多了，还想来第3波。
你猪妹把大都教过了，你还要硬来 ？Rookie 砍一套。哎呦，接致命滑踩！哎呦 ，Rookie 再来个大招
Nice, Rookie.
看命中率了。
Nice, Scala. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. Lock in.
所以现在这个永文确实从单从伤害来讲，它是加强的，对吧？但现在确实那个机制没了，火炮也有了，那嘎啦的装备很豪华。现在方布拉确实只剩下这一招了，他就是必须要围绕小炮这个单线，看能不能吃2个头。
抱团打呗。
That's not gonna hit.
来一剑，
没事。
Bro, I don't know where he's aiming at that guy.
想
追吗？
硬找
You lift that?
背后的防护
很难。那里小龙也快刷了，还1分钟。
What's better to buy as a game, Sekiro or Ghost of Tsushima?
I
don't know. I didn't play the sushi game, but Sekiro is kind of fine.
而且虽然一直养小炮，但是 Rookie 也吃到了经济。
对
，1v1他还是不怕小炮，就不是说那种被点的会碰不了线。
主要小炮还是个3件英雄嘛，
对，
他现在这2件打团不一定能奏效。
20多秒的小龙，听牌龙
是。
现在希尔好渴望来点财呀，这没装备啊。这凯南这英雄没装备，你只能当个控制使。
好像等级有点低了
呀，已经被卡住了这位置。
这把是有点儿。 可能他这个凯南待会打团就有点刮了，
这条龙选择直接不要了，换上半区又保小炮，
一条路走到黑了呀，
有点像
保小炮了，
有点像那什么解说杯保
Nice, 3 drakes is big.
就这一条路走，
他装没其他打法了，没有其他选项了，
跟着他玩，
因为现在打团也打不了，对吧？你5-5是肯定接不了的，只能围绕这个5重。 继续保小炮发育了，
那其他人已经包上来了 ，K2 W 还是用过的哦。
这波人很难跑。
哎呦，找位置。
Get the rat！
被猜到了。
别的人要被逮捕吗？
Oh, nice one, Gala! Nice one, Gala!
队长倒了。
Bro, IG are out of FPX's league.
这个1倒了
，1不能出问题啊！再来个大招 ，Rookie 斩一下。 但1技能时间到了，得回去了。
Beautiful flash sleep. Now Gala, boom! That's what I wanted. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 7, buddy. You were a good sacrifice.
还好有闪现。
闪现进化全摁。那手上音乐没了，
已经有点花掉了。
这个大哥倒了。
大哥是真不能死，这其他人都能牺牲，大哥得一直发育。
我觉得大哥这把上来状态就不太对，就是中路那个 Q 闪呀没躲掉，对吧？就被莉莉娅直接先拿1个头。
而且说实话 ，Rookie 这把虽然发育的一般，但他声音挺大的，他做了好多事，
是存在感比较强。
对，存在感很强。
而现在这个嘎啦太肥了，嘎啦已经7个头了。 看这波，
你看又是永文埋起来。
Why don't you let Baus play Renekton?
连续这个位置2波了，一直都是 Rookie 在找机会做事情。
I do let him play Renekton.
这波莉莉娅很果断啊，一个 Q 闪睡3只，嘎啦也是1枪1个，
梦中死亡。
Red team double kill.
配合华彩打出个闪现，有点花透了。
感觉方大的今天整个 BO3 的一个进程有点这个一鼓作气再刷3而急。
是在
前2把前期打的真的是
咬的也挺死。
对，
前面还有优势。
第3盘有点泄气了，主要这阵容也不是特别的。
I'm gonna stream BLG versus IG tomorrow. Sunday tomorrow is the best game day of the year so far, of the split by far. Tomorrow is crazy. KT versus DK, T1 versus Genji, IG versus BLG.
小控制手段倒是挺多。
想来试一下，看来直接踢到正面了。
Nice, rookie. Now don't throw. Watch out for the arrow. Okay, Mako. Well, that's not how he played, is it? We're fucking dead. Nice, rookie. JJ smite that bitch. Oh, it's fucking open. Gotta hit the plants! Someone get the fucking flowers, the big ones. The orange one! Oh yeah. The Shy rookie. It's like it's 2018 again. Come on, baby. Dash us back. The Shy heals. Shadow looking for the smite. Looks for the W. Connect. Shy flash stun. JJ with the clean. Stun connects onto the Shy, but he cleans it out. 2018 all over again. The solo lanes of IG. That's fucking right. Suck it. So fucking back. The Shy and Rookie IG Spring Split have not lost a single game until today. And everyone in chat is spamming washed, retirement home, worlds, lule. Relax. Relax. Chill out. It's like with the lost Ratoonies. We lose one game and it's like the world's ended. Hey, we're only human. We're gonna lose every now and then. Okay? That doesn't mean to say that we're bad. It just means to say that we lost. And then the next one we're gonna win. Why is IG struggling against a 10th place team? You know? Maybe they just didn't sleep very well. Maybe the enemy team became Genji overnight. We'll never know. We'll never know.
一个人打不动，脚对面后排还有个地雷。
他怎么感觉这没见过第3段的时候，对吧？有点像这一波吧。
Look at this fucking rat in chat.
一直在操作拉扯。
Look at him. IG won't make worlds. Haha. Lol. The Shy hate watcher. Bro, fuck off.
他这也是一急直接往结界那边跳了，是被咬到了。
主要他这个红怒 W
啊，他落地了还是眩晕的状态，
对，然后直接被一脚坐死了。 这个红怒 W 你是没有办法做这个控制抵消的。IG 这边要动小龙了，一定要龙魂。
这龙魂方 plus 硬着头皮也得来啊，但希尔是没有闪现的。鳄鱼在绕，上去先耗一套，一进来了。Mako 还是吃到这个了，自己先吃满一套技能。
Mako, it's a 4v5 every fight anyway. Doesn't matter. Oh yeah, Rookie, nice knock. The Shy is tanking the world right now. And the world's a bit too much, but it's okay. We got the soul. Big. Oh, JJ, it's just gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. It's beautiful. Oh yeah, Gala, clean them up. Clean them up. I blame Mako. I blame Mako, to be honest. Why is Susanna doing so much damage? I told you, the top side of IG is god tier. The bot side, though, that needs some work. That needs some work.
但对于 IG 来说，还好的是拿下龙魂。
Mako 被秒了。
而且这波团感觉他们第一时间是想先把这个龙给 rua 掉的。
It's not the other way around.
然后希尔这个
Gala is 11 and 2.
把结界先给逼走了。
Yeah, but that's because of the Shine Rookie.
先处理对面顶过来。
He's just cleaning up.
鳄鱼也是进去一脚3去了。
Also, Mako has been atrocious this game, and I'm not afraid to say it.
结界这个大招是忍到了最后啊，
没视野，只能猜。
He was also not that good last game. That's a fact. His rel was not good. His Rakan also not that good.
是。
Rookie's 2.5k gold down. Yeah, not his fault. His team's getting farmed.
经济到在能接受的范围之内。但右边有龙魂。
Chat, I told you the ads are cooked. I told you. I said those words at the start of the game. Actually, they can't even hear me because they're in ads.
鳄鱼在带下啊，现在方法是杀入巨人，
等个希尔的闪现吧。可是这把的凯南确实太瘦了，对面上来已经16级了。
凯南主要这把是这个装备都出的那种性价比装备，看着就不是很有战斗力的样子。而且打野位上啊，莉莉娅也是领先很多。
对。
The Shy 2 levels up big.
给大龙的压力。
这右边中上等级太高了。我这把好在是小炮也够肥，其实保着小炮打的话，团战也是有机会的。其他所有人给小炮打辅助就行。
也是出了一个水银师弹啊，防止被莉亚睡。闪现快站好了，现在就等下一波的这个。 远古龙了呀！主要现在自己也攻不进去，说实话，这个阵容上。
Hi Caedrel, I have a proposal for you. Let me tell you 2 jokes. If your tuner like you mine doesn't find it funny, you can continue as the best streamer to have ever existed. Time me out for a week and enjoy life. Deal. I'll watch this Baron first though.
人员在集结了 ，Miko 想绕一下，再找机会。 藏了颗眼，上半区的 GP 直接给 run 这个
Mako, you can make a monster combo here. Level 11 flash up on Rakan. It's a pincer play from the boys. Help Gala! Oh, he's alive! Nice! Someone needs to kill that Tristana. And who else but the Shy to not kill him and wait for his team to arrive. There they are. Double knock up. Beautiful. Actually, god tier team fighting from the boys. God tier team fighting. That was really good team fighting. Why did the chicken cross the road? I don't know. Why did the chicken cross the road? Tell me.
所有的技能 all in Gala， 但是其实 IG 的上中野在后排也是把人都绞死了。对，就 Gala 主要还没死。
Very clean team fighting from Gala and Mako. Good peeling, very good peeling. Just like an orange.
行，那推一做吧，推个高地，反身打大龙去。
To get to the Bronze 3's house, XDD, get it? Question mark.
秒掉了，可能结果又不一样了。
No one got it.
蓝色方再录个 TP， 但是下来的凯南大招第一时间都还没转好啊，龙已经快掉了。
应该是来不及了。
Nice peeling the Shy. Someone hit the Baron. Beautiful rookie.
再送了一个砍人的人头，大龙也拿下来。现在完全来到 IG 的一个进攻回合了。卡这波团战，所有新人 all in Gala， 我觉得这个选择没错。但确实
Look at the peeling here. Gala cleanses the stun, and look at Mako knocks up the cannon. Auto attack fleet run backwards. Mako flashes to Gala. They're both 1. Gala misses his W, comes back in. Auto attacks again for fleet. Rakan heal. Auto attacks again. Boom. And then he Jinults. Cleans them up. Second joke. Chat, he doesn't get a second joke. The first one was fucking dog shit.
渠道接着盾要结束了。
IG 这波是想一波结束比赛的，现在这大龙。
Oh my god! Don't even try it. Don't even try it.
中下的一个齐推。 再挺进一下 ，UK 经济上来了，全部 all in 者晒吗？他是个大鳄鱼啊！
鳄鱼肉真的这么好吃吗？还给人推走了，
推走了。
Don't even try it.
还没杀掉。
Bro, like, keep it real, chat. Keep it real. This Shy has played very well the last 2 games. He just has. Just accept it. Glazing aside, he's played well these last 2 games. Credit where credit is due. I think for me, JJ carried this game with Gala. The Shy played well. Last game was carried by The Shy, and JJ Smite.
但这波的话 ，IG 其他3个人还是能打这个残局的。
And Rookie was alright.
好像这个远古龙是方大最后的机会了。
The first game I didn't watch, but that's the one game IG lost, and they lost because I wasn't awake.
得集结了。俊伟还有20秒。
照了一下。
啊，但 Rookie 还有30多秒才复活呀。
但这个远古龙现在方 plus。
他得处理线，
啊，也不太好动，主要是。
是的，动是不好动的，他只能过来先埋着，然后把军线处理了，不能吃太大的线压。
Elder is up.
海南终于别出第3件装备了，
性价比3件套。处理一下视野 ，IG 这边可以等 Rookie 复活，最稳的选择。
先慢慢排视野。 这感觉得让小炮有一个好的输出环境啊。
小炮其实伤害是有的。
对，4件套，而且他自己有水银世代，但是水银世代还在
It is an elder flip.
希尔的闪现也差一点。
一箭
Nice block.
又要先秒Mako感觉要
Mako's dead again. Mako's dead again.
是的。
滴滴滴滴滴滴滴滴滴滴滴滴 Mako's dead again.
队友第一时间不一定跟得上。他想绕过大的，
可能还杰能不能把这个团打起来了？
其实左边可以慢点打，然后等自家的闪现 CD 啊，他绕过来了，但被眼给看见了。
The Shy in the back line, Tristana Noe.
想直接打着远古龙。
Fourth shot, flash, Q, ult by JJ, Cannon's cooked. Nice, The Shy. Oh, big steal by JJ. Big steal by JJ. Bro, Mako has not been in any fight. Every fight's been 4v5-1. Actually crazy. Dead. Crazy well played. What a beautiful game from The Shy and Rookie again. You're so beautiful. Great games by IG today. Great games. Got the wins, shook off the rust. Mako had a rough one. But IG put it across the finish line. They put it across the finish line. Now show me The Shy. Put the camera on The Shy. I need to see the aura. I need to see the aura. Aura check. Oh my god. There it is in the back line. Last one for the handshakes. Cameraman! Where is he? Bro, he just left. Oh, he's there. Holy. Some funky ass trainers as well. Completely off sync as always. Love it.
杰杰今天玩的确实太好了，而且还有个隐性的定海神针 Rookie。其实这场 BO3 Rookie 的发挥是非常稳定的。
LCK's on right.
作用来。
是的，这把打完的话 ，IG 也是取得了他们在登峰。
What has 2 wings and an arrow? I don't know. The fucking chicken wings I bought the Crowny Ash ulted.
进化了，真进化了。
先打有来有回。
Guys, got the LCK.
赛前可能觉得
Beautiful. We'll watch the last LCK game.
Aatrox Q? I've only been casting this game for like 10 years. I've also
What
played.
is it? What is it? Stop spamming you fraud.
Decent amount of Aatrox.
This was like the starter one. This was supposed to be the easy one.
So the thing is...
LCK, baby.
So the thing is... Here's the thing. I used to play on the Korean
Nongshim should
client
stomp
Korean,
them, right?
So,
Nongshim stomps,
that's
right?
why I make those mistakes.
Yeah. Well,
And we couldn't change it to English, so...
It's the Darkened Blade. Okay. Yeah. Let's try...
And all the other ones.
Let's try REQ.
REQ?
Yeah.
Is that Orb of Deception?
Yes. Okay.
All right. Okay.
I'm not going to talk about Skarner because they changed all of his, so it'll be confusing. Okay.
It's
how about
Impale, right?
One of them is. How about Ezreal W?
Is that like Mystic Flux?
No.
Essence Flux.
Flux is right.
Maybe it used to be. Essence Flux?
Yeah. There you go.
Mystic Shot. Yeah, that's right. I don't know.
No, that's Q.
Yeah, I know, but that's why I said Mystic.
Okay, what's Xin Zhao Q?
Xin Zhao Q, I actually don't know.
Chat, I'm gonna run the ads now.
Sure 3 Talon Strike?
Actually, no, whatever. We'll
when
see how it goes.
Different champ.
We'll see how it goes.
Come out and strike them. Is it 3 Talon Strike?
Do you want me to run them now, or is it
whatever?
whatever?
You're making me second guess it. Thanks,
because these ads are so cooked
is.
today.
Okay. God.
Confirmed.
Yeah.
There's gonna 3
I'll wait for
Talon
the next
Strike
fight and then just run them after, okay? Deal?
Grub
Where are
here.
the Talons? I see 3 grubs. Well, 2 now.
Okay, there's no fight.
Oh, Gideon.
Or.
Now he's being chased down. Has to flash away. That's kind of awkward, and they're just kind of leaving him to die.
Dead.
How is Giddy up just dying?
You're super dead, bro. Maybe Bulldog? No, he's
Actually,
gonna get away.
bro was in the last series.
Oh, yeah.
And then if I run them now, you won't
They
get them
would've
during the
said
game,
you're
and then
super
hopefully
dead.
we'll be back.
Nongshim Gideon.
Nongshim Red Force Gideon.
Oh, sorry.
To you. Yeah.
Yeah, you know that. You don't know the ability name.
I do know the team names. I think that is a little bit more important.
Okay, every time you refer to them, I want you to use the full names. It's like when you're
If
in
my
trouble
joke is bad,
with your
time me out
parents,
for a month.
they use
Okay,
your
you have
full-
one
they go
joke.
Brendan
Go.
Valdez.
You have one joke.
Well,
Go.
I guess maybe they use your middle name
They
as well.
would
if you're
definitely
really,
say that.
if you're really in trouble, you know?
Yeah.
Go.
So you'd be like, DN Automotive Freaks. Can't believe
Isn't
you
it
lost
ironic
that
that
first game.
strap on backwards spells
But
no
Degon
parts?
says that every time.
Yeah, he does.
The DN Automotive
What are you talking
Freaks.
about?
Maybe
Is that a
Deon's
helmet?
always disappointed with them.
You know, checks out.
Okay, well, Nongshim are heavily invading this red buff. In life, I don't think you can contest it. You're not old jungle Rel.
Yeah.
Oh,
Gideon wants his
Yoshik's
revenge.
there. Oh, Yoshik's going in.
Follow-up, and the thing is... they
Oh,
don't
the
have
thing!
Zeri,
The
so
thing! What
they
the
don't
fuck?
do anything. They just die.
Yes.
So that's the end of Fisher and his invade.
Okay, so
Buddies.
tank made tank jungle. Kind of dead. Berserker getting zapped a little bit, but it was just a zoning ult.
Yeah, we saw that in the first series as well.
It's already starting.
I don't know why. Yeah.
I don't know why.
What do you
it
mean,
can be
bro?
applied
It's
to a
not
lot
locked
of
in. I am
things,
locked in.
Brendan. I think there's a lot of situations where I've been asking myself, I don't know why. But something we do know is that
Oh, that's
Yoshik
the
is
thing
pretty
that they
far ahead
wear
in this
when
jungle
they're doing
matchup.
the thing.
Mid's ahead. AD
What
carries
the
ahead.
fuck?
DN Automotive Freaks are pretty sizably ahead overall, despite the earliness of this game.
I'm locked in. I'm locked
Yeah,
in. What
I
the fuck
mean-
are you on about?
I think for the side of Nongshim, you're kind of okay
That's
with
fucking.
that.
That's freaky.
Just because
That's
the whole
freaky.
idea is you're playing around Zeri getting fed and eventually carrying.
Bro,
right?
this
It's
guy
just not
comes
gonna
in my
do
chat and
too
says, "You
much
woke
early
me
on.
up.
Not
Stop
with this
screaming, you
comp.
fucking
I don't know,
rat.
I
I'm
just
not
feel
your
like
neighbor,
if
you
you're
idiot."
behind, like you only have 2 threats, and one of them's a Gnar, you know?
Who wins this game?
Like, you kind of need...
Yeah.
It's not enough just for Zeri to exist. You kind of need her to be strong. And she's already starting to fall behind.
Yeah.
Thanks to that
I don't know,
kill that
man.
was
I
gifted
feel like
over.
right side has no
And if you
damage.
start losing out in the mid-jungle...
I feel like if you're
then
playing
Ahri
Skarner,
Zara's
Galio,
gonna take
Nautilus,
over.
you already fucked up
Like,
somewhere.
realistically, it's not a good thing. Like
Like,
just objectively,
Aatrox is
it's
gonna
not
feast
good
on
to
them.
Be behind, so you're not gonna have a lot of angles. But
Oh, it isn't?
At
Being behind
least-
in, wait, so, sorry, just to clarify. Being behind in gold in League of Legends is generally a bad thing.
yeah,
Is that what we're
you
establishing?
can write that down. Yeah.
Okay, I'll take note.
I'm just delivering all the information today.
I'll write that next to the note that says what Aatrox Q is called. Dark and Blade.
What is this?
Yeah.
Actually, I didn't need a note because I knew already. Sorry.
It's just that they have an out, you know? It's like, okay, well, we're behind, but it's not the end of the world because
They could just Zeri it up.
we have a way to potentially...
And Jiwa played well last game, so...
Yeah, and the way that game 1 wins, if it gets chaotic, Zeri's gonna love it.
I thought DNF
So
would be a
as
lot
real
better
NRE
than they
and
actually are.
Aatrox, but
And you
forget
know
about
it's
that.
gonna get
But they're
chaotic.
pretty fucking bad.
Forget about that for just a second. Nice hook there, actually, to deny the crash down. But Kingen on Mininar is
Oh my god, that hop range
so
is
bullied
crazy.
here. Fisher also
But
losing
Nongshim have
against
no
Bulldog
damage
on the left
without
side.
Zeri.
They're not going to be able to challenge this Chemtech Drake, so that just goes over to DNF pretty freely.
Yep. Oh, Kingen.
He's fine, he's fine.
Essence Flux misses,
Yes.
but the Mystic Shot does connect.
He did not use his True Shot Barrage at that point.
We see Lahens approaching, looking for a
Wait, what is
potential dredge line, which is his Q ability.
It's not Anchor Toss.
No.
It could be, though, right? Like,
Is DNF a freak
just
out? No, it's
imagine he's got
KDF.
an anchor, he
But
throws
he
it out.
doesn't throw
Quantum
it.
Freaks. Was
like, it's
Quantum
still
Freaks
in
a
his
Freak of
hand
Freaks?
when
Yeah,
he
probably,
launches
right?
out, you know?
Yeah. So is it Dredge Line because it goes in a straight line?
Well, because he's like,
not
like, you know, you dredge in the water. Like you,
It's not like Dredge semi
What? The
when
cast
you
has been
dredge
yapping
something,
about
you,
for the
like,
last
put it
10
out
minutes.
And you pull through, like,
Yeah.
you know? That's the whole point.
Yeah, but you also
Actually, they're like me. Just yap
let
about
down
random
the
shit when the
angle.
game's
Right, don't beef with me. I didn't
when the
name
game's slow.
abilities.
It is an anchor, right? Maybe it's
Yes.
an anchor line, and that's why it's Dredge Line. I don't know much about ships.
You're not a
Maybe
nautical expert.
Maybe Degon does.
I always
me
thought
he's
they
from
build
America.
ships on the water, but they don't.
You're
They
from
build on
America.
land and then put it in the water.
Yeah, but so is
Did Degon serve in the Navy? I could imagine it.
Probably. I mean,
I know
maybe
that might
he
sound
didn't,
really
but he probably
stupid,
did.
but
I'm
watching
picturing
ships
Degon in a sailor's
that are like the
outfit.
size of a building
So,
get pushed
you know,
into the water is the craziest shit ever.
I think he would
It
look.
just
he
looks like they
sharp.
completely
And you know
flip
he's
it.
the sort of person who would keep it very
Yeah.
he'd keep
Ship
up
shape.
appearances. Ship shape. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, there's the anchor toss straight into the Aatrox. Dudu just gonna throw that ult out and
It's
just run
true.
away.
Sorry, I'm confused. You said anchor toss. But
We've all been
none
there.
of the champions in this game have that ability.
Oh,
Ships.
yeah, I was just describing it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that
We've
makes...
all been there. We've all
Oh,
sat
the
there one
Nautilus
day
queue, that's what you
and we
told me.
watched a
Yeah,
video
right,
like
yeah,
this
yeah,
and we
yeah.
were like,
When you think
holy
about it, it
fuck.
makes sense, right?
Like, that is just
Think
not
about-
serious, right? That's
Yeah,
how
I
they
don't do much
send
of that.
new boats into the water that are big.
Yeah, same.
Like, what the fuck?
Okay.
They're
I mean,
just
life's
standing
on
on
a
a
ward.
ward.
Yeah.
Like,
He's
what
bait
the
them, bait
fuck?
them. I'll wait here.
They just
Look at
fucking
this baiting.
launched
It's
that
like
bitch.
He's like, stop moving.
Wait, you've just control ward. You know there's a ward.
Okay, this one was less intense.
Okay, well now he doesn't have his world ender, so he's just dead.
Nice free
and
kill.
that's a kill to guess who? Jiwoo.
You know what's messed
Any
up there?
kill for Zeri is
What?
game
Like
changing.
Gideon get the hard still stack.
That is kind of messed up.
Free extra health, you know, would have gone a long way. But
They
kill on
should've.
Jiwoo, generally seen as a good
Sun
thing to have
Jiwoo.
kills on Zeri, you know.
Maybe he
widely
carries.
accepted in the analytical community. Kills on Zeri tend to
Yeah.
increase proximity to wins.
It's not a Zeri moment, though.
No, not yet.
It's just a straight up.
Crazy that
I'm
LEC
not
starts in
certified
1
to
hour
call it,
and
but-
30 minutes.
You know, my non-expert opinion suggests it's not a Zeri moment yet.
You know, I started casting with Wolf in 2014. That was over 10 years ago.
You know why? You know why I know that?
Why do you know that?
Because my partner today got recommended your profile on Facebook and sent me a bunch of pictures of you from years ago, and there's one of you and Wolf, and you look like babies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2014 is actually when I was full time. We did cast together before that in 2013.
Cast what?
So. And 2012, actually, the end of 2012.
I also found out as a result that you had one time your hair was dyed blonde.
That did happen, yeah.
Yeah, that was a
Very,
wild
very
look.
unfortunate. It was not just blonde; it was like Pikachu blue.
Yeah, it was
It
a
was
look.
like yellow.
Brood
It
War?
was a look, you know.
Chat,
rough.
wait, hold up. Brood War is StarCraft
was-
2, right?
Was that
Or is
your
it
Exile
expansion?
cosplay era?
Yeah,
You wanted to fire out your Mystic Shot and your Essence Flux?
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. True Shot Barrage.
That's another
StarCraft
one.
1.
Arcane Ship.
So what's
does
StarCraft
fire
2 called?
projectile.
Just StarCraft
Yeah.
2?
Wait, is Essence Flux passive? Am I wrong?
No, that's a Charm on a Galio, and also a Magnus Storm. I mean, Fisher's kind
Wings
of just
of
shaking
Liberty.
it off, and then
Wait, the
he's
Locket
just
saved
gonna
him.
ult on top
Oh
of
my
it
god.
as This dive is going
What?
massively wrong.
He actually
And
lived that?
again, Poshik dives
dead.
on a top dive, although this time they at least get the kill at the end of the day. Lahen's also is just Nautilus, so he's in a bit of trouble. Nice dodges there. But can he dodge the Charm? He's sticking around. He's got some reinforcements, and now the Charm
Okay,
misses,
Lahen, you're
so
cooking a
he's
bit here.
sticking
I see it.
around.
Trying to get
I
the
don't
Zeri
see
in
it actually.
there.
I think you're gonna
Yeah.
die.
Trying to bait this for as long as possible. And
Okay,
it's
I
going
see
to
it, I
work
see it, I
out.
see it.
Lahen's. He's
Oh,
just
give
so
that
good
kill
at
to
this.
Zeri,
Pale
please,
comes
and it's
down,
GG.
That is the end of Bulldog eventually. They want to give the kill
Big
over. Nearly
kill
the
to
Rock
Zeri.
Steal.
Big
Goes
kill to
over
Zeri.
Gideon.
Yeah, another kill for Zeri, pretty huge, and this time he got the hard still stack.
He did.
You know, I was a little bit dismayed at the prospect. We'll get to that in a second.
The Locket
Yeah,
saved
so
Fisher for so long.
diving a Galio, even though they landed their skills, still a challenge.
They didn't land the crash down.
Well, that is something. The fact he managed to get the ult off, kind of wild. And then the fact you have to flash in for the kill. This has already gone badly, but then
Hi,
getting baited in,
Caedrel, you
at some
fraud.
point you
Chicken
have to
cross
think
the
people are
road
gonna turn
jokes
up, you
mum
know?
here. You can call me Karen. You said
Ben's
deals for a
baiting
second
him for
joke.
like
Unban for the
15
joke,
straight
otherwise ban him for a month.
Yeah.
No, your son told
Honestly,
the worst
maybe
joke
that's
ever.
what threw them off. They're like,
You
if
should
they're
drown
going
him
to
for
be
a
here, they'd
week
have
and
been here
take
by
him
now.
off, take him off the Ruta internet.
I don't die. I don't die. I didn't hear the rest of that.
Also, he didn't do his
Lahen's
homework.
is, I think, maybe one of the fastest speakers of any pro player, by the way. So when me and Wolf are trying, it's really hard. There's the crash down, and Life actually in a bit of trouble.
Jiwoo cooks here.
Not that bad. Doing a lot of damage. Gonna push them back. There's the Charm, but Galio doesn't care about that.
Yeah, and it was just not finishing off the Dragon. So
Good trade
one of
for
the concerns
Nongshim,
would be,
good
hey,
position.
if
They're
it's
1k
Zerial,
down,
are they
but
gonna
they have
want to
gold
fight
on
Dragon?
Zeri.
But
That's all that matters.
they pick it up. No fight has to come through. Nongshim feeling pretty good. And I did have to verify. So I was like, what if I was wrong? His passive is called Rising Spell Force.
You know who would have known that is Atlas.
Yeah.
Rising spell, what?
He knows all the ability names.
All of them.
Every single one.
We'll
You can test him next time, yeah.
Yeah, maybe I will.
Real thing.
Maybe I will.
Maybe in a game like this where, you know, there's really not a lot going on.
Well, what do you mean not a lot?
Well, now there is, but
yeah.
the first 10 minutes we were really struggling.
We were building up, you know, ramping, scaling.
Yeah.
And this Zeri, you know, one of the conditions for this composition to work is Zeri being strong, and Zeri's looking to be pretty strong with how things are going.
Yeah. She's trying her best. Hitting the gym.
Jiwoo is rather fed in terms of aura, you know?
Yeah.
Slightly fed in terms of gold.
Why did the chef laugh?
I feel like the way that Zeri
Why
runs
did
around,
the chef
like the
laughing
way the gun
during work?
bounces up and down. I feel
Bro.
like she already has a lot of aura.
What?
You know? She's got a lot of swag.
Yeah?
Yeah.
More than Ezreal.
Definitely.
A little soccer outfit.
She's got like the cape and stuff. I think it just looks cooler. That's a free Rift Herald here for Nongshim, by the way. And
yeah,
again, it's
sweeping up.
It's a game where DN Freaks are ahead on gold, and pretty much every lane is doing well except for Zeri. Obviously, these
If
drafts are
Aatrox
different,
gets
but
ahead,
it just feels
it's
like
lost.
are getting a lot
But
of
if
stuff
Aatrox
kind of
doesn't
for
get
free.
ahead, Zeri carries.
This is an issue that DN Freaks have had for a while now. Since the LCK
Keep
Cup,
funneling
they
Jiwoo.
kind of give up a lot. I mean, now they're just going to charge in the mid. It's going to be a mid-tier 1. And now maybe even a kill. The Impale going to hit 2. And the Zerial on top. They're very tanky,
Okay, it actually
but
worked.
still, it's
I think
a kill. It's
Jiwoo
traded back.
actually could have saved Lehens there, but Jiwoo eat out as he went in.
Flash away here as Gideon in a lot of trouble, and
That
he
was a
will be
mistake.
traded back. It's a couple over to Berserker. And so at least he's getting fed himself too.
Yeah, good answer back. Looking to pressure this tower here. The TP's coming in from King In.
Oh, he didn't get
Doesn't
cancelled,
stopped
King In.
by Dudu. Mega!
Oh
What
boy,
the fuck?
that is a lot of trouble here for Bulldog. He's going to take
I feel like
another turret.
Jiwoo
shot,
needs
but
to play
they're
more
killing the
confident.
minion are underneath the turret. As Berserker's
lose
like, no, I'm
flash
just
here,
going to
maybe.
take this tier 1. Flash on in! Speak about aura farming. He's looking
Holy
for the kill
fuck,
now.
Berserker.
Arcane shifts in and just walks away.
Wait, Pioshik
Did
is
Galio
going
have
for
ult
this.
that whole time? Where was he
I don't
at?
know if he wins that.
I think he does. I think
With
there's-
Thunder Sky, probably.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough damage to Fish to kill him. Very hectic passage of play there. It looked like it was pretty clean sailing for Nongshim, but they kind of overcommitted here. And the drag in looks like it's going to do more than it does, but the ult comes out.
Where's Galio?
And the Zinzao buys a lot of time.
Where's
He doesn't
Galio?
really take
What's he
much
doing?
Damage, and then they just don't have
He's just
gas
standing
in
in
the
bot.
tank
Oh, he's
for the rest of
recalling.
this play. Bulldog moves in with the ultimate, cleans up that kill. And then this was where it got a little messy. The Meganar turning up was kind of crazy. That's exactly who you want to turn up with a TP. But then he kind of got focused down and turned mini at like the worst time.
Yeah. And also it was Ezreal.
Yeah, let's see if
so the
Sunjin Woo
second
can
guy
carry
that was
this.
supposed to stay at the wall just buffers it.
Yeah,
And
he does do that.
I mean,
It's a 4-0 Zeri, but there's a lot more. Here's the thing: is like there's a lot more threats on the side of DM Freaks.
It is just
There's a lot
Zeri
more
with
gold
4
in their
bodyguards.
favor, but it's a very.
I like the way
fed
Berserker's
Zeri.
playing fights, though.
It is also level 13 Jiwoo, who is tied with the solo laners right now.
yeah.
Higher level than Fisher.
The beauty of the 4 bodyguards.
We've seen Ezreal
When he's
take
mega,
over games. We've seen even
they have
like Fed Aatrox take over
CC
games
for
with Fed
days,
Aries, but
CC for days. Like, they have 4
Zeri's
of the most
kind of on a
heavy
different level,
CC
and
champs in the
She
game
does have a lot
with
of
Zeri.
Do you remember?
other tools in the draft to help her do her job.
Remember when Zeri got released and she like broke the record for pentakills despite being out for like 1/10 at the time of these other champions?
And
Something
then
like that.
Didn't Smolder like do the same thing?
No, I don't think Smolder did.
But then
Smolder
there was
had a
the
lot,
one
but not as
season
many.
that all the pentas were Smolder.
Yeah.
But yeah, Zeri, yeah, that's true.
There was an era where
Smolder
Smolder got perma-pentakills, wasn't there?
From her. So a lot of
I think what's crazy is like Zeri's playable now, but how ungodly she was once upon a time.
Yeah. Well, we're playing something now. We got TPs coming in. Fisher jumping away, but Lehans is just going to be the
they have
bait
no
that,
TP on Gunnar.
Well, not the bait, just the sacrifice.
Oh,
Well, the
flash.
flash forward is beautiful.
Everyone's
from
inting.
Dudu. That's going to be a couple of kills just in the pocket. They were just kind of ran into each other in the river.
Nongshim's contesting
Weird fight
topside with no
begins
TP.
right outside the Otacon.
I like this move
So
from
they're
Jimmu.
just going to give it up and take the turret bot instead.
I mean, I think if they get this, they should honestly go for Dragon now. If Gideon started it up, I think if they got Dragon in their spot tower, they could actually be happy with the trade as long as they can mitigate the...
Oh,
my,
no.
that is not good.
He lost his cleanse.
Got
They don't get a
cleanse
tower
at
either.
least,
Oi,
Yeah, so
oi,
they don't
oi,
get a
man.
tower.
Nongshim need to
Looking
chill
to
out
get
a
the
bit.
Dragon. That's the thing. It is Voracious Atakan, so the buff in and of itself.
Some guy says,
isn't
"I'm only
valuable.
here
It's
for
only
Minecraft."
valuable if you can transition it into
well,
something.
you're gonna be
right?
here for a while.
Dragon's now down. Baron's not gonna be up in time. So you have to get something off this. Right now they're looking at this top tier 2. They should be able to get this.
2 Drakes. They
Will
lost
be able to get any
Atakan
more
in
is the
top tier
question.
2. Oh, it is GA Atakan, so it's actually not that bad. I feel like GA Atakan is really...
as well, but
I don't really give a fuck about GA
what's
anymore.
kind of continuing in the top side, yes, life will be withdrawn. So Jiu should be able to pick up 200 more gold. So there you go, he does get that. Now they already took the inner, so they can't really push this any further in the top lane, actually, so...
At least to get to mid, though, and clear out that way.
Never mind, Caedrel, you're right. I just heard his joke. I removed his child support thanks to you. Now he will work on his focus on his grades.
Win in a position to contest. The Nod doesn't have TP, so they're like, get out, get away. The Hen's willing to sacrifice himself. The Fisher gets blocked by this splash from Dudu and ends up going down. So, thing is, like, it was good from DN Automotive Freaks, but what are they getting from this Atakan, you know?
Yeah. I feel
Come
like
on, Jiwoo. This is you, baby. I actually kind of want Nongshim to
has
win.
a lot of talent. If they could just figure out how to play better around
Ariel,
objectives
much
and
luck,
as
man.
a team, they would be so good.
Well, like this is like the copy pasta.
Yeah. But it's not. It's just those two things. It's not everything else.
Okay.
It's not mid game, late game, early game, mid,
This
macro,
might hurt
micro.
a bit.
Oh boy. Well,
Kill the Inta.
Pioshik's pretty deep, but he does have the
King and
Atakan
Omega.
buff still. So trying to make this into a fight in their favor. Now Lahens has to flash away. Kind of unfortunate for him. A lot of damage is being done to Gideon as well. He
Oh
has to
yeah, fuck with them a bit.
Yeah, flash out of that one. In they go.
They're low,
Big
they're
extendo
low.
beam onto multiple, and DNF don't want to give away free gold. So
Man,
they say,
imagine-
well, let's back away.
Imagine if that was old Zeri with the crit extendo beam.
Oh no.
That would have just won you
forgot
the whole
about that.
team.
If you had to
that
rate
one's
the best
godly, was
reworked
it?
champ, which one would it be?
That's just not
Bro,
fair.
there's been so many
Was
champs
not
that have been
fast.
reworked.
Oh. Well, they do manage to fend the play is the big thing for Nongshim. I think didn't commit more.
The best
there was that
reworked
scary
champ.
Aatrox in their face, but also just the fact
I
that
don't know.
it's obviously Atakan buffed, so better just wait it out. You're not trading. If you trade evenly, you're kind of trading down.
Actually, it's
buffs go
Galio.
around
It is
10
just
seconds,
Galio.
and I think
Like, there's no
overall,
other answer. It's Galio.
You know, they got the Atakan buff, they got a tier 2 top, and Nongshim got a dragon. I think Nongshim probably happier with that outcome.
Yeah, I mean, the game extends.
It is just Galio.
And, I mean, all the carriers are getting pretty fed. Like, Ezreal got a kill and an assist extra. So, at least he's keeping up with the Zeri. But it's still a Zeri comp. And they're still going to have an answer to the Zeri. They do not have a lot of CC. And the CC that they do have, a lot of it is cleansable if it's not Rel. Some of
It's down to Life. Life needs to get on it.
It's not Sion.
Like, even Rel's
And it's
Q
definitely
also
not Graves, and it's
cleansable, so,
definitely
like,
Aatrox.
there are a lot of ways that you
Wait,
can just
Nongshim
get
with a
out of
siege and bot
dodge
tier
and
2.
just take an
Ari
extended
doesn't have
fight.
TP.
So they're really going to have to find a good angle with that and just burst them down with all of their damage.
I will say though, it's a Zeri without a support, so can feel without like a enchanter, so can feel.
Yeah,
a bit more fragile.
to the chat. Today is 3 best of 3s from LEC.
Oh,
Oh, big taunt!
Oh boy, just gonna face it.
The bodyguards! The bodyguards for the Zeri! Can the Zeri kill? They need to kill the Zeri! Otherwise, she just kills everyone.
Cannot get in on the Galio. I thought maybe with the Aatrox could find an angle, but it wasn't meant to be. They do only get one.
Holy fuck, they have
and
so much
Pioshik gets away
CC, it's ridiculous.
barely. That's going to have to be flashed by Ezreal.
It
a
is crazy how much
dangerous
CC
game there.
Nongshim has for the Zeri.
Yeah, I mean, the Freaks are ahead in gold, and that's why I
Wingardium
didn't go as one
Leviosa.
side as you'd think in here. I seem to disengage from the situation, but chasing over here was a dangerous move, and you can see Berserk was channeling his recall.
Ari and
before this
Ezreal
happened.
didn't
They
really
weren't
have
ready
the
for
positioning
this.
for that.
The 5-man stack in the brush, Aatrox goes down. They are very fortunate not to lose Life and Pioshik in this situation, and the Berserker limit testing a little bit with the Arcane Shift.
Yes, indeed. He does live, and he is Ezreal, so it's not the end of the world that he does lose his flash at the end of the day. Jiwoo,
Zeri items are a bit
top
scary,
gold,
but she has
and
no
that's
cleanse.
not a big surprise. You can see that at least Berserker, like I said before, is kind of keeping it close. And it's actually Pioshik that's second from the jungle.
This is the thing with a game like this, is if Jiwoo dies, more often than not, Nongshim just lose the fight. And I know, like, obviously, like, losing an 80 carry is generally bad for a fight, but, like, if Jiwoo and Berserker are traded, like, DM Freaks win. You know? Yeah. Even if
the Shy didn't announce a break, shut up.
Judo trade for Jiwoo, they might still win.
It's okay,
like,
lose tier 2, doesn't matter, just fight this to wake.
The fights is down to
Can we fight this to wake?
Who not only has the most gold, but is
I don't know why I want Nongshim to win. I kind of fuck with Nongshim. They're kind of funky.
Through these targets, especially when it's like an
I feel like Nongshim could maybe make it to Worlds.
It's Bruiser Ari. So they really need to be a little cautious.
No fight on the Drake.
They approach these fights. Another weird just Dragon. It's 26 minutes. Dragon just going to be taken, apparently.
Fisher's just top split pushing as
maybe fight on the Drake. DNF dropped it.
He's about to get it.
Hola! No flash on Xin Zhao.
Yeah, now Yoshik in a little bit of a weird spot. It's just going to come down to a flip because why not?
What? Aatrox got it? Jiwoo, it's time to cook. Jiwoo, it's time to cook. Look at the bodyguards around the Zeri. Look at the bodyguards. Just block for Zeri.
He's looking for more. He goes over the wall. Dudu in a lot of trouble.
It's actually crazy their comp, isn't it?
Super low. He dodges his arm. He dodges everything. And the follow-up is looking to come in here.
Headshots from Giddy Up.
In his face, and Bulldog also has to flash. And those broken up team fights are always going the way of Jiwoo and Nongshim.
Just good to see a punish there. DM Freaks having the audacity to start that Dragon up, just thinking, hey, we can sneak him free. Yoshik with no flash in the pit.
It's no crazy, man.
He jumped to Kingen,
how does DNF actually lock onto the Zeri? It's impossible. They've got to get through way too much. The Ari is a bit late, which would have helped.
Immediately on the back of this.
But Berserker can't join. Aatrox can't get past. Ari can't get past. The only way that they can kill Zeri if she has no sums and they flank or she makes a mistake.
Quite easy for the Zeri. Like, not these dodges. That's very nice mechanically, but like, his job is just press forward and just try to hunt people down. Nice little snipe from Gideon, gets 900 gold. Yeah. 886 gold.
Yeah, I rounded up.
Yeah, no. Anyway, that's going to be the equalizer. No rumble in this game, but Nongshim, for the first time.
Oh my god, you know what? Last game's gold graph was exactly like this. It was like mountain peaks, and then he just dipped into a trench.
Yeah.
So, DM Freaks fans hoping this one doesn't go the same way. There is a massive bounty on this Zeri, but it is also a 7-kill Zeri. If this is what you need in this game, you needed a fed Zeri, you have a fed Zeri, and it's in Jiwoo's hands now.
Yeah. It wasn't even really a Zeri moment. It was just bit by bit.
Yeah.
Like 1 kill top, another kill. I think it was mid. It was just like just 1 kill by one. As now World Ender Dudu, he's just getting
kill, but no damage until Zeri's here.
Didn't have much vision in their own jungle, and eventually they'll just give the kill over. He is legendary.
Shojin on Aatrox
in the Zeri composition.
Shojin on Aatrox, a really good item.
Starting to become a was already a major issue, getting more extreme now.
Any item with AD and health and ability haste is really good for Aatrox.
They have a 2k gold lead.
Also the pass, what's it called? Yeah. The fucking
and not really what you're looking for in this
thing
moment.
where you can stack up the spell damage is great.
Yeah, like we saw that graph before.
It depends what kind of style you're playing. If you're playing Bruiser Aatrox, it's like a good item. If you're playing Lethality Aatrox, it's obviously a terrible item.
Has a lot of value in this game. Just seems to be having issues, getting caught out a little bit, not being in the right spot to have value.
You need a mixture of tankiness and damage,
edge.
And it kind of gives you that.
Looked like he was going towards Bloodthirster, but just happy with the Vamp Scepter. He is very strong right now. And I think Nongshim, I think they're fine just taking this one slowly if they need to. But they are definitely the ones with the power in the items right now.
DNF, they're kind of posturing around this Baron big time, where it's almost like we're going to see game 1 again, where they just say, okay, we're just going to do the Baron.
Chad, you know what I have? I have food in the fridge that I can warm up.
I don't think there's any world where you can start it in this game.
I think if you start Baron, it's basically equivalent to an FFO. Like, there is no way against a Zeri and all that CC, you can just start it up randomly.
There's no way.
They're just clearing the vision.
Well, the problem is DNF is kind of getting outscaled, so they might just have to force it.
Guys, they're just clearing the vision. Don't worry. They're just, yeah, I think they're just life-stealing off of the Baron here a little bit, just a little bit.
They're just going to have to force him.
I mean, no reaction just yet. Okay, finally Nongshim are beginning to collapse. As the extended
but this is not a good force. They're turning on the bot side here, but there's no one on the bot side.
Sticking around. There's the ult, but the Galio's still in there. Fisher's just gonna go golden, waiting for the right time to pull the trigger.
Skarner ult wasted. Kingan's mega though, he can cook with flash here. Oh, he just goes on the Zinzao.
Back in, a nice ult from Life in that front line.
The bodyguards are dying, but Jiwoo's cooking. It's a pentakill for Zeri. Oh, it's got stolen. Oh, the charm from Bulldog.
Desperate to take him out, but it's not quite enough. Berserker, though, extremely healthy here on the left side. They do take out Bulldog. Berserker on the chase. It looks like Kingan will have to sacrifice. It's now the front line.
Let him cook
Trying
now.
to chase him down. This Ezreal is very slippery, especially for these two champions. And Jiwoo, he's life sealed up.
Yeah,
he's ready to go.
I mean, if they slow kill Berserker,
well, they're just gonna do the Baron, I guess.
I guess they can.
Yeah.
Let him cook.
Body block with the Baron.
Oh, he got it.
Let him cook.
He can't heal up. They can just use the Baron.
Zeri has got a Vamp Scepter.
Yeah. Berserk, I mean, at some point he's
he
going
can't
to
do
get
anything
this
here.
angle up top,
Nothing
but
to do here.
again, he doesn't have Smite or anything, so he can only poke, and that's not going to be enough.
Yep, good
moves
moves
to Baron.
Good patience. Dragon is up. Bulldog's up in 20, but has TP. Dude, it's just Scuttle.
Oh, he got it.
No one cares. Go.
Oh, it's a
go
horror.
set up for
Berserker
Dragon.
can't do anything.
No, I must get the skull. Think about the vision control.
Yeah, everyone for comedic timing. Yoshik started up the Baron. And Nongshim, just this positioning from Jiwoo, who's basically untouched at this point.
Watch Berserker in
Couple
this
of the
fight.
CCs don't connect.
The Impale
you can
misses,
do.
the Meganar's kind of whatever.
But Jiwoo's still untouched, and he's just able to free fire, getting great amount of damage. Shuja Yui. The charm
Not
for
really.
Bulldog does actually connect here, but it just doesn't have the follow-up damage.
I mean, he
to
could
finish
have
him
eat
off,
over the wall with
unfortunately.
Ari
He
and
did.
killed the Zeri.
I mean, he would have got a stack, he would have been able to get out.
And then flash to the right. It would have been
not
psychotic
quite
though.
able to find the angle, and now Nongshim will be able to start up his Dragon, and no real contest for that.
Yeah, it's double Mountain. And now Mountain Soul points
Yeah,
here for Nongshim.
some of the
Just
Qs were missed,
imagine
but they
you've
were
got
missed
this
because of
fed Zeri,
stopwatches or
You've
flashes.
got this extremely tanky front line that's only getting tankier. And everything really does hinge on the Zeri, but if she's got Mountain Soul, she's even less killable. As now, everybody trying to charge over the top
They got
and
Skarner
get something
flash,
going, but it's just not
they
gonna
lost
land.
Ariel
It's
and
Zeri,
Drellel.
she just dashes away. Jiwoo has flash available.
Yeah, it was a decent attempt, and like the theory's there because there was no cleanse available.
But look at
like,
the Zeri
you have to
items. Can
commit
you tell
over
me
the
if
wall
she's
with a Hex
killable?
Flash, and then you'll have flash.
Spoiler,
to close
she's
the
not.
distance, and Jiwoo just dashed away. Doesn't have to burn his summoner. Also has a mix similar now, by the way. So double cleanse effect essentially. Well, I guess now cleanse is on cooldown, but has that for the charm if it does come in. And now Bulldog with no ult. They're kind of just in defensive mode.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have the best wave clear either. I mean, Ezreal trying his best. Ari is okay. Nice charm here on a Kingan.
Uh-oh, Kingan. He took a lot of damage.
Coming in. The Impale is on
Doesn't matter,
life
Zeri kills
only.
everyone.
They do take him out, though.
Zeri!
As
La la
Jiwoo's
la la
just
la
a
la la
raid
la.
boss right now. Going to take out the Zinzao.
Holy fuck, Jiwoo.
And just like that, everybody
He's a good
stays
player.
healthy.
Jiwoo's a good player.
You know, it's a bit scary, but it's fine because they still have the Zeri, who is 12-0-3. They're going to take down this mid inhibitor, and they have the push in top and bot. Every lane pushing in now for Nongshim.
I just think it's so
I want to
hard
watch
in this
T1
position.
versus
Jiwoo's
Nongshim.
playing
I
it
feel
so
like that
defensively,
match would
but
be
I have
quite
that summoner up
interesting to
available
see.
as well. He's sitting next to a wall, so if you push forward on him, as Berserker tries, you can just dash over.
I feel like
The
Nongshim's
Baron
gotten a
minions
lot
doing that
better.
work. I feel like once again we have a game where DM Freaks had moments where it's competitive, but this Zeri has just been such a big issue for them.
Yeah, I mean, some of these CCs as well that they're doing to frontline, they're not going for the massive, like, YouTube highlight plays. They're just using CC on anything, and as long as Jiwoo gets the first couple of kills, they know they win the fight.
It's just, you know what it is? Jiwoo is like a bully from like a TV show about school where he gets his like minions to be like, hold their arms back, and then he's just punching. That's it every single time. His cronies hold him still.
Yeah.
And he just starts laying into them. And it's very effective.
And it can be anyone.
Nongshim, yeah,
There's nobody tanky enough. There's
So
nobody.
why are you saying
Even like the
Pepper Left?
teacher?
Yeah. Sure.
When is
this
Solo
game,
Leveling
at
Season
least,
3
in this
coming out, by the way?
universe.
Good question.
And Nongshim haven't done anything crazy in this game. They just drafted a Zeri comp, and they've played pretty well around it. I think after game 1, they really trusted you, and they said, okay,
Next year?
Let's see how this goes.
Driving in the chaos.
Really?
Jiwoo now level 18 as well. Had already hit full build.
I thought it was like the most viewed anime of the year or some
Knight's
shit.
Vow too. Like, there's just
Fishy.
not much going to be done to him. Fisher fed in his own right. He's just able to push and tank up by himself. Has a decent amount of damage in his items. Looking for the death cap next. Might as well at this point in the game, 36 minutes. As yeah, they'll get a hook onto anything. Fisher playing with fire a bit on the top side, but True Shot Barrage goes wide. He's still very tanky. He's able to get away.
He has no TP though.
They have not dealt with you, and all of the inhibitors are now down.
GG.
Not a good spot to be in. Stark's picked up by Dudu. This is the time to fight. No second chances.
Yeah. You can see Nongshim, even without the Baron buff, they're just looking to push on in. Charm on a Gideon is not going to get the job done. You need to get a Charm on a Jew, get his cleanse.
Yeah, DNF are fucking...
Has to flash.
Man.
He has to Q flash
Not
and,
that
you know,
good.
hold on top of Jew. That's really the only way. As they're going to go in onto Lehens, actually. That is a very nice
flash by
storm,
Jiwoo.
but it does not catch Jiwoo. And that is the main character of this story tonight. As Bulldog, he's going to have to get away. In goes Berserker, trying to take out Fisher. Going to get the Sonyas.
Hold up, they might be in trouble here, DNF actually. Nongshim, sorry.
A wee bit dirty here in this base.
Nongshim might be in trouble. I feel like you have to chase him no matter what.
The front line is being chipped away at. Down will go the Skarner.
Can you go more? You can't, right?
About to get the Meganar, but the Caedrel also quite fed. As the house gonna
oh, you can. Any more? Can you go more? Can you go more? I can't.
I don't think he's gonna lock you. He's still too healthy. But a backs
well,
against
they have
the wall
20
situation
seconds.
there, and the GM Freaks managed to find an angle. Hard to really threaten when there's these Nexus
The
towers
Galio
there.
was trolling this fight a little bit.
Here, the engage comes in. I think the critical thing is Fisher took so much damage, and yes, we see life go down. But a couple of members head back to the fountain to heal up.
What does DNF stand for?
Fisher. Doesn't manage to get him. Mistimes the Q. Doesn't finish him off.
There's many answers that would make me laugh to myself, but I won't say any of them.
His dash, and then just the health bars are too low for this front line. They have to back away. Yeah. Many a team have miscalculated how to siege the enemy Nexus towers.
Lula.
Nongshim wouldn't be the first. They won't be the last. Mountain Drake goes to DNF.
Yeah, so pretty big to deny the soul. Baron is being worked on though, and triple inhibitors down plus Baron is a recipe for a bad time. At that point,
they denied the soul, but they got the
you don't even need to do anything.
Come on, Nongshim, run it down mid and end.
That is true. I mean, the one Mountain Drake, it's whatever. They're just gonna push down mid. All 5 members, TP's coming in. Kingen just probably gonna TP eventually. Looks like he's doing the blue buff for the team.
Very important.
And once they do group up, you would imagine, unless there's going to be some kind of miracle holds. I mean, Berserker's trying his best. This has been a game where we've really only talked about, you know, the Zeri
you know the answer to that question.
And
you don't even have to
have tools, but they're not really able to utilize them.
Yeah, Zeri is just gonna it's a pentakill for Jiwoo probably.
Had a good game.
No boots, 6
outside
items.
Of his team losing, obviously. As now looking to go. Oh! Yoshik with the angle is going to get onto that backline too.
What? He's alive! How is he alive? How is he alive? How is he alive? What? What?
There you go. The entire
How is he alive?
He
gets Sinzao R flashed onto 4 people. How does he live that?
Miracle fight, but still, they were
How does he
not
live
able
that?
to kill King Jiwoo.
What the fuck?
He will reign at the end of this one. It is a 2-0 for Nongshim.
That's crazy he didn't die there.
But all that matters is they get the 2-0 tonight.
That was genuinely
Mods, link the clip. Drop the replay.
Such a engage to come out from
How did they lose
Yoshik,
that?
the flanking Zinzao angle.
Mods,
and it nearly worked.
Mods, clip,
they just didn't quite have the damage to follow through. Too much CC bounce house.
There is no way. There is no way. There is just no way that in the 1v1 for side selection,
here comes the
Knight is playing
has been eaten.
Garen Penguin skin.
Okay, that's gonna be tough.
Hey, now to be fair, Knight didn't burn.
He's playing Pengu Garen to the side selection.
That's the idea. I'm telling you, it's the true damage Garen smite. He's the villain.
Is he gonna win? Because that is a Blade of the Ruined King Varus. I think he's going to lose. But it's kind of basically he's playing Pengu Garen.
Lying in the bushes. He's rushing in. Q right on top of the Varus. He pops the barrier.
That is got to be the most useless Penguin Garen-ass fucking thing I've ever seen.
Burn down Knight before he gets a chance to be able to get his cooldowns back up. Ignite is popped, but Hoya will survive.
Oh my god.
Justice gets the pat on the arm from his coach, and Thunder Talk will win.
Why is he trolling with his penguin
Thank you
skin?
for blue side. Meanwhile, Knight's like, dude, the Pengu Garen for the fans, man. Couldn't pull it out. It's fine. There's a couple good chuckles being shared.
Why is he playing that fucking penguin skin?
Nice to see. Could be another piece of the puzzle here for Nongshim. They clearly already have a lot of nice things going for them. They do have a pretty laid-back and passive play style when the comp does call for it, especially this time around. It's just kill by kill.
Yeah. Chad, you know what the good news is today? I haven't gotten hit by the Gaga cat once.
And there were times where, I mean, Berserker was 7-1 good in that last fight. Like, it's not like they didn't do anything. There's definitely moments. And I think that's the big takeaway. Nongshim were a harder opponent than I'd say DRX were going into the series. That
Protecting the universe, one bullet at a time. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
What is this? What is this? Oh my god, what the fuck? They're stuck. Okay, Chaz, anyone got the clip? Oh, it's here. What the fuck?
Seems like maybe a little bit surprised by this in
Okay, well, it lasted a decent amount.
You can also wait for the Drake, it's 1:30 after the Nash.
Bro, what are you linking?
I think
Stop linking clips of your joke. Alright, chat, I need to go to the toilet and eat up my food. I need to heat it up. So maybe, what do you want to watch? Do you want to watch a synapse real quick? Or do you want to watch a, or do you want to watch the LPL? I'll be back in like 6 or 7 minutes. The BLG match or synapse?
Potentially that could be let through. There's
LPL,
there's
okay.
Neferi, there's Rumble.
Okay, I'm going to go toilet, heat up my food. I'll be
There's
back in
also
6
Jace.
minutes.
There's also
Jace.
Jace.
Jace is a big one.
BRB.
Hoya's not the strongest Jace player. A key for Thunder Talk. I feel like they kind of want.
What are you saying,
Rumble.
wanker? I'm gonna get some fucking
they want to ban.
food, you rat.
I would not
Hold
hate
up,
a
we're
Jace
back in a
ban
sec.
from them actually. Because now I think if you're BLG, you leave up Jace and Rumble and just go from there. So take away Neferi and then take the handshake, whatever's given. Also, with BLG, uniquely, Jace is flexible with Knight too. So not the only team in the league that can do that, but Knight's Jace is very, very strong.
Neferi was left open. Oh boy!
All right, what do we point at Neferi? You got to believe it's coming through.
I mean, the Poppy is banned. Does Pantheon? Pantheon's the answer once Neferi gets locked in here.
Yep.
But I think Thunder Talk are really debating, do we let the Rumble go over? Oh my god, Vera's still on the table? Wait, BLG have now access to Neferi and Rumble here?
Do they do it? Mark, if Rumble Neferi is getting picked here, I think it's an abort button angle. That's all I'm going to say.
Wow.
I think it's an abort. I will say Neferi, we are on 0.7, right? Neferi did get some changes, got a couple nerfs.
That's fair. There's the Rumble.
Yeah, we expect that. So, okay, going to be Rumble Vi. I got to say, I don't love the Vi in the Neferi. So I still feel like Neferi is still very playable in this game.
I mean, you're going to have guaranteed setup on everything else, but the Neferi is so much harder to actually lock down reliably as the Vi. Like, if you're engaging at max range with cease and desist, it's just so easy to outplay it.
Neferi?
But Thunder Talk are actually going to forego the Neferi. They'd rather have some more reliable skirmishing power and setup with Beichuan on something that can facilitate the rest of the map. They're not playing for the jungle. And Satap with the Galio as well.
They got Hoya the Galio versus Rumble matchup, so Hoya gets to play a bit of a tank and a matchup that is pretty positive for the Galio. That said, MF going to come in as the answer into the Varus. I don't love MF this game. You have a lot of early strength, but again, into Xin, Varus, Galio, I feel like there's a lot of things that can kind of get you around bullet time with that Xin ultimate. And Galio has a lot of threats to actually interrupt and pressure you. So would love to see some more peel taken here for the MF against the front line. I think for Thunder Talk, a Braum ban would be okay here. It is a pickup that they could go with as well. But I think that's an option. And then also maybe even taking away a Sylas from Knight. I feel like Knight, if you're going to ban Sylas against Knight, I never really have a big problem with that. He already has access to some good ultimates to take. And he can be that kind of flex beefcake that can do some work in the front line here for BLGs. So that said, double range support's banned out. They definitely, I mean, they might be looking the blind like an Alistar or something like that.
Yeah, if it's not the Sylas, I imagine it's the Ahri coming in for Knight. Always reliable to play with something like the Vi, who will...
I want a Sylas ban here. I'd be really scared to give him Sylas. I just don't think they deal with it that well. Again, you have counterpick if it ends up being Sylas now, but okay, Rakan bans. Well, the choice for BLG, we'll see if it's a blind mid or if On ends up blinding his champ. Okay, this helps with the MF Wombo identity.
I mean, I was about to say, that would be goading TT to pick the Alistar if it was just an early rel lock-in.
You can still threaten the Sylas later on. I don't think you could pick Alistar with Sylas up in this game. But that said, it's going to be the Talia.
Could Satab not pick Sylas for himself, or would the counterpick be too devastating in Knight's hands?
I don't love Sylas like going into the MF rel. I think that's hard. That said, Alistar is still going to be locked in. So no Sylas to threaten. But they are expecting a rel on the other side. And of course, in the Talia, you have some options. Control Mage can be nice. Ahri as well. A little bit more engage and some mobility against the Rumble Vi MF. I do like the Ahri pick a lot this game. So I feel like this is a draft that TT can win. They are going to get heavily outranged, and you will have to really push forward hard into Talia MF rel, which can be kind of hard. But if they are able to get Alistar, get Xin in there, the follow-up with Galio is big. So it's going to be on BLG to initially kind of pull back with the fight and try and find the reset, the re-engages. Want to see Bin be disciplined with these equalizers and see if some of these red carpets can come out maybe on top of his team, because that could be quite valuable this game with what TT is presenting as a draft.
It really does depend on who is pressing the engage forward first. You know, is it Thunder Talk going in with Alistar and Xin Zhao, and then are you forced to then, you know, use Equalizer as a deterrent and punish them for overextending and overforcing the play? Or are you following up on the Rel Magnastorm? Are you following up on the Vi engage as well? There's some flexibility in what you can do, but it just comes down to in recognizing those moments and picking the right actions from this Rumble. As we saw what Sheer was able to do with this champion and being able to turn around in Game 1 for FPX against IG. And we know that Ben, no stranger to being a star on this Rumble champion. We're heading into Game 1 between these two teams. Thunder Talk was able to pull an upset over BLG back during the group stage of Split 1. BLG answered back. It is now the third best of series we have seen from them this season so far. Let's see how it plays out as we load up onto the Rift for Game 1.
I'm waiting for him, Rafa.
I was waiting for the Jalios too.
Yeah.
Everyone's so tense in the audience. Maybe they're saving it for Game 3 if they're expecting
they
this
were loud
one.
in Game 3.
They were super loud in Game 3.
I like that. I don't know if we missed him or not. Oh. Nope, that was just the PA. Well, that was anticlimactic, Rafa.
It's okay.
We're trying to be respectful.
Yeah, we gave
Honor
BLG
great
and TT
LPL tradition.
the space. We got to see cool cinematic opening of both teams in the Nexus.
Hey, Rafa.
What's up?
This is a Poke Ferris, which I can understand in this game. It might be hard to be on hit. Thunder Talk's really lacking some damage, though. I almost thought it'd be like a potential for non-hit Varus, just given how much lack of damage they have with the tank Galio, the Xin, Ahri. Again, Ahri, we'll see what build it is for Ahri, but you have options. We have seen a lot of that Roa build. Might be tricky here.
Ooh, Cleanse immediately popped by 1xN just to make sure that the Ignite did not get the full duration. I'm curious, though. I mean, like, most of BLG's composition is bruisers. Or, you have Rumble, Vi, who are not tanks. You have Talia, MF. People. Yeah, they're not tanks. I mean, like, I don't think TT are in, like, that kind of a detriment without an attack speed Varus this game.
No, they aren't. They're just low damage as a team overall. And I know that the initial graph that we've seen on LPL kind of flies win probabilities for the drafts, the comps. It showed a +2% for TT early and then a -2% for them later on with BLG kind of overtaking the scaling. I definitely feel like that's how this game rolls. As if they aren't able to really utilize the mid-game of the Galio and have some powerful fights in moments, then I do feel like this tank pick ends up falling off and Rumble just ends up being massive as these games go on.
Right now, been getting the upper hand as he hits level 3 first, able to control the wave against Hoya. H1 pathing towards the top side, whereas Wei mirrors it, pathing towards the bottom side, playing for Elkadon. And to their credit, 1xN now down to Cleanse, still has a flash available, but if On were able to connect that Q flash while Wei is in range to follow up, could be the makings of a decent bot lane snowball.
Still likely to be a slow game. I think the big win cons here for me with Thunder Talk, opportunity to make plays on Knight on a side later on with Ahri going hunting and then maybe Hoya or Beishuan tailing. That and then trying to maintain mid priority, of course, with the Poke Varus, who does dominate those waves. For me, a lot of focus should be on Thunder Talk early, given the drafts, just because I think the onus is really on them to make some plays. Speaking of plays, Knight already TP'd back in. Going to drop the Unraveled Earth. Beishuan was looking to maybe find a little bit of poke, a little bit of harass, but we are going to have a mismatch here as Beishuan started out his Raptors. Wei beat him here.
Oh, but Beishuan had a feeling and also dropped a ward, so was able to spot Wei before he could throw that Q forward. And now that it's off cooldown,
chat, I made food.
TP also from Caedrel right on the ward next to the Raptor pit just to ensure that Beishuan does not get contested on.
Okay, I didn't make it. I ordered it yesterday and I just heated it up now.
TT so far as the ward in the tri-bush.
Stop saying muted. I know I'm not muted.
Wei was not able to make a play onto the bot lane while 1xN
Who's winning?
is down, forced a reset, and has to go through his full clear cycle again on the top side. So 1xN and Feather are safe.
Chat, when you microwave something, it takes away the wetness of it, doesn't it?
Behind them on that Krug camp.
Right?
Yeah, I will say that the one member we haven't really talked about yet from Thunder Talk that I think was a big part of their Split 1 splash in the league was actually Caedrel. Of course, one of these LCK Challengers League players that has been coming over. Caedrel was never really able to find his footing.
It takes away like the moisture.
It didn't come to the LPL to roll over. He was really good in Demacia Cup and Split 1 too. I don't feel like we've seen the same pop-offs from him in Split 2. But still, he was a big part of the victory that they had against BLG earlier on.
Yeah. Wait, I'm adding the
Not someone that was necessarily like, immensely outplaying Knight, but someone that was just playing really well in the games and has been really big on the melee picks. So, want to see if Caedrel, again, has a counter in this game and looks to be going for that Roa or Ahri build early on.
So doesn't TT always beat BLG or some shit?
Yasuo in particular was a standout game from Caedrel in that first split. Now, Thunder Talk making the proactive lane swap, already sending Hoya onto the bot side while 1xN and Feather
TT beat BLG before.
Running towards the top as it's the
Fuck, man, I keep dropping everything.
They're gonna get a TP.
How has BLG looked this split so far? Did it look strong or not?
And yeah, they actually get a TP out of Bin since Hoya was here first and shoved in that wave before Bin could make his way towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, so TP's even going to be mismatched as Hoya TP'd first, but
they lost the test, right? Was it 3-1 or 3-2?
Opportunity for him to walk up in 6 minutes in. A rotation from Thunder Talk. It does have them on the grubs on spawn. Hoya going to scout away, hitting the dragon. And
what was the score when they lost the test?
I think BLG just recognizing that
Free one.
because, okay, well, Ben can get some decent damage on the Hoya, but good use of the Aftershock proc by the taunt to absorb as much damage as he can. BLG just recognizing that since Hoya got the first move, there's no chance that they were going to have the best numbers advantage for those grubs, just ensuring that they don't flip something unnecessarily and give an advantage over the TT, just taking the trade and keeping the game even.
I think strength-wise, BLG is smart to drop that, so I
Watch
appreciate
Test versus
them not
Nip
taking
highlights.
that fight. I think Galio at 6 can be really scary and nullifying the Rumble. Then you get Caedrel that can attack on the Ahri, and I like the response here from Wei. Knows the Raptor third spawn timer was there for the second one, had a good idea.
Oh!
Okay, base is canceled here, some tempo kill.
Big double stun.
Cancel his base well. They're maybe trying to swap back.
Microwaving food changes its cellular structure and is harmful for the human body. Well, it makes it warm and it tastes better when it's warm.
I was curious to see if BLG were going to try to take advantage of that. Oh, okay, nice interrupt from Feather, at least being able to...
Bro, everything's bad for the human body. You don't drink the right water, you drink from the wrong carton, you drink from this, it has this in it, that's had this, that you beat that.
But now Elk might be in trouble since he has no flash, and Caedrel has 2 more Spirit Rushes and an Orb of Deception to follow
All I should eat is leaves or what?
The kill board 1-1.
But what if the leaves have some fucking biome bacteria on it? Now what?
Caedrel has to go up here. That's a trade up in kills, but the response, Hoya walking mid is better for me.
League of Legends is bad for you, and I play it fucking 10 hours a day or watch it 10 hours a day.
They're sending their bot lane back bot, whereas the response now from BLG, they're going to send their bot lane mid, and we're going to see where they go afterwards. Have the option to try and match 1xN and Feather on the map or not, as you take a look. Elk did have a BF.
It's your birthday today, you'll have a birthday.
Getting locked up like this, not the fight they won again.
Happy birthday, Ben Dorito.
With the Varus, lean on that, and the Hussein from the Alistar, and not take that all in against the MF Rel.
Chat, it's the qualifying highlights for the F1 up.
Drop this wave to rotate up and kill Elk. Well worth it by him. So the fact that Elk did
when it's up, tell me. I want to watch
him. I feel like it's a small win for TT in the end. I just like how they rotated well outside of it.
So what's been the problem in BLG? Someone tell me.
Kind of rotating and responding to it. Going to be a weird lane for the Rumble. Going to have to catch this wave from the Ahri, and we'll see if he makes his way up to actually match the Galio afterwards.
What's been the problem?
Yeah. Big thing for TT.
Way.
No flash on Elk. He still has
it always jungle
available,
diff chat?
so if a Chain of Corruptions does connect, he at least can try and run for his life and pop the strut from his W. Speed on away from a potential engage or collapse if TT want to punish this window. As we've returned to not quite standard lanes, as mid laner is currently facing top laner on the top side, but Finn making his way over. Should rectify things. Feather trying to fight for
draft-wise, I think TT's in a good spot.
Maintaining a defensive line. He's got Wei on his bottom side of the quadrant.
But the enemy team does have Rumble via Rel MF, so that is quite scary. For Varus. For no one else, though. It's not really that scary for anyone else on their team.
I will say the Drake for Grub trade, I think is kind of in favor of BLG. I think that the way that Thunder Talk wants to play is they don't necessarily want to play 3 lanes, so I don't think they're going to abuse Grubs as much. It really is in this mid game when you play this Galio in a Rumble matchup. It's about what you can get leaving lane as the Galio, where again, Rumble eventually overtakes you in this game. You are here to nullify the matchup, not exactly, and like be Galio, not exactly to win it.
Okay, nice charm.
Good charm. But he's now going to deal with a 4-man dive. Cease and desist.
It's unplayable.
Will deny any
Nothing to do.
Potential from Caedrel. A flash was expended, and it just isn't enough.
Should be enough time, too, for BLG to respond on the map. Will be a couple plates taken bot side, but a good kill to remove the Ahri, as it will delay the Roa coming in for Caedrel.
God, is it only me? I hate this Roa build. I just hate
on the
it.
top side, but won't have that ulti available to contest for the Grubs.
I think they're giving it.
Yeah.
They might try and snag one, but again, I think it's kind of a roll.
Every time I see this Roa build, I just puke in my mouth a bit.
Comp can really abuse the Grubs as much as others, and I gotta say, from BLG's perspective, I agree. Like your Grub abusers are a Poke Varus, a tank Galio, and then an Ahri, who should be the one winning side lanes, and the side lane that I want to see.
I just don't see it getting value.
Overload, support with the Zen, Galio.
I just feel like the damage is so low, but you do get very high in XP.
If you were able to get the first 2 Drakes for giving up the first 6 Grubs, I gotta say, this is one of the rare games where I kind of agree with the Gambit from BLG. Usually I think 6 Grubs are too much to give up, but for this game, I don't think that's the case. I think BLG is actually getting the better of the map.
Yeah, as you called it out, none of the champions on TT side really have
second Drake spawning soon.
Ways to abuse that 6 Grubs by themselves. Unironically, the best person that might be able to use it is Beichuan, because at least he has an attack speed steroid, but you have to proc it on minions, you know? He has to charge on a minion wave or a champion and then start whacking the turret. He gets the auto reset with the Q, but the scenario that happens is not very likely in normal circumstances, probably just post fights. We'll say, if we get to late game scenario and it comes down to making another base race and making it close like FPX did against IG in their first series, you know, could be clutch. You know, who knows? Who knows?
But this isn't the same series as the first series. You're just
this is what I talked about with Crowny.
Listen, man, it was
Grubs for
so
Drake,
awesome.
and then Grubs in time to contest second Drake.
I know, you know, first
2K.
series, bring it up, applies action, Satab.
But that's gone.
Good smite from Wei.
Charm was terrible. Satab fucked up his ult.
Strategy. On.
Satab
able to crash down over the wall. Satab following up with the Spirit Rush. Good stun by On. And the flash from Beichuan forces On's flash as well. Elk might be compromised, but Satab is just a little too deep. Bullet time.
Big kill.
Is going to at least create some damage, but Wei still goes down thanks to the hero's entrance from Hoya. But now, TT, they have to commit to getting out of here since Bin is getting a lot of damage on the top side.
Yeah, I just don't think that this was fully worth from TT. They lose the Dragon. They spent so much to only get 1 kill. Bin doesn't get a ton. Again, it's no Grubs on his team, but the 2 Dragons going over to BLG, and a lot of tools expended just to get 1 kill. I mean, Beichuan went really deep. Satab
they need to be there way earlier.
Left the lane and burned his ult, and the lanes were all cleaned up, pushed in by BLG, so they're sitting with a little bit of gold in their shoulders. And again, take a second look. Satab throwing the charm out like that, I just didn't get. I feel like you'd want to wait for guaranteed CC, and then you can follow up with the skill shot. So
what up,
that takes a little bit off and prevented Satab from maybe being able to follow up this portion of the fight faster. He gets chunked out by the re-engage from Wei, gets the Galio ult as Hoya comes in, but again, in the back half, Bin was able to get that
gonna play the job
down.
interview guy.
We saw a wave crash bot by BLG in the post play, and they walk out with the Dragon and a little bit of extra gold in their shoulders despite the kill going over to Thunder Talk. And Thunder Talk burned a lot of tools to get that singular kill, so I think it was worth it BLG.
Yeah. An overall TP advantage for BLG as well.
Hysterics.
Something that they can play to
27 minutes on LEC start.
Maybe find a window. I mean, the fact that Knight is playing something like the Talia, where he doesn't even need to use the teleport to necessarily
by the way,
collapse on
Sonoda didn't qualify to Q2 with that fucking Red Bull. It's just a shit car or what?
Really play
undrivable for everyone else.
And make fast rotations now for the next... What is the TP cooldown? Like the next 4 minutes here?
Yeah, I mean, depending on if you have the something inside.
Oh, he did qualify for Q2.
Not,
sure.
You know, with the bonus spell CDR.
Okay. Well, they're going to jump onto On. They know that he doesn't have flash, and should be a kill there. Feather flashing forward to guarantee the stun. The Magnusor buys some time, and On is going to escape. Now the re-engage. Maybe they can find something here.
Is Wei going to die? He has Divine Thunder
attacks as he can, while Wei is absorbing as much damage, and Bin is now teleported into the flay. Equalizer is going to force 1xM to run, but Elk is flashing forward, and now he's got a Varus in his sights. Bullet time rips through Satab's health bar, and Bin should do enough with the Flame Spoiler to cook him on a spit. The rest of BLG punishing Thunder Talk where they stand, and it's an ace for BLG.
Oh, it's a disaster for Thunder Talk, and a banger start to the split 2 proper split for BLG as everything was burned onto the engage. I thought that he would have at least gone down. He snuck out for free, and then Elk just ran the back half of the fight on the MF.
And just like that, Matt, BLG.
You still think Sonoda will perform?
Take one good fight, find themselves.
Has it ever happened before where like no one can drive the second car, but one person driving it is getting on pole all the time? Like, how is that possible?
And then, again, everyone's locked up. Really nice wall from Knight. Flashes out of the charm from Satab. Yes, Wei, I mean, he almost goes down, but the Sundered Sky mileage was huge.
Like, one is finishing 15th, the other's
Hoya
first.
grouping up. I can't reach Elk, and Elk was the one who flashed forward. Has an insane angle on this ultimate. Beautiful fight from Elk. Really enabled by the fact that Thunder Talk used so many tools to try and get Wei, try and get on, and neither went down.
An investment that goes asunder for Thunder Talk BLG.
Like, what happens
now.
if you put Max in a Mercedes?
It kind of goes back to my initial
Does
point,
he just
Rafa, like,
completely
where's the
1v9?
damage on this Thunder Talk squad? They just don't have enough with this comp. Again, everything burned to the on. Like, no more damage outside of that. Stateside gets caught. Gonna be
trying to flash away.
Saves all. Okay.
I feel like Max is like one of the best drivers in F1 history.
Wade didn't have cease and desist available.
Like, his skill is crazy.
But they got a decent prize out of it. No flash on Ari now.
Like, that guy is so good.
Aggroed by Thunder Talk, but nowhere near close to being finished here. BLG.
But the Max haters don't want to admit
time
it.
To collapse in. Maybe look for
that
something.
guy
Hoya
is a
has
generational god tier driver.
At the ready. Weaver's Wall from Knight allows him to collapse. Feather forced to pop the ultimate for that damage reduction. Beichuan tries to step up. Buy some base here. Oh, Hoya with a decent flank right onto Knight, but the bullet time is going to ring true once again. And Wade secures the Rift Herald. Satab falls, and the rest of BLG have their way with the fight once again. Beichuan on the run. Tries to go into the 3 talent strike, but just not enough damage in the tank. BLG are running away with this one.
Brat.
As now Hoya,
isn't everyone in F1 like a spoiled brat?
Just no longer surrounded
or cocky,
by the damage dealers
or make excuses, or whatever. I feel like that's just how racing goes.
I don't think he's actually getting away. There's a Vi there.
Because if you don't have that, then you're just a fucking pussy.
And now the gold lead has extended.
You know, if you're like, oh, he drove well, la la la. I feel like you get rolled on the track then.
This seems pretty much over.
Everyone needs to be like cocky
as fuck. This is the BLG that everyone fears in LPL, right? How they can blow maps up, it really is only them. Again, I just don't think the Thunder Talk has the damage with this comp. I don't like the
Yeah, I think TT can't win this game. I feel like Talia stops a lot of what they want to do.
They're behind here,
and their dive will always rain on Tavares.
A big bullet time, and all the
worst
time
case
burned from Rookie early on, and the lack of damage that Thunder Talk really able to put down at the start of the fight.
Wasn't Schumacher spoiled, or didn't he throw tantrums a lot?
Find a winning angle here, Rafa.
Even though he's fucking goat.
Continue to run away with this game. That soul point secured pre-18 minutes. Ocean Soul on the map. Going to be even harder.
Schumacher
damage on Thunder Talk to get through BLG.
Schumacher drove his car into someone else's car to take them out on purpose, really so he could win a championship. Like, that guy, he was a fucking rat.
Haven't taken that many towers yet, but this Rift Herald will be the markings of the 3rd taken. Could look for another charge, but I don't think Thunder Talk are going to give him that opportunity. As Bin getting jumped on by Beichuan. There's no flash on this Rumble, but not a lot of damage behind this Xin Zhao, especially on something as durable as the Rumble.
That was Senna.
And again, I
wasn't it Schumacher?
Like, for me,
he
the
drove into
criticisms of BLG and Split 1, a lot of it was like, you know, are these guys taking it seriously? And a lot of early game comps were chosen where they weren't able to really snowball things fast enough and ended up getting outscaled in some of those swap games. I love the direction from BLG this game. Again, there are very few games in the league where I advocate for a team to actually drop 6 grubs for the first 2 Drakes completely. This is one of those games. I think that BLG did a great job of recognizing that.
But because Senna did it, and Schumacher did it,
very clean. It feels like
that kind of means any driver can
really
do it.
No way to win in this game. And it has been good play off of BLG as that streak continues.
Oh man, cease and desist round on the bullet time, but 1xN is able to flash away from him. And Beichuan is starting to pushes him away, but hang on, wait a minute, Wade does fall to Satab, but Beichuan trying to absorb all the attention right now.
Italia stopped so much of their
trying to continue the charge here. Feather on the wrong side of the wall, still has a flash available, finally uses it, gets out alive, but the rest of BLG still fighting. 4v4, Charm connects on to Hoya dashes in with the Justice Punch, and Feather trying to see if he can rejoin the fight here, but just can't get his way around the wall. It's just too much time. The Equalizer finds its moment to cook Satab once again. Feather falls in succession. BLG double kill for Elk. And it just seems to be the story continuing to write itself. BLG as the expected victors, and they are living up to the script.
Yeah, you might have beaten us in Split 1, not going to beat us in Split 2. I think is what BLG is saying right now. And that fight, like, it kind of looked close, but the whole time Bin was sitting on Equalizer, was just waiting for, you know, the Alistar ult to run out, Ori ult to expire, dropped that in the back half of the fight and made it look easy.
Wait, it's true. It's true. Monesi is going to go to Falcons. What the fuck? What does Alistar do here?
Even that flash, though, was... Like, Feather did a nice job actually interrupting the combo from Knight, so it wasn't even necessary. Because he was trying to flash the flick that was going to come in. Feather did a nice job of interrupting that, and then, again, back half of the fight, Bin was waiting for Equalizer to come up, so couldn't fire it yet, but the late Equalizer, like, after Satab, no ult, after Hoya goes down, and no Alistar ult either, really hard to play out.
He's fucking angry over the wall.
are behind. Didn't fall further behind thanks to BLG just kind of beating them at this point.
8,000 gold advantage for BLG now. 3 dragons to their name. 2 minutes away from being able to secure Ocean Soul for themselves. You know, normally in other states, we would talk about, you know, win conditions that Thunder Talk could play towards too, but as you already outlined, there's not really a big scaling factor you're playing for. The damage is inconsistent.
Oh, double if team won.
It's all poke, it's all burst. And BLG are just way too far ahead in stats to be able to get threatened by it realistically.
Yeah. 88.5% I think is the highest I've seen from this so far. On a projection.
They're 1-1.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame them for that one again. If
Wait, are they gonna win the NACL?
I just the comboing of the Galio, the Ahri, and the Varus like this, just there's no damage. I know I've said it. I feel like I'm just beating a dead horse, but I don't know what else to say. It feels like there's just no way that you can kill BLG.
Well, for BLG fans, at least they are content that their favorite team is living up to the mantle that they have earned for themselves throughout their victorious 2024 season in the LPL, being able to pick up back-to-back titles.
There was already
Obviously
drama. Why? What
left
happened?
Disappointing taste in fans' mouths, coming up short in split.
Yeah, they are
one.
9k gold lead at the kind of 20 minutes.
BLG,
It's stomped
all
this series.
business in this first game against Thunder Talk. Definitely going to have to take a trip back to the drawing board and seeing what they can do different in game 2. And Lee's very content that they will never have to say this draft
Doublelift
again,
has bad
but
comps. Why?
Thunder Talk just trying to still play it out to the very end. Otacon GAs were picked up here, so BLG can really play with abandon.
Rumble's flanking, big flank.
Is finding a flank here, and
Bye-bye,
here
Varus.
they go.
Enjoy
They
this.
pull the trigger right onto 1xN. A flashless Varus
He lives
is
it.
going to get stunned up here, but the equalizer, not enough damage to actually cook him, but
He
Ben
doesn't
is
live.
going to force the issue
Holy
by
fuck,
flashing
man.
on forward with the flame spitter. The bullet time rips through.
I feel like
the count,
BLG's
turns
comp
it
is
into
very
ground
easy.
beef, and Hoya still on the run, but dies to the burn
Not that it's like a
anyway.
bad thing that it's easy,
Satan
but it's
trying
very
to
easy, so
retreat,
you know how to play the
but
fight,
will
just send it,
not
win.
find any ground. BLG.
Simple.
They don't drop a single man since it was Otacon Gias on their side. And even though the death times
Very
are short,
simple.
I think they have what it takes to finish here. But I think they're going to take it patient. Just going to go for the open inhibitor and continue to play for the soul instead.
I mean,
No
this is
one
the
asked
BLG
Walter
that
Boy. Wow.
I think was so scary.
Wow.
In past LPL splits. I mean, last year BLG
Doublelift had a crash out about the draft.
15-1
Oh wait,
in
you have a clip
regular
on,
season
isn't that?
spring. They were the team that always took care of business in playoffs. In summer, only dropped a game on that run. I think the scary part, like LPL, a lot of the times, you know, you see teams drop games. There's a lot of variance in this league, a lot of good teams too at the top. But BLG were the team that always took care of business. I think that's a big part of them instilling confidence in their fans, and a big part of the reason why fans really
Bro, what happened? My browser
want to see this team and only this team compete international before any other
because I
LPL
got
teams.
linked this.
Just
Yeah,
given
good job.
what
idiot.
they've accomplished domestically and internationally, this team has insane pedigree on it. And I know that Thunder Talk was a team they dropped to again in split 1. BLG had their oopses, had their woes, but this is the split where we're playing to go to MSI, playing to get back to that championship where BLG would be the defending champions coming in.
Yep.
And BLG, and this is the start of their run to really make it back to that stage and reclaim the international
Ocean
dominance
Soul,
and
10k
one of the
gold
top
lead. Come on,
teams in the
BLG.
world moniker that this team has owned.
Send it.
When they have been at their best in the past.
Does anyone actually have a clip,
I
or
think
you're
it's
just gonna
definitely
fucking
fair
send
to say
cats my way?
The off-season, they had to take
Nice, that's a good clip.
extra time, even post-Demacia Cup not really participating. They had a developmental team play for them instead. And obviously split 1, a lot left on the table. But this time, for the rest of the season, they've got 8 weeks ahead of themselves.
Ocean Soul?
CT are going to try to jump onto Bin. He's got no stasis to protect himself. So it's a guaranteed 5-on-4 advantage
Not a bad kill.
for TT. Comes at the cost of an inhibitor tower on that
I'm
top side
actually
of the
really
map.
fucking
BLG
annoyed.
just making their retreat. Wave potentially threatening to look at Satab. He's already isolated. It's only Beichuan, but Hero's entrance will stall the fight a little
Satab
bit.
lives.
El
For how
can't
long?
really get in there to follow up, but the
Not
bullet
long.
time will, and that cone is deadly. Beichuan falls in the back as well, and suddenly, just like that, BLG have created the
Surely
numbers
you can
advantage
end,
for
right?
themselves once again. It's just down to 1xN and Feather, but BLG should have the strength to push it in for the win.
No need to base with Ocean Soul. Bin has TP in 13. This is going to be I mean, it's pretty rare with Baron spawning at 25 that you see pre-27, pre-28 wins. But, of course, BLG going to make it happen in this game 1.
Nexus turret starting to fall here. Feather will try one last time to
Birds
look for Elk,
of a
but a
feather,
clean flash
we
prediction
should stick
will deny
together
Feather
on this.
any chance for a miracle comeback.
Okay, big win by BLG.
BLG standing on the doors of the
Elk smurfed this game. TT look a bit dizzy. They just got fucking rocked.
All day, every day with a game.
TT just got fucking rocked. Okay, let's watch this. Let's watch this. You got 14 minutes till LEC start. Me, but like when he crosses the line and doesn't make it, bro, I would keep the gas going. There's only 1 minute 50 left. Maybe you get a miracle on the next lap.
Missed out by 200ths of a second.
Oh no, not the timing.
I know the tires are a bit weaker.
Underwhelming lap really so far
there's
this
not
weekend,
enough
and
fuel.
he's gone out. It looks like in Q2.
That fucking
the
sucks,
driver
bro.
who was demoted back to the Racing Bulls team has just seen his team.
But I swear, Nico Rosberg. drove to the debris. Fuck does he care about the debris? Damn. Damn, that's cool. But chat, there's one lap that I'll never forget, bro. This lap, I remember watching this live. Oh my god. This was crazy. He just fucking sends it. Like he doesn't give a fuck he's about to die or what the... He like kisses every wall. Every like centimeter. Bro, what? He's gonna, now he drops it. Oh my god, he was so locked in though, it was crazy. He was so locked in. He was so locked in. But there was one lap. There was one lap that was like fucking mental, wasn't it? It was like Hamilton's lap. What was it? It was in Singapore, right? This lap is the craziest lap ever, no? This is like the best lap in like the last 20 years. Like, watch this lap. This is crazy what this guy's doing. This is the one, right? Yeah, this one. His car looks so broken though, what the fuck? Okay, last one. Apparently this one's crazier. Look how bumpy it is, bro. Like, what? You just do one tap and you're fucking one-shot. This map is crazy. Ah, like, what the fuck? Like... Right! What? He's doing that with a helmet on. The fuck? He's doing that with a helmet on. How cooked is that?
We needed to pull that one out the back, but...
Jesus, man. Alright. What is this? This is like my Uber driver at 2 AM. Crazy. What the fuck? Okay. Please stop spamming me in DMs. It crashes my whole fucking thing. I wonder if that's the same as an F1 driver watches my league highlights. So it's like the same thing, you know. I watch their highlights in F1 racing. They watch my league highlights. Must be the same feeling, no? What is this? What is
It's so hard for Speaker to just say, my bad, I made 2 really bad calls back to back and got caught. I don't know. Just like so awkward.
Is it crash out or what?
I don't wanna like force an apology or responsibility or acknowledgement out of him, but it's just, it makes no sense.
Is it crash out?
It was just like, it's just the most unbelievable throw. And it's not even like it was out of nowhere. It's like he's like directly contradicting my call.
Did Speaker int?
I just think it's like so immature if you can't admit.
I'm gonna shape.
Did Speaker int or what? Was he trolling or not? But what was that, after the first game or the second game? Was that after the first game or the second game? Someone said that he was crashing out on the game 3 draft. I'm not watching that link. I'm not watching that link. Stop the ADHD. Yeah, I should have listened. My bad. I should have listened. My bad. Why is everyone spamming Anke? Why is spamming Anke? Oh no, I don't go here.
to the skies, and it means that then for Fnatic, whereas SK, like, Kadui's been in a great spot.
Oh yeah, Fnatic. Oh my god.
Watch double Renderwinds Locket Redemption. I think GG. I think GG.
What? Unwinnable for SK.
Oh my god, they got a connect on Rakan. Wait. Wait.
Wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? I sound like a dog barking. What the fuck?
Keep getting away with it. He can actually do no wrong.
TP from Adam. I think he might have done wrong. He might have been big wrong.
Your god is undefeated.
Amazing.
Nice lane, like, thank you, like, really good. I hate you. I have to play these matchups with someone like you. I wanna coach my idol.
And that is just week 1.
Oh my god, is that the Lost Ratones assistant coach?
2024 live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. I don't even know what to say, guys. Yonkers doesn't have eyebrows anymore. Everyone is losing their mind. And we just had 1 week of games. I'm Laure. I'm back with the Scandinavian duo, GB and Finn. And Lost Ratones coach, assistant coach. Hi.
Hi, I'm
big.
How are you doing?
I'm a rat.
You're a rat now,
yeah.
officially.
I'm here to watch some banger games, and honestly, the reactions from the co-streamers is pretty much sums everything in a nutshell. I mean, especially Karzi's language was something.
Yeah, I mean, my highlight of the week that we had was probably you losing to Baus as well. We didn't have that here, but that one we won was certainly something.
Missed that one.
Yeah, we did miss out. We should have included that, but
Okay, guys,
we can have it
talk about the
illustrated on that.
LEC, it's fine, right? Okay, let's leave that in the past.
Well, you were not with us last week, so tell me, what did you think about the madness that unfolded between our eyes last week? Let's take a look at this.
Odo got legs.
What happens? Because
damn.
This should not look like this. Like, things should not look like this, guys. Like, what is this?
Production is doing them dirty, but SK should be rank 1 uncontested best team in the league, coming from, you know, being the 10th place last split into having...
Wait, how is there 6 teams with
such a performance, especially
a tie and 4 teams with
nowadays.
a lose?
It was still a great performance from them.
Because there's 10
I
teams.
see SK, I see Heretics, and I see Vitality, and I'm like, stop the count. first place, stop the count, let's stop things here. No, but look at it. Like, these are 3 teams that I feel like
how
there
many
was
best
not
of
a lot
3s were
of
played last weekend?
expectations around coming into last week.
3-2-2, right?
Different picture.
So
I'm
7.
thinking about SK things first. What have they been eating? Who they implemented in the roster? Are we excited about SK?
I mean, I'm extremely excited about them. We heard going into the first week that the scrims wasn't looking
Where's
too good.
Lost
but
Ratones?
honestly,
Bro,
I
what
think
is your
their macro
icon?
was quite
Gone
good against
bananas
Fnatic,
badge.
even in the
Bro,
position
what is
where
that?
they were losing. Old SK, they would have rolled over and they would have just died. There would have been no cross map. It would have been take a fighter on Dragon where you 2k behind, lose again, and then just the game will be over. But this time around, they're consistently looking for outs in the game or finding ways to still get a lead while they're changing or trading objectives. So I was actually very pleasantly surprised by watching SK.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why we're down on a lot of like teams like Rogue, because we don't see any signs of life. But when you look at SK, at least you see those proactive seeds being sowed early in the game, and they're very, very active. I think especially Bukada.
What do you mean you don't see any proactivity?
What the fuck was that?
Hear me out here. Cue up the banger music, but Rogue had good early game showings. They got 5k gold up, sure. The Drake objective set up. Man, it's like Voldemort. It's like Voldemort meets Jack Sparrow. Right? This rocks. But Rogue had a lot of activity in the early game. I felt like in at least 2 of their losses, they were in positions where they were fighting for the soul, or at least to deny the soul. And they had 5k gold up, and then
Odo's looking clean though.
You can't just say that Rogue is rolling over and dying like last split. They've been doing a lot more this split.
Well, the biggest role salesman comes out. It goes from fighting for soul to wait, enemy's about to get soul. We have to stop them from getting
just
it.
a small technicality, okay? Don't
he
do
looks
that.
clean.
Don't do that.
Right, I have to open the Spanish team's case, because what is this after these 2 weeks?
I mean, that's
0-4.
Hold up.
Hey, okay. One of them is not like the others. You cannot say that Movistar Koi is in the same basket as Rogue and Giantess, considering especially their schedule.
Yeah, because they played against, hold up, where are they? They played against G2 and they played against KC, top 2 of last split. That's not fair.
Okay. Do we have any hopes for them?
Yes, baby! 1 month free on Italy, 1 month free on Nafiri. Where is he? Right at the top. #1 in the league, undefeated in the spring split.
Fucking Finn. Bro, I feel like Finn's been a great addition. I've enjoyed watching Finn a lot.
And they came out swinging in week 1. And I think we see new life in this team.
I think I just
Irrelevant back in lane, solo killing Adam.
I rate Finn highly. I like him a lot.
Those kills start to stack.
I'm not buying
Sometimes he gets a bit lost sometimes in what he says, but then he finds it again somehow. He like finds what he was saying.
They seem like the team they were last split.
Exactly
me.
the same.
I don't see any evolution for BDS, so sell me BDS.
He like thinks out loud and then he gets there eventually.
Doubters the whole pack.
Oh!
Nuke was in Euphoria. Watch it, by the way. He was speaking about how
Good
it feels
lyric,
like it's a new
good
team.
lyric.
They have some struggles. There's
That's
some
a good
growing
lyric.
pains, but I believe the individuality in this team and the
Chat, I gotta
mechanical
make a new
prowess
music
they have
song.
at
I
the
gotta make
peak,
a
at
new
the
song.
apex can compete with any team.
I gotta make a new song, chat.
What about Heretics though? Honestly, for me, they were surprised. I mean, they're still maybe they lack the individual star power.
I don't know why, but the song that I've like,
I think in both of their games they got to Soul.
the song that I'm feeling is like a Lost Ratone song, but like a old school 90s like beat, like a rap beat. It's the Lost Ratones. It's the Lost Ratones.
I feel like we left the
I don't know
banger
why
for
I
the
thought of
end.
that
Who wants
shit.
to press the buzzer on Fnatic?
You hear what I'm cooking? You hear it?
I'm not touching that one.
Cakes, Casey?
No, but we have to address what happens, like, because they show strong in the first day of. All right, Jimmy, you're doing it.
I don't know what's happening with this team. This is the most bipolar roster I've
That's
seen
such
in so
a great
long. And we've
idea.
always
It'd
said
be
that
wonderful with your
Fnatic,
voice in the
that they're
song.
an
Thank you,
emotional
Jolly
team.
Man.
But I don't even know what emotion this team gives me right now.
When I saw Razor flash W minion, it gave me a lot of emotion.
Oh, it gives a lot of pain. I think that's the main thing we're feeling watching it. And I think it sucks because like if I just saw any other team that was at the bottom of the pack multiple years in a row, I'd probably go like, yeah, sure, it's the same. But when it's a team like Fnatic, where the conversation is always, how do we get to the top? And when they revamped their roster, building in all the new pieces that's going to fix the issues they had last year, and then some of the issues still being there, I mean, I think that says a lot.
It still shows that they have a lot of communication issues, especially in Game 2 against SK. You know, a little bit more serious now. When they have a Nashor for free because the jungler is dead, and then Oscar just turns early, and then everyone's like, okay, Oscar went in, we need to bail him out. It just became a roller coaster of mistakes.
But it just always comes back to discipline, doesn't it? It's just always they have the game in their hand. Laura, what do you think?
I don't think anything. I just have questions. I just have questions about this roster, honestly. Like Oscar was saying it in game, we are cooked. How cooked are they for the rest of the split? And I know it's like mega overreactions because we only had 1 week, but that is my question.
I still think like the fact that we've already moved into best of threes and the adaptations of veteran
Chat, there's an
players
Instagram reel I saw
Fnatic
this morning.
are not happening from one bad game to the other. I think that's scary because in best of ones,
but I don't know
sure,
where it
it's
is.
an overreaction. But I think in a best of three, when you're playing against SK, who's not a strong team last year, and they had substitution, but they're still very new, I think you're expecting a lot more from a team.
I mean, sometimes, you know, the hardest games are against the weaker opponents.
Why? Because you have ego coming into it?
Fuck,
No,
I want to find this reel. It was like, it actually cracked me up so much.
You're just mad.
I guess ego? No.
Well, you would tell me, can you?
Closing thoughts on the standings and how mad things have been so far. From the surprises that we had in week 1, which teams or team do you think is going to surprise the most?
Giant X.
Did you see the Minecraft movie? No,
Positively or negatively?
Now that I don't know.
Okay.
Because
it's up.
But they will have something.
the curse has been planted. You know, in winter when Giotto did the interview where you know G2's not gonna make worlds. I feel like it's been a downward spiral, and I feel like now is the time for them to kind of come back because they've been on a big.
Ooh, let me put the overlay on. Hold up.
2 weeks ago or 1 week ago. We're waiting.
But I expect to see a lot more from them, especially because they have such.
Let me try and see if I can find it. Otherwise, we'll just move on.
Showing so far, you know, even Jackie said at some point, this is a roster that needs to win at least one split, even though they had a change in the roster after that. I still want to see it happen.
Yeah, they set expectations themselves. Some teams didn't set expectations, but kept on surprising in week 1. I'm excited to see what's ahead of us here in week 2. Shox is now standing by with Adam from Rogue in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in. So let's check it out because, yeah, Rogue has been difficult last week.
Adam, another day, another game. I feel like whenever we have these interviews, it's like, it's not going too well with the team, and I want to say maybe it's similarly after Rogue's first week. But are you all healthy again? Let me ask that first.
I'm healthy, so I'm really happy, you know, really happy.
The energy's back.
I mean, yeah, because I'm also sad because, I mean, I think maybe if I was not sick last week, maybe we could have won against BDS. Like, I could not play as I wanted to, so I'm like a bit sad regarding that. But hopefully this week is like better, you know?
Yeah, there were some games where you were playing so well that it really looked unlosable. I think the Gwen game is a good example. What does that do to you? Because obviously you're part of a team, but you also need to prove yourself continuously, and then a game like that is lost. Do you blame yourself?
I think I don't really want to look for like the specific person or to blame and stuff. I just want to we should just blame it on ourselves, like the team, even like coaching staff included, like everyone including the team who's around the team should be blamed for like our performance. And we should just try like to make it better for like the next games, trying like not to mental boom too much. Which was like hard for me in the past, but like now I deal with it a bit better.
It's better?
Yes.
I've been through a lot, obviously.
I've been through a lot, but I mean, I'm trying just to make like the best out of it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I would describe it like. You're trying to make the best out of everything. How do you feel the group responds to a loss and recovers from a loss?
I mean, I would say that we're recovering pretty well because
I'm just trying to check, see if I can find this thing.
We've already reached the bottom in winter, so it's
I
like
can't find it.
We've seen everything right now, so
Can't go worse.
it cannot go worse. So we're trying like to keep good mental, especially now. Like the format is a bit like longer, so it's not as stressful as it was in winter. So we try to keep it chill until it's actually lost.
The only way is up, unless
it's going down.
You're 10 again. it can't be any worse. That's true. We see you putting a lot into your personal development. You, of course, went to Korea to boot camp. May I ask, did you like pitch to the rest of the teams like, hey, do you guys want to come? Or did you really want to do this by yourself?
I think it's like I just did that by myself. I didn't really ask for like anything in the team. I do believe that it's important for like each individual after such like disappointment in a split that everyone just reflects in themselves how they want to. Just like it's important, I feel like, to not put pressure on like anyone, so that they do what they feel is the best for them to come back in fresh for the spring. So yeah.
Okay. Since you've said it yourself, but you've gone through a lot, right? You've had definite ups and downs. There was a time where everybody was talking about you, and we had the Worlds and the Garens and everything, and now it's like a completely different environment. Do you feel because of all of that you've become a better teammate?
I mean, I would say probably like this off-season that has been going for me and how this year is going, I would say it's like pretty humbling for me. Because I mean, like, I believe that I'm a player that like deserves like the highest peak of League of Legends, and I try like to reach that high by putting like so much effort into everything that I'm doing. So yeah, it's like pretty humbling. It's making me reflecting on so many things that I should work on, and so many weaknesses that I still have that can be like in the game and even outside of the game, of like what it actually means being like a teammate in League of Legends, and what it actually means like helping your teammate when they need you and vice versa. So yeah, I mean, so much questions going on in my mind, and I just try to work everything out.
Yeah, it's the new Adam arc, the self-development arc. We love to see it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Great to hear from Adam and from Shox to kick off the day, but to kick off the action, it's Vitality versus
Why does your hair look so cooked? It's not cooked.
Their way to the stage.
Rogue versus Vitality.
They take their way to the stage. That's what they're doing. We're going to
start off the day like that,
just before we started this cast.
Let's see how Nesquik does.
Hey, we're going to be super professional, locked in.
It would be nice if you used actual English. That would be nice.
Take is an actual English word.
It is. In this context, didn't make any sense.
Didn't make any sense.
We're going to be jumping onto the roof for our first best of 3 of the day.
We're going to be jumping, are we, Betty?
We're going to be jumping.
Oh,
we're going to be jumping, Medic. We're jumping for joy because it is a day of exciting League of Legends.
Will Rogue throw again?
Reminder that it is triple best of 3 days this Saturday and next Saturday as well, which means that we have all the League of Legends action that you could possibly want. Rogue versus Vitality. The pressure already starting to mount for Rogue.
The music goes hard in the LEC. I'll say that. The music goes kind of hard.
Their opponents, I mean, by the sheer quantity of games they're playing. In week 1, they had to play double best of 3, and they're doing that again here in week 2. While they do have a game day break,
Champs like music goes hard.
The pressure is on
chilling
for them, you know? And Vitality, they're only playing one this weekend against Rogue. They can put all of their focus into this matchup. And last week, we saw strong performances from Vitality. Of course, still some question marks around Niski's performance. Chayak in the mid lane.
Boot up FL Studio. You guys want me to make a song?
Last week didn't die, as far as I remember, in their games. Absolutely smashed it on the rise as well. Let's get into game 1 of this fearless best of 3.
Maokai
Ivan banned away. Maokai, the trees
EU Classic.
are no more. Who will speak for them, Vedi?
They have gone Timber. Apparently, according to you, Lilia is a tree champion as well.
Yeah, she falls under that category.
I don't think she does.
Lilia is a tree champion. That's a
I
good
can give you a
discussion.
forest champion, but you could argue all junglers are forest champions.
I agree. Great methodology. Now, Ivan and Talia are going to be taken away on the side of Rogue. We're on patch 25.7.
We are. So the patch on the bottom of the screen is actually incorrect.
Top
That should
5
be,
top laners in the LEC right now.
25.07,
Yeah.
which means slight
Oh, we're on 25-7. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. Top 5 top laners in the LEC. I mean,
jungle. Curious as to whether or not any of our
Kana,
teams have been
BB.
experimenting with the pick. That's the beauty of playing on
I think
live patch.
Mirwin's
You
not
get to
been
see
that
a lot
good
of
so
interesting
far.
things very
I also think
quickly.
Oscar's not been that
Perhaps
good.
some teams can look to abuse
I'll say
some
Kana,
changes
BB,
faster than
Nako.
others. So far, the bans seem relatively standard. The Skana going to be joining the pool on the side of Rogue.
Irrelevant.
Follow-up here. Things like Nefiri, Gwen, all still available. I definitely think teams are a lot more willing to
This
leave
is not
the
an
Gwen
order. I just don't
open.
know who the fifth would
Jax
be.
is also open. So just because it's such an effective counter, and with
But
the
it's
Aurora
weak.
being
It's
banned
weak
away,
too, bro.
now
It's weak
there's
too. It's
a
impossible.
lot of these
So Gwen is open, but
power
it's
picks, but
nerfed.
after the
Nefiri is
nerfs, I
open,
do
but it's
wonder how
nerfed. Rumble first pick still. They banned Azir and Aurora against Larson.
Immediate AP top laner for Adam. There were also
Won't
some
he just snatch
catalyst
Yone on 2-3?
changes on this patch that I'm wondering if we'll see some more of those tank mid laner builds, like the Ahri with the Rod of Ages, or any AP mid laner
Varus
really can build like
Pantheon.
Galio as well, works really well with it. Instead, for now, we're going to
Said
have
Yone and
Vitality
Yone?
lock in Varus, widely
So why the
regarded
fuck are they
as
banning
the best
Aurora
AD
here?
carry on the patch. And then the
There you go, Galio on
Pantheon
3 or what?
likely going into the jungle immediately
What, I feel
answered
like Rogue has just
by
already
Rogue
won the
with
draft.
Sejuani and Yone.
I mean, I like the top side of Rogue a lot. A lot of team fight power. Very valuable skirmishing power as well, just because of how the champions synergize with Sejuani's passive. But reminder that Yone did get nerfed on this patch.
Ahri, interesting.
The E now applies that stun duration.
Yeah,
You
the
can't
E
just
is now a
break out of that
snapback. It
CC.
stays the CC.
The Ahri going to be used as an answer into it from Jayak, which gives you such a powerful mid-jungle duo, both Pantheon and Ahri. Really good at setting up for plays.
But will
looking for
Larson
early
get the
skirmishes.
flowers?
I'd love to see Lintus invest in early mid ganks to burn that
Alistar
flash early
Ben,
from
okay.
Larson, and then utilize the strength that this Ahri Pantheon combo does have. As a result of this, it means that Vitality can really start to pinch that bot lane pool.
Did Yone drop in win rate with the changes?
Expecting AD carry bans to come through, but maybe they argue that given Varus is just so much stronger than so many others in the bot lane, let's just pinch that support role instead, prioritize getting themselves the Rel. They could look to ban away the Leona here as well, maybe even force.
I just don't know how Vitality's
I
comp
do also
rounds
think there are
out.
just a few too many good AD carries at the moment.
I mean,
Varus
I think
obviously
they should ban
stands above
Jace.
a little bit, but what are you getting rid
Like
of
Jace
here
is pretty
that
solid for Vitality.
doesn't have a third or fourth pick that's equally as
As a
good?
champ.
So Ezreal's still available. You have the Kai'Sa, you have Kalista, you have Caitlyn if you want to play that. You've got Draven, you've got Jinx. Like there's enough.
Alistar
options
Poppy ban, they're going
for
Rel on
Rogue
4, I guess.
that
Then
only having two bans
that's
towards
pretty
it would
obvious,
make
right?
it a little bit more tricky to really isolate that.
And then if you
for
ban Rel,
Alistar.
what
Poppy
happens?
banned
They
away,
discount
though,
pick
by
support.
Vitality.
So Rogue either has to ban Rel here, or they leave the Rel open and then respond with something like a Leona, or maybe something else that they've got prepared. Rel,
Is it time for
I would
Niski
imagine
Rel?
has to be the lock-in here from Vitality, given both Alistar and Poppy and Braum have all been banned
If they go
away.
Niski Rel, I feel like Zaya Rakan is
Bot
kind
lane
of
will
sexy
Rogue
here on
consider. You talked
4-5.
about the Ezreal as an option.
Or
He
like
got nerfed
Ashe.
in the last patch. Didn't really influence his priority, I would say.
It's pro Ezreal as well, right? Like the ability to be so safe in lane, the ability to do damage from long range, contribute to a poke comp as well. Even if Ezreal is a little undertuned,
Chat, my
for
Rel
solo
was pretty
queue,
good.
He's still very powerful
I like Ezreal.
when it comes to professional play. And Patrick had a really good game on him last week as well.
Certainly did. I think also he's good weak siding, gives you a lot of
Don't
safety
go Bard,
if your
though.
support wants to roam.
Ezreal Leona
And
is-
there's that
yeah, it's
Leona
okay.
that we were talking about. So
I mean, why are they last picking top anyway? I guess the Rel denials good, otherwise they would just go Kai'Sa Rel. But then you could go Varus Renata, but I don't know if you win the
Galio is
game.
something that we've seen played before. Nako could go back to something like the Gnar if you want something a little bit safe, even if you do have
I feel like it's a
weak
Jace angle.
earlier lane
Chat, I'm
phase,
gonna run
gives you
ads.
a
If you know
little
about
bit
ads, you
more
can use the
teamfight
T1 on
value.
Twitch Prime. You don't have to sub to the channel if you don't want to. You'll be back for the game starts because
They could also
I
just
have
go
been
for a
sending
straight
the ads
tank
during the
if
game.
they wanted to.
Akali
he's gone
top.
for a counter pick. The Akali,
What?
often used as an answer into the Rumble. Your ability
Akali
to
top.
skirmish against the Rumble can be very effective. You will have kills
Okay.
later on.
Is he gonna go
game.
TP Ignite or what?
Early, it's very rough. Very rough. You will
That's
get
kind of
pushed in
base
a
edge,
lot,
no?
You will get bullied a lot by the Rumble, but as the game progresses, you will start to gain that kill threat back towards the Akali. So Vitality going for a heavy side lane threat type of comp, a lot of skirmishing power in their kit, a lot of single target damage as well.
Okay, I mean Akali is strong because it wins side lane. I think it can beat Yone. I don't know if it beats Rumble though.
Vitality want to be trying to find these
Let's
picks
see.
prior
Let's
to
see what he
starting
can
up
cook.
these objectives.
I'm gonna
because
be honest.
Rogue
I'll keep it real. I'm not a fan of Vitality's comp. But the good news is they have really mobile solo laners.
From both the Sejuani and the Leona makes it very easy for them to enter objectives, makes it easy for them to start team fights.
Wait, what?
Overall, Rogue is poised to look for these 5v5s.
Wait, what? They're making a Five Nights at Freddy's film?
Ended up losing both of their series. Vitality only played one. They won that 2-0 versus Giant X. And I think for Vitality,
They already made one. Well, they're making number 2. Was the first one good or not?
standout performance last week. Can we keep this momentum going? A series against Rogue should be seen as a very likely win for teams like Vitality. If you're
mid is not bad.
for those playoff spots, if you're looking to get into that top 4, can Rogue stand in their way today? I do have bad news for Vitality fans though, Vedi. Nakanako, 3 games on Akali all time.
Yeah.
Has won 1 of them. And that was back in 2022 when he was playing on Fenerbahce. So a long time since we've seen Nakanako crack out the Akali in the top lane. Oh, Adam! Double glowing moat starts.
What the fuck is those Rumble items?
Extra cooldown reduction, obviously really nice, or ability haste. You get 10, 5 from each of those glowing moats. Hasn't got any pots either, he's still in base.
Why is he in base still?
Gold to upgrade into something?
Wait, I can check real quick for you.
What?
He's just dancing around in base right now. Okay, he's sold both his glowing moats and bought a Doran's ring and a pot, which is a little more conventional.
Do you know what I think he's done? Wait.
What?
Oh, he's doing it so he can spam Q to get spam E to get heat. No, he took the CDR to get heat.
He wanted to start stacking up his heat meter earlier, so he leveraged the additional CDR from the glowing.
And then he undoed.
He then used his E to get slightly more CDR back, and then he returned them both, bought his items, then started going to base. And now
wow, I've never seen that.
With, well, you can see a good amount of heat meter.
He undoed it.
If he loses the lane now, it's all doomed for Rogue.
He undoed it, and now he has more heat for the lane. Wait, what the fuck?
I mean, that is like proper min-maxing.
I mean, yeah, I love it. That's what I like about League of Legends. Like, I'm 8 years into casting this game and still see these little things that I haven't seen before. I'm sure there's many Rumble players, many Rumble mains in solo can be like, of course I do that every game.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time I've actually seen it, so I hope I am right in my theory, but
it doesn't really do much though, right?
In any case, we kind of return to the lanes. We return to our standard early game with both junglers starting on the top side of the map. Early vision invested from Vitality to spot out Marang, so they will know that he's pathing towards the bot side, but Rogue doing a similar thing where, given that they've got that early ward on the blue buff...
LOL, why is look at this guy right. LOL, why is Nifty support? Why are they trolling?
Push in the bot lane 2 versus 2. Nothing too crazy happening there. We're on the top side of the map.
He roll swapped, okay?
To also have priority. So Marang has a lot of options in terms of pressure in the early game, thanks to the control that his laners have provided. The only problem is going to be in that mid lane where Chayak, in the early laning phase, will be able to bully out this Yone and get that mid prior.
I actually heard Nuke talking a little bit about Larssen on Euphoria, saying one of Larsen's strengths in years gone by was his ability to find pressure in the lane, to win out the laning phase, to push his enemy laner back. Hasn't been able to do it as much this year so far. We'll see in this game how well Larssen is able to deal with Shayak, who has had a very solid start to the split as well.
He certainly has. I was really impressed with his performance last week, especially when he started strong in winter and we were singing his praises, and then he wasn't really able to have the same impact throughout the rest of the split as Vitality fell further and further in.
So does Akali like one-shot Rumble on side?
Start in spring makes me optimistic, and I'm hopeful that we get to see that performance maintained from him as he continues to find very nice trades in the 1v1, doing exactly what he needs to do.
Doing a really good job of positioning well while still putting out quite a lot of damage. He had almost 900 damage a minute in the game against Giant X last week. And we'll see if he can maintain that form today.
Oh my god, Larssen.
Larssen is very much chunked. You can see that Doran's shield, probably running Font as well in his secondary
Well, they're
runes,
cooked
just to
in
try and
bot.
get as much health back as possible. Lintus jumps in, lands the stun on Patrick, who will cleanse.
It's so
to
cooked
get
in
away
bot.
from that Pantheon. Only
What a
level 2
horror.
force back
Jungle roll.
A third HP as well. Execute trying to catch the wave. Will be able to get himself up towards level
Pantheon
2.
has no flash though. When did he use that?
More power. Question is, can Patrick step
Did he
forward
flash
far
over
enough
the
to get
tri-bush
back
wall
this
to
wave?
make
Malang
them...
is waiting around the corner in
What?
the jungle. Vitality have the vision control right now. Execute doing a good job of holding the wave just outside of tower range, so Patrick can work his way back immediately. Niski engaged though. Once Execute flashes away, Ignite and Flash used by Niski.
Did Pantheon go like crab into the rip pit and then flash over and run at Ezreal, or what? Why he had no flash?
Made it a lot harder to kill than Nako. He's in kill range here.
So close.
Oh
Yeah,
my
Adam
god,
has to
Adam
respect it.
panicked a bit
Flashes
there.
away from the 5-point strike.
Very nice trades there. But you can see as the lane continues, Akali starts to get a lot more kill threat. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, just fantastic play from Lintus. The idea behind not necessarily forcing a kill, but just denying Patrick so much farm. In order to get that first push in, he actually lost a lot of CS.
Yone has the London build.
Was able to accrue a pretty significant CS advantage.
Oh, he
and then
flashed
to
W
lose an
did he? Am I
entire
blind?
wave off the back of that as well.
Minus blind or
Patrick
what?
already finds himself, what is that, 260 gold behind. Nearly a kill's worth in terms of a deficit.
Charm used by Shayak, out of range of the Zenith blade, well played by
Oh my
him
god,
to
Larson.
escape the clutches of Larson.
All these
I think
Qs
this
are
is more
missing.
just to try and get the wave in for Larson so he can... Oh, he's actually not going to recall because he's already got those triple daggers.
I mean, the wave's in an awkward spot for him now because it's going to start slow pushing towards Chayak. He's going to need more assistance if they want to try and fix this lane.
Execute's looping again, you can see. Shayak is level 6, and Niski's on the top side of mid right now. Execute just hovering. Doesn't have that flash, with Shayak having the Spirit Rush, it's very hard to gank him.
Good, keep your eyes on the minimap as well.
I feel like, yeah, you're right, Chad. I feel like Larson's cooking one of the most disgusting banana combos in the world. He's gonna take my thunder.
Especially given when you have that winning bot lane, you want to prioritize getting those early growths, but sometimes in losing bot lanes, you just want to swap them out as quickly as you can so you can claw back some of the deficit that you find themselves in. Vitality have set their sights.
Oh, they reset it.
Oh, Execute going to follow with the Zenith blade. Knock up onto Nako here as he tries to get the perfect execution out, gets into the Twilight Shroud.
Oh, he could have maybe
that
killed
5-point
Sedge if he was a
strike
little
again, will dash
closer.
away with the
But he
R2.
stopped them from doing
Linces,
Drake while they're doing
meanwhile,
Gwabs.
is taking the Grubs away, and good
Pretty
play
big
from
pace from
Nako
Vitality.
to stop the Drake from Rogue. They'll
Pretty
get
big
nothing
pace.
out of the fact that they have a man advantage on the bot side for now.
Completely.
What is the London build? It's 3 daggers.
Nako, while he did have to expend some resources, the cross-map now can't happen for Rogue, which gives Vitality the ability to play for the Drake themselves. But Linces, he has his eyes set on the top.
Ow,
camps. You can see the
REQ
things
hurts.
coming down. Top wave is going to be pushed in by Kazi, meaning that Adam needs to go and respond. No flash on the Rumble as well. Means that blue buff should be easy pickings. Going to secure that one. And again, the top side is just going in favor of Vitality as they continue to accrue advantages.
Already almost 1,000 gold in the lead. Execute on vision here, well placed by Vitality to spot him as they know the wave's going to be pushing in. That's the sort of hiding spot for a Sejuani or a Leona to look for the engage. Hex flash in. Shayak and Niski
Nice
will know.
charm.
Zenith by Niski goes back.
Clean by Niski. Yo, it's worth, so worth, so worth, so worth.
To the tower. Execute
Let's go
takes it.
Nesquik.
Another rush away from Shayak. will
He's
get him out
playing
of the
aggro. I
clutches
like
of the
it.
Wow. So, support for support. A bit of support.
And both the support's got the kills.
Yeah, not quite the way that either team would have liked it, but it ends up working out as, crucially, Larson dying there. Just more advantages gained for Chayak, and we're seeing Chayak just absolutely school Larson in the matchup. Beautiful charm connects to start off that play. With the follow-up coming through from Niski, there's very little that Larson can do to escape. He had his flash available, but there was no window for him to use it to get away. And unfortunately, it was an electrocute proc into an ignite tick that ended up being the kill secure for Niski.
You say unfortunately. As a support main and as a Niski stand,
My mum messaged me.
I think it's very
She
fortunate
said, "Is the
that this
chat
has
being
happened.
ill?"
Niski's
I said,
had
"Yes."
A really good start to the split. Obviously, only
90% kill participation.
behind on experience, which I think was the big thing
Not
we pointed
bad.
out last week, where he wasn't catching enough XP in the lanes. He was kind of being pulled everywhere. But 90% kill participation, highest kills and assists at the 8-minute mark for supports. Guy's off to a blinder in his first split as support.
I mean, stats-wise for sure, but he himself said that his first game was a little bit shaky.
Stats don't lie, Benny. Except they always do.
They definitely paint a picture.
Stats don't lie. They don't.
I still think he had a really
Caps.
good start.
Caedrel 100%
I
raid
think
versus
that's
caps.
the key takeaway, because the big question mark around Niski was, okay, what does he provide? And one of the things we were excited for was his synergy with his jungler in particular, and already we're seeing him work very well with
that's a stat.
setting up for these early plays
stat,
and
that's a
making
real
things
stat.
happen for Vitality in the early game. We'll keep an eye on his individual mechanical performance and his laning as time goes on, but for now, you're completely
match
right.
Andy.
He is definitely having impact in the games, and so far,
Vitality's playing pretty well.
1k gold lead, and just look at that mid lane difference. We were already talking about how Chayak had a good week 1, but he is just outperforming Larson in the lane.
I just really hope Ari's not gonna go Rod of Ages. I just don't fuck with that build after 16.5 CS diff. Holy fuck.
Really off to a stormer so far, Vitality. We
Yes,
kind
he's
of want to
not
see
big.
that keep going. I will say, caliber of opposition is always something you have to look at in these sorts of positions after only 1 week and after only 1 series. Giant X did not come out swinging
2v3
in the LEC Spring, nor have Rogue, so
Rogue's
you want to pick
3v3
up
is
a
not
win here
weak.
with your Vitality. We can't say that you're going to place first in the regular season or even make playoffs just off of these first 2 series, but it would be a very good start for them.
I think, yeah, in terms of the schedule for Vitality, if your goal is, I mean, everyone's goal will be top 6 at the end of the split, right? But if you expect yourself to have to ramp up over time to build that synergy with Niski, this type of schedule is definitely the one you want. You could argue that this is the opposition that you have to beat, so maybe it's more pressure, but Nako, he sees an angle here.
Adam flashes away early.
No flash again. Oh, did you kill?
Nako goes back in with a shuriken.
Oh my god.
Not enough.
He tried to flash behind him so he could ult out and kill him at the same time.
Adam may have held on to his W in that fight to try and mitigate as much of the R2 damage
Not enough
as
damage.
possible.
Pantheon ult?
Still
Where?
Though, gets the flash. Ooh, forced to back away as Linsus was looking to get himself that kill. The timing is nice though, as the grubs are about to respawn. More farm is being denied, and just, I mean, credit to the solo
He's gonna get cooked here, Nako, isn't he? He's just fucking dead. It's like Baus level of gameplay here.
Doesn't have flash,
Going for those proxies while everyone's topside, you rat.
Nako greeted for an extra wave. Is the top lane alive as the charm goes down onto execute with the...
But Baus would have kited him all the way to the Nexus.
Vitality will have to give up these
You know it.
grubs.
Nice TP from Larson as well. Recognizes that they've won position thanks to the kill they were able to get onto Nako. Doesn't want to waste
Remember when
any
Scuttle
time.
Crab had a
Quickly
shield and he
boost
had to
the
stun
bot,
it to
gets
remove
that
it?
wave pushed in as quickly as he can.
Also, Vitality might challenge for
Alan's
one
alone
out of
now.
these. As you say, Malrang is alone. Adam has the equalizer in the top lane, hasn't moved yet. There's the charm onto Malrang. Magnet Storm coming out as well. Malrang very tanky at the moment. Has the flash and an Arctic Assault. Goes for Giant. Spirit Rush forward, gets the kill. Padre now beginning to open up another Spirit Rush available for Giant.
Oh my god, oh my god, Chayak is clean.
Still lives through the equalizer burn. Niski
2 mid laners, baby! They're out of there!
comes over the wall to take the fourth.
One of them's out of there!
True shot barrage through the heart of Niski.
Patrick able to at the very least trade 1-for-1. Rogue getting themselves the 3 kills in total, as they still find themselves at a bit of a deficit. I mean, the good
That was
news
a
is
really
they're able to
greedy
get 2
recall
grubs,
spot from
still 4
Nesquik.
secured for
That
Vitality.
recall spot was
I think
bannable.
Vitality isn't too unhappy with that. Chaya gets a kill, they get themselves a grub. I guess the crucial thing is Patrick gets some gold back for himself. Given that the deficit he found himself in after the early laning phase, much needed kill for him, and a potential win condition for Rogue. Definitely not out of the game just yet. Remember, the big strength of their composition is the team.
Chayak's been playing really well.
Vitality's
He's
composition
gonna
is
have to
very
carry
much
this game a
about
bit
the
though.
skirmishing, the 1v1s, the 2v2s,
I'm not sure how much I believe in.
3v3s. They want to find these smaller fights where they have a lot of outplay potential with the mobility and their single target damage. So for Rogue
Be
to
a
find
Kali
themselves
top.
a little bit behind early on into the game is nothing too surprising. It's a question of how much of a deficit they find themselves in as they get closer to these bigger team fights.
Importantly for Rogue, no one started the dragon stacking yet either. That first Drake of the game is still available. So even if you do need to seed some pressure, give up the first couple
Who's
of
after
Drakes
this?
of
I
the
think
game,
after this is
you're
SK
still
VDS,
looking
and then
at
after that is
30,
Heretics versus
35
G2 or
minute
something.
clock
I think that's the
before
schedule.
you are staring down Soul Point. Action's been more around that top side, around those grubs. And currently those sit 4-2 in
Oh, it's
Vitality's
K-Corp VDS
favor.
after this.
Looks like we're going back to relatively standard lanes, or at least standard for post 10-minute mark. AD carries match up in the mid lane, top laners up in top, and the mid laners down towards the bottom side. Malrang and Execute just hovering Larson right now, who has been struggling, about 30 CS down. It's about 5 waves for the Yone behind the Ahri right now.
Keep an eye on the main map. Look at Linsus.
Oh, Grand Starfall. He's looking to make a Starfall in the top lane. Adam, the target, stunned immediately.
Oh.
And he is just deleted.
One tap.
Nako.
Also one tap.
Chayak, his first
Both solo lanes are one tap.
Spring, he will fall the shutdown
Both
over
clean,
to
both
Malrang.
one shot.
best plays across the board.
Maybe the
This will
Sork
open up the
shoes
Dragon
Ari is
for
a bit...
Rogue as well on the
I
bot
guess
side of the
Merc threat
map,
is disgusting, right?
Niski,
Because you're
he's gotta be
fucking
very careful here, maybe
losing damage.
overstaying
But they
as
do
well.
have Leona, Sejuani, Rumble.
He does have that crash down, can use it across the wall here to get back to the tower range.
He's cooked, no?
Larson will dash forward though, lands the Q3. Magnet Storm Larson snaps back to reality. Niski, he's falling. Oh, here comes gravity. Underneath the tower, Execute will die to the tower shot and the ignite. Not quite, he survives. Niski does not have that same luxury.
He's just dropping Hylissang levels of deaths in these games anyway.
On the bot side of the map. They get a pick onto Chayak, they convert it into the Dragon, they get another pick onto Niski. And I think they wisely shouldn't stick around for this tower. They need to get the reset off, get back to base quickly, start spending that gold. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Vitality did unlock that tower. Nako completing the Leandries. This Akali definitely starting to run away with that top side matchup.
But he's doing some good plays.
Overall, the game in a pretty interesting spot. Even though there is a goal difference in favor of Vitality, Rogue showing that they still have moves to
It's
fight
crazy
back.
the Akali's 1k up.
And getting Larson back
Maybe
in
she
the
will
game
just...
as well. That
She's
plays
also a lot of
moving
XP up.
complete
Maybe she
on
will
the
just one-shot him on
As
side.
you said, to get nerfed slightly this patch, where if you are CC'd during your Soul Unbound, when you snap back, that CC isn't all cleansed. You still
Damage
get
didn't,
crowd control. Damage didn't. Actually got slightly buffed. His passive no longer has a 10% crit damage reduction on it. Instead, he just does the crit damage that every other champion, well, not every other champion, because some people scale with, most other champions would do with that amount of crit.
Dragon 4 minutes. We've got the Rift Herald in about 45.
Talk to me,
now,
Larson.
both teams looking
Larson's
to
actually getting
control
quite strong,
both
you know.
the
He's
side
kind of
lanes.
Barak after that lane phase.
Hovering around Larson as they can look for a potential play onto Chayak, but he has support of his own. Mid wave has been completely exposed, and notice what Adam is doing. Realizes that he can't really do much against this Akali.
X-Flash, Shadowing Strike goes wide. He's too tanky, Niski.
Who wins the 3v3?
That's an old school.
I feel like Vitality can win that 3v3, but I think Rel is one shot.
Yeah. It's just a Vitality support thing, Petty.
I mean, look at Nako in the top lane. He is a problem. I don't really think
he also has
anyone
TP if you can get him a ward.
Right, maybe Larson could. Maybe. But it would be a close matchup that I would definitely favor the Akali in. I mean, Rift Herald should be the next objective that both these teams look for as the resets come through. Chayak does have TP, so it makes sense that he would want to path towards the bot side of the map. Maybe Rogue say they're not ready for a fight, so instead they just want to secure that bot tier 1 tower, which they should be able to grab right now.
Kazi is playing so aggressively in this mid lane, dodging all of Patrick's abilities, even the W, Essence Flux. No, Essence Flux, can't remember the name of W, but it has such a wide hitbox at the end that I was surprised it didn't quite click. It is Essence Flux, I'm a genius. Look at that.
Varus, what the?
But because he's dodging all of these,
crazy as Kazi just cocky movement that tower.
Patrick to cleanse, still
What a
getting
rat.
the tower in Patrick's space. Kazi has always been a very good carry when playing aggressively, often to a fault because of how aggressively he does.
Yeah, Adam
play
was
because of
defeated by
that.
Baus, that is true.
There we see
Yeah, I think
why he can
Vitality is
do
just running
wonders
this
for
game.
his team.
I don't see what Rogue can really
Vitality
do.
with great position on the map right now.
The Rumble's
They've secured
freezing
the
top all game and
tier
can't
1
group
towers. They've
because
got
he just
themselves
dies
the
if he
Rift
pushes
Herald,
out
they have
top.
4 grubs. The Dragon
They're trying to cover Yon on side. Ezreal's losing mid push to Varus.
Given that
They're bleeding a bit.
Baron's first attempt was interrupted by Nako, who...
It's not a
again,
Sally ult, it's not a Sally ult.
The 1-1-0 scoreline, you may think doesn't
Your first
seem that
time in the stream if you
scary,
think that's a
but
Sally ult.
This Akali, against what he's playing into, it's a pretty interesting situation because fragile is Akali. So when the CC connects, it's very easy to shut her down quickly. Getting Leandries gives you a little bit more
okay,
HP,
this is going to be a really stupid question. It's a
to
single
kill.
round robin best of 3,
In
right?
isolated
Between the 10
1v1s,
teams.
She's just very difficult
It's single
to
round
manage.
robin
She has
best
so
of
much
3, right?
mobility, she has so much stalling. So if you over-invest on that side of the map as well...
Or is it double?
Cross-map options for Vitality. It's also easy for Vitality to collapse because Chayak has TP.
It's single.
The Pantheon has his ult.
Okay.
So
and after the single round robin, is it one team is out or 2 teams is out?
It was a really good play of them earlier when they made the cross map happen. They see 2 people top, immediately force the play bot, knowing that they can guarantee a play.
4 teams are out.
Disadvantage.
It makes a lot of sense overall. Next Drake up in a minute.
What the fuck?
In 2 or so. The Rift Herald was picked up by
Wait, so it's
Vitality.
only top 6 playoffs. Wait, this is back to the Caedrel era of LEC, where you just top 6 go through. Thank fuck for that. Not 8 teams in playoffs. It makes no sense getting to playoffs with a scoreline of like 1 and 8.
Even when
okay, we're back. Okay, that's actually fucking good. So we just have to tank 3 weeks of single round robin best of 3, and then we're in the top 6 playoffs. That is fucking great. That is very good. That's good. I like that. I fuck with that big time.
Lying in wait, trying to catch me out for a little bit of a pick. Next Drake in 30 seconds. Rogue have no vision past the halfway mark of the map.
You'll notice as well some interesting animation coming through. The QSS completed for Larson. Patrick, he doesn't know he's on awards.
And immediately he's called out. There's the
good engage. Very good engage.
Goes bye-bye. Execute's now going to flash the wall towards the red buff.
Chase. Nice charm. Chase more. You can't really chase more, I think.
Looking for a little bit more, just forcing Malrang and Larson out of the
That gets some Drake there for grubs. Akali used flash and
they catch Patrick on a wall.
Almost killed Rumble.
The Kazi had already burnt the cleanse from Patrick earlier on when pushing into that mid
I really think Rogue can't do anything.
For Patrick. He is chain CC'd, he is locked
Their
down.
only engage is Sejuani Leona, but the only target they can engage on this is Ahri.
Especially in spring, just getting caught out on rotations, not anticipating the enemy team being a good spot to find these picks. He's on a ward, as you say, walks towards Malrang, then's like, oh, I need to catch the mid-wave as it comes forward. Let me be the first one to walk.
Very nice.
Vitality are lying in wait.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he should.
If you look at the minimap, you'll see Akali fighting Rumble to the death.
The old school rule is you look at the minimap
Flashes and ults are down.
and you count.
How many circles do I see?
And I saw 2 circles, and so I was like, that brush seems very suspicious.
Is it a draft
to
gap?
me.
Well, it just feels like.
I mean, props to Vitality.
I don't know. I think Rogue's comp is good, but I don't know why they can't force this 3v3 bot a bit more.
Two items
I feel like they've just been stuck in bot.
Obviously, Nako getting towards that spot as well, but Shayak has the Balefire Torch and the Leandries, and it's a Ginsu's Blade of the Ruin King on hit.
They did it once.
You'll notice no Rod of Ages on the Ahri as well. Something that we've been seeing a lot more in solo queue.
Also, I feel like they can move Yone top and then play topside if they want to, but they just kind of put Yone bot and just stood behind him.
In the current strength of Ahri, so go for a little bit
They're
more.
really doing else. Like
and I think
walk up a
Jack
bit.
is emulating a similar idea. He's just abandoned Rod of Ages and said, I'm just going to go for more burn.
I don't think Yone can beat Akali on side, especially with QSS.
To my chip damage instead.
It's interesting with Rod of Ages being buffed slightly this patch. Oh, Afghan started here by Vitality, spotted out with the true
I think Rogue have to send it or it's lost.
Teleport. Any wards for him to get to? Doesn't look like it.
Rogue have to send it or it's open.
Down to about 4,000
Right, it's just lost then, I guess.
keeping Malrang at bay. As you say, Vitality will get it, but there are petals afterwards. They need to try and play all of these before Rogue can step forward. They get most
I
of
think
them
they're so cooked now, Rogue.
on the spawn.
Have to try something, just fight. Not bad by Larson. Not bad by Larson. Nice. Top tier 1 maybe?
Couldn't join the play. Now, Kazi, where you
nice
going?
one, Larson.
You have a cleanse, but Execute has a bunch of CC
yeah, Karsi's dead as well. Big.
There's the Shield of Daybreak into the Zenith Blade. Kazi will get Execute out of the exchange.
Oh, Akali can do some work here, I think.
Nako jumped on immediately, stunned up with the permafrost, and there's another for Rogue.
Why is he just standing still? Why didn't he just walk up, ult, and press W? Why did he walk up and ult and press W?
So while the proactiveness was promising from Vitality,
he was changing song? Yeah, he was putting on a fucking montage song. I thought he would walk up and ult. Who was the low HP person? Was it Sejuani?
Now, crucially, with the
or Rumble, walk up, ult W, and start cooking.
Vitality is. Nako actually has to go
just
back
stood
to
still.
Before he can TP in. And at this point,
where is he TPing? Oh, he's TPing there.
Beautiful ultimate from Larson locks up both Niski and Linces, meaning that the front line just collapses immediately.
So Nako
as Rogue is stacking up as a
walks in.
These skirmishers can't really find the angle to get the pick that they were looking for.
Here,
now, some of you
watch
might be
Akali.
confused as to why Nako even considers this play, but he's thinking,
I thought Akali here could walk up and just walk forwards, walk, ult Rumble R1W. Like, why does he just stand there waiting for Yone?
Get the opportunity to do that, and he loses his life as well.
Yeah, really nice far side alteration into the bush there as well, as Larson was snapping back towards it. So they saw Nako waiting around the corner, and Rogue take the gold lead for the first time this game. It's a Drake apiece. Rogue have equalized the game out mostly. 2 items on Patrick. He has the Manamune and the
my Akali cleans there, by the way.
To the Mirror Mana and the
you know, chat.
Two
that was my Akali cleans.
Immortal shield bow.
Oh yeah, that's quick. Big stun. Wait, that was actually insane by Niski. How the fuck did you know they were there? He just knows. More? You're gonna get more? You're gonna go. What the fuck? Guys. Oh my god, they really want that Israel, huh? What the fuck, Vitality? Calm down, chill out. feel like the demons on their shoulders are screaming them to flash forward. Ezreal has some skies, relax.
Chaotic scrap, but I'm not really sure what Vitality can get off the back of it. There's possibility looking at the bots tier 1, but the waves aren't in a great spot. They'll need to answer those, and also the HP bars aren't the best. Quite a lot of flashes were committed on the trying to kill Patrick, and while they did get his summoner spells, look at this. Hex flash
The first part is great.
The control ward, they lock down Adam, and he is given no recourse for counterplay. Meanwhile, again, you look at the minimap and you'll just notice that.
But now they can just chill.
It's a numbers differential.
Q flash misses, chill. Ari ult, charm. Ooh, I don't think it's a charm flash. And then Pantheon sends it. And then Garci just watching his team leave him to death.
You've gone way too deep.
Well played by Larssen.
Way too deep. Larssen finds a nice pick of his own onto Caedrel on the back end. Ends up being 2 for 1, but crucially for Rogue, like, nothing was really lost. You know, they didn't lose any objectives, they didn't really lose much vision, and it's Rogue immediately back with control over the river.
Patrick did lose his summoners, but as you say, 2 flashes were burnt to get those summoners out. Shayek's and Lince's. Niski's flash, I think, was burnt more for Adam, so you can argue either way where Niski's flash went, but still, a bunch of summoners used by Vitality.
Okay.
And Rogue will have the setup around the Drake. Second of the game for either of these two teams.
Now, for Vitality, it's a difficult thing to face check into this composition because you're fishing into both Leona and Sejuani. You're very reliant on your Pantheon and your Rel in order to try and create space, and this will make it difficult because you're also just walking into the poke of this Ezreal. They've been able to find an angle through the bot wave. The chip damage continues to come down. Good from Larssen to push in this mid wave. And again, it's Vitality that's in the awkward spot. Rogue can play the patient game because they can just play for the mid-tier 1.
Rogue's kind of doing well.
Really good positioning here. Very patient play from Rogue. Now they can use the mid-wave to immediately
The Yone has gold now, he can cook her.
And the rest of Vitality have to respond to
They
the
have
waves.
4 flashes down.
And so it's an
Or 3 flashes down, rather.
Just well executed and a great demonstration of how you can, with your composition, you just exert pressure. You know, like with Vitality's
I wonder if the draft problem starts to hit them now, Vitality.
It is to enter an objective, and so as long as they
Why
play
saying
it patiently and don't overforce, then it makes it very difficult for Vitality to really do anything. So they get themselves the mid-tier 1, they get themselves the dragon, and again, we find ourselves in an equal gold state.
Yeah, we do. It does feel like Rogue's comp, when it comes to team fighting, just generally better. You talked a bit about in draft, a bit about in the early game. Vitality looking more for those skirmishes, and
why the fuck is there someone in chat called Fnatic Bold Caedrel?
You've got to be pretty happy.
The fuck
this
is that?
situation as Rogue, especially since Larsen's laning phase has been overcome. He's now 1,300 gold ahead of Shayek, who has been playing really well, but just hasn't been able to be funneled as much gold as Larssen has. Larssen with 4 kills on this Yone. It reminds me a little bit of his LeBlanc game last week, where he struggled to have a huge impact later in the game. Here on the Yone, has all the tools to have impact.
I would say this game is very counterintuitive if you're familiar with Larsen's history.
Yeah.
Because he's typically always been known for his laning. 100%. And then his... Ooh, Linces, he's going to die.
Burning. Malwan coming in
No
as well.
flash.
Linces is just dead.
Alright, game's over. Vitality through,
That's a lot
GG.
of damage from Adam with the flame spitter. Linces
Vitality through, GG.
only got the Merc transform matchup with this. Is that Baron?
Pantheon falling off, Ari falling off.
Why not? Just force it.
On hit Varus can't auto-attack both those champs.
To get that kill.
Get Nash and
Patrick
wrap
just
it up.
doing his ultimate, sure, but that doesn't really matter.
Rogue's winning world.
Yeah, force it, 100%. Here we
Rogue's
go.
winning
See
world.
Larssen working his way through mid lane.
Rogue lost for Tones LEC
answering
finals.
the bot wave right now. Shayek
Go
looking for
lost for
that
Tones and never
flank
get
position.
LEC.
Niski doing the same. Has Hex Flash and Magnet Storm. Everyone grouped up for the Baron. It's perfect.
How much damage does Baron do? What is that then?
If he does. TP from Nuknuko. The Baron already down to 4,000 HP. Malwan just sitting in the pit. Niski jumps across there to equalize the follow-up. Malwan lands the
Carzzy,
slide
can he
as the
steal it?
Baron
No
execute
way.
goes forward onto Niski. He Magnet Storms out, but the Solar Flare finds him as he lands. And Adam will burn
Nice
him where
flash
he
by
stands.
Carzzy, but he is one shot every fight. Oh, Nuknuko! Oh, Nuknuko! Oh, he got stunned midair. That is so unlucky. What the fuck, man? Nuknuko got stunned midair. Is that serious?
Rogue get a delayed
He would have
ace as
cleaned them.
Linces has just come back alive. They get the Baron. They have a 3,000 gold lead. And 28 minutes in, it's all coming
What did
up
Carzzy
Rogue.
do in that fight? I mean, he flashed the Yone ult down.
Shayek
Shayek was kind of cooking in this fight, though.
Engage. Nice double knockup from Larssen into the Rumble ultimate to kind of separate the fight on 2 fronts. They focus the front line. The CC comes through. They get rid of Niski as quickly as they can. And And again, it's one of those situations where, okay, Larson fumbles a little bit.
Actually, Triac was cooking fuck all. Never mind. Akali would have fried them if she could get that E off,
so
but
much
she would
was
still die.
happening in the fight that even I couldn't keep track of it all. But ultimately, Rogue, good target selection, played the fight patiently. They only lose a single member. They get the Baron off the back of it as well.
Rogue.
Dee 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 dee. For Vitality, you've seen it slip away through your fingers, right? You got a Pantheon, but gods aren't answering right now as he's been struggling to have an impact since the early game. Patrick pushing through mid here.
Now they base with Yone and go bot.
Split.
Lovely.
Larson's gonna base, has TP, will go to the bot wave. They're looking for all the tier 2s to kick off this push.
Yeah, Rogue's kind of good.
Gold out of the Red Bull Baron power play.
Naknako is going to rage engage here. Oh my god, it's a rage engage from Vitality. Nice, Naknako. Clean, he got the Ezreal.
Larson is not here for the follow-up. Rogue lose one. It's their AD carry, but they could look to turn around the play. No Equalizer, no Glacial Prison, no Solar Flare. Makes it a tricky endeavor.
Of the Yordle Infernal.
This is the idea behind Vitality's comp. Find these picks. If you're able to catch someone out, you create the numbers advantage and you immediately alleviate a lot of the pressure that Rogue is able to generate. They're able to get that kill onto Patrick. They get both of his summoners, and this time they didn't have to commit as many resources. That doesn't take away from the fact that there's still a Baron buff on Rogue, and they're still in
they can't get the power up or
position.
Oh!
Larson!
Riot!
Oh,
Riot! Riot!
Oh.
You're conflicted.
That was nice!
No, I can tell, because you think the play from Larson's good, but he did do it on Yone.
Okay, yeah, that's true. But he QSS the chain of corruption so he could snap back.
Oh, I mean, Larson is playing incredibly well. Again, his laning phase wasn't very good, but you can see his impact later on into the game. 6-1 and 8 scoreline he's been involved in.
Get that shit out of my game
14
now.
of the team's 16 kills.
That's good maths.
I mean, he's having
I mean, Larson is popping off.
Game. 3 items completed.
But that champ does annoy me.
On top of that. Again, this is just a quick reminder that Rogue is still in a winning position.
Actually, let's use this clip to explain why AD carries need to be nerfed more. In my opinion, what I saw there is Varus should have died faster.
A large gold fusion straight into their veins, and with the pushing lanes, they can turn their eyes towards their third.
That's crazy that a 3-item Yone couldn't 2-shot Varus. It took 4. That's a base HP and an armor scaling nerf right now.
Stop that. Question is, what do they have left in that toolbox? Do they have a spanner, a wrench to throw in the works?
They're gonna have to find
also, they should make supports get less gold, because why not?
Rogue's composition, we've already seen how it plays out in the team fights. Vitality just have so much single target damage, but now Rogue have too many threats. Okay, you invest all your resources into killing Patrick, cool, Larson and Adam will clean up the fight. Okay, let's break this up into smaller 1v1s. But how are you gonna do that in a 5v5? You know, it becomes difficult, which is why it was crucial that Vitality played through sides, find picks, leverage the fact that
they should make support champions have 4 abilities, and all 4 of them are different types of wards.
Maybe have the Ari
That's
you
it.
find that pick, and then you convert it into a bigger team fight. If you don't do that and you're just playing straight front to back 5v5, well, bro, just...
Sweeper on 1, green ward on 2, pink on 3, and fucking blue orb on 4. That's it. That's your QWER. Your ult is fucking blue orb.
Glass finish now, so Nako has much less kill threat. In fact, both the top laners at 3 items.
No fun allowed.
This tower should fall, though, with Nako having a
and mid lane champs can only be wizards. I should be on the balance team. Only not to play mages and wizards.
And crumbles in
and 80 carries, if you choose marksman as your role, you lose chatbox, you're not allowed to type. Or ping. I should be on the game design team. Automatically, if you lock AD in, you lose chatbox and pings. That is the best change you can make ever.
In this position before, we have seen them fumble once or twice.
It does happen.
It does on occasion happen. Now, I don't want to bring back Rogue time.
Yeah, if you lock in top lane, you can do anything you want. If you lock in top lane, you can fucking drop hack the game for all I care. You're playing top lane, respect.
25 minutes?
Yeah,
so we're officially out of Rogue time.
Yeah, I'm just saying there may be a new definition.
Do you think it's going to be like New Coke, where they brought in a whole new recipe and it was actually just worse than the original?
Who knows? We're going to find out. Okay. That's what's going to happen. Let's see if Rogue can close
If you voluntarily opened up League of Legends and looked at every champ and said, I'm going to be a top laner, you have my utmost respect. You're probably ill in the head.
Of also, if Sally's ulted at this point, I don't know if there's any really counterplay.
I don't think Sally would ever ult in a Rogue game.
Nope.
In Rogue's favor, I'd say. I don't think that's ever
no Sally ult.
He's learned his lesson. Yankos had to shave his eyebrows.
No Sally ult.
I think they've learned. Oh, TP behind here. As Nako's looking to the flank. Magnustorm in by Nisk.
Larsen. Nako. Wait, Akali cooks here, maybe. Oh, he got stunned again. Oh my god, he gets perma-stunned on these fights. Oh my god, Patrick is... He was gliding.
The flame split from Adam. Larson now trying to re-engage.
Carsey?
Niski and Carsey all relatively low. Adam has to flash away. It's a 2 for 2 in the mid lane.
That was a 2 for 2.
Every time Nako is gonna clean them, he gets stunned. That's like the third time he could have fisted everyone.
I'm gonna need to go back and see this replay because initially I thought that this was just a losing play for Vitality. I thought that things were gonna fall apart here, but then they were able to get some
Double
decent
TP
damage
top.
down.
Are they gonna go for a Baron? Wait, this call is crazy good.
Hang on a minute, they've TP'd back in, they're just gonna force the Baron, and they can do this. Sejuani's already on his way back.
So Shayak does have teleport.
Doesn't matter, there's no smite, unless Kazi can do the Gumayushi.
Can he do it? Well, they'll see it. That control ward though denies
Carsey.
any further vision in the pit.
Can he steal it?
Baron already down
No
to
way.
2,000 equalizer.
Fire zero.
Okay. Carsey, no.
Not gonna happen, and that's a Baron secured.
Bring in Smash. Sub him in.
Okay. That's okay. I'm not going to touch that.
Medic, no. Medic,
Baron
no.
secured for Rogue. So ultimately, the fight did end up going negatively for Vitality. Let's look. So the TP flank comes in to start off the fight. Larson QSS is early. Nice engage overall from Niski as he draws a lot of the focus. Execute gets shut down very quickly.
Look at Nako here. Ease. If he could just press ER2, he would one-tap two of them.
And then Chayak and Kazi just have the freedom
I think
to
Ezreal
free
Leona
hit
could
in
get
the
fried.
fight, as Linces trades his life for Patrick. So understandable why it ends up being such a close fight, but of course losing our jungler means there's no smite. And now Niski, is he overextended?
Oh, he cooks here a bit. That is so unlucky. What the fuck? Okay, died. Nice. Don't flash, don't flash, don't flash.
In the Zonyas, sniped out by Patrick at the last possible minute, but that's only 4 Barons are left for Rogue. Adam is down. Top wave is pushing in, but with Drake up in 30 seconds time, no one's
QSS.
going QSS away from the
Larson.
Larson no longer has that tool at his fingertips. Rogue still stepping
This
forward.
is soul
Shine
point
doing
for
everything he can. Look for those
Rouge.
charms in this
Rumble's
next
dead.
fight.
That makes
Niski
it so
no
Varus
flash,
can...
just have
Ow! Ow!
There's the charm again, only on to execute. Shadowing strike as well for the follow-up. CC, the dive in by Linces executes.
Larson ultimate, watching, waiting. Larson doesn't want to play it. Holy fuck, Chayak.
Patrick, this is Vitality. They slam Rogue into the dirt and only Larson's left alive.
We're looking at the Sally Ultimate live, and it's happening in real time. Rogue, they fall short in the fight once more. The Dragon
That's crazy, the Vitality winning this game. That is crazy. Where is my Yon? Hello. Hello.
I mean,
Ezreal's fighting to the death.
New Rogue time. Do you love it?
Ezreal's fighting to the death.
Back at the fight, and
Where's
the
my
ulti from
Yon?
Patrick was huge onto the 2 carries as well. And you think that the fight should be done and dusted, but the charm comes through. Execute the front line. I mean, he gets executed to start off the fight. Niski then chain CCs the front line.
Oh my god, I feel sorry for you, Patrick. You also inted a little bit. I don't
don't
know why his whole team is running at them, but and his Sejuani's missing every spell. He got a bit inted there, but half his team's running in to die, the other team's running away.
And now Rogue, you're wondering how have these last couple of fights gone so wrong?
We would be asking the same question.
It's a
Kazi is huge. 4
BO3.
items, Jack Show complete now as well. It's been untouched in the last 2 fights. Still has both of his summoners. The on-hit Varus obviously does so much damage in the late game compared
if he's free to hit.
Exactly.
And that's exactly as you're highlighting, Medic. He's been given so much freedom. That threat from Larson that we've seen a lot in so many of the other
Chayak gets Rabadons, Chayak cooks him. Chayak doesn't get Rabadons.
Hasn't been able to connect that
Game's lost.
onto Kazi, who still has both of his summoners up. Now, crucially, a lot of summoners are coming back up for a lot of players across the board, which means that this next fight is going to be a big one. It just becomes a lot about getting that mid control.
Lock in, boys. Lock in, Rogue. You got this. Nesquik has flash, though. Nesquik has flash, and he's only been playing support for a month, so he's basically filled, which means he's going to be a fucking... He's going to flash in and die. Be ready for it. Or is he going to lock in and land it? This will be an important moment. Nesquik.
Into the mid lane,
show it to me.
The fight might already be over. We've seen that
they dropped mid-wave completely to stand in this push. I feel like Niski's like, come, I'll flash on them. Look, I'm gonna flash on them. Look, Ezreal, ready? I'm gonna flash, ready?
On that top side, so they don't know exactly where Nako is.
Maybe not. Ezreal, maybe now. Ooh, not bad, Nesquik.
Coming out from Larson, Giant dashes back.
I don't know what the fuck is going on, but Yon's dead. Oh, Niska. Oh, the Ezreal's frying. Oh, that Ezreal's gonna hurt. It misses everyone. Oh, Bakazi! Oh, he's not hitting shit. Adam's drill is so big. Oh my god, is he inting or is he winning the game for his team? I can't tell. I can't tell. Come on there, 1 HP, Patrick. Patrick!
Was looking for those final couple
Did you see the size of the Rumble drill in the Zhonya's? What the fuck? I didn't know it got that big.
And given that Patrick is still alive, Rogue can look for the end. I don't know if Chayek is enough to stop the Rogue siege.
Actually, Rogue games are the best games of the split so far. That's unironically, they're so good. Actual bangers all the time. And I'm not afraid to admit it.
The minion wave, though, almost cleared out. Niski will fall. Still 2 minions here.
2 minions.
Hit
the Nexus! Oh, the 5 seconds on Akali's not going to go for it. Okay, okay. Oh, TPs! TPs!
We go again straight away.
Someone help the Ezreal!
Patrick, they're going to get collapsed on.
Naka, what can you do in this sort of situation? Shark does have the
Where's he going?
He's got to run away.
Where's that Akali going?
For Vitality, but perhaps for
What the
Rogue,
fuck is this now? Prop hunt?
to find a tasty fish in a barrel.
How many blue orbs? This support keeps pressing his ult. There's blue orbs everywhere.
Hide behind the crocs, they'll never know. Oh wait,
pretend to be a Krug.
He can jump across.
Now R2 blast code.
Ow,
help! That was the worst flank ever. Bro got hit by 5 blue orbs or what? What the fuck was that?
Really bad because I thought execute was someone else. But it was completely fine. He ended up getting that kill onto Nako. Now both TPs from the solo laners are gone, and crucially,
drop the replay of that fight. I need to see the size of the Rumble drill.
It's going to be a 5v4 around the Baron, and there's, I mean, Vitality have to fight it. I don't know how they're going to win out on this fight without that backline threat from Nako.
No TP, it's Baron Bond.
Again, I think this is their 3rd Baron of the game.
Okay, I'm not going to pretend that during Rogue games I don't go into
They got too many blue orbs, true.
Everything for the last 20 minutes or so has been a blur.
Mega gone.
Afterwards, people will say I said things, and I'll have to listen to the VOD to make sure I said them.
You can't say that this hasn't been entertaining.
It's been great fun, Betty. It's just a fever dream.
We go again. Rogue now with the Baron.
We go
the
again.
Spawning in 20 seconds. Nako will be alive for this contest.
Nesquik, hide on bush. Sven flanking. Sven, execute.
That is a flank angle for Niski.
Oh, he sniffed it. Ow!
Oh, they know.
Oh, we're running again.
Has been discovered. Solar flare into Glacial Prism. Niski's going to jump the wall. How much can you delay? Larson uses
God.
as well.
Oh my
and the
God.
QSS here to make sure that Niski's
Oh,
dead.
that's Soul
for Rogue.
God, this game is going to go down in the history books.
I wondered if Vitality might fight it, knowing that all those ultimates are down, but without their key engaged tool, they're not going to go for it.
Now, Baron plus Soul.
I told you, bro. Rogue games are just the best games of the split these days. Who was it they played against? Was it Fnatic or Heretics or some shit?
I'm just saying, like, logically, based on all of the evidence presented.
No, it was the SK Fnatic game. That was illness as well.
That from this
the Fnatic games are actually bangers as well. Because you know some dumb shit's gonna happen. Not that they're gonna play bad or anything, but something's gonna go wrong somewhere for either team. Whether it's the team playing against Fnatic or it's Fnatic. Something's just gonna fuck up somewhere and it's just gonna be degeneracy. And I love it. It turns into 50 kills, and any game with over 20 kills is my kind of game. I don't want that 5-kill macro.
Is alive, has the Hex Smash, has the Magnet Storm.
They don't have the wave clear to stop this. This should be an uncontested inhibitor.
It's definitely going to be the inhibitor.
Akali's flanking for the 6th time. Will she get chain CC'd in one shot for the 10th time?
Nexus Tower has regened a little bit, but only
Akali's still flanking.
Nako has the flank. There's the Magnet Storm for the follow-up. Equalizes the back.
Oh my God! Larson saves it! Larson saves it! Oh my God, he saved Ezreal with that ult.
He's got a GA executes the first ones go down. The Giant Guardian's Angel.
Someone help him in the GA! How is no one dead? Get him, Adam! Big Ezreal ult as well. Big Ezreal ult. Wow, that's Rogue, baby. Yo, Patrick kind of smurfed this game, not gonna lie. Patrick's mechanics were kind of good. Patrick's mechanics were kind of good. That was such a mega throw by Vitality. Why can no LEC team end the game? I swear every team throws. Like, every team just throws.
In that final fight as well, Vitality just didn't quite have the damage, even though
guys, it's spring. The cherry blossoms are blossoming. The sun is shining. It's been months. Come on.
Like,
We gotta end those games.
On a Saturday afternoon, I was not ready for that.
They lost the game when they sent 4 flashes, I think.
Shox is standing by for an interview. Let's hear from her.
Indeed, with Patrick here on the sidelines, they just did not want to die. So how did you eventually kill them? Because they were gunning for you every single fight.
Yeah, this game was super hard for me. They always managed to just click on me and kill me. And I feel like we misplayed some of the fights. So yeah, I'm just happy we managed to
Shox is
win
doing
at
no
least, like,
makeup.
one really good fight and then end. Or like get Nash and go for end.
I see that you're careful, that you're trepidatious.
Go to
Of course, last week we know what happened. The first game was won, then the series wasn't won. Sometimes you gave up an advantage.
It's on Instagram, sorry.
Is there kind of a new directive to make sure that you can bring it home, that rogue time is a thing of the past?
I think rogue time still exists, sadly. It's you know, something we are working at. I feel like so often we are in good position and then we just run it down and lose. So I just gonna get better with time, I guess. And everyone needs to be super mindful about you know, going for revive fights or getting caught and stuff like this.
And we'll look at that for the next game. Thank you so much, Patrick. Hopefully you can bring this one home, and we'll be right back.
We'll BRB. We'll BRB. Bam, bam, bam. That was a good game. That was a good game.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, it's map, right?
Chat, I was gonna click on something, but I forgot. There was like a link.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Chat, any links?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Dee 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 dee. Bro, what are you guys linking? Fuck, that was something we were gonna watch, but I forgot what it was. I forgot what it was. Oh, I saw this, I saw this.
Start with a synth and browse for some brass presets. Look for a sound that is trying its best to sound like a trumpet or a saxophone. Now add a huge amount of slides and bends. For the chords, nothing here is set in stone, but this rhythm is a good starting point. So you get that boom ba boom ba boom ba boom ba boom ba boom ba. You can try it on the electric piano or move your chords around and see how it feels. Now for the bass line, start with the root tones. And in between, jump
Bro,
to
this is such a
another
good...
chord note.
What a good beat.
So that's the main groove. Now you can add small tiny notes leading up to your main ones. For the drums, you probably want a 4/4 kick. With it you can have a rim rhythm or a regular kick-cat snare. Either way, what you want to do is squash the drums a bit. Have a listen here. Before. Now hit it with distortion and compression.
Wait, this guy's
Throw a
crazy.
shake there too. Now, try adding all together.
Wait, this goes crazy.
Add a final step, bounce this out, slow it down, and add some reverb. Made a shout out to these creators for making this genre. Joyful, chess, amazing song.
That was a good video. That was a good video. What is this video? Is it Mozart or is it Pokemon? That's Pokemon. That's definitely Pokemon. That's like
Okay,
fucking
so that
Thingy
one
Town.
sounds more Mozartian to me.
That's
Such a
Pokemon.
classical little move in the melody there.
That's Pokemon.
All right, I'm gonna go Mozart, especially because of that cadence.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
All right, let's see what we got. Pokemon.
Oh man,
That was obviously Pokemon, chat.
Today I'm joined by Mark Richards in Music Play, and these are simplified arrangements.
That's Mozart. That's Mozart. No Pokemon song sounds like that. That is Mozart 100%.
What do you think?
So Mozart or Pokemon? Yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a gimme. I think this one is Pokemon.
Why do you think so?
That's Mozart.
But, the sort of ending.
And anywhere?
Yeah.
Name Saint.
It was Pokemon. That's Pokemon.
A bit of sentence form there for you.
Okay, that's a nice little
4.
Okay, next one. That's Pokemon.
All right. Number 4, Mozart or Pokemon. Hopefully these aren't just going back and forth.
Yeah.
That's Pokemon.
The Cinnabar Island theme.
Let's hear it.
All right, number 5, Mozart or Pokemon.
Mozart.
Was that?
Can we hear that? Jeez, that's a different ball game.
Yeah, that should have been a leading tone. So that's
line. They're just a thing. No.
Next.
film music
Next. Any next?
can find that useful.
Pokemon. Pokemon. That's 100% Pokemon. That.
Okay, so that one sounds more Mozartian to me.
Iconic.
How is that possible?
Oh no.
Let's hear it.
I was kind of not sure about that one. So we were 4-3.
Pokemon
Yeah,
Awakening.
we're just going down.
All right, number 7.
All
Mozart,
right.
Pokemon.
Pokemon. That's Pokemon again.
Oh boy. Here we go again. It's like, this one, it's like, what is that 5 of 5 doing in the second bar? You know, it's coming from like.
I knew it was
2,
Pokemon
but
again.
then I know these are simplified.
I knew it.
Yes.
All
Poke
right.
Park, Pikachu's Adventure. It is kind of classical though.
It is.
Poke Park. Okay, chat, 2 more.
All right, number 8, Mozart or Pokemon.
Mozart. Mozart. I know straight away it's Mozart.
So immediately my
I
gut
swear
says
I'm
Mozart.
a musical genius.
Got one right. Now we've had the last 2 right, so we are 6
On a roll.
6-5. We have a bonus round.
Okay, cool. Let's do this.
Which was
Try and
catered
guess
to
which
your
John Williams themes and films
tastes.
these melodies are from.
I understand.
Who is John Williams?
Try and guess which John Williams themes and films these melodies are from.
Who that?
All right. So
All right, I'll do
our
my
score
best.
at the moment: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're at 6-5. So let's
Jurassic
get
Park?
some bonus points here.
He made the Star Wars music.
Okay.
That's Star Wars.
I mean, I can't be a John Williams fan and not know that.
Right.
So obviously Princess Leia's theme.
That I'm gonna go with that as well. I'm assuming the answer. All right.
Next one.
That feels right to me. Yeah, I think we know these too well.
That's
right?
Harry Potter, I think.
Yeah.
Marion, is that what it's called? Marion's theme?
Who the fuck?
No,
what
that's the Han
Marion?
Solo and the Princess.
Oh my god.
Marion.
Oh, I blew it. I was thinking
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
The love theme from.
Wait, that's Star
is it
Wars
from
again?
Raiders?
Yeah. Oh, that's very similar. Yeah.
Very similar.
I mean, he has a few of these where they're all kind of around the same melodic,
Or it might
harmonic
be.
beginning. You know.
It's this one, right?
Sounds same again.
Is that one? That's what I was thinking.
It's the same song.
That's Marion's theme. Yeah.
Right. I messed that up, and it's that climb. That interesting. And this one's gonna do the same thing, but minor.
It's same song. Oh, that is Star Wars. That is Star Wars.
He's doing that perfectly, but now when I look at Niski, the end comes from the fact that he's walking into places where he shouldn't be. He doesn't have the backing up from his
Darth Vader.
teammates at all.
Bam.
He's
Oh,
walking
no,
in
that's
alone,
Avengers.
and then he gets caught. So now it's a little bit of a
Odo's on the
trade-off. I
desk.
feel like in the long run, because you don't have this sort of X factor where you feel like anything can go wrong at any single moment, it can still improve from here, but now it's just growing pains.
Chat,
Yeah,
hold.
you're completely right, and I think we still see some.
Let
of
me make
those,
one joke.
you
If it's
know,
bad, I'll
good
give 5
fundamental
subs.
plays
Okay,
in
if I
mix-up.
don't laugh,
think
you have to
the
give
early
5
game
subs. What's the
with
joke?
Niski and Chayak was phenomenal because Niski did put a lot of his early game time around that mid lane to make sure his mid laner was doing okay, and it was also really good link up with Linsas in the mid game to get
You know
a few
Clash
picks.
Royale.
I remember the
Yeah,
one
it's a mobile
specifically
game.
around Red Buff where they get a really good team fight. The game looks really won from there, and then you still obviously.
Why are
have those
Americans so bad at that
improvements.
game?
But this is just the Niski buff, because he was a mid laner.
Are you about to
and
get
now
me
he knows
cancelled or some shit? Like, what are you doing?
When he is mid lane, or when his mid laner is mid, he knows exactly what he would want from a support. So now
What the
he's
fuck
giving
are
it,
you
because
doing?
I didn't really feel like he was
I am
overdoing
not
it,
reading the
when he
next
was
part
looking
of
for
that.
plays or looking for catches or kills. He was mostly playing for the pressure and just backing him up so that
Not
he
happening.
keeps having this winning
Not
lane
happening.
going on for a long time.
So to sum things up, better early games from Rogue, more discipline from Vitality is what we want to see here in this game too. Casters, what do you want to see from each team?
Not happening, chat.
League of Legends, I'm going to be honest.
What is this
You want
iconic
to
theme
give us
from?
Chaos?
Yeah, that one.
I've heard that somewhere
Bro, someone
before.
asked me in chat.
Um,
He links me a link and says,
Often. Many throws.
They're matching blue.
Horrendous Baron setups. That's, for me, what is entertaining.
Larson's asleep.
Oh,
That's
Larson's
it,
having a nap.
Get into the right mindset, Larson.
Wake up!
All the int. I want everyone in that mindset right now. I know it's just fun league for me.
It is fun to watch. I do
Chat,
like
you know
it
when you put your
there's, like,
slippers on the wrong feet?
mechanical
Oh my god, that
goodness.
pisses me
Listen,
off.
man, it's one of those
amongst
things where, like, are we as good as Korea?
Why
No,
didn't they make
so
both
just
feet
accept
the
it.
same
we
shape?
Are who we are, you know? Bit of int, that's us.
Yeah, I find often if you are hyper competitive and want to be the best at your craft, you see someone better than you and just like, screw it. I don't need to get any better. I could just be mediocre for the rest of my
Mr.
life.
Pessimistic. We're week 2 in the regular season.
Yeah, but they
I
should
don't
still
follow
be trying
LEC
to
who will win.
improve, Eddie.
That's the beauty of LEC. No one wins.
No, I just, in this game. Then game 3, they can. Yeah,
Okay.
deal.
You're about to see it.
But what if Rogue win this game?
Well, then that ruins all the fun.
Because if they say exactly the same, the logic dictates Rogue would win game 2 because they won game
Come
1.
Why do I
on,
spending
game
Ivan?
3. I want this matchup more. I'm having a great time. Now, Talia and Ivan taking off the ball.
It's 'cause they want
from
Maokai.
Rogue, Azia and Aurora. Ooh, looks like bans are largely just going to be the same.
No Maokai ban yet from Vitality. They did elect red side as well.
What
so
is that
maybe
glass?
they're going to leave that open and try and get some power picks for themselves. Gwen's
What's
still
wrong with my
available
glass?
as well. Obviously, all the
I ran out of
champions
cups, so I had to
in
use a
game one, you can
beaker.
see that series
It works
ban
well,
graphic
though.
Just above the middle of the scoreboard, that shows you who cannot be selected in game 2. I think, by the way, we should
People
do
buy beakers to
Giga
cook.
Fearless.
I buy them to drink
Where
from.
on
We're not
any
the
day,
same.
you can't play any champion
not
that's
the
been
same.
played that day.
That's a
in
fine,
the
by the way. You can't hover champs that are already out in
Like,
Fearless.
if you're
That's a fine.
last in the day, you just
Lot's
have a
fine.
mega disadvantage.
If you're last
Corki
on the day,
first pick.
best of threes,
What the fuck?
80 champions are gone.
Ash, Kalista open on red side.
Okay, when
Vi
I'm putting you on
open,
the decision
Maokai
making
open.
team, Corki going to be locked in for Rogue. A powerful bot lane 2v2.
Why is he first
Of
picking
course, you
Corki?
have the
Oh yeah, because
flexibility.
Larson will play Corki mid.
known for his Corki to some degree. And
Larson.
there's always that possibility with the Kalista
Is the Fury
locked
playable
in.
this patch? I
After
have
Varus,
no idea.
Kalista still
Not gonna
a
lie.
very powerful laning
Pick
bully,
Vi. Do
especially
it.
in the hands of Kazi.
Okay,
Wait,
Now,
Ooh.
my instincts was
Ew.
like I don't like an early mid pick here, but it's Niski support,
Bum.
which means that there is the
Bum,
possibility
bum.
that
Oh, yeah,
it
they could
is
play Hwei
not
support.
a locked in
Maokai. Any
will-
Jacers? Can Adam
There
play
was a little
Jace?
while when Hwei support was being played.
Yes.
I remember playing it and accidentally
I remember
pressed
Beryl
buttons
played
way
Hwei
too
support
often.
and it was disgusting.
I don't think we have seen it that
It was
much
so
recently.
disgusting.
I'm having a look currently at LOL VVV to see how often it's being played. Not very often at all. Often... Oh, Niski's played it last month.
A month ago.
When he was practicing. He's played it, yeah, twice last month he played it. 1 win, 1 loss. Luden's companion.
Well, I'm just going to leave it open there. It's a possibility. The Maokai locked in already. Rogue have got a very solid draft. I mean, Sejuani game 1, Maokai game 2.
Oh my god, Victor?
Okay, now this
Victor?
is very Rogue.
Really? No Jace?
This is about as front-to-back
Larson on Victor?
scaling, team fighty.
Actually, it's kind of smart by Rogue. They yoinked the fucking win, and now they're just going to say, what if we just play full scaling now that we're 1-0 up?
You imagine that Adam's going to play some sort of front line
Aha!
into Callista. Garen is something you really have to be cautious of.
Do we get the Pengu Garen?
I don't think
please
so.
tell me.
Competitively,
I really want to go
Mundo. Mundo's a really good pick here, actually. But Corki does have true damage.
I saw it in my ranked games, and they said it wasn't going to be in ranked, so...
Oh.
Who knows? It would be... it's probably banned because of model changes on the tournament realm, but that would be fun.
But I don't know. Anyway, we'll only worry about that if Garen gets locked in.
I'm worried about
Vitality
it right now,
might even...
First person to play Pingu Garen gets a prize. Come on, someone do it.
Mundo being locked in, we assume that this
Yeah,
is in
it's
the
a free lose. That's your prize.
We saw it come
Congrats.
out from G2 in week
That
1.
champ is mega nerfed, isn't it?
It's been popping up elsewhere as well. I think it's just a very strong tanky jungler. And in particular, it's...
Ambessa on 4.
Mages, traditionally, like, part of the reason why it's so good into Zarya is just because it's a stats check.
Can you guess the whole champ select?
You have to have some way
Well, it's not
of
about guessing, it's about
most
probability.
mages
That's how
typically
draft works.
can't.
This
Also, how do you CC him?
signals Ambessa.
Right,
But why would you ban
like,
Renekton so obviously?
Good
It's
luck.
looking for
And he
Ambessa.
just runs
So they're going to
through
ban
it.
Nord, and they're going to test
Goes
the
where he
waters.
pleases. Renekton is the ban
Rel's
here
out,
from
Leona's out, so
Vitality.
Alistar's
Could still
pretty
be a moment.
powerful.
Of course, the way we're
And Cork is shown
debating
bot.
whether Niski will crack that out in
So my
the
guess
support role would be range support with Callista,
is
which
that
something
Adam
that
is saying, nah, we don't have to ban Ambessa, I got counters. So he hasn't banned it yet. Maybe if they ban Darius or Garen here, then he says, now we gotta ban Ambessa. That's what's happening right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what other mid laner you would necessarily
Poppy.
pick into the
Now do you need to ban Ambessa?
Victor anyway. Like, I think Hwei
This
is a
also
perfectly
signals
fine
Alistar
matchup
on
into
4
the
big
Victor.
time.
And if it was
Alistar
a
and
flex
Bessa
pick,
is the two
then
champs
this
that
is
they're
the value.
fishing
You can see
for.
what your opposition is drafting.
But if they pick Alistar, what can you pick into it?
Decision based on that with the Poppy banned
Pick
away.
Rakan into it, I think, but does that win you the game?
For top
They
lane.
do
Are
ban the
thinking
Ambessa.
about Jax themselves with Gwen ban.
So now they could just give counter pick to Naknako because his blind is gone. So they could just slam an Alistar here.
Good awareness from Rogue.
Because Corki's not very good with range supports. And they would probably have to play Rakan,
Do you go if you're
which is like
Vitality?
not the best.
Do you still want to lock in your top laner?
Because
if they
Corki
were
Braum
able
into
to get the
Kalista
Ambessa,
sounds
there would have been a
horrible.
relatively safe blind. Nope, but that's all confirmed.
Now they have to
for. It's
blind
Alistar
top,
locked
and
in
blinding
into
top
the
with
Hwei.
Maokai,
He's
yeah,
gonna
it's
go
Jace.
against the mid
I told him
lane.
to pick Jace here. I don't know how it got to the draft,
Very purple
but
comp
Jace
on the side of
is really good.
Vitality.
Jace
Trying to
Rakan
wonder,
will be
like,
crazy
what
good.
jungler or top laner would you pick to make it more purple ready?
Bard's a bit shit against Mundo, but it's really good against Hwei.
Kind of ruins the
Also free lane.
theme.
I think Rakan better.
ZLS would say, come on,
So now they're gonna go
purple
Rakan.
mid-range deck.
Likely they'll go
On the right
Jace.
side here.
Likely.
For rift
If they
bound
do go
players.
Jace,
Play your Mundo in attack mode.
what am I feeling into Jace?
Rakan is the hot
I don't
dog.
really
Sorry,
think.
I've gone off on this draft. Apologies, yeah.
What could
Rakan
Naknako
is
play
the
into
lock gonna
Jace?
be
He needs
called
like an
Rakan in the
you know
bot
what the
lane.
fucking
Rakan,
slaps on
okay,
5 here?
yeah,
Like some
so
Irelia or
obviously
some shit, or
you
Yasuo.
can use your battle
Actually,
dance to
Yasuo,
dash
I don't know,
out.
it's not that good as Jace.
If he is
If he
already
blinds
used his
Nara, I would go
Rakan,
Yasuo.
which Niski
If he
was
blinds
very
Jace,
aggressive in using last week, it
I
does
don't know,
make the
man.
engage
I don't
a little
know.
bit easier for you.
I don't know what to pick
Jace
here.
is the final
Just
pick.
fucking
Rogue
pick.
were in two
You need an
minds
80
about
top
the Jace
Camille.
because you
Ugh.
can blind pick the
Need an
Jace,
80 top man.
but
Maybe not actually.
the,
I feel like Jax is shit.
Again, like, how do you deal with the
Maybe it's
Mundo?
just a
They were
Scion
probably
angle. I would go
considering
Scion. Fuck it. Ooh, he is thinking about the Yasuo. Okay.
Oh, he's going
Chat
for
everyone
the
ads. If you don't know what
Yasuo
ads, you can
again.
see on the Twitch right now. Sub channel if you want to back the game.
Played
Size
this,
because
game two
I'll see you in a
last
sec.
week. I will say it wasn't him
Yasuo.
that won them that game.
Yeah, I don't know if I really
I got a
like
joke,
him that
Caedrel.
much.
If you
I
laugh,
think
you
both-
gift 5 subs.
I think
Okay, deal.
Joe
Wait, what do you mean? If
would've
I
been
laugh,
good.
I gift
Camille
5 subs.
also
What
would've
the
been
fuck kind of
good.
cooked is that?
I don't know if I like the Yasuo that much. You've got Alistar for
Okay, go on then. I
knockups,
won't
you've
laugh.
got Callista ulti for knockups.
I won't laugh.
But
Say the joke.
My biggest problem with Yasuo, right,
I'm actually
is that
unbreakable right now.
He's susceptible to CC.
Yeah,
and
5
it
seconds.
might seem like a weird thing
4,
to say,
No, I get you.
but
3,
it's just one of his biggest strengths
2,
is, oh, I get to dash around a
1,
bunch, I
come
have
back
my
in 5
wind
minutes.
wall, I get to stab you, I do a bunch of crits, blah, blah, blah. I'm really good in 1v1s. And
Have you met my friend the tree?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so, like, Gravity Field makes that really difficult. Maokai W
Bro, I'm
makes that really
tweaking. If you're
difficult.
gonna say you got a
Carl
joke,
can
write the
also make
fucking
it really
joke, bro.
difficult because, again, he's
I
very
want it
short
on
range.
Control C into
And
Control V.
That's
I'm
kind of
not
my
here to wait
concern
for you to
with
write an
Vitality's
Amazon book
proposition
to make
that
me
it's
laugh.
got
Just
paper,
fucking
is that
paste
you've
it.
got Callista that's also relatively short range. You've got Yasuo who's short ranged. You've got Alistair trying to engage onto a Maokai. You're kind of very reliant on this Mundo.
Los Ratones! LEC win 2020. Yo, my guys in the G2 jerseys. Hey, we can put those in the fire. I'll send you some new ones.
I think I would have preferred a Cho'Gath a little bit more. In any case, Rogue is very much about scaling. They have good poke, they've got really good range. Corki,
Rock,
Victor,
paper, scissors me? Okay. When I...
be hitting you from afar, and they've got a great
Okay.
to play around as well.
Okay, when the clock... No, how the fuck do we do this? Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Scissors! 1 minute timeout for losing.
Laning phase going, get those early leads again, but maybe close it out with a victory in the end. Lince's here running fleet footwork on the Mundo.
Okay, lock in.
Be Mundo jungle for us.
Oh, Mundo's on the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, this is Patrick.
Keep my eyes on whether or not
Good reference, actually. Good reference.
Look at Niski in the top lane.
Is he going to gank? Is he just placing... so what he's doing here is a second level mind game, as we call it in the business VOD. Often, when players are playing a ranged into melee matchup in top lane, they will place a ward in the second bush. That not the...
I mean,
place a ward in the
who do I think's gonna win?
So
I don't know. I think this side might win. I'm kind of on the blue side here.
So he can avoid those ranged auto attacks. Here, Niski was like, oh, I will outsmart you.
Where's the music at?
Coming up here with an Oracle's Alteration to clear out any wards that were there. They weren't any placed by Rogue, so he doesn't get any, but he can switch over to his warding totem on his recall and wait out the cooldown of that before he can place a ward.
Makes sense.
What the fuck is that song? Someone put that on louder.
Return me to the boogie.
Did not know that Mundo had his own theme song where he danced.
He's a businessman.
Press the button again.
He's got business to take care of. Yeah. Yeah. So. Ooh. Nice. Niski with the thumbs up. Gonna knock back Patrick.
Chat, what we're gonna do now, you have to guess who gets first blood, what time on who. If you get it right, I'll give you a sub.
For those that don't know this mid matchup,
I'm gonna say
Victor is a lane
6 minutes, 3 seconds, Patrick kills Niski.
Means that it's very difficult for a lot of mages in particular to trade back against.
You're not allowed to guess after 2 minutes 30 voting closes.
It just outranges most things, and it's
2 minutes 30 voting closes.
It's very erratic.
You win, you get a sub.
Because of the
you have to be within 1 second.
You from, and that there's no like cast trigger.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to dodge. So you just get bullied a lot. So Quate will likely concede priority. He'll likely lose a lot of HP in the early laning phase. And you can already see, you look at the farm, Triac down about 3 minions.
Okay, you're all wrong, I'm right.
You'll see. And again, remind people, this is very much the style of play that we know Larson for. He likes playing control mages. He's very good at getting advantages in lane when he's playing those control mages. And Triac is just going to have to
all
do
I
his best
need,
to farm
like,
as much
I
as
can
he
tell you from experience, all that needs to happen for this red side draft is for Yasuo to get solo killed once. If Jay solo kills Yasuo, mentally and physically, red side, the other 4 players are like, yeah, this game's fucked. Yeah,
is going to get a ward towards the
it's a classic.
Of the river, but
Yeah, pick me Yasuo. It's good lane. Dies. Well, it's fucked then, isn't it?
About a camp ahead overall on that Mundo.
He'll set his sights on the top side crab. I think it's a little risky given the wave stage.
Getting low.
Knock got about 50% HP.
Cook him.
Triac not really in a great healthy spot himself, but he does have a mana advantage over Larson.
I wish they'd keep it on one lane.
Of course, when you
I feel like I'm being teased on mid and top at the same time.
Trading in lane,
oh yeah.
Knock. That's the shield.
From his passive.
And the wind. It's very nice.
The wind.
Top is diveable. Top is. Why doesn't he go for a dive? Fuck it. Why not?
I don't think so.
Pretty sure.
Come dive top.
Sure he actually gets that shield from jogging a lot.
Hey, observer. He's pinging top.
Sliding, I guess.
Cameraman, top.
Is it because the wind's on his side?
No,
does he die actually? I have no idea.
He's going to have to be athletic to get out of this one.
Maron goes in with the twisted advance. Once again, the wind shield and the wind wall, but it won't be enough. Adam flashes.
Whoever said 359, Jace kills Yasuo, you're correct.
None of it. First blood to Rogue.
Chad, did anyone get it?
Lensis going to steal away the Raptors respawn. But yeah, it's very difficult to dodge around when you get.
None of you got it right.
A nice flash came out from Nako. Made me believe for a second.
None of you got it right. No one got it right. 359, Jace kills Yasuo. I need those words.
Do not want to allow these Krogs to go.
Lince's not going to get knocked up there. Battledown's back from execute. They're just trying
Hysterics,
to
you can't write it after it happens, you fucking donut. Doesn't work like that, you
nice,
rat.
or at least that big one there. Lince's will pop a potion. He'll He'll be okay. So Mauan comes across, picks up his Krugs. Very happy that he didn't lose out too much from that gank on top.
So the top matchup early on already pretty bad. Now there's a serrated Dirk. It doesn't get better. I mean, it will get better later, but not right now. It's not better at all. It's not
This game is lost, by the way. It's so Pick me Yasuo. Words you never want to hear.
So kind of happy I started talking about that when I did. That was a nice solo kill from Adam.
Oh, it's the rage engage bot because top's losing.
We'll get it onto Patrick, execute with a knock-up. Kazi,
Oh, he's dead.
put those
Nice barrier.
in.
Nice barrier and nice shield from the battle dance. Is enough to keep Patrick alive. No jungler in the area to threaten a dive though. So while they'll gain a bit of an advantage in the 2 versus 2,
bro?
I don't think there's really any threat onto Patrick's life. Top side of the map though, already starting to go very well for Rogue. 22 CS to the 43 of Adam. Remember that the wave was slow pushing away from Naknako. When he
You know what I think would be the best comeback ever?
not only did he lose
Is if
away
Hylissang
when he
roll
died
swaps
under
to
the
mid
tower
and then
dive,
claps Vitality.
he then lost
And he just
another
plays like
wave
his Ari.
when he got killed on that slow pushing wave. So it's,
Holy.
It's not good for Naknako on the top side of the map, and this is part of the risk of running a champion like
Hylissang on
Yasuo.
Yone, just fucking blasting
There
them.
will be a point where he can win this match.
What a fucking bounce back.
It just, the rate at which you get to that point is now very delayed, and Adam can accelerate the advantage that he has, and as long as he remains an item ahead, it doesn't really matter that much. Maybe at play of the Ruin King, we'll see how things change, but for now,
At least they're getting into Wake.
full control over that top lane matchup.
Linces is soloing out this Drake though, knowing that Mauang path towards the top side, he can go for those void grubs.
Wait, what is Jace building? No tier? I guess he's just avoiding tier early so he can blast him hard.
Extra damage. Adam just
Right.
absolutely melting through Nako's health, but he is on a struggle bus for one in that top lane. I think the rest of the team realizes that if they play around bots.
The other thing is, for the Winbros specifically, is they never build things like armor boots or merc treads.
Yeah.
They always have to build Zerka's Greaves, which means that...
Man, I think Rogue is
especially
just going
if
to
you do
smoke
get
them
that
this
early
game.
lethality, many other top lane matchups would have just built early armor to help mitigate some of this range pressure, but he's not
Wait,
going to
what?
do that.
He can't do it, really.
Breaking
Like,
news, what's the
Zerka
news? What's the
you
news?
have to have on Yasuo or Yone, and also having your flash.
Is he getting a
kind of
dove again?
A prerequisite to not dying. So Nature's
Oh my god.
See you.
Help!
Well, he didn't give over an assist.
This is just clearly a jungle diff. This is clearly a jungle diff.
You did give full solo experience to Adam.
3 out of 10.
Yeah.
We're a third of the way there, Vitality fans. It's gonna be okay. Meanwhile, bot lane, we have seen Linces going in, stealing that bot side jungle, forcing Patrick and Execute to be a bit more respectful, which has given Kazi about a 2-wave, 3-wave
Yasuo has decided to run
overall,
bot.
so
I
he's
am
in an
out of
okay
there.
Spot. Shayak has been able to start pushing Larson back in this lane.
Good
as well,
read
with that
from
lost
Adam.
chance to start. Larson just trying to farm up.
He's
Actually
already
went
running bot.
Sork boots first on the Victor, at least as his first completed item, and misses a couple of minions underneath that tower.
Bro, this game's about to get so fucking freaky with a 0-3 Yasuo. The only way back is just fucking sending it. It's time for some freakiness.
Committed to the swamp, trying to get Naknako out of this matchup.
Surprise! Rogue can swap as well!
Yep.
Importantly, though, they do shove in the wave quickly, which means Patrick is going to lose some XP.
now.
Yeah, I agree with the immediate swap back. Arcane Storm coming out with the gravity well down as well. Shayak on the wrong side of that trade. Takes about half his health in total. They do swap back immediately, so it's just about getting Naknako
Meanwhile,
away
in mid lane.
Get Naknako away,
Pretty much. He is just so far behind. He knows that he
Fuck
can be
is
solo
this?
killed.
Take the camera off there. I don't want to watch
It's,
that.
it's a very rough spot to be in. Like, the itemization difference is just massive between the top
Wait,
laners.
Yasuo's TPing top.
And Adam is definitely the type of player. The problem is
Maokai, stop!
I think they might just go straight for Naknako
Oh
again.
my
Adam's opening
god,
up through
someone
mid.
help!
They're waiting. Puts down a sapling. Will start to tank. Execute looking for the knockup. There's the last breath as well. The twisted advance to drop the tower.
Someone help him!
Naknako ignited.
Oh my god, jungle's coming top!
Coming out as well.
To
Linces
block
will
him last
block it for
second.
him. Naknako survives with 120 HP. Importantly, Kazi and Niski continue to push in the bot.
Uh-oh. I don't know if that's enough. Show me QE, show me QE.
Can go for that maximum dosage. There's the quickness, double charm, double knockup, double death. For Rogue, they find
Come
two
to die.
and should take the tower
This game
to
is so
Bruce.
lost.
I mean, it's a clean dive from Rogue, and the game
This game is
plan
so
has
lost.
been
It's like
so
the worst part is the
well
jungler like
executed.
tells his top laner jungle's top and he gets perma-doped, so the top laner's fucking tilted because the jungler's perma-top. So the jungler gets fucking social pressured to stay on the tower with him to save him from the die, then they both die and they're both fucking mad. I've been there before.
They'll get the feats of strength already once they secure that tower to boot. And
Adam is the gold lead. He's 1.9k ahead and Rogue
This is me on Yasuo.
ahead. Now it's going to be 2.3 as he does manage to take that first tower. 5-0 as well for Rogue. The only small spot of red is Kazi.
Is this Yasuo just a 7th jungle camp at this point? I think he is. Maokai is just full clearing from bot to top and killing him every time he finishes.
So much worse for him because
he is the 7th jungle camp.
Adam could just flash. Red buff's like, oh, just walk. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Wait,
well,
Adam's
maybe
really dead.
Linces is on his way.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Trying to get away from Linces now.
Oh my god.
He goes in. Look at that blunt force trauma.
He's cooked it.
Adam, how are you going to get out of this one?
Or,
Linces still chasing him. He dodges away from the infected Bonesaw. Nako dashing back in. Adam trying
Run!
to get away on about
Oh my god, is he out? Oh, he knocked him back. Oh my god, no, no, no. No, 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 no. What the fuck? Are you kidding?
First man, the only man in the top lane.
That was so good. That was so good. Are you kidding? I would fucking leave. That's it, bro. I'm out. I'm done. I'm alt F4. I'm gone. I'm fucking out of there. I'm fucking out of there. There's no way.
The E from Adam was flawless underneath the tower, and he converts it into 2. 7-0 now.
That is fucking criminal.
Adam is monstrous.
Drop the replay. That Yasuo is fucking
struggling so much we can't even use the Brazil meme.
He's fucking protesting in my game.
11.5 minutes into this game, a 3,000 gold lead for Rogue. 6 grubs.
Actually, is it the Yasuo or is it the jungle?
Seconds time. They can contest if they want. Adam has TP. Nako does not.
My glasses fell off my face the second I looked down. I don't know why these glasses don't work.
It's second drink, who cares, right? Like,
yeah, my question is, do you care? If you're Adam, you're probably better off just continuing to play for you. It looks like that's what they're going to do. Yeah, just concede the dragon, take all the topside camps, keep punishing Nako. There's already a 2-level difference.
The pick is
and
bad.
This isn't like this is a full 2-level difference. Yeah. If Nako dies again, it will be 3.
2.5, yeah. Oh, so Niski is
What
going
do you
to
mean
come
the pick is
and
bad?
try and save Nako.
I feel like Yasuo is kind of playable in JC.
Do not want that to happen. They might just look for the tier 2. They'll get it. Adam should be able to pick this one up with those 6 grubs.
Now what you do is something that a lot of people will regularly see is like,
god, my
bot lane
top
becomes
tier
your point
2
of
is
strength,
down.
right? So,
My top
like,
tier
you
2 is
move
down
around the
in
map because
12
they have numbers advantage, and so then they use their numbers to create towers. Adam is the point of strength. So Patrick is now the side laner.
Bro, look at the gold diff in top.
Isn't, and he's
Can we get a meanwhile in mid lane
Adam,
check in real quick?
Given all of the resources.
Can we get a meanwhile in mid lane?
Whatever objective is in his way is now what the team plays for. So Larson will likely just stay in mid lane. They'll bring Adam towards bot, and they'll set their sights on this bot out of tower.
Wow.
It depends how much they care about the Herald. I mean, that's still 3 minutes away, and this bot tier 1 is just a very easy objective to play for. And already you can see Maurang clearing out his bot side camps. I imagine he will likely
It was a counter pick. Yeah, it
his
was
top
counter
side
pick.
camps for now, and instead utilize the pressure that they have on the bot side to then threaten.
But Mundo started bot side, didn't he?
Bot side and secured those camps.
How is he getting dove level
See how
4
much
if he started
vision
bot side?
Vitality have invested around this area. Execute and Adam
This is
spotted
a
out
smart play
already.
from Vitality.
They're looking for the pick on Execute here. Gleaming Crow round
They
the
want
corner.
Oh,
Goes in with the quickness.
oh, he's dead. Is he dead?
With the last breath, they will, but
Don't
he
tell me he's gonna get out again. Where is the damage at?
Used as well by Maurang. There's the TP coming in from
Holy
both the mid
fucker.
laners. Vitality cannot kill off Adam. Didn't have a
The
summon to
Avengers
burn,
just drop
but he
into
did
bot.
have help. Execute saves him. Larson flashed away at the end there as well.
The reason why I like that play so much is because
This
Vitality
Yasuo
had
is
the same
fucking
awareness that we did.
broke.
They knew exactly what Rogue was going to do. They knew that Adam would be
The
the
worst
point
part
of
is, okay,
pressure,
and you're
so
gonna
they just
flame me
lay
for this
in wait
take,
for him
okay?
to arrive into the
You're
bot
gonna flame
lane
me
so they
for
could
this
get that
take.
pick.
In
Unfortunately,
Nako's
they couldn't
defense,
convert it into a kill, but the
he is a
idea
good
was
Yasuo
very
Yone player. Like, he is. He is a very good Yasuo Yone
Great
player.
ideas without the execution. Do not a win make. Vedius, because off that play, Rogue were able to take the tower
It's his
in
two
the
main
bot lane,
champs.
third of the game.
Yasuo
Vitality
Yone is his main champs.
Still without a turret, still without a kill.
Like, if you look at his solo queue
5,000
account,
gold lead,
he's
lose
1.7k
over their
LP,
shoulders.
and he's
Actually
maining Yasuo and
executed
Yone
the
every
player
account
with
he
the
plays.
second highest
Like,
gold
he
lead
is
on
one of
the
the
team,
best
about
Yasuos in
1,000
solo
ahead on
queue.
this Rakan. I think he's just been around
But it is a pro game, and he's getting perma-dove. So, he's probably just... He's just getting absolutely snowballed out of control this game.
So now the easiest play for Rogue is to play for Herald.
But if my top laner said Yasuo, and I have the mouse, it's not getting locked in. I just can't find him for some reason in the champ select. I don't know where he is.
Most reliable way to
he's not showing up.
Tier 1. So you imagine that'll be the next big objective that Rogue will set their sights on. Larson doesn't have TP, so he'll likely push in this bot wave and then look to regroup with the team as they get ready to contest this next objective.
See Rogue setting up around here right now. They might even push for the tier 2 in the
What
bot
if it was
lane.
Faker?
Nako at bay.
Not happening.
They have the easier path, the shortcut through the jungle here. Kazi and Niski can't really do anything about it. Nako does have flash, but he's level 9 with a Vamp Scepter, a dagger, and a
Get that man back to mid lane and get him on Galio.
He's also got some boots.
I need a win.
I don't think that's enough for him. Kazi
Free win.
dodging away from Patrick.
Wait,
You
is
can't
Corki
really
balanced
dodge
or
away
what?
from the Gatling gun
The
unless you're
fuck?
behind it,
He
so
just
will
stood
get
there and
clipped
hit
by
him.
that. Patrick going in with the Valkyrie, looking for the damage on Kazi.
Wait, Corki's busted. One more rocket, please!
Rocket still got the kill. Patrick
Wait, what did he
secures
die
the
to? The
1v1
rocket
in
didn't even
mid.
go off.
I mean, things are just falling apart for Vitality.
Will Vitality
And the
get
thing
a
about the
kill?
bot tier 2 play is it's also not any wasted time. You know, the Herald is now respawned.
Scorch?
Admittedly,
Was
I
it
think it's going to be
Scorch?
very
They
difficult
just
for them to
Bluetooth
now
Corki or
contest
what?
it, given that a lot of time was spent securing that bot tier 2, but just more gold is funneled into their pockets. 3.8k is now the individual lead for Adam. And this is
Patrick was kind of
I mean,
popping off today.
It's such a stomp. Rogue is so strong at this point. They will lose the Herald, so a bit of reprieve for Vitality. But Rogue will just come back out onto the map and set their sights on this mid-tier 1.
You're wearing boat shorts?
Makes the most sense for them.
Bro, I don't know if anyone
Really
lives in the
looking at
United
Shine and say,
Kingdom,
hey, how
but
many waves can you clear?
it's so
Can
fucking
you
hot.
get these waves before they get close
Why?
enough to start harassing our towers? And I think the answer is
Why is it
most
so hot?
likely not. He can only be in one place at a
Come
time.
on,
Currently,
man.
he is in mid lane.
The
Importantly
worst
for
part is
Vitality,
my
they've got two
blinds
dragons, so they've delayed any
just get
possible
fucking
soul
heated
from
up like
Rogue.
I'm in
They've
an
also got
oven.
the Rifter that you were talking about, Vedi, which delays the taking of this mid-tier 1. And I'm gonna get a little bit
Can't
more
they just do
gold,
the
and
thing
you
that they
can
did in
see
The Simpsons or
Larson
Family Guy where they
goes
just put
down
like ice
towards
cubes in the
bottom
ocean or
lane,
something?
Then immediately parts back towards mid. Rogue have a huge man advantage here as the Arcane Storm goes out onto Shayak, forces him away. Execute looking for that flank
No, that
position,
was,
but that's the tier 1
that wasn't
in
in-
the mid lane
was that in
for Rogue.
Futurama?
They continue to extend their lead. Nako is up
Wasn't it
towards
in
the top
Inception
side.
as well?
Someone give Execute a dash, guys.
I swear it was in
Guys,
Inception.
Adam! Okay, it's fine, he's fine.
He's going to be able to get away. Top tower at the very least exchanged. Vitality, I admire that they're still trying to be as proactive as they can be on the map. I mean, it's pretty much all they can do.
Who's gonna go for this? Quickness?
I need this Yasuo to drop a 10 bomb. Like, it just needs to happen. Like, I just need that to happen. I need a 10 bomb on the Yasuo ASAP.
There's the Ignite, maximum dosage used by Linsus. Kazi forced away. Patrick doesn't have the flash. Probably already used the Valkyrie. Nature's Grasp only pings onto one. Kazi will jump across the wall. There's the Valkyrie out from Patrick. But he can't find that final bit of damage.
It's 0 degrees where you are.
Kazi,
Can you take some of mine? Take some of my
the very
degrees?
limits of his HP there. Will be forced to go back to base.
I don't have many
So,
pairs of shorts
top
because
tier
I'm
1
fucking...
secured for Vitality. They couldn't
I
quite
don't wear
secure the top
shorts,
tier
so I
2
have
given
one pair of
Execute
shorts and it's just
committed
got
his
boats
ultimate
on
to
them,
push
and I've been
away
wearing them
along
for like
with
2
the arrival
days.
of Adam. And now the Dragon going to be uncontested in favor of Rogue. Game likely going to slow down quite a lot now because the next objective is Artican, which is a very dangerous objective to just force on spawn unless you're able to find a good fight. Which means that given how much of an advantage Rogue has, this is where, and it's not uncommon, some teams just stagnate.
Rogue time.
I mean, I wouldn't even call it, no, because our new definition of Rogue time is throwing with a lead, which...
They can have multiple times.
I mean, okay.
3/4 pence.
Fine, they could. We might have to come up with different names for them.
Maybe I should just start chopping up my pants with some
The
scissors.
idea is that when you don't really
Isn't it
have
crazy
that
that there's
many
still 2
objectives
more
to
best
play
of 3s to
for,
go?
you end up
But
not
you know what
really
would be even
knowing what
crazier
to do.
is if
And
Vitality
you kind
won
of
this
end up in
game.
this kind of paralysis of, well, we don't have any objectives to play for. We could try and play for mid-tier 2, but Hui just keeps wave clearing, so we're just kind of standing here, not doing anything.
Chat, is Monacy playing today? Bro, are you
And
fried?
usually the best thing you can do is just get...
What, G2's playing today? Is Monacy starting? No, he's not. What, you need to fucking lock him fucking Ash or some shit?
To ever really leave their base, and you try to have numbers advantage so that you can punish them. So for example, if Dark Narco's sitting here, you could try and get a collapse, you can get a pick, you can get a punish.
Blast cone for Adam. Flash.
Wow, it's really personal.
As you say, Benny, you can
They're flashing on this Yasuo. Wait, hold up. Let him cook now.
Adam in there having to burn his flash was locked up. Does get the kill.
Oh my god.
Maybe just waiting to give Patrick an assist.
So this is the idea, but Naknako plays it well enough that Adam is forced to go back to base. And the problem is, even if you get these picks, what do you convert it into?
4,750 gold for an AWP.
Kazi was able to push in that bot wave. He's able to get more gold for himself. You look at the gold difference, he actually has a gold lead.
Mods, there's a 4k gold lead in top, do something about it.
So there's an argument to be made that when you're ahead, like pushing your advantage as quickly as you do can sometimes put teams in a tricky situation where they don't know how to accelerate the game. And now the test really is on, like, admittedly, it's a great position to be in.
Especially with a 3
Will Adam carry the game?
Yes.
He's
Like,
a level up, 2 levels up.
Massive. Niski
What
has
the
to flash.
fuck? 2 levels up.
He did decide to blast
4k gold up.
into the pit when none of his lanes were past the halfway mark. That's one of those mistakes that you make at the start of your supporting life and probably don't make as you develop a little bit more as a support. Okay,
this is an angle for Vitality. The shred from Artican
I actually hope
is
Vitality
nothing
win
to
this
joke
game. That
about.
would be, bro, that would be fucking
Can
cinema.
they even gain access to the objective?
Come on, Vitality, do something.
Execute and Patrick keeping Linsus at bay for now. Does have that maximum dosage
That
if
combo
he wants
was
to go
useless.
in. The problem for Vitality is your engage tool is
They're
Niski
so outranged, it's crazy.
flashing into the back
Only
line.
Huawei can do
Knocko
shit,
finding
but he
a
ain't hitting
knockup.
anything.
Niski has no flash, nor does he have Hex Flash, and the poke is too
Man, I feel like
much for
Vitality
Rogue.
is completely outdrafted
We'll
both
pop up
games.
towards the top lane here, maybe trying to catch out someone, but Execute has the flank now and has the quickness, and Kazi does not have a cleanse. They decide to not go for it, don't know where the rest of Vitality are, but they will take the Artican. They'll take all of those petals, get them up to about 37 or so.
So that was just very well played from Rogue. They controlled the space incredibly well, utilizing all of Victor's kits to make it difficult to access the river. On top of that, the Maokai saplings. On top of that, if they did encroach on their territory, the Maokai ultimate was ready along with
Victor and
Rakan
Corki are going to
ultimate
win the game
and
doing
the
nothing.
from
Yeah, but they're
Adam.
scaling and
you can
pressing their
see how
spells. Good job.
difficult it will be for Vitality's composition to even gain space against this rogue comp, especially when they're first on the objective.
I hope Vitality
So
do
again, like, you
something.
look
They
at the
can't come back
potential
otherwise.
win
Have to do
conditions for
something.
Vitality,
Show
and
me.
they feel like they get narrower
Show me some magic.
as the game continues.
Oh yeah, look at this guy.
The best hope is to try and find a pick.
Last bet coming
Well,
out.
that
There's the
sucks.
quickness, though. He'll jump away, back onto Adam, and will escape. So he gets out for the exchange of that Knocko's ultimate. I think that's really nice from Rogue, though. Execute is actually about 5 seconds of walking ahead
Stand in the
of Adam
bush.
at any one point to
They
make
got
sure
spotted.
they have vision before Adam gets the wave in. And he has so many escape tools. Like, Rakan is a bit of a rat when it comes to that sort of play. You can just get out of dodge very easily. And now
It's crazy that Vitality in
Rogue
CS
are
is the best team in the
flanking
world, but in
Vitality.
League they're
Still
not.
a minute before the Drake, so this is more fighting
League
around
they're a
mid
bit
lane
shit.
cryo than anything else. Maybe a little bit of that vision. They'll get
But they're getting there.
slew of wards as you see the shot blast damage from Adam chunking out all of Vitality.
Yeah.
It's only the start of the year,
We've already
the start of
talked
the
about
split.
this so much, but how do you approach this objective? And the idea is that, hey, Mundo can tank a lot of poke, right?
It's fixable,
He has all this
fixable.
inbuilt regeneration, and he has a lot of HP, and it's like, cool.
In
What if the
Valorant,
poke
they're
doesn't
good as
hit
well.
Mundo and it hits everyone else, and you're like, right, that's a...
Man, the pace of this game
And that's
just
exactly
slowed
what's
down.
happening.
Where's
And
the
you'll
pace?
notice the positioning of Rogue is they're not setting up on the dragon itself, they're setting up around the mid lane. Because in order to gain access to the river, you have to contest the mid wave. So as the contest comes through, as you'll see on your screen right now, that's when the poke connects.
Marang here was looking to see if they could catch Linsus or Niski. Larsen having to flash away from the Spiraling Despair. Will escape. Niski's flash about a third
Is
of the way
Vitality
before
gonna
it
fight
comes
this
back
Drake?
off cooldown. Importantly,
I feel
Adam
like
doesn't have his, yeah.
Vitality
the only
have
good
found
thing they
a
have
way
is they have
into the
wind wall to
river.
stop Maokai
They're
ult.
utilizing the bot push. The
That's
mid
it.
wave has only just connected now. Larsen's going to go push that in, but that's enough time bought. Niski, though, continues to take more poke.
Adam's Yumu's doing a lot.
Carsey just decided to send it.
He goes in, he gets onto Adam. There's the last
Oh my god, just open it. It's lost.
Adam still surviving on the
It's
back,
lost.
and you have to feel.
I feel like Carsey is cooking, but the kitchen's on fire. The kitchen is on fire. And Chayek is also kind of cooking.
Adam can TP back into the play though.
Oh my god, that Hui was doing work.
Vitality's intentions were very, very clear. They wanted to kill off Adam.
I feel like the Hui Mundo does a lot actually.
And at this point, you can just see the goal difference in action. If Knock was a
He has
little
ult up soon, the
stronger,
Hui.
or if Adam
Maybe
was
he
a
actually
little
wins this.
weaker, that could have
But
been an
Jace is
easy
keeping
kill.
back.
It was a well-executed play. Unfortunately, the gold gap is just too big. They're continuing to fight over the dragon. Princess could maybe get a steal.
You can look for it, but as soon as Adam arrives, yep, TP's back into the play.
Mundo level 17. This Mundo is frying.
Know that they can't contest that anymore. 12-1 now, a 5,000 gold lead, or 4.6 for Rogue. They have 2 Infernals at their belts, which is only buffing up the damage that Adam will have.
So, Niski
Did I say 17? I meant 13.
Cards the ultimate in order to close the distance between him and Adam. He finds a nice engage, and again, the follow-up just isn't quite enough damage on Adam. You can see how low he does get. It was nice
Time
that
for an
Cards
eye
at the very least
appointment.
got one shut down.
Yeah, I do need new glasses, that is
but
true.
It's really just pennies
I was
in
thinking
the-
about getting LASIK
in the
though.
grand scope of what is a
Maybe I should get
4.3K
LASIK.
gold lead
But I'm
for
too
Adam.
scared.
But if they can kill
I'm too
Adam,
scared.
maybe they can do it next time.
Don't know if it matters. I mean, if you want to compare AD carries and mid laners,
What if
their
I lose
organization's
my
very
eyes?
similar. So if you cut Adam at the start of the fight, yes.
And he hasn't done any damage to you with his accelerated shock blast.
Yeah, you're right, that the goal difference disappears. The game becomes even again. So just, all you have to do is kill Adam.
I don't think I can do
Should
contact
be easy
lenses.
enough.
Surely. Obviously, you
That
may
shit's
invest a few
disgusting.
resources to do that, and the
You
rest of
fall
Rogue
asleep
will be
within
very
your eye, it
happy
goes
if
fucking
you do
crusty.
So Adam, still unkilled so far, now has 3.5 completed items, 600 gold bounty on his head as well.
He's about to upgrade to Muramani. He's very close. It is delayed
Just take it out.
because he actually completed
Just take it out,
before
this
he
chat
got
says.
it.
Just
Yeah.
take it out. Chat, just hit
Which
Challenger.
I think was the correct
Just
decision.
buy a house. Bro, what do you want about? Just take it out.
You were winning so hard.
If you can get double lethality and then stack up the Manamune, I think you're very happy with that. Baron available for Rogue. They can play towards it. Vitality trying to make one last stand, but
I swear, Nesquik is perma poke. You can never
even
fight.
if everything goes their way, how effective it is going to be. Nako's still only on an item and a half. As you say, Kazi and Shayak have 2. So if they do have a bit of time in a fight, maybe they can work their way through Rogue.
Healing reduction as well, very important against this Mundo. Nako doing what he can to get back into the game, but
This Yasuo
I think
is
he may be
fucking
caught out.
protesting on
Yeah, I
side
think
lanes.
that's a wise choice.
Lost the cannon
You're
though.
kind of forced to make these decisions because you're so far behind. You have to get what gold you can, and so committing your TP to at the very least get another wave and get out, I don't think is the worst decision in the world. Now though, the fight over the mid wave begins once again. And Rogue, if they can win another fight, that'll be Baron.
Adam with no edge of night. Marang looking for the Nature's Grasp here. Linsis is going to block it, doesn't land on anyone else, but they dive onto the jungle.
That Mundo is
That's
one
really all
tap.
they need.
But
It's
Rakan's
Sparkling
dead.
Despair on the Rakan.
Big.
It's going to go down. Niski gets an engage onto Malorang, but not really the target you want.
Big.
Now Larson, Adam and Patrick. They just have
Wait,
a
they
shooting
flash
party.
W'd
They can look
onto
for
the
anyone.
Alistar. What?
He's gonna
Oh,
hit
Niski, what the fuck? I could see it. I
Fresh
saw it. I
forward to
saw
look
it.
for further engages.
I saw it. I
Couldn't
saw
find
it. I
so
saw
both
it.
the jungler's now down. Malorang over eager.
Like, I
in
saw it. I
chasing
saw it. I saw it.
Vitality.
It didn't work though.
W'd onto an Alistar that still had ulti available. I completely agree with you.
There is a little bit of trolling going on.
Vitality were able to buy themselves a bit of time, as it ends up being a 2-for-1 in the favor of Vitality.
Yeah, really odd for Malorang to want to go for that. As you say, Niski still had his ultimate.
Why is
I do
Maokai
like
flash
the
Wing a
flash
fucking
Q from Niski
Alistar?
at the end as he's looking for a little bit more, but it's Lensis who's caught out first.
So they just obliterate the front line. I think this is an easy pick, and it gets traded for the support, not the end of the world. But at this point, Rogue should be setting their sights on Baron. But the flash W in onto the
But
Alistar,
here, he's trying
who
to
still
WQ
has the ulti
flash, right?
available, he immediately gets punished for it. And
Miss.
as you rightly called, Niski looking for an engage where maybe he can stun someone on the back line. But he was a little bit out of reach, so he couldn't quite connect.
I always looking for those places. Alistar is one of the things I think that changes a good Alistar into a great Alistar, the taxiway Q flash, because it just gives so little time for anyone to react. As you say, out of range, so not quite a great Alistar yet from Niski, but was trying to make the plays, trying to get his team back in it. Adam clearing out a control ward here. Baron still the option for Rogue. There's a Drake up in 45 seconds time though. Would be their third of the game. Obviously doesn't put them on soul, but it gives them something to play around, and something you talked about earlier was that
It is weird that Vitality are like holding on.
Major objective to go for. Obviously,
Feels like
Baron
Rogue
available,
can't
it's a
do
bit
Baron.
tricky to get maybe the Dragon
And they
a little
aren't
bit
on the
easier for
Drake
us.
timers.
Yeah, I
They're only
think Dragon
2-2.
is the easier play,
So if they're going to
especially
stack
when you're
Drakes,
stacking them so
it's going to take a
effectively.
while.
Because you could always argue like Vitality's not going to start Baron. They're too far behind.
But they're 5 towers to
Vitality
2
be
and
like,
only 3.83 up.
We got nothing left to lose, bro. Like, we're already
Is
behind.
Vitality just going to lose the game for them? Just start Nash?
Yeah.
And Leandri's Black
I mean, Yasuo's not slow either. He's behind, but I think they've done a good job of.
The only real goal lead is Adam. Yeah, but can't Adam just get cover, push side to infinity, and then come in and
They
fuck
should
them
be
up?
able to push in this way very
Or hit
quickly.
a tier 3 or
Larson
some
has
shit?
just gone back to base, picked up 2 large rods.
I actually think it's a really wise call. You send Patrick to go and
Yeah,
get
there's
the
no
Dragon,
way.
keep
There
Adam
is
around
no
'cause his
way
poke
Rogue
is more
lose this
effective
game.
than Patrick's at the
Impossible.
moment. Patrick can solo
Rabadon's
Drake
Victor,
This
2.5
way
item
you know
Corki,
that Vitality's
4
not
item
doing the
Jace.
Dragon. Niski is waiting in the wings
Unlosable.
to
And
see
they have
if
soul point
anyone
3
from
Inferno
Rogue
Dragons.
steps
This
now
game
is
is
forced away.
completely over.
Baron was aggro, so Kazi and Lintus take a little bit of pain for the trouble of walking
How
back
can you actually
towards
win
that top
if
side.
Vitality? You're on a fucking budget.
So
What is
Vitality
Kalista going to get a
were largely
pentakill?
just spectators off the back of that play. They didn't really have any real threat around the Baron. They conceded the mid wave, they conceded the bot wave, they conceded Dragon. I guess you could argue that they stalled a bit.
Why is
Giant
it the
was able to
first
get a
thing you
bit of
talk
farm.
about
Credit
is
to him. He's done a good
going
job of
bold?
keeping up with Larson. The goal difference is largely just the objective difference between the two teams. And so that death cap is going to come through first for Larson, as you would expect. But it doesn't mean that Chayak is that much behind him.
Now Rogue gaining control over the Baron pit. Chayak is catching a wave in the bot side. Nako takes a third of his health from an accelerated shock blast. And Soroda's Grudge now completes as well for Adam. He is in such a strong spot. Has the flash as well. If Niski looks for the engage, goes instead onto Patrick. There's the last breath as well. Execute in with the quickness.
They didn't get the Huawei combo on the Corki. Cars is dead as well. GG. GG VP. Wait, hold up. That Mundo was kind of busted. I feel like Vitality has 2 champs that want to go in, Alistar, Yasuo, and 3 champs that want to kite. And when they kite, it looks playable, but when they go in, the game's lost.
They just don't quite have enough damage. Lensis, he is a meaty front line that is difficult to get through, and with Chayak still alive, they can contest this Baron, which is why Rogue is hesitant to commit
I feel like they
to
should
it.
keep their distance. Let Huawei marinate
Notice
them a
how
bit.
the game is stalling.
Yeah.
And we talked about this earlier, that Rogue just, while they had a huge lead early on, when you take all these objectives, sometimes
Your
it can
mic
be
sounds
difficult.
better. Yeah, I
And
fixed
like
it.
the fact that they are forcing
Me.
the Baron, but TP's going to be
I
available
fixed
for
it.
Nako.
Yeah, Adam's still 14 seconds away and doesn't have teleport as well. So Nako's up, he TP's in, Linus here looking for the seal. Shayak spiraling to spare around 20 seconds before that ultimate is off cooldown. As you
Go on,
say,
Linus, steal it.
Patrick
No, you
HP,
can't.
Ninja's
Impossible.
coming out. Linus spell immunes it, the quickness from execute to try and keep everyone at bay. Baron secured for Rogue. Can they get away? Well, Patrick will Valkyrie. And it looks like Rogue have escaped the clutches of Vitality.
I mean, good use of the gravity field, the Maokai ultimate to follow up as well. They just use their tools to zone their opposition away.
Are they looking for this fight?
It's like Linus is, he gets rooted.
Yes, no ult. One shot.
Immediately, Rogue! They cheated tempo ready, they stayed around instead of recalling after the Baron, and they find a pick on the enemy jungler, and now Marang's flashing forward
summon
once
us.
again! The engage onto Kazi, the
Oh, Yasuo time, baby.
field. Redemption from the skies! Adam trying to chunk out Nako, and he'll put him in
Holy
the dirt.
fuck, Adam dropping an 11 kill game.
Adam is 12-1 and
12.
6 on this Jace.
It's a triple kill
GG.
for Adam, and all 5 members of Rogue
Holy
are
fuck, Yasuo
alive,
just needs one
with
more death.
only
What if we
Chayak
just don't
left to
end
defend.
Rogue?
I think
Thoughts?
the Rogue is going to close this series out.
One more death.
Good wave play,
One
but
more
those
for the
Baron
road.
Minions are no slouches. Execute with the flank, and Shayak can say
Guys,
nothing about it.
25 seconds.
The
One
only
more for the
spiraling
road.
despair in this game is for Nako 091
They're
on the
just gonna end.
Yasuo. Rogue, after picking up their first game 1 win,
Holy
will
fuck,
pick up
Linus
their
just ran in and
second
died.
game
Respect.
2 win.
Guys,
and
10
secure
seconds on
their
Yasuo. Thoughts?
first series
10 seconds. What if we
in
wait?
spring.
Next. Okay.
I mean, ultimately, just a very well-played game 2.
Quick 2-0.
I love the
Rogue
focus on the
Sparek or
top
what?
side of the map. I love the way that they executed a lot of the map play. Some of the fights and the picks got a little bit scrappy.
Is Rogue
but
back or what?
ultimately 23 kills to 4. Very little that you can be critical of Rogue in this
Did
game.
you just walk out and start stroking
Just
him?
incredible stuff all around, you know? I love the way that they walk. I love the way that they ganked up. It was just amazing stuff from Rogue. And
So if
surprise
Rogue
to be
beats
sure, game
Vitality,
1 messy.
and Vitality beat Heretics, and Heretics is against G2 today, and G2 is probably... Wait, who did G2 beat?
Apart from that, they waited for their objectives, they waited for
Who
their
did
bits,
G2 beat,
and
Chad?
they played the game incredibly well.
And remember that they've got a tough
Koi.
schedule. They played 2 series last week.
And Koi lost to everyone. That means Rogue's the best team in the league.
Really important. So a big win today for Rogue. You can vote for your key player of the series. It's Adam, Larson, or Patrick. All fantastic options. Shout out, of course, to the support and jungle who won.
Didn't I say Rogue is B tier yesterday, last weekend? I did, but I went back on it, so I won't stay with it.
Big series win for Rogue, of course, Vitality. They find themselves 1-1 in the standings, so it's not all doom and gloom for them just yet.
Single round robin, 7 games.
I got told to chat, BRB, don't be ill.
That's how maths
But
work.
I think, like, I think their draft was fine until the Yasuo pick.
Yeah, and it
obviously
happened last week as well.
It's easy to talk about it in hindsight because the Yasuo just got shut down, but like they hovered the Cho'Gath.
Yeah.
They hovered some of the options that I would have preferred. But hey, we'll see how they can adapt moving into next week. Best 3 single round robin. Vitality find themselves at 1-1 for now.
We were hoping for a Yasuo, and instead we got a yes or no.
That's pretty good, actually.
Right?
That's rare
That's
for
pretty
you.
solid. I think, though, someone who knows perhaps a little bit more about top lane is getting ready on the stage for us. I can see Shox down there. She's waving. Shox, take it away!
Thank you. Welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. I do indeed know more about the top lane than you. I'm kidding. It's Adam. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Go. You're also in the Player of the Series vote and completely unbiased. I think you should win it because that Jace, that was something. Is this the Korean bootcamp paying off? Is this Korean Jace?
Maybe, who knows? You know, I mean, I've been practicing Jace for like a few years now, and specifically this year, I've been feeling pretty confident on the champion. And of course, my teammates who like trust me, my coaching staff who trust me on picking like a champion that is like not easy to pull. First of all, on stage, and when we like struggle a lot, like in mid game. So I'm really glad because I think it was pretty clean game overall.
Why do you think Jace specifically is hard to pull off on stage?
Because it's I mean, first of all, the champion is like needs resources, right?
Yeah.
And you need to have like really clean setups when you do objective. He needs a lot of horror because he's not so good 1v1 on site, and everything needs to be like really like clean within the team. So.
But you were far ahead, so you know you had a little bit of leeway.
That's true. That's true.
We do have a replay of I think it was the double kill where they try to go for you, but you said not today. Talk me through this one.
I mean, yeah. I'm not too sure. I think I play like pretty well. I could have dodged maybe one Mundo Q and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I can do that because like I'm so strong. So really happy that it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it was beautiful to see. We also saw how excited you were afterwards. Now, of course, Rogue Time has been a big topic of discussion, and I gotta say, you know, you start thinking about it as a viewer, and I saw you talking a lot when the team slowed down, or the tempo of the game slowed down a little bit. So, was it something that was discussed? Obviously, not the word Rogue Time, but probably, come on, guys, we need to stay calm, we need to stay focused on this objective.
I mean, I would say that, you know, we finished like last in winter, but I do believe that in the 9 best of ones that we played, there were some games that we should have won, and we actually lost them because we didn't like take time like to chill a little bit, or like think about like just chill, you know. Like we had so many times the games in our hands, and I think we learned from our mistakes, and it's also important like to just calm down, and that we have to realize when we can just win the game, right? And if we lose the game, it's in our hands. So just remind each other, take some deep breath, and maybe game is going good.
Yeah, game is going good. Drive it home. You're also our Kia player of the series. This is no surprise to me. Congratulations, Adam, for that. And also, the very first win for Rogue. So are we looking at an upward momentum now?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't won a single game. I mean, like an official game since the first best of against Heretics in winter.
Whoa, really?
Yes, yes, we only won the first game of the 9 best of ones. And after that, we completely... Let's not talk about that.
No.
But I think it's like a win that is really needed to us because since to make playoff, we need like to reach top 6. This is way harder than top 8, obviously. And we had 2 best of 3s this week. If we lost the 2 of them, would be 0-4. And this would be really mentally struggling.
This would be straining, but you pulled through today. Congratulations to
face.
the player of the series. And Rogue with their first series win. That's enough from us on this side of the stage, rather. When we come back, it's KC versus BDS.
Chaos, never Never gonna settle for those boring plays, no way. Give me chaos. Never gonna feed, but we will create some space. Give me chaos. Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams. Making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes. Give me chaos.
Shiny links. Check Vladdy's match history. Someone link him the Gaga thing. Chovy! Fuck, I tapped in Vladdy, I got Vladimir. Silas mid, Garen mid, Kaisa mid, Rise mid, Varus mid. Sivir mid, Jace mid. Okay. Peaceful. What is this boaster clutch?
Fine, but it really comes down to Chronicle here.
Did he get seen? He's gone all the way around. No, he's not being seen. Now he has Seavoff picked off unless, sure, finishes him off eventually.
Boaster 1v3.
That's going to put Boaster in a bit of an awkward spot. They're not going together, despite kicks being very low. Oh no. Durka swinging alone goes down too! Boaster with the lifeline for Fnatic. The Red Bull clutch, and he's dropping it back on the stage.
Sponsored by NordVPN.
What is this? I'm not gonna watch that. We're already in the next series. Yeah. Chat, all your links are just so bad. Everything is just a cat laughing, that's it. Are you gonna link a good game? Or a good video? Chat, look at the camera! I told you it does this! And now I'm gonna go cat despair afterwards. It's crazy, you know? Why the fuck does that happen? What is this?
South Korea is over.
Over
this
what?
Sounds brutal, but South Korea will soon start melting on all fronts. Demographically, economically, socially, culturally, and militarily.
What?
Because for decades, the country has been experiencing a fertility crisis unprecedented in human history. And we've probably reached a point of no return. By 2060, the South Korea we know and love today will no longer exist. What will the collapse look like? And why is it now almost impossible to stop? The real population bomb. To have a stable population, you need a fertility rate of about 2.1 children per woman. In the 1950s, South Koreans used to have 6 children on average. In the 1980s, the rate fell below 2. And in 2023, it was 0.72 kids per woman, the lowest ever recorded in history.
Why?
In Seoul, fertility is even lower, around 0.55. On average, about half of the women here won't have any kids, and the other half just one. What do these numbers actually mean in the real world? If fertility stays as it is, then 100 South Koreans will have 36 kids. When they grow up, they will have 13 kids who will then have 5. Within 4 generations, 100 South Koreans will turn into 5.
What the
fuck? If we look at today's South Korean population pyramid, we see this is pretty real. There's only one 1-year-old for 4 50-year-olds. After 4 decades below the replacement level, the consequences were still largely invisible. Today, South Korea's population is at an all-time high, as are its workforce and its GDP, which is still growing. But demographics hits you like a freight train. You hear it vaguely in the distance, and then it runs you over. South Korea is about to be hit. Let's time travel
Do they know about this?
35 years into the future, to 2060, and see what the country will look like then. When it comes to demographics, the most commonly used projections are those put together by the UN. They envisage 3 scenarios: low fertility, medium, and high. But in the past, all medium UN projections for South Korea have consistently been too positive. Between 2022 and 2023,
is there any other country that has this problem too?
Alone, fertility in South Korea dropped by another 8%. So we're going to use the latest low fertility scenario.
Why? Why aren't they just spawning more? What's up?
Job on that is just that there's a lot of times when you approach just a neutral objective with so much goal lead, and you guys, rogue time kicks in. Because it used to be really good. Rogue time was bad, then it became good, and now it's kind of bad again. So I guess it's on you to kind of turn it around. But still, signs of life, big signs of life compared to winter. How is it internally now? Do you feel like you're a little bit more proactive as well? Do you feel like this improvement as well, from your perspective, you know, being in the game?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, like in scrims we've been doing better, but also because we were like really bad in winter in scrims, and now we're like not like really bad, but we feel like bad. So it's like a small improvement. But mainly we've just been trying to work in mid-game, right? I don't think early game was ever our issue.
Yeah.
Really? So, yeah.
And how do you approach reviews?
Yeah, we'll watch the
I
video.
wonder, like, who's actually making the calls in game?
But I don't want to skip any
scene. About it, like, are you actually now stepping up?
Wait, this is crazy. Hey! Isn't this 2 top laners that Larsen played with in the last 3
I
years?
will just try to play more like solo queue and not talk as much, because then I'll focus more on individual gameplay. It's like on the drone gameplay, like you can see me killing Corsi a few times, and like if I was talking too much, maybe I like wouldn't see those opportunities, you know, because I would like too focused on like macro or whatever instead of just looking at my screen. So I think that Adam is doing like a lot of talking in mid game for sure.
I know that you guys were sick last week. I also know that you played a lot of games so far in the beginning of the season. 2 games last week. You're gonna have GX on Monday as well. How is like energy managing and also your health as a team? Are you guys feeling better?
I mean, going off the O2 week, definitely didn't feel better, right? But yeah, I mean, as I said, like if we go 2 this week, we will be very happy and we will be on a good track, so
all right. Yeah. Let's focus on the next series.
Jackie Senpai Drew lost Ratones as Blue Lock.
We have Nuke versus
Holy fuck.
former KC mid laner.
Let me guess.
Long time
Reckless.
ago, versus the Golden Child. I want
Velia,
to say.
Baus,
KC.
Mitsuko,
How
Neme,
similar are their
Crowny.
trajectories, though?
It's also quite similar. It's funny because it's also similar to what
is this
Larsen
me and
is doing
Molecule?
now. He's on his improvement arc where he wants to talk less. While from Nuke, we're seeing this growth where he was kind of doing.
But that goes crazy hard. Yo, Jackie Senpai, you fucking
mages
cooked.
and, you know, just hit well, position well in team fights. But now he even has a cool quote where he feels like he's stepping up more in this sort of leader position where he has to be doing a lot and he's scared of failing. While Vladi went through his, you know, getting beat up at international event arc, and now he's trying to adapt his champion pool. So it is interesting to see that all 3 of you guys are kind of going in this similar trajectory. But I want to see I want to hear your take on this this mid-lane matchup and how do you feel like they're, you know, transitioning or adapting to new challenges?
I definitely think Nuke was playing a lot better last year than this year. I felt like in lane it was definitely harder last year, and overall I think but I guess that's also because BDS has been struggling more in game. Maybe don't have like the same like leadership and the same like fundamentals as they had last year. Because last year they were like very disciplined and like they played good macro. Like they were taking the game slow. Like they knew exactly what they were doing. But this year I feel like they haven't found their how to play the game together. Their identity. So that I think has been hurting Nuke a lot more. Like probably has to do a lot more shot calling and stuff. So maybe it's not focusing as much on individual gameplay.
Yeah, and while we have you here, it's so curious to hear what you think about Vladi, because obviously this guy came into the league and won won in his first ever split, or second ever split, I guess you want to say it. So how have you seen his improvement from last year to this one?
I feel like when he came in, he was already like really good. I was like impressed instantly by Vladi because he was playing so aggressive, and I really like to see it. Like he was playing very aggressive in scrims, and that's what you want to see. And I felt like, he was also like trying to skill shit too, like Caps would do in the past, and I guess Caps still doing. So So I think he's just a really good player.
My opinion at the beginning of the day, seeing BDS.
So what do we got now? We got KC versus
You don't want to hear this. Was that I don't feel like
BDS,
they're
right?
a different team.
Wait, that's kind of nice.
Compared to what we've seen in Winter. What do you think?
That's kind of a good series.
BDS?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think BDS was too good in Winter. I don't think they're too good now.
Okay.
Like even in scrims, I feel like they're struggling quite a lot. So yeah, I mean, we will have to see, right?
Yeah.
But I definitely think they have a lot to work on.
So we're gonna do the draft here at the desk, of course, as the players are taking on to the stage.
They're so cool.
It's so cool, yeah.
Look at him go, yike.
All of them. What do you think about this matchup and what did
Yike! Yike versus 113 is quite fun.
We saw that competitions work.
I think BDS needs to get some discipline back. I feel like every time you watch them play, you never know what's going to happen. And I feel like they will make 2-3 good steps, but then on the first
Weren't
step,
they both KC coaches?
And go like way too deep and always sort of overreach a little bit too much into the enemy side. And I feel like we need to calm down.
Drama!
And ready to like beat KC at their game.
I actually think it's quite the opposite because
they're very close friends.
Discipline
That's
used to be BDS's name of the game. They
that's
always
wholesome as
let's
fuck.
take these drakes, let's just position, let's take these fights and etc. But now I feel like with the roster they have, with 113 being a complete psychopath and doing so well on these sort of carry junglers where he gets to skip camps, kind of do I guess what Marang is doing or used to do back in the day. I feel like they need a lot more of this X factor from him and a lot less reliability because I think it's also what
Kana versus Irrelevant is pretty good top matchup, yeah.
They try to play like old BDS with this roster of players and it just didn't
Was
work
Nuke
out
on
at all.
BDS ever? No, right? Chat, I'm gonna eat
find
some
something
jelly. I
new
think
and
I want to eat some
something
jelly.
unique that works for them.
I think it comes to
No, it shouldn't be
comes down
jelly.
to like going back to the basics first. When I look at the gameplay that we saw from them last week, there was like a formula that was working.
Chat, I have loads of jelly in the fridge. I made it.
Poke, range, usually
was on
team fights
BDS.
as well. Is
Well,
something
he was
that's
on
gonna
K-pop,
work
was
well
he?
for them. We'll see how enough it is against KC here today, and of course the Nidalee is on.
No, I mean, it was Nuke on K-pop.
Already taken out. I wonder if we will see the Nafiri. I want to get your opinion on this, Larson, because you haven't picked Nafiri a single time, and it was really popular in the beginning, but now it's kind of.
So wait, he was on K-Corp.
He
was on K-Corp.
I mean, it's just not
the
like
coach was on
competitive
K-Corp.
champ. It shouldn't be a competitive champ, right? Like those champs are
And they're
generally
both
like
French
never
lords.
is a competitive champ, and if they are a competitive champ, that means they're like completely broken and will get nerfed instantly.
Yeah, like
which is what happened.
Yeah, it's exactly
I mean,
what
it got
happened,
nerfed
yeah.
and then got hotfixed a day later.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm
Varus
not sure.
Chase is here, Rumble
I don't
Nidalee.
think it's a competitive champ.
Yeah.
I think only those like Zed and
Good Nidalee banning
Nafiri,
against
those type of
1-3.
champs are only competitive if they're like really broken, which is usually only for one patch.
I mean, it makes sense.
Is
Usually
Yike
we
gonna
will
get
see
his
the Maokai,
Maokai?
the Vi, the Sejuani, the Skarner, the classics, but right now all of them are up and available for the team. And I
Nafiri is
imagine
open, so let's see if it does get picked.
I think we might see a Maokai or something. That seems to be the
I
classic.
think the prior will go down because you do need this plug and play jungler. I feel like Maokai is the flavor of the patch right now. What do you think?
Maokai is a
what do you
good-
feel like is super prior
The
now?
fuck is
Obviously
that
without
noise?
leaking too much from.
I didn't really pay attention to the draft.
Zyra first pick.
No,
What?
that's fine. I mean, it does go with what you
Doing
said,
his
right? You
homework,
just do your own thing. You just play your solo queue. Don't talk so much. It's fine.
Yeah.
it's on brand. Zyra first pick. Wow. We haven't seen this champion in a while, right? How is it internally in scrims? Because I feel like this champion used to be super popular in winter, and now it's not really so much. But maybe now with all the hot
Don't
nerfs
give
from
Yike
the
a tree
junglers,
matchup.
already it starts becoming a little bit more prior.
Yeah, so the thing is, Zyra is the champ I have no clue about because we perma-banned it week 1 and even in scrims. But this week we opened it and they didn't pick it, right? Because we didn't think that had to pick it, so we opened it. So actually I have no clue about the champ because I haven't seen it in scrims. It's like it doesn't.
Yike on Maokai is GG, isn't it, chat?
I mean, it kind of fits.
I feel like
Marco's
Yike on
style,
Maokai or
really
Ivern is
high
just GG.
fasting clearing jungler that's
They always
like
play
kind of
Maokai,
first
Yon,
objectives,
Jace, Corki,
kind of
Ezreal,
speed
something
it
like
up,
this.
get
I
in.
think BDS likes AD mid.
It's like K-Corp's best
I think
comp.
they are some first AP angler and AD mid. Like,
I feel like it's a mistake giving them Maokai.
Yeah, makes sense. And we see the Maokai as a response, which is the classic. Yike does like the trees. As well.
Yeah,
Kalista
friend of the
also
forest.
good.
Yeah.
What you would expect. And Kalista, I mean, we
Yike
know how
Vi
good
is the
Kalista
best.
is with
Is it
this
the-
champion. Usually it's banned out most of the time. I feel like Kalista has been open a bit more end of last week and this week as well. I want to see what's going to happen with this champion.
Ash or
Lots
Ezreal,
of
what you got
second
for me? Nice,
rotation
talk to me.
BDS here. What do you want to knock?
We do need some engaged support.
I feel like someone needs to
definitely
spice
think
some
that
shit up here.
The comp from BDS needs a little bit more
Someone needs to
space
spice
making.
some
I think
shit
Ash
up.
is a great pickup, coupling it with a melee support just so this way you have a lot of skirmish power, you have a lot of tools to be playing around bot lane, and Zyra has this sort of cryo lane that can always make things happen around. I also think KC's adaptation so far compared to last week has been good, because we did see that horror game with Ivan Elise that I felt like there was no front line and not really any sort of
early
playmaking.
pick.
I'm surprised.
Denied from Kana.
I think what they're scared of is actually if they pick an engage sport, the Renata on free will kind of make that lane really hard to play, and I think they just don't want to hold. But they're gonna have to blind no matter what, even if they pick the Gnar here. So they're kind of just prolonging their demise in that way. The Gnar, I guess, is the safest blind they think.
Chase is out in the early rotate Gnar.
It's like one of his best champions.
Is it time for Kana Quinn or what?
I guess it is pure comfort, but at the same time, it does invite counter pick from Kana, which I feel like he's always been doing good in this position. But I do guess that at one point you would be having to pick this blind pick top. It just was not the best one, and I think it might be just because it's such a huge comfort from Irrelevant, and maybe other champions like Jax would be having a lot more counterplay.
But I see
What
it's
do you
very
ban?
difficult
I feel like
to
you need to
drop
ban AD
like,
mids.
if you drop mid there when you pick Zyra, you really want an AD mid, and Jace is already out, and now you can actually ban
I got the
two AD
best
mids
and
if you want
funniest
from
joke.
KC.
If you
That's-
laugh, you give
can
5
actually have
subs.
that deep of a pool.
Okay, go.
I think so. He likes
Yeah,
to
10
build
seconds,
enemies,
10,
like
9,
if it's, I saw his solo kill playing out of Lucian.
7.
Oh, Lucian is back.
6.
Maybe.
5. What's the number that makes everyone but EU
Lucian,
region can't despair?
I'm not sure if I missed one, but
What
like,
is
I also think when you have Gnar, you have like good AD damage, you can
1647.
go AP, even though it's like less optimal.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, as long as you have free, that is like the big thing.
Yeah, exactly. And now the Yone and Tristana
That was
is
a
getting
terrible
is gonna
joke.
be open. One of them is gonna be
That
open
was
because
fucking awful.
As we said, KC identifies
That was so fucking
BDS
awful.
really needs engaged supports, and they're starting to ban out. I'm expecting maybe a Nautilus or even
Mods ban him.
a Leona ban from here, just because it synergizes so well with Ashe. And the Renata is already taken out.
Yeah, I think it's really clever to take out Renata because that is the hardest thing to run into as an engaged support. You can basically never fight in lane, and you kind of relegated to just being.
You know, I
engaged
think
for the team
Tristana
fight. It
is
doesn't even end up that
just
well for
what
you, so
Nuke's
now
gonna
it
pick.
allows Paris
He's
to
just
have a
gonna
little
play
bit more
Tristana.
freedom in lane and outside of it as well.
It just feels so weird now. With Yone being out, I feel like even if BDS finds the sort of AD champion on mid with the Tristana, it feels like you're having so much range and squishiness on the side of BDS that K-Corp has an easy time, you know, just diving with the Maokai, diving with the Ambessa. So I feel like even if you get this, you know, synergistic composition where it ticks all the boxes that you'd like, it still feels a little bit suboptimal.
Bro, what is it with Sylas? Daddy loves Sylas.
Great
He's also
comp. They have so
inviting a
much
Tristana
comp across the
counterpick.
board. Very solid lanes here. Picking the Sylas on 4 would be risky. We shouldn't
Talia's
really talk
good.
about hovers, but the Talia is going to get locked in for Vladdy.
What do you think of this Talia, Larson?
I think Talia is really strong. I think it's good with Marcus, but I think it's just like what they should pick here. So
yeah, good combo execution, strong 2v2 mid. It allows them to move around the map and execute plays. And now, what do you think is what do you think BDS answer to this Talia would be?
I think he'll go Tristana, but I don't think it's too easy to pick here. I feel like they should go like Tristana, Leona. That would be my bet. For sure.
It would fix the team comp, yeah. So Leona, hopefully, okay, Leona's coming through, and yeah, definitely I think it would
Leona
be,
into Kalista
you
is
can still
tricky,
go AP mid, but what would be open? Victor is out.
Is that like Orianna or something for Nuke?
I just feel like it's a little bit anti-synergistic, so I feel like it might just go for another marksman and just pray for the best here.
Yeah, you're kind of running into Merc Fred's value to the max
just
as well.
go fucking set
AP
mid or some
so
shit.
You have to pick some kind of AD carry.
I think if
Oh my god, Lucian mid is
So we were just talking about it. There you go.
Oh, it's actually locked in. Mid lane Lucian
How is
locked
this
in for
matchup
Nuke.
looking like? Because it does feel
Oh
like
my
Talia
God,
would still
mid
be
lane
getting
Lucian.
cryo, and it's a little bit hard to find good trade openings as Lucian, Larson.
I don't think this will be an easy game for Lucian. I think it will actually be pretty hard against enemy comp. So let's see if it pulls it off. I think it's going to be hard.
The only win condition I see for BDS now is just having
Kalista
strong
Braum
lanes and
against
pushing hard so
WAD.
that the Zyra can be looking to do solo invade.
Chat, I'm
but
going to
just
add you,
out-tempo
I'm going to
the
add you,
Maokai, because for me, when I look at most of the skirmishes that are happening, I don't really see them as winning, so I don't really see a lot
like
of win
K-Corp is gonna
conditions
roll them.
from BDS outside of just the Zyra being able to abuse through proper lane power.
Yeah, a lot of is on one of his shoulders here. He really has to make the Zyra first pick work because he cannot put himself or his team in this position where they have to draft around him. So he really has to show that he can actually carry with the Zyra and make things happen in the early game. Because otherwise, if it comes to these 5v5 team fights, I really think KC is favored heavily.
I definitely think so. I
Can we
think
make some more games for these coach rooms? I need some more fucking games. I'm
Ash,
thinking.
Lucian, they just don't scale too well. So they definitely have to make something magic in early game.
Time to shine in the early game for BDS facing off against the first
trade
10
joke for
finalists.
favor.
Let's see if they can make
What
it happen.
favor?
Casters, over to you.
What favor?
Thank you so much, Larson and his 2 ex-boyfriends, top laners. Top laners, that's what I meant. Yeah, we're getting into game. I think that's highlighted it so beautifully for us, Mr. Spectra. Yeah, Jack Spectra.
It's all
I'll
eyes
give
on this
5.
jungle, and especially this jungle mid.
If
There's
bad
some
deal,
volatile
knock, knock.
champions.
Okay, go.
113, no stranger
Go, knock,
to
knock.
playing that carry role, but a lot of pressure on him
Go, knock,
to
knock.
show up in this matchup to bring home the win for BDS.
Yeah, I'm really happy that BDS are continuing
Go.
to put 113
Go,
on
quick,
carries.
game starting. Hurry up.
In this matchup, when 113 is on this Syra, what you really want to try to do is abuse her crazy fast clear speed. You want to be able to build up a camp lead and just keep
Sun's dead.
those
I don't get
camps
it.
rotating to eventually get to a point where you've just kind of generated so much tempo that you can either gank somewhere or just have a crazy CS lead.
Good goal to shoot for, but a tough task.
Stun Zed
KC
backwards.
and BDS both coming off of
What is
very
going about?
close series,
Who's
very
warding
messy
where?
series, I think
Where
it's
you're
safe to
fucking
say, but
donut.
Yeah.
based on the performance last split, KC still, we would expect to be heavy favorites in the context of this matchup.
For sure, and one of the difficulties of trying to snowball in this jungle matchup for 113 is the fact that KC's laners are very good. So if you, for example, have winning lanes as the Zyra, you can just go bot lane, you can go mid lane, put
These
down
nuts.
the plants and poke them out.
Wow, that
but
was
if your
a really
lanes
good
are
one.
losing, you don't really have much gank threat. If a Zyra comes from behind you, it's like,
Good one.
okay,
That was a
I'll
really
just
good
run
one.
away. Right? So she's really obnoxious.
You got
when
me. You
the
got
winning
me
team
laughing
is able to
hard.
just
I'm
continue
lolling.
poking,
That's
but
laugh
can be
out
quite
loud if you didn't know. Lol.
useless from behind.
Yeah, it is kind of the struggle.
El
of a
Lima,
champ
Oscar
like this. It
Lima.
was similar when Brand was in meta as well. These AP junglers can be so oppressive.
Someone did 3 euros
but
and
when
said,
they're
"Ooh,"
useless,
and
man.
it was
They are
Tyler
really
one.
useless.
Yo, Tyler,
Yeah,
thanks for
very
3
little
euros.
like personal agency and gank setup.
Someone in 5 euros said, "Have
so
you
just
watched
a quick
Nemesis and Crown his
update.
teammates from
Players are
Slovenia
already
jump to
conducting
ski
rank
record
checks,
last week?"
which
No, I
means,
didn't.
whatever was going on, it's likely been quickly resolved. However, if there are any other updates, you'll see them either at the bottom of the screen or I will verbally say them. And you can see now, bottom of the screen said game resuming shortly. I can see in game, the game is resumed.
Are you ready, Rakos?
You know, I thought I was, and then we have Lucian mid lane, which I was certainly not prepared for.
You know, it's funny how Larson said it. It sounded like he said Lucian. You know how people put the loose and then
loose.
Yeah, like Lucian.
No, this is going to be
a win, Shin.
This needs to be a pretty tight Lucian performance here. I think if he wants to win.
He did get buffed. He got a little E cooldown buff recently, which could be one of the reasons that they decided to pick him up. Does have a very good early game, but as the desk stated, he does fall off quite fast. However, in this draft,
Chat, am I muted or what?
Decent value. The only thing is the Braum shield that can block a lot of it, but other than that, if he can get that onto the Kalista,
Okay, I fixed it. I fixed it.
Who
Who wins this game? I think K-Corp rolls them real quick.
Bot lane shenanigans
I
here,
do not believe in this fucking Lucian mid.
A little bit tough trying to all in against Kalista.
Oh, McMullis here. Yo, what up, Ko?
Early levels, but Ice just going for a bit of poke. See who's able to
Am
get
I
to
still?
level
Am
2.
I still low?
I think we expect a lot
What?
from this bot lane, though, right? Mostly just a battle about pressure. Maybe some all-ins if junglers show up, but I think much more likely that mid is where the attention goes.
For sure. I think bot lane is mostly about the level 1 volatility. How Kalist and Targamas can choose to play it is make it very chill. While if they
Low
decide
IQ.
to just fist fight, it can, a lot of things happen, but usually just Kalista can get that push due to how
We
fast
got
she
him.
with the
We
ramp.
got him.
Ash tries to get in a few autos here and there, but just boosts the push. But then it's this mid lane. I don't know how Lucian actually fares up.
You're watching El Tat
against
today?
Smash Up at
No.
all. I haven't seen
I only watch
Lucian in
LCS.
such a long time. I do remember he was quite the lane bully back when he was so prevalent.
Yeah, I mean, we can theory craft it to a certain degree. You know, you can see how Lucian could outplay the individual 1v1. The problem is, in the context of mid-jungle, it's very easy to see, regardless of the opposing champion,
Lucian mid.
exactly how
Oh my
Talia kills
god, it's a
people.
horror.
Yeah, the thing is, when I think of this matchup, I think of it a little bit like this. Lucian wants to dash in, but you're playing against Talia, who loves if people dash in. So, I'm curious to see if Nuke can outplay this matchup and actually make the pick worth it, but in my head, it doesn't really...
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the BDS draft. We'll see though. The Zyra might carry with her full clear. She does her 3 minutes full clear, runs around and gets some free kills.
This year, kind of bearing more of the burden of leadership on this team needs to be a strong point on the map for BDS, and going up against
But I
Vladdy,
think KC is such a good
it's
Maokai
definitely
team.
not an easy feat.
Holy Vladdy,
This
what
guy
the
was an
fuck?
absolute monster in winter.
A little bit more volume. There you go.
The golden child. Yeah, and for good reason, right? I think the last guy, or the first guy in a long time to make Caps really, really sweat.
Hopefully not the last guy.
And hopefully not the last guy. We'll see if he can maintain that, but already not up to too bad of a start.
If Luke called me 9s on Lucian, I want an apology. Okay, I'll apologize. To absolutely nobody.
No jungle lead for 113 yet. Actually a little bit behind Yike in terms of overall clear, but he will finish with the scuttle quite quickly.
I mean, so he ended up full clearing towards bot and then passing through mid and giving Nuke a little push out here. So
Junglers,
he
man, I
gets
hate
a free
junglers.
reset,
As if he
so
crossed through
was a
mid and
little
took
bit
like 1 or
behind
2
his
million
Maokai,
XP.
And then he's just going to resume back into a full
Disgusting.
clear here.
What does Zyra do right now?
Lane. Only 4 minutes.
Is
Next
she
minute, we'll see
cycling
if
her
we get a
respawn?
swap
She's
up
just
the
standing
top
waiting,
side
I
to
guess?
Maybe try and play for the grubs.
Has been a classic that our teams have been liking.
I think it's just, you know, sometimes you just want to be out of that 2v2.
Yeah.
And if you got the push,
are just a lot of time pretty.
You were a jungler?
It feels
Yeah,
like
I
the
was.
best use of your push in bottom lane too. Oftentimes is Irrelevant getting a little bit more aggressive. Kana continuing to dive his way out of this one.
If that hit, it would have been a mega
Nice size up on
trade.
the house. And we know some of the hardest
Slow,
points in the game for
W,
Ambessa
swap
are
form,
those
auto,
first few
auto.
levels, those early levels. Kana not opting for a defensive rune like Fleet, like Grasp, just for a bit of extra healing,
Maokai is
instead going for
matching
the
Zyra's
electrocute.
clear
So
speed.
when he does take over to
You
level
love
6,
to see
he's
it.
gonna have a lot of kill pressure.
Yeah, and when this Ambessa starts to
They're
get
same
revived,
tempo.
to get a little bit more fed. She's playing against 4 squishy champions. I mean, the Gnar, especially when he's mini, is going to be pretty squishy as well. So
Zyra and
whoever
Maokai
that
are
ulti hits
even at minute
is probably
5.
gonna be a kill.
Ooh,
Somebody
Kalist
have to
didn't
play
get
around.
minions.
It'll be tough too.
Kalista.
All of KC
Oh,
having
Kana.
their moments at first stand. Irrelevant though, this is one of his most comfortable champions, I think, alongside the Jax and the Renekton. Really keeps his pool to those iconic top lane options.
Holy shit,
Yeah,
Yike is
will
playing like it's
use
first
his
end.
bot pressure and mid pressure
Full clear top to
essentially
bot
start Drake
base,
for free, has
top
the
camps
luxury
into
of
Drake.
additional little sentinel in the brushes there from Callista, from Callist.
Yeah, so he's skipping his wolves and his Gromp here just to try to get this Drake on this timer. I think BDS could try to contest, but then they'll have to fight after the Drake goes down. It looks like they're posturing for it.
Beautiful.
Up anyway, at least
Good
getting
play
a
by
bit of
KC.
vision. Very late decision. 2 contests, not a lot of
Solid.
certainty there.
It's too difficult when Nuke is still pushing that mid wave in. If you could push that a little bit faster, then maybe they could look to contest here, but it's just going to be a free Drake.
Nah, reminds me of
going over
Gaga.
KC.
And this is something you mentioned earlier on, right? The Zyra, combined with pushing lanes, can feel like an incredibly oppressive champion. But the enemy team is winning push. It's really hard for her to get active, for her to get involved. And you saw that
I'm
there
feeling a
with
meal,
1-3,
chat.
Paris, Ice, waiting to see if they have an angle into the pit. Ultimately, they don't.
Kinda feeling
and
a
for
meal.
KC, a team that we heard from Larson,
Okay, well, they lose grubs.
Odo, from Finn, from Lore, look, like the scaling pretty clearly favors them. So every Drake you can get early game feels like a huge win.
Yeah. It is at least going to be the grubs picked up for BDS, but it does feel pretty underwhelming. As you said, when you're the Zyra and your best play is to just walk into a lane and throw down some plants, and that's really all you can do. But for me,
get
I'm
him
very
relevant.
curious to see in this game the KC bot lane. Oh, no, we
All
got a
in.
fight.
That's the public execution. Kana trying to dash out. Flash.
E-flash,
out the
show
wall,
me.
Just short. Mininar now coming through. 1-1-3 full.
Clean!
For
What the
dive.
fuck, that damage.
But the ulti is there, and that's
Big
first
by
blood.
BDS.
It's just a mistake from Kana. He knows that 1-1-3 is on the Void Grubs, but he still goes for the 1v1 against Irrelevant, and that's going to be
His
some
wave
late
was kinda
going on for
cooked.
Irrelevant combined with that 3
His
grubs.
wave was a bit... Did his full breaker not proc there?
500 individual gold lead, as well as Kana was doing it, keeping pressure close, keeping gold close. That is a huge fumble. We know what happens when Gnar can start to snowball ahead in these side lanes.
He has no TP as well, so the wave is going to be slow pushing back into Irrelevant, and now he has no flash and no ulti. 1-1-3 could choose to full clear all the way back down to bot lane, and then recall, open back into top side.
Maybe it is
and
just a
try
Lucian
to
diff.
leverage this top lane push and control.
And this is big, getting some value out of that Zyra jungle, punishing Kana for being over-eager. Finally a strong point for BDS to play it around here. See if that will continue to snowball as you highlighted. Yeah, can't clear down to the bottom side. Kalist ticking over to level 6. Some room for playmaking. Ice does have the cleanse. Won't stop the knockup, of course, from the Kalist ultimate, the Fate's Call. But some defensive
Yeah,
utility.
tomorrow LCK is crazy.
And
Today's
meanwhile,
LEC series are not that crazy.
The mid lane that we were so hyped for, kind of chill.
Yeah, but what you can see, that's interesting, is how much faster Zyra is. She's already on the Krugs here.
Nice
following.
damage, Nuke. Nice damage.
Did I just catch or curse that?
Yeah,
Being
immediately.
Sorry, KC fans.
Vladdy doesn't have TP yet, but I don't think Nuke can do
So, what are the
anything
LCS
about
games
that in
today?
the vicinity, unless he wants to try to trade for a 1-for-1.
Is he going to get over-eager? Looks like he will just back away, I think big. We've seen a lot of situations in the past 2 weeks where when you're playing those
TL
early
versus
mid-game
FlyQuest.
champions that feel like they can spike really hard early,
Oh.
you just try to do a little too much. As the Zenith Blade going wide. Pretty massive mistake.
Zyra is
Seems
full level up
small,
right
but
now.
the Zenith Blade in would have gotten at least
But
a few more sums. Likely sets up 1-1-3 to be
KC
their
are
first
just
on
going to
the
click
play.
Drake on cooldown.
It feels bad when you're not able to combine the CC with that Leona engage. It is, however, the cleanse and the heal being used by Kalista and Targamas.
TSM versus
But we might
CLG
have
tonight?
another
Really?
fight here.
Holy fuck.
Ice continue to poke. 1-1-3 still here. That's the ulti going out, but I don't think they're in a great position to body block it. Paris has to flash back. Ice who body blocks. A little bit of poke back.
I
Grenade
wish it was
that
TSM versus
doesn't burn the
CLG.
cleanse, knows he's in no real danger, and it's not really going to be... I mean, it's going to be the flash invested from the Leona, but if Ice panicked a little bit more there, he easily could have used his cleanse and then be really vulnerable for the next few minutes.
And the time for 113 spent on the bottom side rewarded quite well. Of course, he didn't really have much else to go for, as you noted earlier. Just speed clearing through these camps, resets back to top side. Irrelevant trying to force his way in. Maybe get a good reset. Good
Mickey Mouse
sidestep.
movement.
Khan is still going all in. He might not even need the ulti.
Oh,
Irrelevant not
fucking
stacking
dead.
rage at all, but there comes the
Very
Talia.
well.
Vladdy gonna look for the setup here. Irrelevant gonna dodge the flick back, but it's likely gonna die anyway. Takes a bit more time. Good roam from Vladdy.
But it's a great roam from Vladdy, utilizing this Talia champion to get that ulti onto Irrelevant, making sure to give Kana that...
And we're pausing.
Pause.
And as always,
Jungle roll.
little,
Sorry,
pop
why are you
up
saying
bottom of your
jungle?
screen.
Bro, this guy says
Give you
jungle
more
roll
information.
dies of cringe. Where he gets ganked by Talia mid. Bro, what are you
Two.
fucking smoking?
So, investigation in progress.
I have no idea for this one. I'm not going to speculate.
That's fine. Yeah, I don't really know either.
Well, they're ready already, so...
They're ready already.
Oh,
Ready already.
become
Callisto
Callisto
becomes
by Tweetus.
All right, nice.
What?
Everyone seems to be in a good mood. It's
Mods?
jovial. I like that Vladdy got up there already. Because again, I think that whenever I see Lucian, and it's been a while, right?
Yeah.
Because
I
usually
get
more
it.
established metas, you have a stronger understanding of where the pick is going to fit in. It's oftentimes one item spike, you know, dominance in some of these fights, using the culling as we saw briefly earlier.
Yep.
How does Vladdy fight back against that? Well, it's getting support from Yike, or in this case, getting some push, leveraging it to find that play, to make that gank happen.
Yeah. For me, the question is, when it comes to this Lucian, is like, when do you feel like you're stronger than this Talia? Because it hasn't been the early laning phase that much. We have yet to see a lead. And I don't really see it in my head that if Talia has one item and Lucian has one item, that he's considerably stronger.
Day 4 of trying to
Apart
share
from
my
if he
joke.
can get a crazy good
I'm
culling.
not opening
I
it.
just feel like Talia so fast on this map, can roam to every side, she can clear waves so fast. Champion is just kind of...
Maybe I need to get some fans. It's so hot.
Definitely. I mean, a pick that's been looking good no matter who's been piloting it.
Why are you
for us
saying
in the
open it?
LEC. And Vladdy's
Okay,
certainly
go.
one of the
Say it.
most
Quick.
proficient.
Quick,
1-0-0
quick, quick,
has
quick, quick,
completed
quick,
that
quick,
item.
quick. Quick.
There's only the Archangel.
You're following since 21.
So
Deserved
we'll
it.
need a bit more time to stack up.
Deserved
Getting it at 10 minutes definitely feels good. Doesn't have any boots, but won't really be punished for it as we're seeing this reassigned. Mid laners going top. Both respective
What's the
bot
hardest
lanes
part
showing
about
up
eating a
mid.
vegetable? I don't know.
It's a standoff here for the grubs.
The tongue?
Both teams wanting to contest.
Talia ready to move first, but no Weaver's wall. Ulti from Paris going to get a bit of a slow. Nice
I'm not
knockback
even
going in
showing
from
that joke.
Yike.
Shut up.
Quick twisted advance into the flash out, and
Shut
Targus
up.
will retreat as well.
Yike no flash. That feels pretty good from Paris. He just sends it on him, ends up getting
Not
his
happening.
flash, but now
Not
it's
happening.
going to be an extended fight here. 'cause
Not
they
happening.
Still want to stick around for these grubs.
Plus just continuing to poke. It's a bit awkward. Nuke moving into the top side, trying to push in that wave, so he
Ooh,
has
kinda
first
Eclipse.
move. Battle for mid prio continues.
Nobody really gaining much of an advantage here. Very back and forth.
I think it's really important.
And hard for BDS to pull the trigger right now without that Leona ulti.
Ice's ulti is up, but Callist.
Come on then, 5v5. Show me.
Will be back available. Scryer's
All you have to do
Bloom
is press
spotted
Maokai
him,
ult.
excuse me, blue trinket. BDS slowly zoned away. This is part of the reason that the Maokai is picked still, right? You get so much of that passive vision. Yike just continuing to throw saplings in to keep track. Targamas caught out briefly, trying to
Big
burst the
arrow
bottom,
from
be
Ice.
successful.
What?
Maokai ult used. It will just be the 1-for-1. Paris
1 for
trading
1
for
kind of
Targamas.
sucks though.
It's a 1-for-1 support trade, but it looks like Grubs might go over to KC or they might continue fighting.
Flash away from the flick. Nice placement from 113, or excuse me, from Vladdy. 113 caught out. This is big for the side
1
of
for
KC.
1
Giving over
sucks.
6 grubs to a Gnar that had started to win side lane would have been pretty devastating.
It's good that they deny the grubs though.
Grabbing their second complete objective, BDS committing a lot of time, a lot of resources, ultimately to walk away essentially empty-handed.
Wait, this person is following since 2016. What the fuck?
For the side
Did
of
I have a
BDS once
Twitch
you've
account
lost
in
that Leona ulti.
2016?
It's a
What?
Good Ash arrow from Ice.
How?
But it just means
How?
that when Paris goes in here, he's up against this Talia, he's up against this Maokai, and they can just bop him and bop him, and he's going to end up falling down as well. And then,
What?
just due to the fact that Ice was zoned out in the mid lane with low mana, it's Grubs
Bro, I
going
didn't even
over
remember
to KC.
streaming in
Also
2016.
an awkward commitment from BDS. I mean, we'll give credit to Ice that it was recognizing this very small window of opportunity, but Fate's call was there for Callist. It looks like he was just out of range.
True.
But if that had
Actual
been a
unk.
quarter of a second different.
Yeah.
Braum lives. Targamas is able to walk away. So still very close margins. Gold 200 in favor of KC. They're up an objective in the form of the Drake. Nuke now finally with that first item, maybe this is where he feels more comfortable to start playing really aggressively in the context of that 1v1, especially
2016 was 3 years ago. That's
crazy.
crazy.
Setting up for another Drake.
True.
And, like KC are just, it's
Bro,
incremental,
KC just
but
click objectives,
winning
that's it.
out so hard in most of these exchanges.
Yeah, this feels great for KC.
All they do is
there's
click
no real
objectives and it's
cross-map
working.
For BDS, they might be able to. No, they can't
TP
even take a
top from
topside
Talia,
camp
tier
as
2.
113 is just continued full clearing towards the bot side. And they can't really pressure this Talia either. She's gonna lose one wave, but one wave for Drake. You're very happy with that as KC.
And I think the struggle here is, we saw what BDS were willing to invest in 113. Zyra's let through, we're immediately going to pick it for you.
Yike
One
on
of the
trees,
strongest
man.
champions in the context of jungle on the patch. But the thing is,
Oh, Chad, I can feel like I'm stimming again. I feel like I was stimming earlier, and then I started unstimming, and now the stimming's coming back. The yapping session is returning.
Walk into them, and even if 113 is ahead, if BDS are behind, if they don't have push in these lanes, they're always going to have to be the ones walking in. Is Irrelevant.
What the fuck?
Trying to force the play. Nice knockback. Doesn't quite connect the wall for the extra damage. Kind of uncertain where to go. Lots of poke from 113. Looks like it's going to be another finished kill here.
Not it.
Up there. Another kill
2
down
kills for Irrelevant.
Fantastically played by 113 there. A
Big
great
knock.
lead, but we're on to another fight.
Kalis stacking up the spears.
Lots of spear stacking.
Flashes.
Bliss taking his
Aftershock
time,
proc
waiting
big.
for things like the Aftershock to stop. Being there, being a part of the equation, but won't be able to finish the kill. They do get the flash out at the very least.
And what an exciting game we have here, as the fighting just doesn't stop. KC are looking for this top tower as well in trade for Kana's deathbot.
Nuke in decent position, has the culling. As long as Vladdy's got that flick, he has to be careful. Unraveled Earth already down. Nice dash back, does eat the stun, but doesn't eat any additional damage.
Yeah, and it's a great play from 113 onto Kana. One sad thing for him, though, is that he's not able to take enemy jungle camps. If you see, their blue buff and their Gromp are still up, while Yike and Targamas were
Zyra's getting levels, but Maokai's getting objectives.
Definitely a little bit awkward. Is now in better position to get control of the Herald, but it's still a minute out. And
Chat,
when we looked at these
no
drafts, we
jokes.
thought it would
You're
be
not
about
funny.
mid, but again, topside, where all
There's
of
been
the
like one
advantages
good joke so
for
far,
BDS,
and it was the
they do now have
GA one, the
defeats
Gaga. That is the only
completed.
good joke so far.
And
Fact.
more attention to Irrelevant. We mentioned last week in our last cast when they were playing against Rogue, like, this is a guy that was supposed to
That
be
joke
you know,
actually
the
cooked
new
it.
hot thing on the block, had a decent showing on SK. Would he be able to do the same on BDS? It wasn't the case in Winter. But in this game, at least, putting up some pretty good numbers.
Yeah, and I think if I'm seeing this right, I think Nuke is going Wits and second here. Could also be the Triforce, but that is some interesting cooking.
It's probably more likely the Triforce.
Yeah?
Did you?
I mean, he's up against double AP, but I don't remember if Wits and now is double Negatron and Recurve or if it's Heartbound X.
That's actually a great question. I build that item a lot, and I also do not remember.
It's probably Kraken, isn't it?
I think it's the, you know
but
what?
it gives tenacity as well, and I saw the Merc Treads onto 113, and I was thinking, could be.
You know what? This is a time.
Oh, engage.
Where we're very blessed to have internet access. As the fight's breaking out.
No flash on 113.
Ultimately not going to
Cook.
for too much damage.
Maokai.
Public execution.
Walks up and presses R.
BDS were too. Losing jungle, losing support in the trade, and now an easy setup onto this Herald.
Wait, that's a good joke, no chat? Why is Maokai a pirate? Because all he does is walk up and press R. That's a good joke. Hey, that's a good joke! I'm kind of funny.
Poked down by Irrelevant, but he's going to be completely fine. And KCR walking away.
I'm kind of funny.
Very happy.
Definitely are.
Say it. Say it.
Ultimately getting those kills, able to transition to the objective. Staying close as we get later in the game is a good sign. And you can see 113 does some okay initial damage, but without any of the follow-up there,
for 1 week.
It's just not enough.
Oh, he's going Kraken Slayer. Ah. I don't like it.
What's that? Is double recurve Negatron.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let's
here we go.
No flash on Zyra.
Great wall by Vladdy here to catch them off guard. And then the passive proc from Targamas onto 113, and he's just going down. And then Paris is in no man's land. Gets picked up by the Canas. Public execution as well.
I mean, beautiful collapse. You highlighted it well. Vladdy, despite playing into Illusion, a matchup we weren't expecting, just continuing to have a huge impact in this game. 100% kill participation.
What is this?
And Kana still able to contribute meaningfully despite that deficit he's found himself in. So overall, I mean, damn good look for KC. I think the game has been slightly in their favor for the majority of the game, but the fact that they found that play.
Think about the fact that you're bold next year.
Mitigates what
No, I'm not going to be bold, chat. I won't be bold unless I shave my head.
Now I feel like I should elaborate on why I don't like Kraken Slayer on Lucian. because I feel like it's hard for him to auto-attack in this game, and we have maybe more action. No, okay, they're just having a little bit of standoff. But I think it's hard for him to auto-attack this game, and the crit scaling on the culling is really high, so once you get crit items on Lucian, you actually do insane damage with it, and I think the culling is his biggest tool this game to actually be useful, but Kraken Slayer provides very little damage to that ultimate.
And we've seen how valuable the culling can be. Again, in the sense of this game being a lot about who has set up first.
Third Drake, third Drake.
As he's full culling you, you lose 50% of your HP. That fight is so much harder to take.
Yeah.
Once again, Vladdy looking to rinse and repeat.
And they can't get engages.
Barely misses. But it's so hard for BDS to enter here. Paris doesn't really want to face check, and 113 can slowly put up these plants to try to walk into the third Drake.
Your Maokai joke was really funny. I'm in
KC
tears.
Heavily favored
That's
if they
okay.
have the
Don't worry
first
about
control.
it, okay? It's just a natural talent of mine to be funny.
Managed to find Yike. Interrupt now
Ooh,
coming in.
that arrow block was good.
Vladdy going golden.
Nice Kalista ult as well.
To back up.
Vladdy base and TP maybe. And best ult miss. I feel like KC misplayed this fight, but they're still going to win because they're so OP and so good.
BDS. It's not
Boom.
the same for KC. Confidence in calling their targets. Vladdy able to walk away.
When I have a kid on days, want to be a real unk. I actually am already an unk. My big brother has a child.
But through a great Yike ultimate, KC are able to collapse onto Irrelevant,
I'm already
take
an
him
unk.
down, and secure themselves the third dragon. One more Drake.
I'm the coolest unk ever. 5th birthday, got him the biggest fucking Nerf gun in
At
existence.
least it's a chem tech.
Yeah.
You know we're
Bro was
cooking hard
blasting
for
the
team
whole
that's
house.
on the receiving.
Legendary
That's
moment.
true, but I say, hey, it's a chem tech, you know?
I think it's fine, but also. But
That shit was that Nerf gun was bigger than him.
Get 4 Drakes, you're likely in the position where you'll get first setup on Elder, or first setup on Baron, or Otacon. 113 continues to power clear, continues to hold on that individual gold lead.
Yeah.
But I think you've mentioned it a few times already. It's the setup in this game for both sides to a certain degree is
He
pretty
will be the
tough,
next Faker,
but
yeah,
it's
he will.
definitely looked much
He will be the
easier
next Faker.
for KC with the power of Yike's ultimate, with the power of Vladdy's Weaver's Wall. Whereas for 113, once or twice, he's been able to lay down all of his skills, really catch an individual member out, but he has yet to have that hugely impactful team fight.
And for me, the problem is when you're Paris this game,
When he grows
you
up,
might
he
think,
joins
oh,
LR.
He's inting, why is he just dying?
He
It's
joins
'cause when you have
LR.
to play against as the singular
In like 10
front
years,
line into a
pops
Brawl
off.
Maokai, it's so difficult. You need to find the perfect engage, but also not die in the trade because you need to go in. And it's just, you know, how much can you ask of him?
Definitely tough. Voracious Atacon spawning. Good for the side of BDS. While it sucks to concede the GAs, you're behind in terms of the overall objectives, and losing that to KC could be
It's
devastating.
nepotism, but he will be Faker, so it's like understandable nepotism. If he's not Faker, he's kicked. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, he's gonna move back to bot. Just pushing that in deeper. It's actually quite a big gold lead here piled up for Kalist, as he's 226 CS at 20 minutes.
Play gonna get kicked.
Doing very well for himself.
Yeah, it's tough when you're the Ashe. If the Cliff starts to be able to just out-auto attack you.
That's why I'm still on the
pretty
roster, because I
tough.
always play good.
And you mentioned it before, right? The amount of time where you get
I'm
to
the
auto-attack on
primary
your turns, or the
substitute
Lucian,
for Lost
or the
Tones.
Ashe is pretty small. If KC are playing to their win conditions, playing the way their composition wants to work.
Yeah.
But the endless battle for mid-prio continues as Vladdy, once again...
Like these Talia ults,
But
Kalista ult and Maokai ult are just focusing Ashe or Zyra every midway.
And continues to pressure,
Unless you have
which
235
forces Lucian to... Oh,
getting crazy. Kalist caught out. Flash
Okay, no
back
sums
out,
Kalist.
cleanse out. Positive trade, hugely positive trade for the side of BDS, but it does cost 113's flash.
This game's on a knife's edge. I feel like whenever I start
Why are
talking,
we pausing?
Pauses?
they engage. So maybe if I stop talking, nothing happens.
The hat trick of hopefully, you know, small pauses.
But the thing is, like, you might ask yourself, why are they A-ramming? Because they've been A-ramming now for like 2-3 minutes. And the problem is, if a nuke goes to a side, then Talia can just ulti down and they dive because the tower is so low.
Did you hear about the Riftbound Riot TCG? I did.
Then nuke has to match
I did.
as
I want
well
to get some of their
because
cards.
He can't really pressure mid the same way Vladdy can. So Vladdy is the one that can kind of choose whatever is going to happen.
Knock, knock. Who's there?
And Vladdy has the
Who's there?
playmaking ultimate, so he's going to stay in mid lane.
And so far, it's generally working out well for him up until the flash committal from 113 to try to shift things back in the favor of BDS.
Me who?
As an update, both pauses, this is directly from our wonderful production team, and there have been 3 now, so I assume they mean the 2 most recent have been due to players alt-tabbing on accident.
Alt-tabbing on
in
accident?
a close game, look, we've all been there.
What?
I think for the quality of game, it's good that the fat fingers have resulted in alt-tabs and not random flashes or press D to dance.
It's a weird thing to accidentally press, though, no?
Alt-tab?
It's like the zoomer habit of always
just infinite APM.
No, just like, I gotta check Twitter while I'm walking to lane. You know, like pro players do that.
Gotta change the Netflix show on my second monitor.
That's a Yumi PoE.
Need to constantly have 5 sources of media stimulation at the same time.
Yep, need perma stimulation.
BDS
Otherwise,
are setting up
tweak
this
time.
Atacon here. Decide not to go for it.
Splitting.
One try to group up on mid here. Kalista
I know that
has
I'm on
no
chat's
sums.
third screen, and on the first screen they're playing Aram or Ranked. On the second screen they're watching like a fucking YouTube video. I'm on the third screen.
And again, with the GA Otacon, with the false
And if
light
and it's
buff,
not screen,
we're
I'm on the
close
third
enough
tab.
Now to Baron.
You
Not quite close
motherfuckers
enough, but
are
we'll soon be close
stimmed
enough
up.
to Baron that you'll
You're
be able to
stimmed
carry
up
that
for
buff
sure.
over, and that
Or
feels
I'm
like
on
the
your
big
phone
strength,
while you're
because,
playing on your
again,
PC or
without
some
either
shit.
team having 100% reliable, immediate engage options, getting guaranteed value out of that Otacon
Bro,
is a
what
bit
is this guy's Twitter
Okay,
account?
so this might sound stupid, but
What is
how
that?
do you know it's the GA Otacon?
Are you fucking ill?
It said earlier. It said,
it said?
it said earlier. It said Ravenous.
Because you can, they have a different model, no? But
Yeah.
I
What is
never
that
see the
picture?
difference.
Well, I think the face on the map is slightly different as well. So when it's orange,
You're on my main
then
monitor?
it's the-
Oh,
together.
thanks.
When it's orange,
Is
it's
this where he
the
writes butt
Hungry
muted or what?
Otacon that gives you false life. And then there's Angie Otacon, and Angie Otacon gives you flowers.
And what color is the Angry Otacon? Red?
It's the one that isn't orange.
Oh.
That's,
I
you
think
mean
it's
in game or you mean on the minimap? Because
On the
you play more League of Legends than I do. There's no way you don't know what the other one's color is.
I don't know. I feel like they have the same color. Maybe I'm colorblind.
One is bright red, the other is like black. Maybe it's a navy blue. Like I don't know what the hex
There's
code is.
no
I don't know
way
how
it's
specific. Yeah, it's like a grayish black. I don't know. I'm very caught off guard by this question.
Sorry.
It looks different on the
Can
minimap.
take Soul in 40 seconds and BDS starting off the Otacon here.
Ashy.
Never
No.
mind.
Ice zoned away at the very least. Blast
They
going
can't
over.
really do
Nuke in a
Tatakan.
decent position to just lay
I feel
down
like
the
KC is
culling, but
rolling
they
them on the map
pulled
right
away
now.
from the objective.
But they're gonna have to do that. But they're just gonna lose Drake for this.
But there's
Try to
no
force a fight here.
There's no vision in the pit, and Otacon is parked right outside of it. But instead,
They're just gonna
the
lose
call
Drake,
from
aren't they?
KC is
Can they
set up
cross
on the
in
bottom
time?
Side,
They're giving.
take advantage. They want Soul. They're not worried about the false life.
Yeah.
Oh, they
Look
used
at
culling
ulting
for
it.
it. What?
Wants to complete it because they know they need to go to the next
They used
objective.
culling for it? Why?
Okay,
Oh my god,
taking stock.
they're so useless now.
Flashes up. Everyone but 113 on the side of BDS. Maybe they can look Deuce. They have no vision, but they have the false life. But again, the nurse to it.
Oh my god, bloody damage is crazy.
If you get locked up, you could be done. Paris trying to buy a bit
Bloody's
more space.
fucking dead.
KC's still on
He
the
does have
objective.
Seraphs and
Looks like he
Zhonya's
might
though,
get
and
caught.
Lucian
Hold
did
back
do
there
0
for the
damage.
call. Objective getting lower
Drake
and
is gone.
lower. It looks like it's going to be the soul, and it
Yeah,
will
BDS
be
can't
for the
win.
side
They have
of
to fight,
KC.
have to fight, have to fight, have to fight.
They've got an extra life. Knock into the wall.
It's not enough, it's not enough, it's not
Braum
enough.
is there to body block.
They're
And
all
it's
so
Kana
useless on
to
BDS.
turn the fight. Kana and Kalist back to back in the midst of everything is Nuke on
Well,
the side.
they get 1k
Gets
gold.
nothing done. Targamas to finish
And
the
KC
kill.
gets Soul.
Members of
And BDS get nothing.
And it's KC with
Oh
an
my god, it's the
individual
fucking
outplay.
withdrawal of
Sent all
shame.
5 members of BDS
That
back to
is a
base
mosquito
withdrawing,
Lucian. It
and
is a
KC
mosquito
are looking
Lucian.
pretty happy with the Chemtech Soul.
Chemtech Soul at 1,000 gold.
True.
That's a great deal.
Yeah.
And for BDS, you can see the logic. They made the fast play on the
Actual
objective.
mosquito
They wanted
Lucian.
to get something.
Look at Vladdy's movement here, because it was crazy. He flashes dash arrow. Look at his movement on Leon ult there. Oh, sidesteps it, so that he doesn't actually end up getting stunned. So he's able to kite out Nuke. And because Nuke ulted earlier for the Otacon,
Kraken's
he
there
doesn't have
second
that
on Lucian.
crucial tool to
Crowny
take Vladdy
hates
down.
it.
And it's a great engage by Relevant, but it's just not enough. This Ashe is doing
I think Crowny, the fact that they're playing Lucian mid is already a
no
horror,
damage.
isn't it?
So she's not able to do anything. They all end up falling.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, this is a struggle of a fight. Nuke close to maybe finishing one
First
of
pick
those kills.
AP
Vladdy
jungle
again
and get
with
Lucian
some
mid on
clutch
4-5 into
stopwatches this
Talia,
game.
Maokai, Braum.
But you can see that as
Ugh.
great as that 3-man Gnar looks, between the Braum and the lack of reliable follow-up from BDS, 113 also getting caught out there by Kana's ult, I think it's important to notice. It's just the team fight immediately falls apart.
Yeah. It's just the side of KC on with Talia Kalista have so much more damage.
Did you get your PC fixed, Crowny, or not?
Able to work through
PC
this
fixed
front
or
line
not?
of Braum Maokai.
Yeah. And it's one of those situations where you understand they wanted more physical damage, I guess, in the mid lane. They wanted to split their damage profile, and they felt like this would give them a good mid lane matchup. The downside is, in situations where someone on your team finds that good engage, if you just had a control mage, it'd be so easy to flash in, throw your ult down as Nuke, and know that you've contributed enough to the team. Instead, you're fishing for these angles on flanks. And it's not a style that this version of BDS has been super successful on.
Well, this is just started than last year. It's going to be blue trinketed though.
Spotted out. Again, BDS walking
He
in
is
is
sticking
tough.
on that
Targamas
Baron.
buys so much time. Vladdy to split them
Early
off with the
wall.
wall. Is a bit early. 8K. Getting lower, arrow, dodge, flash out
Oh,
from 1-1-3.
Maokai ult and
There's no way
finish.
for him to get into the
2k
pit.
damage, dead.
They're just going to grab this. BDS now need to play.
Ooh, that blast cone from 113 was absolute illness.
Yeah,
it's over, BDS lose. They can't kill anyone. Oh, nice flash by Kana. Man, KC's dragons are fucking dangerous the way they play around Drakes and objectives. You give them Maokai, you've just lost every objective.
Lose everything. KC get everything. It's absolute desperation from 113 as he's suicide engaged to try to make something happen, but it's too little too late. KC already got the Nash, and it's a beautiful flash from Kana to
like 113 is getting CS leads and levels, but it just doesn't matter.
Down for BDS.
That was already a desperation look from Irrelevant. I don't think it could have gone worse than that. And credit to BDS for the earlier stages of the game. It was close.
Oh, Irrelevant's dead.
Irrelevant now in trouble.
Oh.
Very likely dead. Can just bounce here, but the concussive blows makes it easy. Paris on the
Oh, he lived it.
It's a ruthless catch. Kana auto-dominion. I don't know if it would have killed Relevant, as Locket was also there. But this is where the game feels really, really impossible. Your wave clear is the Coling and Zyra. Not great.
The gap between these teams is kind of crazy.
All game long is still very much a threat. Doubly so when you have Soul, Baron as well.
Yeah, so I think like how BDS could come back is some miracle Ash Arrow,
is
miracle
113 a
Leon
most
ult.
coming?
We'll have a replay here of this Nash fight. So 113 is forced to flash, mostly due to the combination of Embezzle from one side, Maokai from the other. And then after they get this Nash, 113 says they're not getting
My
away with this,
internet's
right?
so shit!
he
My
just
internet's so
decides
fucking
he wants
bad!
to stop this fight no matter what. Engaging Zyra is definitely not my forte, but oh, we got another fight there.
What are you writing to? You think I'm your ISP or what? You want to fix it?
Keep your eyes on that Meganar. Maybe can turn it.
Nice,
Vladdy goes golden, timing a little bit off on the solar player. Nuke now finally there. Targamas.
Nice problem.
Find a knock up onto one. Flank coming in from
Maokai time.
And Bessa in.
Kana's
Public
flanking
execution
demons.
doesn't hit. Now it's a chance for BDS to turn because they got so much time to auto. Coling going down. Kana in the backline.
Fuck.
Cutting through everybody. It's a triple
Almost a pentakill for Kalist.
Nuke next on the list. The
Almost a pentakill. Who stole it? Who stole it?
Again. Just obliterating.
Kalist is running them down, and that's an ace for KC.
Kana stole it.
Right. I think they're going to be able to end the game.
I think that's a pretty safe bet. The fights have just been cleaner. And BDS,
Come in.
every time they've tried to throw a punch in late game, it has come back twice as hard to hit them.
Paris is up here. He could try to defend, but
no.
Actually, Targamas, they're not looking to end their shame. Wow.
No time. It's a 9k
10
gold
seconds
lead.
on Zyra.
Yeah, I mean, it's better safe than sorry, I suppose, but I think could have ended maybe.
I think they can't end because Elder's
But
spawning.
it's just irrelevant here.
It's Elder time.
In the jungle, and there's just so much follow-up with the Taliyah ulti, with the Maokai ult, that KC can choose to run down whoever they want. And beautiful Rens here from Kalist to just pick up kill after kill after kill to get that quadra kill.
And you can see the team coordination from KC around calling the targets, focusing those key members is just better.
Yeah.
Better tools to do it and better execution in those fights. Kana does die.
Quadra
that
kill.
one kill
Quadra
back.
kill.
Slow down the push.
No! Kana took his penta.
Yeah, but you can... if my 80 carry in any game I'm playing is ever
Kalista
speaking
jumps
in that
around
high-pitched
more than
of a voice saying
average page
penta,
of viewers
I'm pretty sure the game is won.
I had this thing where I started saying penta whenever I got 2 kills.
Well, maybe penta is the angle of the fight kicking off. Vladdy already
I don't
laying
jump
down
around.
the wall. Coling coming
Do I?
out. Immediate ball damage isn't
Wait,
quite there.
Kalist is dead.
Caught out. Lock to the Iron Solar. He's living for an extra second.
Oh, he's
still
alive.
standing.
Oh my god, he's
I don't
alive.
want to hear anybody talking smack about Hextech. He's still alive, and KC killing everybody once again. BDS managed to find
Wait,
one.
he's tanking the Drake though. Is he going to beat that Drake or is he going to die to Drake?
Nuke. How fancy can he get with it?
Kalist is 1v1ing the Drake and I think he's winning.
Trying to finish off Targamas, trying to get a bit more damage down. Flag, keeping it going. It just does not matter. KC too far ahead. Kalist still alive, grabbing the Elder.
And KC go 5 for 0 with the Elder.
Every team fight, KC just stomps.
You have to feel for BDS.
It's crazy, no?
So close. If Kalist is just 20 HP
The only thing that went wrong this game was Kana died to a few ganks and
completely different.
I mean that was it.
KC so dominant in these 5v5s. The investment
Mosquito Lucian was
into that
useless.
aggressive AP jungle option to Zyra not paying off for BDS.
It was a great Kalista game from Kalist. I'm very happy with how he played. Overall, both carries from the side of KC, mid and ADC, just
I think Vladdy smurfed
maneuvered
big
every
time.
team fight beautifully, built up an individual CS lead.
He also saved
just
top.
more impactful.
Certainly were. 13.1k gold lead, dominant finish after what was a relatively quiet early game. KC
Wow.
taking game 1.
I mean, that game was just a fucking stomp. What the hell?
And KC are a scary team.
KC are looking good. Very happy with their performance. I'm happy that they're showing different styles, being able to play more things, and just snowballing bot lane. And it's a wonder to watch them play.
Definitely is. But game 2 is right around the corner. We'll see how BDS adapt right after this break.
Okay, let's watch that South Korea video, chat. I want to finish the South Korea video. I want to finish it.
Which has been the most accurate in the last few years. Keep in mind that we're still talking about projections, and the future is a faraway land. Okay, let's do it. In 2060, South Korea's population pyramid will look like this.
What the
population will have shrunk by 30%. 16 million South Koreans will have disappeared in just 35 years. And it'll be the oldest country in human history. 1 in 2 South Koreans will be over the age of 65. Less than 1 in 10 will be under 25.
Are they trying to fix it?
And only 1 in 100 will be small children. Imagine waking up in a country where the streets are strangely quiet with no children playing on them.
Can't fix it? Why?
Entire cities have been abandoned. Half of the population is elderly and living either alone or in overcrowded retirement homes, with a minority of people desperately trying to keep society running. There will be a few major consequences. Economic collapse. In 2023, a breathtaking 40% of South Koreans over 65 lived below the poverty line. But in 2060, this number may seem lovely in comparison. Today, South Korea has one of the largest pension funds in the world, worth about 730 billion US dollars. But it's projected to stop growing in the 2040s and be completely depleted by the 2050s. So in 2060, pensions will have to be paid by the working population. Estimates vary, but for a pension system to work, the minimum a society needs is between 2 to 3 workers per retiree paying for them with their taxes. But even if we assume that all South Koreans over 15 will be working in 2060, the country will have less than 1 worker per senior. Workers will be unable to stem the incredible costs. So not only will poverty among the elderly be common,
why don't they go to the point where
will be forced to
where
work,
they can make more?
Except they may not be able to find jobs because by 2060, the South Korean economy may have collapsed. Broadly speaking, the size of an economy is linked to the size of its workforce. To have a big economy, you need a lot of workers to
There's no more young people.
Produce a lot of things and a lot more people to buy them. Today,
So Japan has the same problem or what?
Korea has about 37 million people of working age, generating a GDP of about 1.7 trillion US dollars. But by 2060, its workforce would have shrunk to less than half, to about 17 million. Of course, technological progress means that productivity will be higher and each individual will probably produce more than today. But even if productivity keeps growing at the same rate or more than we've seen...
But we're all going to live in a simulation eventually anyway, aren't we?
In the last decades, South Korea's
With
GDP
AI?
could peak in the 2040s. In other words, South Korea will enter a permanent economic recession. There are more optimistic projections that see the recession begin as late as 2050, but they're based on the medium UN demographic scenario, and there are no signs that we're heading there. Another factor in the economy is science, technology, and innovation, areas in which big leaps are typically made by young adults and the middle-aged. Young people have fresh ideas that contribute to the wealth of society. Significantly fewer people working also means way less tax for the government, which will be trapped between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, having to...
So less people equals less money is basically what he's saying in the YAP session.
Provide for half the population that are seniors, on the other, seeing its income diminish. It will be forced to shut down or cut essential services like hospitals or social benefits. Since infrastructure only works at scale, smaller communities may be abandoned as the country contracts into its metropolitan areas. And of course, there won't be enough money to invest in the future. This is bad. But what will happen to South Korean society and culture may be worse.
So in
societal
40
and
years,
cultural
GG?
collapse.
What the fuck?
Speculating on how societies will develop is extra hard, but there are a few pretty unavoidable trends. Today, already about 20% of Koreans live alone. Also, 20% report having no close friends or relatives. By 2060, 50% of South Koreans aged 70 will have no siblings and 30% will have no children. Young adults between 25 and 35 will only make up 5% of the population and typically have no siblings at all. This leaves the elderly with almost no close family and young adults with little family and few potential friends, especially outside of big cities.
It's
A
unfixable?
loneliness epidemic of epic proportions is all but guaranteed. On top of that, South Korean culture will probably experience a huge decline. In 2000, there were 17.5 million South Koreans between 25 and 45, and they made up 37% of the population.
Big!
This was the generation that brought us K-pop, K-drama, K-food, and many other trends that spread around the world. In 2060, there will be just 5.6 million people in that age group, and they'll only be 16% of the population. Many cultural traditions are already struggling because the older generations
does
are
it go
having
over why
trouble
they can't
finding
spawn
young
more
people
people?
to pass them on to.
Does it go over that
As
in a
young
sec?
people disappear, many traditions will die out. Without young people, the soul of South Korean culture will shrink and wither away. And on a personal level, what kind of experience will it be growing up in 2060? What will youth culture be like in a country of seniors, where many universities, schools and kindergartens are abandoned as there are no longer children to fill them with life? What kind of job prospects will they face, and what will politics look like? If young people don't want to remain alone, they'll concentrate in Seoul or a few other big cities, or worse for South.
Are you the Malzahar guy? Yes, I am. Okay, you happy?
Korea emigrate to other countries. Rural areas will decline, and most smaller cities will turn into ghost towns. We're already seeing this in Japan, which has almost 10 million abandoned houses.
10
in rural
million
areas.
abandoned houses?
Large parts of South Korea will simply vanish and be reclaimed by nature. Last but not least, South and North Korea are technically at war, and they could very well still be in 2060. Will South Korea still be able to afford to have its young men do 18 months of mandatory military service? Today, 5% of men of combat age are enrolled in the military. In 2060, it would have to be 15% just to match today's numbers. Okay, wait, this is all a bit much. Is there no way back? Why, there really is no way back.
There is no way back?
The problem with the demographic freight train is that once it hits, things become irreversible. Let's say fertility in South Korea magically triples to the replacement rate of 2.1 children per woman and stays there. In 2060, it will be an inverted pyramid on top of a barrel. And there would still be only 1.5 people of working age per senior over 65. Even in the best made-up scenario, South Korea has to pass through an unavoidable bottleneck before it will recover. But there is also a kernel of hope here. Yes, the situation is grim, but at least in the long term, recovery is possible if South Korea enacts rapid and societal changes that make its population
But how can you make people want to have kids? How can you do that?
In 2024, births rose for the first time in 9 years, 3% more than in 2023. But for that to continue, South Korea needs to face the music and ask how they got to this point. How could it get that bad? In general, as societies get richer, more educated, and child mortality plummets, people decide to have fewer kids. What makes South Korea special is that it's somehow supercharging all of these trends. South Korea lifted itself out of poverty in record time, but in doing so it developed a unique kind of workaholism and extreme competitiveness. Although the work week is 40 hours and the legal maximum is 52 per week, unpaid overtime is normal for many, and the government even proposed to raise legal work time to 69 hours per week.
Unpaid overtime.
Despite this, South Korea has relatively low wages and a high cost of living. Real estate in big cities is out of reach for most people. The cost of education is extremely high, since families have to pay for private
But why?
lessons if they want to send their kids to a high-tier college. All of this while South Korea spends less on family benefits than most other rich countries. Old-fashioned cultural norms make matters even worse. Marriage is all but mandatory if a couple wants to start a family. In 2023, only 4.7% of babies were born to unmarried women. Out of all developed countries, South Korean men do just about the least share of housework and childcare within their families.
Lazy.
This leaves women with a disproportionate amount of work if they want to keep their jobs after
Oh
a
no, it's
pregnancy.
because they're the ones grinding at work, or what?
While many men are overwhelmed by the societal expectation to be the main breadwinner and have successful careers. Starting a family or not is a personal decision, and most South Koreans are deciding against it. The bottom line is that South Korea has created a culture that leads to very few kids.
So basically, there's a hole, and you can't fix the hole. But you can fix around the hole so that when we go over it, we can get back onto land. It's basically what it's saying. You can't plug the hole, but you can plug around the hole so you can go past the hole.
When he gets a winning matchup, I want to see him doing things where he is dominating and slaughtering in that matchup. And
Well, it sounds too complicated.
Building the lead so that he can win and carry the
It
game.
sounds
So we
mega
need more,
complicated.
but we need
Hopefully
more
they fix
from
it.
BDS as well. First things
If you
first,
ask me,
because
I have no
red
idea how to
side
fix
here,
it.
we didn't
I
like
don't
the
even
approach
know
they had in game 1 in draft.
enough league matchups right now.
But yeah, what do you want to see from them in game 2?
I actually want to see more from the BDS bot lane. In the past, I've been impressed with Ice, but I'm still left wanting
Someone
more
in
from
chat
Paris.
said Faker
this
will
guy
clutch
who's
it.
super
Bro,
high
what are
coming
you
in
on
from
about?
DRLs, who's one of the best supports you could get into the league. I want to see them with a winning bot lane on red side. They have the capabilities for that, and I'd like to see them try and leverage that instead of the top.
Faker will
Personally,
clutch
I'm of
it.
the opinion that Irrelevant, when given a carry in a meta like this where the lane swaps are gone, is the best version of him. Last week, again, he's a monster on the Jax. Even if it's not into things like the Gwen, he's just very good at the pick, and it used to be permabanned against him. I think that you prioritize getting him counterpicked, you play through the top side of the map, and personally, I think as long as you give Ice the freedom to be the carry that we know he is, I think he can pop off. So I think they should just stop. A part of me blames the coaching staff. For a long time, I think BDS, when they try to change their approach, they get too optimistic with the draft, and they change too many things. And I think they just need to simplify it. Right now, you are aiming for wins, get those early, especially if you get a
Faker
win
clutched
against
it, and
KC
there was
playing
like
comfort,
a
I
million
think that's a better
fakers.
play.
Yeah, but also
Then we're never
the
winning
BDS we've
ropes.
seen
What are you saying,
when
chat?
they were at their best was that Draken stacking. So I really
you're
am
right.
hoping for a team that's going to set up their success around these Drakes.
Back to basics. You're not him yet, BDS, but you want to be. You want to be, and you want to beat KC. Let's see if you can do it in game 2. Casters, over to you.
Thank you, Laura. Who is him? That was the question. We're getting mixed signals from Goldberg and Vidius.
I'd say Callisto or Vladdy.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay. That I meant from the side of BDS. Who will be him on the side of BDS? No, you're correct. It was.
Are there any league pros with kids?
Incredible Talia performance backed
No.
up by
There's no
Ace
current
Ballista.
league pro with kids.
Makes sense to me.
Some
Or
retired
so
have kids,
adjacent.
yeah.
Who on the side of BDS will rise to the challenge in this particular game? We will find out
I mean,
soon.
they, some
Pause
like
for Ice,
Faker is the
bot
father
lane
of the
alongside
LPL,
Paris, or Irrelevant.
and
But the
Doran
Dragon
is
tells us a lot
Zeus's
as we
father,
head
but
into
they don't
game
have
2.
kids.
Italy banned again.
The respect. 113 on Italy.
Italy, yeah. Look, I can't lie. It started as a for fun rhyme, and you've manifested it into reality, or 113 has. I think it's safer. I don't want to give you too much credit.
And
here.
Doran is also
Skarner banned
Bin's
away.
son. That is true.
Dwani banned
But
away. Obviously, Champions
Doran
was
is
limited
Bin's
as
son,
remain in Fearless.
but
So what's gonna
Zeus
be
is
priority
Doran's
for
son.
Yeah, pretty much
because
all the
Doran
time
is
controllers
Zeus's
taken
father.
off the table here, wondering if maybe Casey wants to go for the Rumble.
It's a whole
block.
weird
Yeah,
thing
and
going
then
on.
The question now is, do you want to take away the Vi, who's still kind of a
So
premier
we
jungler
gave
that
them
is up
Maokai,
away from this Rumble, or are you willing to
and
give
now
Casey
in game 2
the
we've
Rumble
given
Vi
them a
combination?
Rumble.
Taking
Mama.
I would like to see mobile carries
It's
for the side of BDS,
fucking
because that's always the
cooked.
key whenever
Guys, take
you
away
give
Yone,
over this
please.
Rumble. So Victor is alright, but then for example for the ADC
Actually,
role, I think something
maybe
like
they
that
can
will-
mind
I think
control
would be
Yike
great.
to pick Vi. That's
But,
quite a smart
looks like they
strat,
just want
actually.
to go for the Sin Sao Victor and have a really strong fighting 2v2 mid jungle.
And
Yike,
Sin is an
big-
interesting
big-
champion.
big
Like,
Vi.
if Casey now lock in some longer range carry options, I love the power of
Ooh,
Sin's
Yike
ultimate.
Nefiri. Gimme, gimme.
I'm not going to say that I was begging on Twitter
He's not gonna pick
for
it, is he?
someone to pick this champ.
He's not
Either
gonna pick
113 or Yike, but I was
He's not gonna
definitely
pick it.
shamelessly begging.
Yeah, you've been wanting this champ bad.
Yeah, I need to calm down. It's going to be
That's
Vi.
Oh
That
my
makes a
god, they
lot
mind
more
controlled
sense.
Yike to pick
Yeah,
Vi.
the Vi Rumble
Okay, so
combo.
BDS can
Wow,
win this
with
game.
the Yone, we literally saw this draft in our first series, and you know what? It did pretty damn well.
It's a tried and tested strategy. Just great setup for this Rumble ultimate. Now, definitely for the side of BDS, you need even more some mobility in that ADC role. So I'm really hoping for an Ezreal lock-in. Or he could go something like a Zeri, but that's much harder laning phase.
Yike Vi.
They could also just choose to answer the top lane with a tank.
Cassante,
in the form of
okay.
Cassante. But my worry now for the side of BDS is if Casey now takes away this Ezreal, what do you really have that is good enough mobility-wise into this Rumble, Vi, and Yone? I think Saya another great option. But if I'm KC, those are probably my 2 bans. So
wait.
Takeaway, we'll see if it's just going to be the Ezreal and the Xayah. Maybe they want to take a support playmaker away, but it seems unlikely. This is a tough start for BDS. All these champions strong in their own right. I like the Xin and Cassante together,
Waiting.
certainly.
Rakan ban.
But Victor,
okay.
again, kind of similar to what we saw
Rakan ban.
with the Zyra in the previous game, a champion that really
I mean, Alistar ban next, and then Rel.
We know how
Try and take away all their engaged champs.
In those mid to late game fights.
Take away as many as possible.
But the other champs on the team aren't really going to be playing to
Poppy
protect
ban.
it based on what we've seen historically.
I can't just ban
it's
Alistar here and you're
support
chilling.
bans here from the side of KC and BDS. I would think that BDS maybe now wants to ban away the Jhin. Kalist had a great showing on that on first stand, and it's also really good with both Rumble Vi and the Yone, as it can provide some long-range follow-up. And it's also just
what engaged champs are open? Rakan, Leona, or they have Nord still as well?
I think the other call I'll have is the Yike Vi. Definitely an opportunity for redemption. It was
ban is good.
The Varus, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, Varus comes out as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, just limiting conventional strong options, low lethality Varus, or on-hit Varus against something like
I'm
Cassante.
kind of feeling a
Pretty solid.
Targamas Bard here.
But we'll just call out Yike
I'm
back
feeling
on
like
the
an
Vi.
Ezreal Bard on
You can see his
4-5
domestic
here.
Performance can
If they play
be
like
a little bit greater
Jhin
than
on
what we
4
saw from him
themselves.
internationally. Still a hugely impactful pick in the meta, but just didn't really hit the same as his tank junglers or things like the Ivern or even the Lilia last week and all the crazy movement he kind of brought to bear. But now,
Ezreal would be a annoying pick for KC.
I'm really thinking, so they
here.
banned the Xayah, so I'm thinking for sure for Ice now,
Ezreal
is just quite an obvious pick. And then
damn, if
I
he doesn't take
predict
Ezreal, it's a
Jhin,
Bard angle.
not
Bro, if he goes to Ezreal,
maybe
I'm
side
down
of
for
KC,
Kai'Sa, big
something
time.
along the lines of that, and you have quite a strong lane. Braum is also out. But instead, it's gonna just be maybe the Rel pickup for Paris here.
I'm kind of down for Kai'Sa Alistar spam.
Some teams have started doing this, but I fail to really see, like, I love last pick in ADC as an ADC, but I kind of cope all the time because, like, usually there's very little value to it. Oh, and Kai'Sa's still left open. Also a great option to follow up this Vione.
Yeah, and sort of it works incredibly well with the composition. It wants to do exactly the same things that the Vi and Rumble want to do. Also, not early game, but certainly after one item, I think is what you told me before when we talk about that matchup between a potential Ezreal and
Kai'Sa, maybe you can have a hard lane, but that champ is pretty OP with their
very
champs.
stock standard bot lane matchup.
I feel like KC is smoking them in drafts. Maybe I'm crazy though.
Like we heard earlier from the desk, right? They want Ice and Paris to have a winning lane, but I don't know if they wanted KC to gift wrap it for him.
I mean, I think the thing is, if you
What
pick
do you think, Jhin or
Kai'Sa here,
Kai'Sa?
and then BDS goes something like the MF, I think this lane for Kai'Sa is quite difficult early game, as you have both a strong Rel and you'll have a really strong lane bully on the side of MF, and you also have a great Rel MF wombo combo.
Chat, I want to add, if you don't want to add, you can on Twitch right now, sub-chat is another one to like for game size because
hyperscaling.
give me a close game. Give me a close game.
Be the most
Rogues
exciting.
games were entertaining as fuck actually.
Mayhaps we'll have to look elsewhere on the map.
Sivir into Alistar. That would be crazy. Oh wow.
Chat, how's test versus AL going?
So typically, whenever you want to pick Sivir, you always ban Alistar because you can't spell shield his combo.
Yeah.
But Ice doesn't care.
Ice has locked it in, and I will say to BDS,
a bit
their
more
last
pace,
draft
bro.
was a little too complex, right?
I'm trying.
There's a little bit too much going on. It was a little bit too volatile. This
I could make a
if you
coffee.
Get to,
good idea.
Late game with a Sivir and a
Chat,
Victor,
give me.
You know, you quote-unquote outscale. I think the struggle will be
1 minute 30 seconds
KC are
heal.
going to be the ones
I'm
in the
making
driver's
coffee
seat
right
for
now.
large portions of this game. But Sivir can push very effectively on the bottom side of the map at the very least. Maybe that level 6, that extra movement speed from her ulti gets them out of some of the Rumble setups and scenarios. But overall, once again, we have two compositions where I feel like KC know exactly what they want to be doing, and BDS, it's a little bit all over the shop.
I mean, I like BDS's comp. I mean, it's a Sivir comp, right? Just farm up to 400 CS, and then eventually you will win. And I do think in the scaling department with the Sivir and the Victor, they have some great tools, but at the same time, the KC comp, it all just kind of makes sense. All champions love playing with each other. They have great setup for each other. All of the champions are setting up this Rumble for success. And we've seen that a Rumble setup for success can do so much.
Definitely true. Pick Thresh won't happen in this series. It could if we go to game 3. But it doesn't seem like it's happening quite yet. Maybe you'll get it in the final series of the day. BDS, we're not the favorites coming into this series, no doubt in our mind, but they are a team fighting hotly, contesting for top 6. They want to start that road. Need to find a win here against KC as we get into game 2.
I do have to say, though, I think this draft is much more BDS. You know what I mean? It's like it's your stock standard vanilla ice cream. Just can't really make it more standard than this. But for their early game win cons, there are still a few things that they could do. I would love to see 113 be able to relieve some pressure in this mid lane matchup for Nuke. He can easily do 3 camps into ganking mid, or he could look for some early shenanigans onto this Vi, as Yike on the Vi early game is going to be really weak up until he gets that level 6, while Xin Zhao, a great fighter.
And it lines up well with what we know from 113. Likes to be this more proactive playmaker.
Yeah.
In his best games, you know, he is a guy that will take over the entire map, and I think important that he does so because...
Speaking of, they're looking for an invade here, but they're not sweeping the ward. Very late sweep here. I'm worried that KC might be able to cheese in a bush and catch them off guard.
A bit of vision. I mean, it's...
Looks like they're just faking it. Just wanted to put down a... No, what? Oh, yeah,
I mean, it is a battle of... Oh my gosh, no.
He's going to go for a solo invade and die, I think. That's my prediction. Oh no, they sweep the ward. But 113 is sticking around.
Sticking around? Is he just going to go straight Raptors?
He senses it. He gets spotted.
Not going to move. Now we have the all on a bot side. They have the barrier out of Cliss.
What's happening? What's happening?
Good use of level 1 as Cliss tries to fire back at least a small
amount.
Ooh,
I got a fatty coffee.
I mean, 113 gets away with it. He's able to pick up these Raptors without even having to invest.
This guy just walked in and took Raptors, or what?
Continue going for the red buff here. This might just be a...
No, I didn't open the milk. I had a little bit of milk in it already.
Move into enemy topside.
It's very proactive planning from BDS.
Why saying milk and coffee dies and cream? How good is that?
Isolating that bot lane 2v2 where they feel like they're stronger. The person who's going to lose out here is definitely irrelevant. He'll be suffering with more attention on the top side, but they know their jungler is stronger early game. Yike on this Vi, if he wants to play how every Vi has in the last...
Coffee no milk is Dan's game.
Just picking a random number. He's probably just going to try to get level 6
and
as fast as humanly
possible.
Like,
you're fine with him losing a little bit early game, and now maybe with this barrier being taken off of Kalist early game, BDS's bot lane can continue trading. The only thing is it's very, very hard to dive these days, so you can see when this KC bot lane is
Are you going to do LTA tonight? No, because...
113 has to just lead back to his bot side, and Yike will do the same to 113's top side.
Yeah, and this is one of the downsides of opting for something like
because
this.
LCK
right?
tomorrow at 7 AM is Humble Life, it's DK versus KC, you can't miss that.
To chip away at
that
HP.
is a
You are
slammer.
just clearing waves and pushing. As 113,
he wants to stop it. He wants to stop Yike from taking his red buff here. He is going to be spotted by this ward, but he might be able to reach it in time. Both have smites.
See it.
Oh, it's in the bush.
Yoinking blue buff is big, red buff is big.
Finally spots Yike, wants to commit for the fight anyway.
Ooh,
nice
Vladdy's first on the move.
Becomes lightning, trying to stop any follow-up. Vladdy trying to cover,
but he just
it's
one-shots him.
Can just start to trade
what?
Back. Nuke now on the way in, level 3. Does he have
Jungle is, bro, it's Yike Vi, it's a free win. No offense to Yike, but every time I see him play Vi, it's a horror.
113 was stronger, but I didn't think he would be that much stronger. He just straight up solo kills Yike, and here we have 2v2 on bot lane.
Engaged. Bot lane, one more stack, one more bit of plasma, might have finished the job, but Ice is doing all right. Shattering strike to
nice barrier.
Trying to push Target
Kinda
away.
need to
Good
the waves
trade
coming
from
in, maybe it's
KC,
fine.
knowing that they had that isolated 2v2 and the level advantage, but ultimately, Yike is the one who's really suffering here.
And BDS bot lane ends up losing control as soon as 113 leaves, being forced to use the flash there on Paris. It's a really very good flash from him to predict the forward flash off Targamas that allows him to safety, but now Yike can set up on a dive on this bot lane.
113 finally recalling. But Yike obviously first on the reset. Means that he will be here first to try to force this play. Paris
they're just zoning off Ice.
Is Conqueror Vi normal? Yeah, very normal.
Ice loses 4-5
well,
minions.
Sivir lost a little bit.
Happy.
Not the worst.
Although, this does mean that even further, Yike's pathing has been delayed. He was only able to pick up the red buff from 113. And now he goes to bot lane and he sells the enemy off of 4 CS.
Yeah, you can see level 3.5 is... Ebapolv is there. Paris re-engaging, gets hit by the auto. Awkward trade, Paris. Blinking health bar,
nice spell shield.
Ticking. They can't quite finish the job, but the re-engage there on the crash down, very greedy.
They have a pink in Tribush as well, which is quite
Paris
nice.
Struggling. And he's been a player that I've really wanted to see more from this whole split than last split. I feel like when I played against him in ERLs, he looked so great, but he still hasn't quite found himself in the LEC.
Yeah, hasn't found that form. In this case,
no
won't cost him too much as Ice is still there to pick up the wave.
Squims on the weekend.
Pushed in. Bit of trading on the top side, unsurprisingly.
Kana's cooking a bit.
Kana building himself a decent lead. Hasn't done too much
DK
damage
versus KT and then T1 versus Genji is crazy.
Ahead in CS.
And then BLG versus IG and then K-Corp versus Fnatic. Tomorrow is crazy stacked.
And he's looking to start.
Tomorrow is like a 3 coffee day.
Dragon with his Rel coming back bot lane first. And it's looking like it's going to be a grub for Drake trade for the side of KC.
And we need to see if 113 can kind of keep this momentum going, because slowing down Yike early game, finding that kill is huge for BDS. But still, Yike will eventually
Also,
hit level
it's the
playmaking will
Japanese
still
Grand
be so
Prix.
easy, so reliable for the side of KC. Can they continue this
Okay,
snowball?
combo.
Target's with
That's
the
nothing.
X-Flash, getting things kicked off. Gravity Field.
Wait, KC is
Let's find
actually...
a quick stun there, and Nuke
This
is
game don't look
completely
great
fine.
for
Stone
KC right
Cold
now.
had Flash, did not bother to use it.
113 wants to stop Yike from taking his Raptors here. Not sure if Yike was able to quite pick those up. He's not. He's actually denied them. So he's not able to really get any sort of cross map for this Drake. And now it's a half HP Vladdy here. So I'm not even sure if KC can even play for grubs.
Level
BDS.
4 Vi.
Continue to poke their head in the river. Don't have information on Targamas and Yike. Burst combo potential there.
Good ping
Pretty
ward.
significant. Vladdy just continues to get chipped away. Level 6 to level 6.
Vladdy with a swap from BDS here to play for these grubs, and it looks like BDS will be able to get both the first dragon and the first 3 grubs. A great early game.
BDS
here. Yeah, this is big. This is exactly what you talked about. You said vanilla ice cream, but this is classic BDS, right? And it's interesting that they've done it with 113, still retaining a lot of that individual identity, being the aggressive playmaker, them being willing to use their resources in a way that supports what 113 wants to do. Reminds me of the Rogue series last week where game 1 didn't go great, 113 didn't have a great performance, and they just doubled down on 113 being in this position of early game power. Same story here is Nuke keeping the pressure up against Vladdy.
It feels like it's this mid-jungle from the side of BDS that is allowing so much of this to happen. It's great pressure from Nuke in this mid lane.
Yeah, good pressure mid.
It's allowing 113 to kind of walk
What's
where he
Yike's
wants
win
to.
rate on
And
Vi?
it's just
I don't know,
so
but
much
it's probably
stronger
not that
early game
high.
in this Vi that he can kind of take over.
You have a 200-word essay due for Monday.
And I think the task
Bro, you gotta start writing.
for
That's
this
a
BDS lineup,
fatty essay.
And for the BDS fans should be aware of as well is what does their coordination look like as we get later into the game? Because KC, it's so easy to pull off these picks if they're in an even game state.
Yeah.
BDS, it's a little bit more effort, right? If Ice isn't in a super strong position, and he still individually isn't that powerful, Kana as well going to be a thorn in their side.
And to build onto that, we have seen
Chat,
113
don't sleep on 200
great
words.
early games on this Sin Sao. We saw it against
Don't sleep on
Fnatic
200 world essay.
last split, and we've seen it in general where he's able to get these leads both for himself and for BDS.
By the way, is there
But
anyone
then
in
Pain
chat
or
that like
Paris, they
goes
get a little
to
bit too cocky, they
lessons
step a
and
little
does
bit too
homework
forward, they
in
get a
chat?
little bit too greedy,
Do you
and they end
fucking
up
use
throwing it all away.
ChatGPT to do your homework?
I really want to see, can they actually close it out in this game and continue the snowball running?
It's always a tough
Absolute
point for
illness.
LEC teams. BDS, of course, no exception. Hard to find that
I
discipline.
bet you
these tense
fucking
moments on
come
stage
home
when the
from
adrenaline
school
is
or
pumping.
university or whatever,
Now that Vladdy's
you have
found that
homework,
reset,
you
a bit
just
of
play
lifesteal,
fucking League until
1v1
midnight,
matchup,
and then you
a
just
lot
chat
more
GPT your
comfortable.
homework before you go to bed,
We
or
saw
you do
the
it when
first
you
game
wake
of
up in the
Larson, right?
morning.
Yone remains that side
And
lane
that's it.
terror. It's going to be something that BS may struggle to answer.
And you can see that for the Saber here. It's
And I bet
really
you there's an
annoying to try
app
to fix
that's
this
like-
wave that normally when you're up against something like the Nautilus, you don't
What
really
is it?
care.
How do you
It's
word it?
always just spell shield the engage, but up against this
Reword my
Alistar,
essay
Saber needs
that's
to respect a
ChatGPT
lot
so it doesn't
more,
look like it's
making this top lane
ChatGPT.
matchup
I bet you there's a
a lot more
program that does that as well. So you get the
Now,
AI
step
script
forward,
and then it
shattering strike
unscripts it to
hits.
make it look
Combo
like it's
does
not
not
AI.
quite connect on Ice, so Targamas
That
immediately
is
going to back
crazy.
up.
It's a great trade from KC, but 113. He just wanted
No, ChatGPT does that as well.
play.
Oh,
Yike on the
fantastic.
way in.
just pressuring the dive here a little bit. Oh, yeah.
Going all in here.
Yo, no.
Ulti coming out.
Nice
Vladdy
one
caught
shot.
locked out.
Holy fuck.
Perfect understanding of their damage output.
That's crazy. 113 was just standing there and he was saying, "You're fine? You're fine? You're not fine." And he just one-shots him under the tower just like that.
I feel like
Disappear. That's a magic trick.
I feel like
And ulti.
if I was a
Dive
teacher
mid-ulti animation. Luckily, early
and I
enough in the
called
animation
and
that it did
I
not
would say
take
to
the
them,
cooldown,
if
but
any of your homework is
That's a
ChatGPT
700 gold
and I
lead
can
onto
I
this
find
Victor
out
now.
ChatGPT,
And Kana wants to-
you will be arrested
Okay.
and go to jail for 1 year.
I mean, Kana's trying, right? Kana's the one member with a significant gold lead on this entire team, which is as expected given the strategy of BDS splitting the map the way they did and the context of the Rumble versus Cassante matchup, but irrelevant. Happy to sit here, top side of the map, weather the storm. We'll see where he goes with his reset.
Why do you write OK Dumbledore? Are you fucking
And
fried?
getting gold onto this Sin Sao and Victor is just exactly what we wanted to see, right? We want to see them continue to snowball, continue
Why is he
to
right
fight,
OK
and
Dumbledore?
continue getting these advantages.
What, you
we
think
got the Ocean Dragon.
think I'm gonna send you to
spawning in 50
Azkaban?
seconds. I really want to see 113 take a base, play for it, and just continue this fighting.
And on the
You're the
opposite side for
same age.
KC, it's important now that they find someone other than Vladdy to step up in these fights because we
Yeah,
were
not
talking
that
about in
old.
the previous game, right? Kliss was doing a ton of work, but Vladdy was the one all throughout
Teachers
the game.
use
Every single
ChatGPT
time
as
Weaver's
well,
ball
and they
was
don't
off
get-
cooldown, forcing
Okay.
a play, forcing a flash, using
Teachers,
it to get
so you're
some
telling
kind of
me
advantage for the team.
we
And
live in a
when
society
you fall behind
where
on this
teachers
Yone,
chat
obviously
GPT
once you
test
play the room,
questions
you're still
and the
a pretty
students
powerful
answer the
champion,
questions with
but it can be
ChatGPT.
hard to be that person that forces those plays.
That's
It's
it.
going to be an interesting
Are we all
lane
just
assignment
fucked?
here
Is
from
that
the
it?
side of of BDS with Sivir and Rel in mid lane, and Victor actually in this top lane up against the Kai'Sa and Alistar.
I graded
so
using
most
chat
likely it's going to be
So you make a test in ChatGPT, they do it with ChatGPT, and then you grade it with ChatGPT.
BDS 6 grubs.
So all we're doing is teaching AI.
Would have loved to have it themselves. But the potential for Ice to just shred through a tower if left alone only continues to grow as we get later. Does have the BF sword, and they will be first on the move. Vladdy left alone here to clear the wave.
I think fighting for KC right now is a mistake. If you look at the inventories on the side of KC, it's just no completed items apart from the Rumble, and it's pretty rough.
Well, lucky for you, chat, you can't ChatGPT your fucking lane phase, so work on that, idiot.
For 113.
Fucking gold
really
ass
limits their
either.
ability to just DPS check and burst him out, but they will start it anyway. 3 members starting.
Rats
4 and 5 on the way. Good call out. Rumble on the way first. Kana, does he want to burn the TP? BDS hesitating a bit. Midwave is even. They want to try to fight through the choke, but this could be devastating. Kana in position with the equalizer.
No engage.
Quite have the cooldown yet.
Ooh, engage is so split.
113 in the midst, the entire team trying to step back.
Engage is so split, but they will get the Rumble. BDS kind of frying. BDS kind of frying. Yike is dead. The Yike Vi loose rate continues. Nice flash from Vladdy.
As he finally flashes, KC will walk away.
It's a fight on two sides, and BDS win both. They're able to take down both Yike and Kana, despite Kana being there first and KC having full position. And they don't actually pick up the 4th grub. I thought they would go for that, but 113 considers the better of it and actually goes straight for the Drake instead. So it's only going to be 2 grubs for KC and 3 for
AI.
Not bad. Denies that objective. They already got 1 feed, the Fee of Warfare. Could look to grab a second here. This Drake will secure for them. 12-minute feeds. I mean, feels fantastic, right? Not the biggest boon, but potential to upgrade those items as we get later.
And then we'll have to use AI to figure out if they're using AI. And we'll have to use AI to figure out, like, in 10 years, whether this is AI or if this is real, what's fake.
Value proposition when
Oh
you walk
my
in a
god. Chat, just know, no matter what AI tells you, just remember this. I was rank 1 in solo queue. I was a top tier player.
Yeah, I love to
that
see
is a fact.
113
This was a piece of history. Okay, history cannot be AI'd.
And just having this kind of psychopath
if anyone ever makes up and AI says no, I wasn't, that means it's been tampered with. Ask AI right now, was Caedrel a good player? In 10 years, people are going to tamper with it with AI, using AI to make it look like I wasn't. Just know that it's a fact.
3-0-0.
It's a great pick from BDS. Yike is able to pick up the Raptors in exchange, but I mean, you're going to be really happy with that, as you're also able now to push out bot lane on the side of Nuke, and I don't think they can.
I wonder
really
when they'll make a
pressurize
League of Legends AI
bot. Down, but Irrelevant could be in trouble.
Irrelevant now retreating.
Yike's not even going to go for it.
Are you all just typing it in?
Right. He is still behind individually by a pretty decent margin. Almost like, oh, he's about tied up in XP at the very least.
Now it's Plates going over to Nuke here. 1.3.
Can you stop it? Can you stop it? You're all using different AIs. They're all, none of them know the right answer.
Again, BDS had a game plan.
It obviously hasn't learned very well.
It looked a little bit dicey at first, but they managed to split the map. They can test in the jungle, knowing that they're stronger. And since then,
yes, Mark Robert Caedrel achieved rank 1 in the European West League of Legends solo queue ladder in 2018. That is true, I did. Smart AI, smart AI.
And it's a painful flashback to first stand. Some of those Vi games from Yike, it wasn't all his mistakes,
BDS
right?
looking much better. I feel like Nuke gets a good matchup into Vladdy. 1-1-3 plays around mid. Game's so much easier for BDS.
Okay, I never said that. That is not the misquote that I need.
Chat, you're all writing wrong things here.
But for KC again, like, you want to know that you can play these style compositions. That Vi is a champion that has to be respected in draft, but you keep stacking up these losses. It's not getting easy to sell it.
That's true. And that's kind of one of the things that I would like to see about KC is that despite having struggled on some of these melee mids and carry junglers before from the side of Yike and Vladdy, they're both willing to say, okay, if we're going to be the best team in Europe
stacking. I love it how BDS lost game 1, wins game 2, and we're like, aha. What if we just stack Drakes as well? And then they all look at you like, what if we stack Drakes as well?
It's not going to cut it.
And they stack Drakes as well.
And perhaps the thought process here for this comp, they have a really strong comp, might step a little bit outside of at least what we've seen them be successful with, but they choose to go for it anyway. Thus far, it hasn't been successful. They haven't found those angles to start fights. BDS ahead on the map, not afraid to just press their advantage where they can. Ice likely to just get first move around mid, and it'll only get easier as he continues to stack with the Tool. 1-3. Has he been caught out? Good initial damage. Ulti to mitigate a little bit here.
Ooh, playing a bit too fast, are we? Playing a bit too fast, are we, KC? I mean, the PDS.
Now it's Nuke who's in trouble. They may have bet a little bit too much. Q3 ready to go. Shattering strike to buy a bit more space. Vladdy on the way
2 free kills.
BDS.
Too fast.
And it's a great pick by KC, but it's the exact things we were talking about. BDS, they get the early lead, but it's 1-1-3, and Paris, they get a little bit too cocky, they get a little bit too greedy, and they end up throwing it right back to KC's favor.
And it's just that line between pushing your lead and throwing your lead.
What if, chat,
They
random
were
question
2.2K
while
ahead
when it lull
minutes
state.
ago. And Vladdy is going to be a terror.
What happens
He has an XP advantage over Nuke
if
despite
an
all
AI
those kills.
Yeah. And it's going to be
talks
like
to an AI
as well. We see the replay here.
and they like
I think
teach each
Yike
other?
actually misclicked his ulti here onto Paris.
Is that a thing?
Which nearly resulted in 1-1-3 not going down, and then Yike flashes over the wall. Like, it was very strange. He ultis Paris, then flashes over the wall, but then 1-1-3 flashes back into him. And then Kalist ultis in and is able to kill Paris as well.
No, but like what I'm saying is, there's
There's
AIs which know some things, and there's AIs which know other things. But what if all of the AIs that knew different things talk to each other so they all knew the same thing?
He could be so great.
Same
But
things.
it's so hard because that same instinct
is what gets him the lead.
What gets him
That's
the
true.
leads in the first place.
That's true.
And it's that tight margin, that gray area between the black and white of extreme aggression and
And
extreme
then-
passivity
and then-
that so many players struggle to walk. To find that line as Yike
How-
grabs
how
the
do you-
Herald,
how do you
and
stop
now
it from
KC
being
are
conscious?
sitting pretty comfortably in the
And
context
being
of
like,
this
you know
game.
what, fuck you, I will go mid,
1K
idiot.
gold lead still for Nuke, but again, we mentioned it before. If BDS aren't first on the objective, it's really hard
Alright,
for
Drake in
Nuke
30
to
seconds.
leverage that advantage.
Yeah, and the overall gold lead is gone. Vi is the one now ahead of the Sinsao, and Rumble is still far ahead of this Cassante. And now Kai'Sa's actually picked up the lead onto the Sivir with that kill pickup.
No, which is huge because, I mean, Kalist was sustaining a small gold advantage for himself most of the game, but has started to balloon that a bit.
BDS are so split here. I don't see how they can really contest this Drake. Oh,
No, this is
Paris
contestable. This is
sending it to
contestable.
Targamas.
This is very
Targamas,
contestable.
Aftershock down. Does still have his ulti. Wind becomes lightning.
Really good chunk.
Gravity field
Oh
down
my god,
pretty big.
1-1-3.
1-1-3 with an initial knockback. Vladdy fishing for an
Rumble
angle.
on
Decent
cooldown.
equalizer, but there's not really much follow-up. BDS now comfortable to step
Sivir ult
forward
down as
on
well.
the hunt used. Paris
Ooh,
following
okay.
up, getting the
Yike no
at the
flash.
very least. Yike now locked up. Taken
Nice.
out. BDS. They saw those cooldowns missing. They knew they could go for more. Dragon now in their sights.
Wow, and it's great spacing and patience by BDS. 1-1-3 goes in for the chunk on Targamas, but he doesn't go for any more. And now that looks like it's going to be Drake going to the side of BDS.
It's free.
I don't think KC can contest this. Yeah, they're going to choose the better of it.
Chat, we'll talk about AI more after the game.
From BDS.
I'm
despite,
curious.
you know, being able to throw a little bit, they're not.
You know what's happening after this game?
And the fact that they can
Yike
once
is
again
going to be on
bring that
Ivern.
discipline back in the clutch after Vegaby getting a little bit caught out there. Is a good look.
Yeah.
Now 5 minutes till Soul, right? A minute 45 until the Otacon.
Sivir with the Cloud Soul, that's going to be fast.
It's going to be very fast. Cassante with the Cloud Soul. Very, very fast.
He's going to be on Ivern.
So the question is, I mean, KC have a bit of time here. 2 item spikes around the corner. Kalist should be pretty close at this stage.
Get that
I've
mana
never
ruby
had
crystal
seen a
ASAP.
Sivir ult with a Cloud Soul. Isn't that going to be so fast? That's going to be so fast.
Really, really fast.
Yeah. Can't wait. I kind of want them to get the soul just to see how fast she gets.
You're not a pious caster. You're not rooting for either side.
Well,
You just want
I don't mind
speed.
Yeah, I want speed.
Yeah, okay.
Need for speed, baby.
We'll see if they can get it, how fast they'll be. Look, BDS, comfortable, not out of this yet.
Yeah.
And I think for KC, you're
Soon.
1 or 2 more fights away from this all.
Maybe Hex Flash can cook here a bit.
Yeah.
As close as the gold looks, again, Sivir 1.5 items now, almost 2. Once she hits 3, these fights feel so difficult.
I mean, the thing is, it's incredibly execution-based, right? If KC are able to get a great Vi ult onto the Rumble ult, onto the Yon
Being
ult,
AI
all of
curious
that, they
is
can
one
easily
step away
one-shot
from
the
being
Sivir,
bi-curious.
no matter how many items she has. But the thing is that as the game
What is that, binary?
progresses, Cassante and Rel and Sinsao can buy more and more space, and the Sivir damage is going to be higher and higher, so there's even more of an onus for the side of KC to actually one-shot Sivir, rather than being able to threaten any of those frontline targets.
Again, it's tough. It's a tough puzzle
Good
to figure
one.
out. BDS, though, as you mentioned before, even though they did show some discipline in that last fight,
You could
they
say
make
you could
missteps.
say
They get over eager.
that
1 with
that
3 in powers.
I'm
both have
Vi
overstayed
curious
in
because
some
Yike
fights.
keeps picking it, right?
Relevant.
Again, we have a
No, that doesn't
situation where
work,
it
it
is
doesn't work,
the
it doesn't work.
voracious Otacon.
Never mind.
So false life buff there. Won't be extra flowers, which I think favors KC in this context.
Yeah, I think KC are pretty happy with that. I think it's hard for BDS, even if they do get the GA, to really fully send it.
ha,
Well, I think
that
if
was
KC
so
get the
funny.
GA,
Great joke
you
as
know,
usual.
this
You're
Yike
so
can
smart.
result in, Yon can
Thank you.
result in. they can just play however they want.
Relevant sees the ward, walks up, continues to clear it, confident.
I think it's very hard to kill this Cassandra right now. Rumble not quite having enough
Rumble.
damage.
And sadly,
All
that
BDS have to do
individual
is
able to build
not
in the context of his
fucking
isolated
troll
1v1 just really
until
hasn't
Soul spawns.
borne
Because
much
in
fruit
modern day
terms
League of Legends, you
advantages
can
for
get
KC.
Soul before Baron spawns.
And I hope that BDS
which
doesn't
is
tunnel too much
crazy
for this Atakan. I think playing for Drake Soul is a much more simple, easy to execute win condition for them. And we have seen teams throw a lot around this Atakan.
Normally on the third Drake, like Baron's coming up. So the fourth Drake's a bit trickier because Baron's up for a while.
So in that same vein, I don't think KC will make the mistake that BDS made, and hopefully BDS won't make the same mistake.
Why are you called Caedrel's microphone?
But they do have the luxury, of course, of being the team.
How many Caedrels are in
on
this
Soul
chat?
Point. They can pick which objective they want to contest.
Oh wow, Galist barriering there to not get his recall cancel to pick up this Rage Blade.
Quick reactions. See if that extra couple hundred
Caedrel's
health
coffee
matters in the next fight.
Bro, fuck off. What is this? AI Caedrel,
BDS
Caedrel's bot
spending
lane,
a lot of time
campfire,
around top
coffee
side.
maker,
Otacon really the only
microphone,
objective
big
on the
toe,
map. A
butt
minute
wiper,
40
dying
till
plant,
Cloud.
hairline, fan,
People are
plant,
just
time
gearing
me
up
out,
for the old,
scammed Caedrel,
scrap
watch
around
Caedrel,
major
meme.
objectives.
And Ice
What
needs
the
to reset here,
fuck
so
is
KC
this?
does have a timer where Kai'Sa can fight and Sivir cannot. But I do think BDS should just match this base with Ice and just play for this dragon. But it is going to be the red buff, I think, going over to the side of KC.
Yike. The rest of KC leveraging their man advantage on the
They're
top side.
really
to just
holding this top
walk
side.
into enemy jungle, knowing
1 minute
that
on Drake, they're really holding this
seeing
Atakan.
those resets come out.
I wonder if
They're
KC's gonna
great
force it
vision
because they
here,
have
being
2
able to
item
take full
Kai'Sa.
control.
Maybe
Without
Yone
BDS,
wants
I
to
don't
base
really
soon
mind.
though.
I don't think KC has a real threat of starting this Atakan. I think Victor can just catch this wave with Rel and Xin Zhao basing behind them, and then you just set up for the Drake.
Yeah, but the bit of extra vision they're able
Yeah,
to
they're
get in
forcing
enemy
it.
jungle, the lack of vision for
This is
BDS
kinda what
does mean
BDS
that
did
Ice
last
should be
game, no, on
taking
the
the
Soul.
safe way, but he's not. Choosing to just continue coming through, that's the ulti going out, will block the additional empowered auto, stopping the Marshal
Okay.
going down, stopping
No
Kalist from
Caedrel.
following.
And it's TP from Vladdy here. They really want to fight for this Atakan.
Swooping for Nuke, though, can be dangerous. Kana continuing to try to zone away. Q3 going through, looking to lock up Nuke, flashing forward. Nuke laying
Nuke
down the ultimate, but the
Nuke
immediate snap
lost
back
his
from
ult.
Vladdy means that ult is useless. Patience
He needs to
from
base
BDS
TP now.
Going to be crucial as Ice
Ice
has
lost
been
his flash,
isolated.
Kalist ulted.
And the objective will reset. That was an excellent sequence for KC.
Yeah, it's both the carries of KC, Vladdy, and Kalist being able to
Now
get
they
their
can move to
individual
Drake
sub
and get there
advantage
first.
on their counterparts. And now there's no flash for this immobile Sivir and Victor for the soul fight.
KC just a step ahead there, had vision around that jungle. Ice chose to roam through it anyway. Nuke needed
trying
to
to
use
rush
the
it.
ulti in the 1v1, so now they're trying to deny this. No jungler here. 1-1-3 going to be too late. 2K
No jungle. Easy. Show me filed. Ooh, the Yone doesn't have ult. Didn't really cook anything there. Kana's just fucked. They could run to Atakan. Oh, what? Pyros was smurfing there. They gotta run to Atakan here. But Ice is low.
And it's a disjointed engage from KC. They're able to pick up the Drake, but without that Yono
Atakan
that they
top
used
tier
in
one.
the previous fight, they're not
Think
able to
BDS
actually
can win
layer the
this.
CC to get onto the carries of BDS. And it's BDS
They have Atakan for
picking up
Nash
2
as well.
kills, and they're moving towards this Atakan.
Should have
Maybe Atakan is too much.
Cloud
Is it?
Soul
No, they have no
delayed
TP.
for another 4 minutes. Otacon in a good position will give them the buff for the Baron fight. And again, you can see why KC are starting the objective here, but you mentioned it, they just don't have enough.
Yeah, Targamas is so poked out. Kalist is also getting a little bit poked out.
Ooh, that
and
Rumble ult
Kalist
was a-
and Vladdy, neither of
was
them
not the
has
best.
their ultimates, so they can't really go into this backline whatsoever. But I think
Yike,
we
you
might
gotta
have a
steal
fight
from me?
around this Atakan here.
You gotta steal from me,
TP on
Yike?
Either Vladdy or Kana, but I think Yike wants to try to steal.
All eyes on Yike. 6K, objective getting lower. If they go together, there might be an angle. 1-3 has his ulti as well.
What, I feel like
Parasol
Yike
in,
might
4K,
cook this.
Trying to zone. Gravity field
Yeah,
over the
Rel
wall.
stops him, I
3K
think.
getting lower.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yike
go, don't
does
go,
he
don't go,
want
don't
to
go.
commit?
Don't go.
50-50. Yike with a flash. 1500. There should be no way in.
Could
Voracious
play the
Icon
fight
down
after.
for BDS.
Try and
BDS
get some
gotta
GAs.
They're gonna be out.
But no.
They get the Atakan, and they waste
Is
the
BDS
side of
better than
KC's
top
time as
esports?
well. Ice was able to push out that bot
I
wave.
feel like everyone at that tournament was
Now
better
let's
than
see
top
what they get.
esports.
Oh.
Startup.
Yike.
Spell shield.
He tried to smite the spell shield
Did
off
not
or what?
work.
I mean, I think he tried to smite the spell shield and then do the ultimate.
Yep.
That's like the classic combo. But I think if Sivir times her spell shield like perfectly, she can block both.
Yeah.
So a bit of an optimistic play there from Yike, but I do respect it.
The second time in a row, I mean, credit to Ice. While he did overstep a little bit in next to the Raptor Pit on his side of the jungle
Yeah.
to lose those initial summoner spells, to lose that ulti in the previous fight, spell shielding that crucial bit of CC to stop himself from being marked so that Kalist cannot immediately ulti in on top of him has saved his life twice now.
Yeah.
And BDS, now they're super comfortably in the driver's seat. It's only a 1.6k duel difference, but they have the false life buff.
I mean, my
they get mid tier 1.
question here is, can BDS
is it just time to force Nash or what?
With this Atakan? I think if you could try to get a Nash fight going here, it would be great for the
force
side
it.
BDS. It
Force
doesn't
him.
look like it's quite what they want to look for, but I don't think they can either look for a tier 2 either. So I would love to see them get more with this Atakan, and maybe look for a Nash start.
But I also think they're just so comfortable in this game, scaling, going later.
AI isn't real, the
think you
aliens
really
are
have to
real. Wake up,
MacGyver
people!
together
Exclamation mark!
some sort of
Exclamation mark!
crazy engage
Exclamation mark!
option
So
to catch out
true,
either
king.
ice or nuke, unless they're overstepping in some way.
Yeah, they're
Well,
forcing Nash.
they've started the Nash.
Well, there you go. Setup is there. BDS feeling comfortable starting this one up. Ice is now marked.
This force
Where's
looks
the
a
ball?
bit
Gonna
like
be
weak.
Q3 there for Vladdy.
This force looks so weak.
Can he find an opportunity
Ooh,
to
that
Q3?
rumble is
Dash
not
forward,
bad, actually.
Q3 and hits relevant, trying to lock up Ice. Ice
That
now
was
marked
pretty
up
bad.
with the spell shield. Vladdy trying to retreat, but Ice just continues
Nice
to run
rel.
down. Nuke going golden, but still managed to get the ult
Uh-oh,
down.
Ice no
Trying to
flash.
turn it. Kalist right in the midst of everything.
Nuke
1-1-3 getting one
Wait,
back. Has
how
the
did they
false
lose
life.
this
Wants to get a
fight
little
so
bit more.
hard?
Knock up now down on the Kana. Wants to kill
Oh my
Kana
god,
as well.
Kana
He's
lived as well.
withdrawing. Irrelevant.
What?
Needs to get the hell out too.
What the
Another
fuck?
false life, 200 gold to the side of KC. Should be able to grab him as well. Irrelevant running. Knocked up. Unstoppable.
Wait, they
Now
actually
he
just
turns
went
back.
5 for 1.
Nice bit of gold to KC.
Down in
Stopped
gold
the
against
Baron play at the
GAs.
cost of Vladdy's life.
Level
And
15
it's
Kai'Sa.
a disaster for BDS. Luckily,
Oi,
they
oi,
have the Atakan buff, so it's only going to be 5 withdrawals. But they're not able to get a proper turn off of this Nash. They give KC
Come on, BDS, just
all
go
the
to Drake now.
space to
Don't fuck
enter.
around.
And if you do,
Nah,
you're
this is
never gonna
fine.
have a
This
good
is fine.
fight like
BDS
this.
can still win.
Look
They
at
have,
how much
they had
space
no
they're
flash
giving to
Victor, no
Targamas
flash
here. They're letting
on
him walk all the way in.
Sivir either.
Kana is able to get a great ultimate.
But now on the
Nobody's
Drake
marking
fight, they have
Vladdy,
flashes up.
And all of BDS are just so disjointed. Paris gets a good engage onto the Rumble and Vi, but Ice is off on the side fighting Vladdy and gets hit by the Yone Q3 to give Kalista ulti in and ends up going down. So, despite what you might think, I don't think starting Nash here was actually a bad play by BDS. I just think the way that they turned and the way that they played mechanically led them to all die or withdraw.
Withdraw, as it were. Still 0 deaths, although, you know, spiritually they got the 1 death. At least 200 gold over the side of KC, who, again, still only behind 1,000 gold. If they can find more fights like that, it won't look too bad. Nuke
30 seconds
clearing.
on Drake. They're
Ice
flash on
now,
everyone
3
now.
items.
Now we have the Cloud Soul here, another chance for BDS to get it. It's 30 seconds away, 25 seconds away. And ulti's up, all on the side of both teams.
Equalizer, as well as the cease and desist, 5 seconds out. So not too bad. There are some circumstances where that false life, if you can fight in a situation where enemy is forced to use their ult and you hold on to yours, you have that small window of opportunity
think
when you
BDS
come
wins the
back
game
with
here.
the withdraw.
Yeah, I think Kana flashed.
100% BDS wins the game here.
Anyone on the KC side used their flash in that fight.
Yeah, TP mid from Kana. Vladdy on the flank, only level 15. Would really like to hit 16 before this one, but he still remains ahead of Nuke.
Kalist trying to get some poke here with these Kai'Sa W's.
Okay, ready to go.
What the fuck? 113 is
Ballbreaker
getting
not gonna be
melted.
used. This is so tough for them to enter. Wait for it. All ultis are going to come at the same
It's
time.
free
from
Drake.
KC. It has to be one
Or
perfect engage. Target finding
nice
2.
Zhonya's.
Immediate knockup. Ulti going through, but Nuke will still manage to lay down an ulti of his own. Gravity field down as he buys a bit more
Wait,
space.
Cassante's
Shutdown's
dead.
there. Kalist finding
What?
one, and he's instantly into the back line.
Where's the damage at?
Getting deleted. The Cappy
Where's
Rain
BDS's
coming
damage
through.
at?
1-1-3
There
now
it is,
running
there it
for
is. A
his
little bit of
life.
damage.
The ulti
Victor
is
from
massive
Arcane.
Nuke, but it will not
Need
win
some
them
base
the
TPs
fight.
here.
Kana, Kalist. Vladdy standing strong.
Bro, how did they
What
not just
heroic
wipe them
engage
there?
From Targamas. He gets nearly a 4-man with his flash.
Wasn't it only on
Alistair
Rel?
Q setting up this fight for KC, and they're going to be able
I
to
feel like they
deny
just
the
didn't
Cloud
turn
Soul
BDS, they were
once
just DC'd.
again.
Where's the turn?
KC staying in this. KC keeping
I
it
feel like the
close
Alistar
despite
combo
how
was
strong
on
the
Rel,
Victor is, how
and the
strong
Yone
Sivir
ult was on
is.
Rel.
That was a beautiful fight from Kalist as well.
And the Rumble
Ulting
ult was
in,
on Rel.
just so much damage.
I feel like Sivir was out and Victor Zhonya's, didn't he? Am I crazy?
When Targamas flashes in here, it's actually a stopwatch from Nuke that denies Vladdy's flash Q
Yeah, it lands on
ulti
no one.
that actually makes this fight playable. If Nuke doesn't
just
stopwatch
Sivir is
here,
stuck
he's
hitting
instantly
Alistar.
one-shot, and this is going to be an ace for KC.
That's the problem.
But because he survives, this Victor ulti, the AoE gets so big, and he's doing so much damage. However, Kana with the stopwatch as well is able to take
Bro
down
thinks
113.
he's so good, why aren't you out on the
Dragon.
stage?
Big, close
XBD.
margin, right? The difference of a completed
XBD
death
is an
cap might have been
overrated
enough
mode,
to shift that
overused, and
fight
it's
in the
bad.
favor of
BDX absolutely
KC have
clears.
to be careful. They need to kill Nuke immediately next time. They
BDX
cannot
is
just let
just
him
a
ult
better
in the midst
version
of the
of that
fight.
mode. Way better.
The death cap is now finished.
And he's scary now, for sure. And we've seen
why am I not out there?
struggle to find
Because
the
I'm
impact in these fights.
unstatus
Even
now.
in this one, I think it was more
My
the
fingers
Targamas
don't
and
work like they
Gliss
used to.
And I really want to see Vladdy get a
Actually,
great
dude, what am I
ultimate
saying? I could be in LEC if I
with this
2 months.
Ryan
I'll be
Rumble
in LEC. Fact.
to really secure KC the win.
2 months.
It's a tricky
Fact.
position. Battle for mid lane priority. Who can lay down their vision first should favor BDS with Ice at 3 items. 3.5 now.
KC are very zoned here off of mid. I don't think BDS can really hit the mid tower. It's a bit too risky getting flanked from either side. Oh, they're gonna actually go for it.
Looks like they probably, or maybe correctly assumed that Vladdy was continuing to push an extra wave.
Yeah.
And they also, as we just saw, delete it very, very quickly.
You would make a great
they
referee.
are going to lose the bot wave for it, but now they can push mid much, much deeper, allowing this Sivir and Victor to just get much better mid prio. Maybe get some better control of this Nash.
So hard now for KC. It will
But
take
I feel like
great
Victor is
combo.
OP
Maybe
as
even
fuck
better
right
than
now.
The last is the, again,
Isn't
the
it
Victor
just
and Sivir
one?
just continue to get stronger.
Sivir is
The
also
Vladdy is
fucking
just
broken.
continuing to push bots, but BDS don't want to send anyone to respond. They're just continuing to ARAM here.
And this is an angle.
He's level
to stop
16
BDS
Victor
from getting
soon
the full
with
5v5
3
that
items.
they're looking for. Of course, KC's comp, it's easiest to look at it in the context of everybody pushes their ults together, but their side lanes are also pretty strong.
It's going to be blue buff picked up by Vladdy. Nice little advantage for him as he gets to push in that bot wave deep. And now KC are able to respond as Irrelevant has to catch the bot wave and Nuke catches top, and they're able to get the mid tower for themselves. And now the Sivir, while she can still go deeper after they got that tier 2 mid, she has to be much more careful for any potential mid flank. She doesn't have that mid tower safety.
Yeah, it can be tricky, especially when the enemy Alistar's running Swifties, can get on top of you in an instant. As you noted before, yeah, you can outplay the Vi to a certain degree if the Smite ulti combo doesn't work, but Spell Shield's not going to outplay the Alistar.
Explosive face
Just can't let
melter.
yourself get in range. Yeah, continuing to shadow Kana, knowing that he's pushing pretty far up on that mid wave. And a good bit of vision from BDS. You can see it just next to Yike, just next to Targamas here. Giving them nearly perfect information on KC's movement.
What is Sivir building, chat? BT or what?
BDS again are just deciding to ARAM here. They really want to try to get full Nash control and start it once again. Oh,
Next
Kalist.
flash. Onto Ice, Knockup is there. Kalist immediately going in. It's Ice now running out to safety. Paris
Okay,
looking for the
Parus.
disengage, and Ice remaining untouched. Kalist already ulti down.
Targamas dead. Maybe. No. Maybe. Vladdy's out. Wait, what the fuck? Irrelevant died.
Resetting now, coming in. The Victor continuing to chase.
But Victor is so broken right now, but he can't do any damage now.
Vladdy Q3 ready to go.
Yike, press R. Don't do
Ready
it.
to go again as the ulti fades, but these fights are so damn close. It's top lane.
Okay, this game's got me peaked up a bit.
KC, but they don't have access to the objective.
And it's such
It's a big gold lead for KC though.
Ice gets comboed by Targamas and immediately Kalist tries to follow. But since Targamas has no flash, Paris can actually decide to turn on
That's a volume
him.
up maybe.
And Irrelevant is dying so fast in these
It's a volume
fights, I'm
increase
keeping
for sure, chat,
surprised,
you're
but
right.
As soon as I look away from him, he's
1
just
minute on
dead.
Drake.
I feel like Sata usually is
Bro,
you know,
stop
very
with the
tanky,
Panzo emote.
But I want to see how he dies in this fight. Because Ice gets comboed by the Hex flashing Alistar. And then
So
Kalist does a really
Irrelevant,
good
what-
ulti on him.
how does he get one
but
tap?
Ice is able to flash away and be fine.
Oh, he's just fighting
And then it's a
Yone.
great ulti from Paris here, but
Wait,
Irrelevant
Yone
is
is
just
shredding his
off
ass.
on the side. He
Oh, this
doesn't get the
Cassante is
ulti
so
onto Vladdy
homeless.
because Vladdy ults,
Can't do shit.
and then he dies.
Yeah, I think Kalist is just hitting like a truck, right? He has magic penetration now completed as well.
30
so
seconds.
Those plasma procs are just obliterating
Oh, she has
Irrelevant's
GA.
health bar, despite
Wait,
the
these
amount
sell
of
his
Mars he's
pickaxe?
purchased.
I do think Irrelevant also really misplayed there, though. I think if you just place it a lot slower, and like when enemy team goes too deep, the classic top laner mistake is that you go deep as well. But if you then just kite back, then enemy's just too deep and you just kill them.
An option. I mean, we'll see how he adapts to the next fight, right? I think the downside for BDS is that while they won that
I mean, Yone is
exchange,
spiking.
and they have first setup on Cloud, if they don't get this Cloud, they've just given up Ice's flash.
Game's
Which I think
decided
is the single
here.
most important thing that came out of that fight.
True.
Oh, this Kai'Sa
Nuke
poke.
does have the flash, though.
How the fuck did that Yone get there?
Oh, very
What?
good flank here from Vladdy.
What?
GA as well for
How
Ice.
is there a
It's gonna
Yone
be so
behind them?
tough. KC, can you pull around to that
Oh,
half
target
level 3,
that.
getting things started? Targamas
Or-
forced to
or-
ult. BDS not
Yone
over-committing,
spotted.
crucially.
No,
they know the
no,
potential of
no
Vladdy
Alistar
flank.
ult.
They see him.
Oh my god, Pyros is eating these Kai'Sa
Level
Ws.
16. BDS being shepherded a bit.
Vladdy getting the Q3 on
Need
the
to mark
Wolves there.
Vladdy, but they're not confident to send anyone away to split. He's stacking Q3 on the Wolves, as you highlighted. 8k, Dragon's
Paris is
getting
marking
lower.
him.
Paris sees him now. Kalist
Just
ready to go
keep
in a
that
moment's notice.
Kai'Sa W.
No ulti for Targamas. Ulti now
Wait,
coming
Yike
in,
walked up.
isolating Yike. Yike going
Oh, he stole it though!
Dragon, take it down.
Oh my god! What the fuck was that Yone ult? Was that 5 people in a Yone ult? Was that 5 people in a Yone ult? What?
Disappeared.
The fuck?
Again, Targamas gets a 5. 5-man All-Star knockup, and that's an ace for KC.
Was that
They
bloody
take
5-man
down
YOLO?
all 5 members, and they're looking to end
What?
the game.
It shouldn't be possible. They were so
Drop the
patient.
clip
They were so
now.
disciplined around the flank from Vladdy. But Yike, the ulti, the
Drop the
smite,
clip.
securing the objective. The rest of his team
Who was
taking
it?
the fight. It's a thing of beauty from KC. And again, if you looked away
Holy
for 30
fuck,
seconds,
man.
anyone who went to the bathroom
KC
thinking
is
this
so
one's gonna take a few
clean.
more minutes. The game is
This
just
should have been a win
over.
for BDS, but KC are so
Decisive
clean on the
fight
fights.
From this composition, it took 35 minutes for them to find it, but when they
Chat,
found
drop
it,
the clip.
that was all it took. KC 2-0 over BDS.
And what a great series and game from Targamas. I thought Rel was the champion that would get 5-man engages, but it was Targamas this game that kept getting great
Drop the clip.
one after the other, completely securing KC that 2-0.
Weathering the storm from the side of KC. It was
Now
looking
it's
hard. It was
G2's
looking
turn, yeah.
difficult.
Is
They
this the
didn't
clip?
find that perfect engage, but all it took was one member on the team to step up, and today that member was Targamas. Finding massive Alistair engages. It's a good feel for the side of KC. Not that they haven't been sent back to the drawing board for a few adaptations coming out of that game. And certainly a solid showing in that game from BDS, but ultimately
It was
those little
both of them at the
hiccups
same
we talked
time.
about.
It's gotta feel bad, right? Like
It was Targamas and Yone at the same time, so
but they're just not able to convert them. They keep having these silly little mistakes that throw the lead away, and then the game is equal again, and then they get outplayed and they fall.
Little accidents cost them dearly.
Holy
Of course,
shit.
vote for your key player of the series, Vladdy, Kalist, or Targamas.
It was a great Alistair game for Targamas. That was one of the best
Both of them
Alistair
the
games I've
exact
seen.
same
The problem
time.
with player of the series that's so hard, right? It's like game one, I'd give it to Vladdy in a heartbeat, although Kalist was a close second. And Kalist has been relevant in both games, so maybe he gets it. But game two was all Targamas, so how do we assign value?
I think since game 2 was like closer,
I agree.
then for me that matters more. You know, if you're winning and everybody's doing well, it's like,
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
But this was the clutch one, right?
This was the
Because
clutch
if you
one.
don't find a 5-man Alistair engage there, those team
Yeah,
fights are...
Yike, I thought Yike into there. He got Cassandra ulted and he nearly went down, but then he's able to get the ult off. And yeah, I think if Targamas doesn't find that knockup, they might lose the game there.
Certainly, at the very least, a Cloud Soul. Maybe more. Probably the Baron to follow as well, right? Which would have put it further in the favor of BDS, and at that point, you expect them to close. That's a different timeline.
A different timeline.
A different timeline.
This timeline, EU is winning worlds.
This
so.
time...
So this is a good timeline.
Every time we cast a game, we talk about splitting timelines.
Yeah, well...
I'm kind of
We're
hungry.
waiting, we're standing by.
We gotta manifest it. First we manifested the 1-1-3 on Italy,
Well,
now we
I
manifest
hope
the
you're
world's win.
manifesting an interview with a victorious AD carry, because Shox is standing by with one who I imagine is feeling pretty good despite that hectic game.
I think so too, Dracos, but I'll ask the man himself in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Holy, what a finish, Kalist. We have the replay here as well, but can you talk me through the final engage from your support? I mean, he bossed it, and how you managed to win that game.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had a rough early game, but Targamas found really good engage, and in this last fight, I think, well, we got a wombo combo. Targa got their carries. It was really insane. Like, from my POV, I didn't really saw what happened. Like, I was just trying to finish the Drake, and I saw their whole team got exploded, I guess. But yeah, we had a pretty rough early game, but I think we were finding good team fights, and I'm pretty happy with this and the way we came back in team fights.
Lovely. Yeah, I guess it's a good point where you are the ADC, so you're just trying to kind of auto-attack and make sure the fight is won, but when you see it, you're like, okay, my support, he came through.
Yeah, that's it. Like the two last fights, I just see my Alistar finding like the 4-man combo and the carries again. And again. So, well, props to Targamas, he played really good this game.
Yeah, definitely so. Last week, you also got the victory. I got to talk to Yike after, and he said, kind of we agreed on a win is a win. And it seems that here, even though it is I want to say overall convincing 2-0, maybe not everything was as clean as you would have wanted. But how do you feel you've come back from first stand overall?
Yeah, of course, a win is a win. It's important to win. And like the most important is to get qualified to playoff and then actually make it to the MSI. So we have to take time a bit to come back from the first stand, like get our habits back also. And I think the most important is to adapt to the playstyles of every team, because at first end, well, we had to adapt to like LCK teams,
Sally, please order a
LPL
meal.
teams and everything, but like in the LEC, all teams have their own habits, and we also have our own habits. So after the week break, maybe we lost them a bit, but with time, it will get better, and I think the most important is just to win now, and we will keep going, like, keep getting stronger through the season.
Yeah, you're also allowed to ramp up, of course. You are the Kia player of the series. Congrats.
Damn,
and I think you joining into the league, obviously, was one of the most hyped things we've had in a long, long time. But it feels like the team isn't really centering you all the time. You're always doing good, but it's not like all the pressure is on your shoulders. How do you feel the system works in that sometimes it's time for you to shine, sometimes it's time for Kana to shine,
m0NESY set to join Falcons in blockbuster move.
I mean, we have like 5 talented players, so we're just making sure everyone is in a good state and no one is like out of the game or we can't carry anymore. If we're all in a good state in the game, we will always be able to like have 3 or even 5 threats in the game, and this is the most important. We're just making sure that we're in a good state and we will be better in team fights, so we will like shine individually because we have 5 talented players.
Case in point, I think, as the final fight was a beauty to watch. Congratulations, Kalist.
Thank you.
W once again for Casey. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, Team Heretics versus G2.
W. Alright, shiny links.
Never gonna feed, but we will create some space. Give me chaos. Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams, making titles, trophies, highlights.
What is this? Minecraft speedrun world record? Bro, what is he doing? He's on the pie charts, man. What the fuck is he doing? Why is he pie charting? What? He just found a hidden chest. How is that fair? Huh? What? He's cheating. It's not fair. He's clearly cheating. The fuck is he building? What is this? He's like playing. It's like when Fortnite people knew how to build. It was so annoying. Chat, he has statistical graphs and shit. He has calculators. Me and One just have our brain cells. So we have it harder. How is he so fast on swimming as well? What the fuck is he doing? What is this? What did he just do? Huh? What? What the fuck was that? Was that like a rice combo? What the fuck? Explain it. Well, now he's in the nether. And hopefully his teammate doesn't jump off the edge by accident and die to the fire. Bro, what is this? What is he doing? Ona said this was hard. This looks fucking easy. This looks easy. I think me and Ona could do that easy. He finished it in 7 minutes. Me and Ona have been at it for about 15 hours. So now he's gonna get the Enda pearls or what? Wait, he has so many Enda pearls. Well, how is he gonna kill the dragon then? How is he gonna kill the dragon? He's so slow, by the way, so slow. What the fuck was that? What is he doing? What? Now, how did they spawn there? That's not fair. That's hacking. Is this a god seed? Someone's following him on Twitch. Ooh. This is a mega god seed, is it? I've never played this game in my entire life, but I can tell it's cheating. True, me too. What the fuck? He has an extra portal. Wait. Now what does he do? He swims. Huh? He became a pigeon. What? What did he just do? He's cheating. He's cheating. He's using triangulation. What do you mean? He's using Pythagoras' theorem in Minecraft or what? So what's the number? What? What did he just do? He's a... Okay, but how does he kill the boss? He's choking. What is he doing? What is he doing? Hello? Where's his health bar? That's it? That's it?
Now I'm gonna pause again and bring your attention to
Wait, that's
Adam.
fucking crazy. He does that in 8 minutes?
Right now, and he's about to walk out here.
Me and Owen, it takes
team.
forever.
Meanwhile, Wei has already teleported to his team and is here to hold the ground. The Notter is not realizing his top laner is in his jungle, while the Wei is behind, hooks in and thinks it's a good time to secure this bush control. Sadly for Team Heretics, or sadly for Team Rogue, I want to say, they don't have a top laner, and the fight ends up in a 4v5 scenario that Team Heretics cleanly takes away. Rogue will still try to fish around here, but when you lose your support so early in the fight, this is just a disaster.
Lost the gravity.
Seeing his mid, top laner is on mid,
Yeah, we did lose the gravity,
says,
true.
wow, this is just a free dragon for me. And here Rogue is just completely in full panic mode. They're trying to kill some Carlson here, they're trying to chase him down, but it ends up not really working in their favor because his team is
Yeah, I'm gonna eat after the G2
Kamlu
series.
gets a huge chunk here on Malrang, and there's just no way for Rogue to compete. This was just another one of Shio's great dragon setups, and it's something we've seen him do ever since his time on BDS. When I think of BDS in 2023 or BDS in 2024, I think of disciplined dragon setups. And it's something that we've seen Shio been able to transition into his time at Heretics, which is fun because right now it seems like BDS does need some of that discipline. And it's something that's not really working out for them. And I think this is just another way to highlight how some of the players in our lower tier teams are doing great strides to improve our league. He's doing a great job to help Camilo and Carlsen get a foot in the league, to improve and find their footing for a longer period of time. But now, it is time for Team Heretics versus G2. And I'm gonna send it over to Hysterix and Daida. Take it away.
Yeah, good one, Finn. Good one, Finn.
I remember when Caedrel played Variety once.
My name's Hysterix, also known as Matthew McConaughey.
Wait, wasn't Hysterix in the chat 5 minutes ago?
That's so hard not to come in and think, you know, I think it's all right then, it's all right.
I thought we were about to go like, there's a snake in my boat. It's like, where are we going?
So much better. That's Dada or Dagda. I like Finn's interpretation of your name.
That's a cool necklace.
You know what? We're obviously primed to get into another best of 3 for. It's been a quick night, but a good night. It doesn't always have to take long. It's just about getting to the destination. And I think tonight, getting to G2 and Team
The
Heretics
clapping was really good
might
there.
be the burner that we all need, because let's be real. G2, yes, a G2. But I'm pleasantly surprised with Team Heretics' entrance into Rogue.
Yeah, I mean, they end up taking down Rogue 2-0. I think
might be cooked. No, I think
Game
we were
2,
fine.
definitely more confident. Game 1 was a little shaky with some clutch team fights that brought it back. But I think up against G2, you're going to need something special, because G2 are absolutely insane. The fact they're bringing out some pocket picks, as Camila was kind of alluding to in the interview with Shocks, with like the Mundo jungle and these kind of things, does look pretty sick. I know it's starting to pick up pace with more teams taking it, but they were definitely the first one. So I think it's sick. I think this is going to be an absolute banger.
Bro, let's not forget, we got Gwen and set top as well. Like, I know Gwen at the moment is OP, everyone's going S++, but the thing that that hit me for the side was that right hook of set.
Yeah.
That came out of left wing, you know?
Yeah, and it kind of
bro, that's fucking scripted.
More
Scripted as fuck.
It did not look so hard.
My jaw was okay.
Scripted as fuck.
Watching the games, that BB was doing his damnedest to leg it over to people, and you just see him get further and further away. But they're now legging it out of the tunnel, and you can hear the crowd going absolutely fanatical.
G2 versus Heretics is a G2 stomp, right, chat?
Going Fnatic for G2. Well, 1 so far is all they've got on the board. 2-1 in game score. By the way, that series went long. I mean, again, it was a fun draft, but the fact that went the distance kind of showed that
play the music,
G2
play the music.
are playing around with what they can pull out in these best of 3s. Fearless, patch 7 or 25.7 to be specific. And even though Gwen got some nerfs, we're still seeing a permaban across the world. Here, I believe in the past
Role swapping is coming to Champions Select on April 16th. Players will be able to swap roles with winning teammates during Champions Select. Junglers are auto-assigned Smite. Supports automatically get World Atlas item in-game.
There was a bit of a romantic rivalry between BB and Bracket, where BB
they should
and
just,
Shogun
bro,
was just
good, we're getting there.
The little corky that could.
Now all they have to do is put cages
game.
around
so
the lanes and we're fine.
BB's going to have it out for Flacket once more, or whether Flacket can actually get the better of him this time.
Outside of that, the other high priority picks is the Maokai that's 15 out of 16 games for presence. Poppy as well has actually been banned 15 times so far as well. Dak Daddy is 14 out of 16 for the Azir. I'm just going through and punching off numbers because in Europe it does feel very different. The Maokai, the Poppy especially, such high priority here, such high fear factors involved in their drafting.
I mean, Poppy just answers so many good things at the moment. Like, even when you look at your bottom laners, like the Leonas, the Rels, the Alistairs, then you even look at Mbessa and those kind of things on the top side. It makes it difficult to play the game.
Leone ban against
Camilio.
Camilio.
What
nice.
the plan is going to be, but at the moment, Kalista, I imagine we're going to see Gwen bans actually already coming through on the G2 side. And do we get things like the Skarner continue to get taken away?
Well, that's the biggest question, is
Gwen.
Already those presences are keeping nice and fruity as Azir also.
That's been in Wild Rift for a while. I feel like there's a
isn't it?
lot of things in Wild Rift that
basket
should be in
you didn't
League.
ask for. But Azir is kind of like the pineapple on top. You think that's good value that that's taken off the board. We don't have to watch Azir.
There were some other things that are in Wild Rift which are crazy good.
Pick is, Dagda, what do you see open? Your Skarner you mentioned at the start, Maokai as well.
Yeah, Skarner and Maokai. So Maokai going to be taken. So is the trade just going to be the Skarner immediately for Skimon? Oh, he just said it. Last time
Maokai,
around, BB
Azir,
was having
Kalista.
a great old time on the show.
Are they going to pick Varus or what?
So I think a little bit of a shout out to
Cho'Gath Sion, that's a Bell shout out.
coming through here.
Hey, the other thing about G2 that's funny is, like, I don't think they need Skarner. They get Varus here. G2 are the team that can always play around a pick. They've always got an option, right? We know that Skumond, he'll probably play things like the Ivan as well. That's also an option running into things like Skarner.
Yeah, and I think the only thing, though, is you more than likely want to go towards something like an Ezreal here for Flacket, just to be like, hey, we've got nice priority in that bot side, we can kind of answer, unless you want to go for an Ashe.
Did you fix the mic with compression? No, I fixed the mic
Ivern
by
and
taking
Ezreal
off
don't get that kind of
all
synergistic
filters.
value,
Ooh,
so looks like
Zyra
instead they're
Prio
gonna
is
go towards the
Barak.
Zyra. Very
I don't
clear,
like it,
but
though.
I was about to say, last
I
time
don't like that
Skimon
Zyra
answered
one, too.
with that Mundo,
Oh
and
my
I think
god, I
Shea
hate
already
it.
called it out that might be the answer once more.
I hate that Zyra Zyra on
Instead,
2 man.
again, options for the AD carry. You already mentioned the Ezreal was a big pickup here as well. Maybe the support Rel, that's still a priority support in the league too. Questions for Team Heretics as Carlson. He can be a role player, he can be a carry.
I think against Varus already,
Instead,
if they play like Mundo or Leona or Jace or Jace out, any kind of long range champs, it's a horror for the Zyra to play into. I don't like this Zyra early rotation. But I guess their logic is if they don't take it, they have to play against it.
The upside, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Mundo. You've already got.
I mean, that's Corki mid for sure. You can already play Corki bot view into Varus.
Coming forward, so in that position,
yeah, it's so cooked, man.
Bro, it's so funny because like people with no contacts at the LEC or G2 would be like, yo, this Atlas is saying Mundo and the second pick blue side, like he's cooked.
It makes a lot of sense though. Like you're able to clear very, very quickly. Kind of
I don't like that Zyra.
The fact
I
that
would
you
slam
ignore
Leona,
her
man.
Lockdown removes so much of the threat of Zyra in
Gnar
the
is
game.
okay, yeah,
it's
good
just
champ.
a really smart pick that's kind of come up in answer to Zyra, who's been
Good champ.
queen of the patch for quite a while now when it comes towards AP jungle
Yone
champions.
and Jace are out.
So annoying. Mundo will keep on running as Nas also locked in as a blind option here for G2. Broken Blade's going to be running this a second time here.
I mean,
It is
you can
funny
just
that
pick
Skewbon's
Ashe. I
running
think this
Mundo
Corki's on a
jungle
flex,
second
no
time
shot.
before the Maokai before the Zin's
I don't
out.
know if Ashe is
Just a
the
bit
pick.
of
Is
flex
Ashe the
for
pick?
you as Dagda final pick.
What can
I
lane
think
into
you
Varus?
just take your AD carry
Ezreal?
here. Unless, yeah, there's the Ezreal, yeah. Unless the other option is, what does Carlson want to try and pay into the
Could
Gnar?
stop trying to band them out a bit, you know, but I feel like there's so many champs that are annoying for Corki, Zyra, Ezreal. Like Victor is annoying.
So I think you're kind of fishing now for
Hoi is
potential Yasuo
annoying.
ban, maybe an Ambessa ban as well. Just
Engage is annoying, Rel Leona.
Broken Blade in that top side and make sure he's actually able to abuse that range match.
Okay, they're banning
As you know,
mages.
Broken Blade again. You want him to have a comfortable lane. Victor taken away is another lane, I guess,
know
for the
if Caps
Corki
can
that
cook,
just
actually.
doesn't want to happen.
And if you're G2, what do you
Caps has
ban?
been great on Victor.
I mean,
What
I would
else
ban
has he
Camille
played well?
if that guy plays it.
Ari's been the other thing.
I feel like
Yone
Camille
already
into
banned
Mundo
away.
Gnar is playable.
Was the other
Maybe.
pickup in that best of 3 versus Koi?
What does Carlson play? I feel like only champ I can think about for Carlson is Cassante.
I think Caps has enough in the tank. Yeah,
And
there is.
Bessa,
Yeah,
oh,
Bessa's
yeah.
going to be taken away. Yeah, I think you just ban the top laners because Caps has enough where you can still answer for Corki mid, and you should be completely fine.
So then, if we're talking about top laners, let me just pose a
Yeah,
couple.
Jax is
Carlson
okay.
already on the Jax. Into the Gnar has been an option.
Aurora's
before.
good ban.
He's played Camille as well. But the
Guy
problem
G2 has
is, I
so
feel
many
like
champs
Camille
they can
comps,
play.
things like Sejuani, junglers that can help set up. Zyra's not too far off the chain. What do you think?
Yeah, I think if you're playing Camille, you want some sort of backline dive, and you just don't really have it with Heretics.
Even Syndra
The
is
way
like
their
a really good
position's
champ, I
kind of
think.
working at the moment, it's kind of like play into them. So even if like
Depending on
maybe
their
you want to go
four
for Yasuo for side lane plays and hope that you can get some sort of knock up on an Alistar in the bot lane, or you can get those Strangle Torrents to enable that. But outside of that, yeah, I think you're struggling
Rumble
a little
ban,
bit here for
solid.
top laners for Carlson, unless he
Yeah.
just settles that he's going to have a bad time and just go for a tank.
Is it going to be something like a Cassante matchup into the Gnar? Oy, oy, oy. We saw an Ornn before, also an option.
I think Camille ban was
Things
good.
like Renekton, Dagda. I mean, you were
I don't
talking
really
about
see
it,
Rumble in this
and
comp.
I had to bring it up because, again, Carl, quote-unquote, bloody Carlson, was really so instrumental in that
I think
game
Camille can
last
really
split.
cook late game.
It was exciting, but he's going to have to pull it off
If she
again
gets
as
there.
he runs the Camille back.
I think the problem here is though, like Mundo stands in front of your hook shot, he blocks it, and there's nothing that you can really do, right? You're gonna have probably so you can even go
Asol.
for honest, maybe not actually. I was gonna say a Braum here for Labrov, but I don't think you do in this scenario. But still, you have CC from a Leona, or you even go with the Alistar yourself here to set yourself fine, or even a
Rel,
Rakan,
good.
to be perfectly honest. Yeah, there you go. And you've got answers to keep Camille off you, and I just don't see the added pressure on that backline.
What about like
Have a
Kai'Sa
true
mid?
shot barrage,
No,
but
maybe it's not the
what
best.
are you gonna like? You're now just picking a support. There's not enough threat to
Or Orianna, I
synergize
guess.
with this Camille as a backline
Akali's
dive that I think
decent,
you
yeah.
can manage.
Ooh, as Caps locks in the
You know,
Akali now.
I guess-
we have seen a few
I mean,
Akalis not only today, but over the
Alistar
course
is
of the
okay,
week,
but is
and
there
over
something
the
that
course
can
of
cook
last
here?
split as well. I have to say, I think Caps is the best
Rakan,
in the
Bard,
league.
Karma.
You say
Yeah,
that
it's
about
probably
all
Alistar.
champions, it's disingenuous.
Or North is good against Akali.
You know, it's crazy.
Chat,
the
I'm going to
best
add. If you want to
player
add,
in
if
the
you want to
league
try
is
and have
really
some now,
good
if you want to
at
back for the game,
every
twice in the kiss.
strategy.
I'll see you in a
Well, no,
sec.
I do.
Appreciate all the
I think,
support. Much love.
He has been great, but I think it's also the playstyle that it offers is, hey, early on in their games, G2 traditionally like to stick caps in a side lane and just say, hey, farm it up, become a threat. Capping is great in those side lane scenarios, especially if you're able to chase down by landing that shuriken flip on towards the Corki. I think you're in a wonderful spot. So it does give G2 a lot of options on these side lanes, while also giving you a chance even to move Broken Blade into this kind of 1-4 split push as well, with caps being that person up by themselves. So you got threats here at G2. I think that this game gets very difficult for Heretics, though, if they start to fall behind. They're kind of playing off this 2-item spike with the double Triforce. I mean, triple Triforce, to be perfectly honest, but Camille kind of lagging behind a bit. But yeah, I think Heretics need to come out swinging if they hope to take this game over.
I mean, you look at that and you can agree, right? When you're versing something like a Mundo, especially as well, if you lack damage, if you fall behind, the Mundo gets the free scale and becomes unkillable.
Mods, wake up.
Could have said that about Skewmond in the game we saw only last week. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your second week of the LEC. It's nice to have BO3. I'll drink to that. Good on you, mate. I feel like, honestly, like, fearless.
Can't read the sign, Kerr.
Euphoria, right? Euphoria. Then we had best of threes. That's where we are right now. And you're here of continuing that euphoric reaction. And now you're looking at G2 to see if they sublime this split or if they're going to have a rough start. I mean, I don't know after the last series. I feel like, you know, the last series felt a lot like a draft gap. It was in the game 2.
Yeah, game 2 was a bit fun.
It was a bit clumsy, a bit messy, but again, that's what people say when sets in a game.
Yeah,
Dag, welcome back to the game.
I think the cool thing about G2, though, is like watching that series, I was really impressed
Who wins this game?
How good
I
they
mean,
were
I
at
think the
understanding,
problem
like, when
G2 has is they don't have that much DPS.
I think they're
like
one of
they
the
have a lot
teams
of
that thinks
bursts,
the
but
most
I think burst is really good against
usage
Heretics
and
comp.
how you can use that to your advantage in
So
the
I
league.
think G2 just
but
slams
see if
them.
that is going to continue going into this game against Heretics, but this is... oh, it's actually poke VAR, so I thought it was going to be an on-hit VAR.
So did I.
So definitely the consistent DPS isn't there. So G2 kind of need to make this early poke work to set up for Broken Blade and Capstan to kind of finish people off as they enter into these fights.
Well, again, as we shift gears and kind of look at the other side of the map, I want to quickly mention that Carlson again on this Camille. Oh, it excites me. It really does. Coming into today, I mean, I just like that, again, his name's Kyle Carlson. If you haven't heard already, then you haven't been watching the LEC. Great name, and sometimes a great game as well. Are you as excited about Carlson as I am, Dag, or is that just a...
Carl the first day that you found out that he's going to be in the league and you were like, excuse me, can you say his name again? But no, I think he has... His laning phase at times can be a bit
Carlson,
and that will take time to grow into. But I think he's definitely got like the killer instinct when it comes
PTA
to
on
these
Camille.
team fights. He's been great at like understanding the moment he can go in, when he can take over a fight, and actually change the entire.
Trying to see LPL over was a
And
good.
you're about to learn that in his career, Carl Carlson is 14-4 on Camille.
Damn.
So,
okay.
14-4, and ladies and gentlemen, remember, he had that big game where I believe that was a win as well. Cleanse used in bot side while I'm yapping away, and Flacket had an ignite on him.
Bot seems like a bit of a fucking roughie.
Goes for the all-in. It's important to note. I mean, this 2v2 is going to get
Wait,
playing.
he's dead, no?
Flackett's in a lot of trouble. Flash away.
Oh, I thought Hansama would just kill him.
Held on to no summoners for that Ezreal.
That's huge for G2 though, and it's kind of, I think it was the Varus and the Rail combo again against Mobstar Koi, where G2 were able to get the duo kill onto Alvaro on the Alistar. So definitely give us a few flashbacks. But this is a very potent lane. Rob has been the talk of the town on this rail.
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely his most comfortable champion by a country mile.
And I was going to ask you, Dag, you know what? Drake's really worth it, right? Because for Heretics, they seem to think so. But in this opening game, let's not forget, Ezreal, Aslar, not the lane you write home
Drake's
about.
worth it.
Especially when you're versing
you are
the
OP
Varus,
as
the
fuck.
Rail as well.
Yeah, I think we've heard like Finn talk about it on the desk, we've heard Jack talk about it in cast as well. I think Drakes are just becoming so valuable at the moment.
Drakes and
because
EU
it's
are free win.
you're able to set up very well for your team fights later and your objectives and all that. But without having Baron available until 25 minutes, oftentimes you can set up for a Dragon Soul about 23 minutes into the game and not have to worry about it. Sheo though is here.
The all is
Cap's dead, no?
by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god, it's a horror.
I think I broke the screen for you in the meantime. Cat
Oh, he's out.
He escapes for now. Skewmon tries to
Flash combo that guy.
Phone to the
Oh,
face.
he's dead anyway.
Rob is still going to get rooted up. Great little grasp and a first blood to boot for Team Heretics.
That was a bit of a disaster there for G2. Good job by Sheo though.
That's not
Ends up
good
sneaking
though.
back in behind
Giving Zyra gold
his,
is never a
mid
good
laner
thing.
to make sure he's there for the support, and this is something that G2
You're
have been
looking
doing
for a
a
Raptor
lot,
respawn
kind of
or
at
what?
these
Those
early
are down.
levels. Even game 1 against Mobstar Koi, they ganked Jojo in the mid lane, level 1 to make sure he was uncomfortable. Now we're seeing this early play again towards mid. It has definitely been a step
I
up by
could see
G2
him.
in
Why
trying
couldn't
to get
they?
aggressive
Lul.
around this mid lane. And Heretics Heretics read it super well. Caps takes a ton of damage. The electrocute proc. Lebrov isn't really in a position to try and do anything. And yes, Caps managed to flash away, but Lebrov, he's got nowhere to go at this stage, and Heretics have too many members here.
Skewmon does what he can to slow it down.
It's not a double carry party, it's a single carry party. It's a double tier though.
Lead is always good news when it's the sole AP.
Holy fuck, Corky W wave clear with Q is nuts.
Jungle loves in this day and age. You have to itemize against me or the rest of my team.
But also, it's just the fact that Heretics need, as we say, to get off to a good start. If you can't just execute Hansam on the backline as Carlson or any sort of follow-up, you're just going to have a bad time.
Yeah.
So for Heretics, this is crucial to get these early leads and try and continue to play through that. Even if
I hate the Corgi skin.
At least the threat of Caps in that mid lane as well. Always a nice one. Didn't end up dying, and is actually even on CS.
I
so
hate it.
Haven't sent him behind that too far, but still something that I think Heretics are going to try and revisit.
Yeah, see if that punish comes through, because again, keeping Caps behind always feels nice. Sure, it can flip, but a Valkyrie away from Camilo under turret. As that threat rises ever so great. Darksteel picked up on the return with boots, by the way, so again, all good mid-mage.
I don't mind looking at it,
know that this is the
but I don't like playing it.
As, we're just looking at Carlson, except the top wave.
I feel like Earthrider Corky is just absolutely clearing it.
Because your kit is so reliant on you snowballing and getting the lead. Like, the difference between an Akali who gets like a kill in River at like 7 or 8 minutes versus an Akali who gets her first kill at 23 minutes is night and day. So I do think this is where G2 will understand they want to look for skirmishes, and a lot of that will be on Lebrov to try and set that up.
Most insulting thing, because I know Vedius plays Akali, and then I thought Knight's Akali's really good. It's like night and day. So,
no, Betty doesn't get kills.
That's right, that's why he's the day version. It's a contrast, and Betty's at the bottom. Oh my god. Let's take that. He's not even
Ice Toboggan is disgusting.
Well, now that you have that metric, in this early game,
Andrew
outside of that
Vedius
trade
Day.
through bot, outside of that kill through mid, it's just been about these elongated laning phases that Broken Blade is willing to stay in consistently. He's about to pick up plate top. All he has to do is just ram his head in, and does so. Carlson, as you saw before, got spaced a little bit.
Okay, slowly winning a bit, Broken Blade.
From that range versus melee matchup.
I do want you to keep your eyes.
Is that Virius guy the one with the world tickets?
Push in mid. How many members of G2 are making their way into this bottom side? Obviously, Dragon's up.
Drake
Looks
for
like Jared's going to take
grubs,
it now. But it is kind of a, hey, we want to shift Caps into positions where we can try and find these plays and get this Akali snowballing. So at the moment, G2 moved 4 members into River, couldn't quite find anyone in Heretics. So it looks like instead,
is G2 just trying to stop Drake's 2 man?
They're just going to look for a trade on opposite side of the maps and cross map. But Lebrov caught a little bit.
Yeah, Stand also does good damage. Trample sets up for Sheo, but nothing more apart from setting up plans for the Dragon. Skewmon is going to be done with this pretty soon. The beauty of Mundo as well is that blunt force trauma
Isn't Vedius your most loyal sub? Yeah, he
is. A
is.
little bit delayed. Health bars are decaying, but Dragon all the same.
He has a long sub streak of begging
playing
for
well
it.
around the long timer that you have on that headbutt pulverize combo on the Alistar in the early stages to get some decent poke off. Is a little low on mana, but should be able to just clear out this wave as Lebrov comes in and they get his back. So just making things a little bit unsteady for Heretics as they went first, but
right, Betty's in the chat. What the fuck?
Nice at the moment, anyway.
I have to say, while business being conducted in top is nice for G2 side. Just watching this Zyra power clear. Skewmon's waiting. Really good timer on the Raptors here. If I didn't have ADHD Dag, I'd be able to tell you more in depth, but meanwhile, Broken Blade just smashing turret. Double plate for him.
Yeah, and I think this is where that move in to take Raptors was nice. You cover top lane play, you can now shift in towards that bottom side and get all your own camps. Or sorry, cover your top side, then shift into bot side to cover all your own. And there's very little this Zyra can really do. And this was the power of the Mundo, right? It's, hey, you got a very fast clear. It's really difficult for Zyra to actually look for these invades because she can't lock you down and look for the kill threat. And it just makes things a little bit easier in that jungle role as, ooh, swing and a miss on the True Shot Barrage.
And a lovely word, tempo, not going to be used then at the very least. Oh, I can't wait for this. Okay, give me another fight. That's all I want. Antsy today. A little bit antsy today, you know?
I just thought you were
I just don't see a kill here.
Coming into your own as an analyst.
Maybe they're trying to like counter a trade or something if he jumps in.
Tempo.
And then I use
G2 is the #1 team in the world in terms of LP. Yeah, all of G2 grinds super hard in solo queue. Ooh, that was clean though.
Hextech ultimatum, Broken Blade's in a lot of trouble. He's about to go into the Mega now though, and
he's
he
gonna
wants
go
to
Mega,
find Carlson with his own flash up
and Skewmon's here. Is Sheo just gonna die?
How do I pull it off? Especially with Skewmon with an infected bones all sets it up. The
Nope.
wild growth is
It
out,
works
and
big.
Brava sets up
Okay,
infected
Heretics is cooking.
chains. That from Sheo, and another kill going over to Team Heretics. Hookshot, walkshot yet again slows down his Skewmon. He has to pull out the maximum dosage, but how much can he
Ooh, he missed.
onto Carlson?
But he should die, right?
Yeah,
wait
for the cleaver, wait for the auto.
Big move by Lebrov, big roam. Oh, he flashed the E. Nice. Well played by Skumon.
For him too as G2 fight back.
Great roam from Lebrov, but it might have to cure.
Can Varus get dove? No, he can't, right?
Looks like he's thinking of setting
He's
up
mega
the
chilling down here.
Immediately cleared out by Hansama, and now with those chains of corruption.
Yeah, that roam from Lebrov saved it a bit.
Can really look for a play. Just
Big
a
save.
really good timing roam from
Bro,
Lebrov.
there's so many pauses.
Crashed. Yeah, everything's gone. But still, I think this was sick because one of the things that I was kind of looking at for Lebrov is how he interacts on the map.
Yeah.
I think he's been doing a good job of playing around mid, but I think that at times he could be doing more to help out BB. And this was just a great example of where
LEC
he's actually been finding
champs.
these timers to get in, interrupt the lanes, make sure people can't replay. And both the Mundo and Rel being able to take down that onslaught from Heretics looks really good for G2.
Fix your region.
Mundo, a kill for the
Do you want to hear a
Zyra.
joke? Yeah, I do
Both
actually want to
these
hear a
junglers
joke. I actually
scaling
really
now,
want to hear a
ladies and
joke right
gentlemen.
now.
Don't know
Go on,
what
send
cause
it.
is, but for
What's the
now,
joke?
just sit and breathe.
What's the joke?
Smell that? It smells like game one.
I'm not clicking links.
What does game one smell like?
Popcorn. I don't know. That's what
I have a good joke. Your turn.
Yeah, so I'm breathing that in.
What is it?
For people at home, every single day we come in, we get changed into our clothes, we then go to makeup.
Because we don't come with clothes on.
Yeah, exactly.
Context,
yeah. And then immediately starts goes and gets popcorn.
What is Lee Sin's favorite game mode?
I was gonna say you've also
If you
kind of
say
set
blind
up this,
pick, I'm gonna
rating
ban you
system
for 5
your
minutes.
popcorn over the course of the time as well.
Yeah,
it's got
to be hot. You know, it's got to be warm. The warmer it is, obviously, the better it is. You know, shout out to my new friend at the confectionery. I need to find out his name, obviously, because
I was impressed he called you a regular. He was like, I was like, oh no.
The usual, yeah, the usual.
That was horrible.
Just gonna call him Dave.
Yabani, go.
His name. Usual
What is
Dave.
it? Did you practice your Matthew McConaughey voice with him before?
Depending on how bad the joke is, depends on how long your ban is.
No, he doesn't know about that. We're not that close yet.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Now, peripheral issues are a pain. However, it's good that it's not a bug. So we look up and we think, man, life's getting better, isn't it? See?
I was looking at the stage to try and see.
Mod has a joke.
Who's having the issues?
Mod
but I
has a
don't think I really
joke.
can.
No. Everyone's still there as well, so it's definitely
Say
not a
it.
toilet break.
Say it.
He's like under the cover of peripheral issues, you know?
Yeah. But yeah,
I broke up with my girlfriend 5 years ago because I found out she was a communist. I should have known there were red flags
plays,
everywhere.
At least for Heretics, did some good.
I don't get it.
But now that G2 have started to get out onto the map, it's a little unfortunate that they turn around some of these plays because they got a nice kill onto Broken Blade there, but shutting down Carlson means that now you're getting Broken Blade back in a position where you can try and get that CS lead, which he's already extended to a certain extent, and just continue to put the pressure on. So I think Heretics kind of need to go back to the drawing board on getting Sten.
Oh, look who's... Want to hear an actually good joke? Okay, go on then. Tell me an actually good joke.
We'll have to see if they can do it now as we get back into game.
Yeah, hell yeah. No mucking about for us. Caps has Grizzly Memento. I'm pretty sure that's the call of it. He spots out wards.
Alright, we're back in game. That's
If
good.
you haven't played the new patch, you're a little bit late. It is April. But spotting out the ward there. So
back in
Caps
game.
knows again. Bottom side's warded here for the Mundo, depending on angle. What else needs to be focused on here? After
was
that
terrible
last
joke.
play, a bit of recounting for you all. G2 holding about a 1,500 gold lead. 3 grubs also taken at the cost of a
I hope
Drake
you step on a
earlier
Lego.
And of course, Sheo getting a bit of kill credit with Carlson up in that
And then your friend
play
asks
too.
you to go watch
But
the
Mundo
Minecraft
now
movie with
has
him.
hard still, so Skumon in a pretty good spot. All he needs to do is start whomping.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how G2 are going to respond to this. Heretics have already swapped Flacket up towards the top side. It's 45 seconds until the grubs are there, and it looks like they're going to start the slow march of Ansama towards that top half of the map as well. I wasn't sure
don't
if
take
they
it
were
back.
like,
I
hey,
don't
we're
take it
happy
back.
to just trade 3 for 3. I would actually
I
look
do
for a
not take
play
it back.
onto Carlson again on that bottom side, try and shut down this Camille even further, but it looks like they want to try and take a fight as they start to come into this and use that poke from Ansama to get things started.
Just realized Skumon on the skin as well. It kind of looks like a suit that Lionel Richie wore on his album, like 80s and 90s. If anyone doesn't know, the guy that's saying hello. Is it me you're looking
I just
for?
came
Yeah,
to say hello. That one?
Some people wouldn't, you'd be surprised. But it's a similar kind of suit. Skumon does look dapper because if he finds a bit of an engagement, as you saw Sheo moving into enemy jungle, he can again get those stacks up as we have a mismatched lane looking towards top. Mid is matching top bot. And bot is now
The
top
Minecraft
with other
movie.
bot. You get that
Yeah.
dagger as grub
Chad, do you think because the Minecraft movie is called the Minecraft movie and it's about Minecraft, it's still gonna do really well on the sales because it's Minecraft, even though it's probably bad or good, doesn't matter.
Bullying them off him at this stage. I wasn't sure how heavily Heretics wanted to try and commit to this, but they need to move Flakka down if they want to. Also, Camilo a long way from home and trying to be
All the kids want to see the movie.
I think they're a bit of a detached spot. LeBron on the flank.
Yeah, because Dagger, the
That is a good
bones
flank.
really hurt. Sten might have to pull the ulti up, and waiting for him is Lebrov. Stands up with a shattering strike. Broken Blade zoning off, and Sten is just dead. Free heart steal and a free kill. 5 grubs for G2, and now a 2k gold
Yeah,
win.
Heretics just didn't have their ducks in a line, and Camilo, the Corgi
Didn't
might
have
fall
their
as well.
ducks in a line.
Well,
Nice
ducks,
flash.
dogs right now. I think all animals are going to the wayside. Caps gets a flash out of him, and it does feel like hell at the
Yeah,
moment. here
G2
for Team
feels like
Heretics
they're in
losing
control.
out in the
5
early game.
grubs, Mundo's OP, Nars ahead.
Get out of there for Camilo as he, but I think the real issue was Camilo didn't have control over the mid wave, and then he just spent so much time
That
kind
Ezreal's
of
gonna have to
fumbling
call
around,
Uber if he
waiting
wants
to see
the
what
base.
they wanted to do. LeBron got that great flank off, and
Oh
it just
my
set
God,
up
what is that
wonderfully
troll
there
face
for
emote?
G2. So I think Heretics kind of playing a little bit too quick, and if they just kind of wait that moment, check each of the lanes, say, hey, are we in a position to go for this? They're going to be in a significantly better spot. And unfortunately now G2, 5 Void Grubs for themselves with the opportunity to try and play on side lanes with Broken Blade and Caps. Heretics need to find somebody to shut this down.
Well, Carlson,
Doesn't
as he
have jump.
tries to neglect Broken Blade from the turret. I mean, those side
BB
lanes
must
you
be close to
mentioned are
Twiforce.
so far ahead. Well, this one, really only. 700 gold the lead as Lebrov might find himself Camilo.
No
Under
flash.
turret, Magnustorm pulls him
Wait,
back.
he's just
waiting
dead.
to crash down. Here's
What the fuck?
Skewmon yet again.
Is that criminal or
I was
what?
gonna say Broken Blade. That was the last time we saw the Mundo outside of their split as Skewmon, 3 kills. And this is what the fear we had, Dagda. Early game needed to go well for Team Heretics, otherwise G2, holy Mundo.
Yeah, LeBron and Skewmon are playing really well together. They are linked up, they're constantly playing, well, it's top side, now it's mid, it was around Void Grubs, and now it's the Dragon for G2 as well. This has been a wonderful start from the 2 new members of G2, setting up the veterans for success.
And with Dragon taken down as well, it's just more that they're taking. 3k now the lead. I'm going to keep measuring every 1,000 gold that seems to be happening.
Okay, well,
every
1
other
for 1 in
minute.
Drakes.
Sten poked
Caps
out
have been a
and
bit
found
quiet,
out,
but he's
sitting on top
super
of
strong
control
right now.
waters. With that Dragon
Hansama
down
is
as
just
well,
going to stand
Dagda,
in mid,
we
and
count towards the Herald
I
in 2
think
minutes
BB
40.
is being very greedy on the
And
map.
watch and
He's
see
staying
how,
top till his
G2
fucking
set it up again.
Triforce.
Yeah, I think
Which
at
is
this
fine.
stage,
Yo, base,
G2,
Triforce,
all they really
run
want to
top,
do
take
is
top tower.
get push
Good.
mid, and then start to slowly shift vision into that topside jungle. You can kind of see where Skewmon and Lebrov are. It's about setting up for a potential dive onto whoever comes for it, and Heretics are trying to answer. Sten and Sheo moving up into this area to protect the tower, but I think it's going to fall before they can really get into position here. They're even, yeah, they're
He
resetting
gets
with
full top
Skewmon.
tower before he
got
bases.
Demolish. It's kind of
That
Heretics
is
late to
really
the
good.
party.
Yeah.
And now, honestly, I think he just
BB is
reset
sitting
and
on a
just do the same
fucking
thing on the opposite side.
big
It's not
purchase.
just late to the party, it's also nothing else going in their favor because you look at bot, it's still Caps pushing out. Mid's now gonna push out
QE
as
wave
well,
dead.
with
Was?
Carlson only having a teleport, but he's accepting top wave right now. G2 have full control, 70-80% of the map right now feels like theirs.
Yeah, I think, though, they may not be able to... Oh, well, it looks like they're going to commit for the bot side play. Lebrov didn't reset, stayed out on the map, so they're lacking some wards, which I think might be pretty crucial to try and go for this play. Camilo has backed away, though, so it looks like Caps just off of G2 existing.
Nice flash by
response,
Hansama.
because he was on a wall, but Hansama turns it in his
That
favor.
was a clean
Unbreakable
flash.
will
What the
with
fuck?
Skewmon right behind him, and again, fresh meat. Hansama will take it gleefully as Camilo tries to poke back, but G2 again with a pick on the Sten. Means they're just opening up more.
Oh, it's a disaster. Like, even look at bot side. Oh,
Ooh,
actually,
Caps.
never mind.
Oh, it happens to be Lebrov's time to shine again. Caps just rolls in thanks to the Magnustorm, and Sheo in trouble. Another hard steal stack.
This game is so
Jumbo
done.
diff is what
Yeah,
you'd say,
draft
but
diff,
doesn't
game
tell
diff.
the whole
I think the
story.
draft from
G2 are
Heretics
just
is
running
so
amok the
bad.
Devils.
Mundo diff. He
Why are
goes
they
where he
1-2
pleases,
Zyra
what can I
against
say?
Varus
He
first
just
pick? How is she
moving
ever going to
towards
play
his
the game?
jungle, and now, though, Carlson trying to get in towards mid, has flash available, but Hansama is so far away from any of these walls. He has to go back with his head held
Yeah, it's
down.
draft diff, player diff.
It's a 1,500 gold lead between
Draft diff, player
junglers,
diff.
1,200 between Broken Blade and Carlson. And Caps now
20k gold
picking
lead?
up a kill.
Unlikely.
Just benefiting off the whole team's success. This turret, as he tries to deny the cannon
Camille's
minion
a terrible
in most
champ.
of the
I mean, I don't think
It's gonna
Camille
be
is
yet
like
another turret for G2, 2 to
the
nothing
problem.
on that.
And this
So,
is
like,
the second wave that's gone
the
into that
Corki
tower.
Zyra
It's the
don't really
second
do
tower
anything this
that's
game.
going to fall. And now you're taking over that entire jungle too. This is an absolute disaster. Because look, there's a wave that's hitting the tower as Caps comes across here. Lebrov perfectly aligned to catch both of the cars on Heretics. And as they start to move forward, then Skewmon again, the passive doing so much work, you just get to ignore all that CC and just chase down Sheo on the back.
And before we went to that replay, you're talking about the wave denials, as G2 seem to do so well with it. I mean, you look here, and it's, what? I need to do math quickly. Come on, Jake. This is your moment. 35, right? At least. And there's a certain Swedish top lane who made that so important, as this guy who's suffering on CS is now getting solo killed by Broken Blade. Camilo doesn't have a turret sitting there as well. Kill. He has to run for his life, but there is another Yordle who's very, very hungry indeed. Easy solo kill for Broken Blade. And this is no longer even close.
Yeah, this has gone from bad to worse very, very quickly, and I don't think it gets any better. Again, like, you don't have the big threats, right? You've just got the Triforce completed on towards your carries, but they're already being shut down in side lanes. You're looking at 2 items already completed for this Mundo. Your Carlson just isn't really that backline threat that he needs to be. And the front line is fantastic for G2.
Yeah.
So they kind of just get to do what they want right now.
We talked a lot in draft, maybe just front line, absorb the pressure for Carlson would have been the answer, right? With double 80 carry, with the Zyra as well. Maybe given another engage piece. I like that they have the confidence to play the Camille, but as you said, the angles are so limited because of it, because this Camille needs more time, because Broken Blade has so much of it and so many more resources, makes it just so hard to look at this game with a fresh eye.
If you had gone for a buy, I would have been like, oh, sick, yeah, Camille buy, that sounds good, you got that backline combo.
True.
Fantastic. But it's the lack of backline threat with Carlson that really makes it tough, because you're basically saying, hey, Carlson, can you, with a true shot barrage, completely solo a carry and escape? And that's just not really going to be the case, especially when you've already got a good front line. You then have to invest flash to try and get into the back line, and I mean, look, it's just...
Okay, did you wrap it up?
It's something we talked about a lot in winter. If you weren't
I don't want to hear no more jokes.
Compositions just seem
no more jokes.
To be, this year at least.
You're a professional rage baiter.
I'm going to look at G2 and not be like, that's not mega
Yeah, sometimes.
simple.
Sometimes. I mean, that is my side thing.
Right? Like, you know what your front line is, you know what your engage tools are. Lebrov, Broken Blade, like, and Dagda, seeing people like Caps and Han Summer being also reliable damage dealers. For me, it makes G2 look very simple in this game. 7k gold lead, not to discount their early game play as Dragons in front of them, and Caps with TP makes it so that Team Heretics are not able to snag this away or get even close.
Yeah, the problem is you only have to commit Skewmon to the Dragon, so
you have
can
the
even
best
see where
jokes,
Heretics
but you cannot predict.
Where is the rest of G2?
Okay, what's the joke?
Because they could look
Come on,
for
Solar, back
some
up.
sort of play
We've had some rough jokes.
Dive on bot lane, so Carlson had to walk away. Even saw Sheo trying to help out in defending bot tier 2, but because they've lost control of jungle,
Why was 6 out of 7? Okay, I haven't heard this one before. Go on then. What is it?
Soloing top side, so it just makes it really difficult to keep threads on where everyone on G2 is going, because they just have so much gold in their back pocket to outnumber you. Even if you're there outnumbered, they can still kind of come out on top of this stage.
Well, it feels like a flash in the pan for Team Heretics is what we're going to ask for. At the very least, everyone buckle up. Why? Because Lebrov's going in, and understand it won't be too hard to see what else he can do. Shattering strike after
every time Alistar combos in and his team's right next to him, the whole Avengers rocks up. Ooh, Caps.
Almost getting out, almost. No. He's shut down. It's a 1-for-1, which is good for Heretics. Definitely good with the way this game was going.
Okay, a little over greedy there from Rob. The stand for Caps, he'll take any day of the week. Give a bit more load over to your squad. It won't really, I feel like, shut down G2 too much, though, because... Oh, actually, maybe Broken Blade goes mini, but there's nobody here to help him.
Oi, minion wave gone. Hookshot, wall shot, Hextech, ultimatum. Broken Blade could be in a lot of trouble. This is Carl's moment. He's found a pick onto Broken Blade, the flash match, but he's out of range. Will get the shutdown, but Skemon's here. This is a different problem.
Oh, you got a kill.
Much more
almost got out as well.
Ends up being a trade.
I feel like Skewmon is just completely owning this game.
Yeah, he gets the shutdown,
and Lebrov as well.
In after that, just wasn't able to make it away. It's a nice idea, though, but we're going to see Lebrov, like, Camilo, great reaction, flashes away, means that Lebrov doesn't get the CC, then kind of uses Lebrov as an out. But at this stage, you have well overcommitted. You've got the TP coming through. You can see you've got both Skewmon and Han Sama trying to make it through the jungle to get here. Heretics just able to outnumber. And then Carlson clears out the ward. But this is actually really nice. So waiting for Broken Blade to go into that mini there. I think if you waited a half-second longer, would have actually gotten him in the mini form, gotten more damage off, and wouldn't have had to burn the flash and get away. But still managed to get
well played by Carlson. Good shit.
Unfortunate, Skewmon's still in the area. And
that Corky noise is going to make me go crazy.
With the E. It's insane.
Level 14 now, by the way, in line with Broken Blade. That's how far ahead he is. Herald's been dropped top in the bot in the replay, as you can see. And you know, Caps, he might be in a bit of trouble. Ward says no. He's no longer in trouble. He's going to just ferry this Herald
Caps,
as close to the turret
are you
as he can
okay?
do it.
You're full weak side here. Your team's on Atakan.
Yeah, but does he care?
Oh
He's gonna
my
get the
god.
and he's going
He's
to
such a
escape.
rat. He walked up bot so far with a Herald behind him. The enemy team thought, ooh, a free kill, while his team's on Atakan, and he just drives out.
I don't know the rest. I know Deja Vu.
That is disturbing.
I was impressed you kept going because I stopped at Deja Vu.
Yeah. But you got to get the beat. The Euro beat is what it's all about. Now, Atakan was going down in that time. So GA's for everybody. That's nice.
Yeah, as if the game wasn't tough enough already for Heretics. And now G2 starting to push in on that top side. Vision is already relatively good for them. Sten's trying to see what he can do.
Well, he's going to try, but that guy that's on the telephone, hello, it's the debt collector. And
Hello.
Sten just getting launched up, hard steel stack, and now he's actually a car insurance
Do you like
salesman.
dogs? Yeah, I grew up with dogs.
Would you
Love
like
dogs.
to buy this $5,000 policy? Well,
No GP on
you can
BB.
sell anything.
Maybe
You
a
can
bit
sell
of an
right to a
overplay
fish
by
right now.
G2 here, but they do have
Two
GA,
items,
so
he's unkillable.
fuck
He's gonna
it.
get passive healing uppiness, also known as health regen, as Caps. Just in a side lane, doing the same thing but by himself.
Yeah, Skimon bought this Mundo at the
I think
tip, and he's
Caps
been looking
can
for
die
taps
to
give us
Camille.
in, so it's,
But he has
no,
Atakan,
no
so who
problem. No,
cares?
he's gonna end up backing away. But yeah, and now Caps on the side lane. Might have to outplay.
Okay, well, I mean, Carl is the one member who's kind
Yeah,
of
he's
strong.
dead.
Gets the GA out, and there you go. False death now gone. And also,
Oh,
Hansama
Hansama dead.
steps up, and Shad's going to live, so that's
These
200
GAs
more
just
gold.
encourage in things.
Nice.
Love it.
That's great.
Yeah.
Let's see more.
Honestly, if Heretics, I'm kind of happy with that. Not a real value out of it. Obviously, G2 still were putting pressure down as they were doing this, but the tower doesn't fall on bot side. And now Caps has to play a little bit safer and not come fight a dragon, so...
You get
not the
200
end
gold
of
for
the
the kill.
world.
He's got 200 CS in jungle. He's out farming a Zyra. I guess that's when you have an early lead.
Best joke ever out of
So
fish
early
joke. Want to hear a
into
fish
game
joke? Go on, what's your
that
fish joke?
Zyra's like, Zyra's clear speed, even though it gets faster and faster, is like, well...
Yeah. Well, you've just got so much, like your E snaps all of the small chickens
What's
and
your
stuff
fish
through,
joke?
so you like clear super fast, your W does a ton of damage, your Q does percentage health damage, so you can actually like clear
Today
through
is
the
joke
bigger
day,
camps
chat.
relatively quick. Like he actually
What
is
did the fish say when he
insanely fast at getting through these?
What
these,
did fish
So he's
say
saying
when
free
C
climb
hit
right now
wall?
is Mundo jungle, you think?
I think
Damn.
it has specific areas. Like into Zyra, it is good because even as you're saying, like if you run at Zyra, Zyra throws down her E, and then you just continue to run at Zyra
True.
because your passive pops.
Oh, okay, well, G2,
Is that it?
they're going to pop something else, and I think that's Team Heretics' little heart in this game.
Okay.
Skewmont, he hasn't used the ulti. Where's the dosage at, little bro?
Bro,
Holds
was he
onto
on
it.
fucking Internet
Complete
Explorer?
footwork
Is he
mixed with
lagging?
The passive and just the natural healing
bro,
he has
what?
is crazy. A Broken Blade sits, hits the turret, enjoys that. Now we're back up to 7,500.
Yeah, and Caps just threatening the entire time.
NEC melted
Dragon's
his
still
brain.
there.
What the
G2
fuck?
going to fall back towards us. They have some vision to spot out exactly how Heretics want to try and answer this, but I don't think Heretics really can.
What do you mean you left?
Brock could flash engage on this. Heretics need to be careful.
Yeah, they got
Fucking
popped here
takes
too,
a
G2.
huge amount of damage from
Their
Hansama.
GAs are off now.
Not really a silent achiever, but all the same.
everyone.
2-item
Soul point.
lethality 80 carry. Kind of in the
I feel like
name
the
right
games
now.
today are
Third
so
dragon picked
stumpy.
up, and
Apart
yeah,
from
we're just
Rogue.
waiting for this
Rogue
one
was
for
such a
G2
banger
to put
series.
the
Holy
seal on the
fuck,
deal.
respect.
Yeah.
Because I got to be honest at this stage, I mean, Team Heretics have found a couple of picks, but there's always a trade on the other side of the map. There's always this long con where it's like a turret, or there's another pick, or they just take the whole enemy jungle on the responsive side.
Yeah, it's the only reason that this game is still going is because Baron hasn't spawned yet. It's about 2 and 30 seconds, and I think G2 can immediately do it. The only issue for G2 is the Baron take kind of sucks ass. They don't really get to do it particularly quick. You don't have the on-hit. Varus, like, Akali does nothing, so it's kind of BB's damage you're heavily reliant on, so maybe you end up taking enough damage, Heretics find a miracle fight, and that's kind of been the Heretic special, right? It feels like clutch team fighting is kind of where they found their success.
Yeah. I mean, I can agree with that. Hell, it was with the Camille game last split. I'm drawing blanks on who it was against. I just remember Carlson's Camille. That's all that mattered. And for Team Heretics, you know, relying on some of these new carries, these new members, like Camilo, like Carlson.
Go on, Heretics, slip a Baron.
It's crazy to see
I
where we're at.
dare
We're talking
you.
about Sheo being this glue that holds it all together, like he kind of did with BDS. That's why I feel like they're now kind of lacking in developing their new self. Team Heretics need Sheo for the setup. You talked about that. Let's see how they find it with Baron now up, holding River themselves. They get the engage. At least it's Stand who starts it off, but he's going to be hail of arrows, and he gets set up with an arrow into the face. He's
Bro, I
dead.
swear, every time Alex starts in a fight, he's just free killed.
Will as Caps holds the rest at the forefront. Broken play with no Mega Nah, but no Mega problems for G2. 4 versus 5. Baron looking good.
I think Heretics needed to wait for G2 to start Baron and take the damage, but now they're just in a position where I don't really know if they can recontest. 10 seconds until Stend really gets up, but you can see what I mean. This Baron does not go down
Go on,
quickly.
Shale.
So
Flash in, steal Baron and pentakill. I dare you.
Well, if Skumon's behind Baron, he has an MR debuff. So that's good here for Shao if he finds an angle. But at 5K, G2 looking for the turn, even though they're low. There is a bit of healing coming through from the Ocean Dragons.
Oh my god, what the fuck did that Camille just do?
He wanted his flank, but he ain't gonna get it. Pops the ultimate hard.
Ooh, that was rough.
Lives on.
Baron has reset though, so I think G2, funny enough, actually have to walk away, which may open up Heretics to make a push on mid. It's only Caps who's trying to clear this wave. It looks like Heretics aren't 100% certain, but yeah, this is kind of what I'm saying.
What are we doing, Caps?
He's going in, why not? Okay, let's blaze it. Pops the ulti out and he wanted...
He's having a bit of fun with it.
He got out of there real quick.
But I think, like, if Heretics wait until G2 start Baron, you can see they actually might have a chance, but
Rat.
Flash match, Broken Blade.
Gnar is such an annoying champ.
There's just not enough damage. He had Derek's gauge on some of that, guys. Wasn't even close.
Yeah, it's getting a little unfortunate for Heretics. It was already a slim window that they had to come back, and I think that one is very quickly being shut, and the weird German free system of opening the window has now been closed.
Oh, you mean the weird, like, upside-down one?
Yeah, and then you pull it
back.
back.
Is that just in Germany? Is that a thing?
I don't know. It's definitely not in Ireland.
Oh, because I thought the window was broken when last year when I first moved
All
here.
this chat does now is spam, I have a joke.
Broken. I thought it was broken.
I'm sure you do.
What's wrong with this window?
I don't want to hear it.
Everywhere does it.
Yeah.
I guess it's smart. I think I like it.
I really like it. Like, being able to open the window a little bit and just have it stay there is fantastic.
But then again, in Australia, like the olden homes just have the little bit of window, and there's a fly screen behind.
Yeah, no, we just have it's either open or closed. There is no options.
At least in Ireland, they're decisive, you know? They know what they want.
Well, the problem is it's either raining or not raining. So you only need the window open in certain
That's all that it needs to be, isn't it? In life, there's either rain or not rain. Mosquitoes, not mosquitoes. It's simple.
Simple.
Yuck. Unending despair now for Skumon, by the way, level 16. So, maximum dosage. If you want to know,
this Ocean Soul window is going to be crazy.
Health,
there's no healing reduction on Heretics yet. Zero.
He ends up getting 60%
Zero.
In total, back with that ulti. And you also increase base health is 25%. Here we go.
Yeah, he's a big old boy. And the fact you got unending despair as well means he's going to be healing off the healing. And
Caps with his shuriken flip. Flash away, Carlson.
Wait, he's actually going to die.
Carlson, I want to see it on the big movie screen, Mum. He found him.
Caps just got one-tapped by Camille. What?
Jove, he deserves it.
3-3 now. Carlson managing to take down Caps in a
Why don't they show bot?
I don't think it changes the entire outcome of the game, but he gets something.
Well, Caps is dead for Drake.
Legs. Like, that's insane. Carlson brings
Oh, but they still have Zyra into Mundo Varus, so I guess doesn't matter. Ignite, that's the only healing reduction they have. Mundo still has ult.
Skumon holding onto the ulti himself, still doesn't pull it out unless he absolutely has to. Team Heretics thinking about a new angle, and
Caps doesn't have TP either.
Into a rel, and Labrov doesn't find a thing.
I think Rel flashes in here and BB kills everyone.
Doesn't have the TP either, so Heretics, if
are they just going to give Drake?
Start this objective, can't try and
they're
take
going to go
it. G2 are threatening Baron, but we just saw how slow the Baron is. I think Heretics, they're going to send
I don't know if they have damage for Nash.
Do Dragon and just keep G2 off the objective.
Skumon's going to zone off, and of course he has natural health regen, so don't be fooled by that half HP. True Shot Rush doesn't hit a thing either. As Sten's caught out, Broken Blade about to go on Mega Gnar. Sten has to disengage, but Labrov, his angle is finding anyone who tries to run. Flash from Sten just won't cut it.
Support solo kill, basically.
Takes the credit.
Oh, BB, what that hit? That was crazy, actually, that hit.
Problem either. Broken Blade returns to the fame of the G2 legend as Carl, he'll get the Dragon to stop the stacking, but it costs the 2 lives and probably the Baron.
Heretics flew too close to the sun, and G2 pounds. They just wait, and now they turn over towards the Baron.
Let's just not watch the solo kill. Yeah, I wish we could see that Camille solo kill. But I guess it doesn't do anything.
Will get the big purple worm.
Well, Baron in the end as well. Gold has slimmed out. I have to be genuine with Team Heretics. We have gone from almost 8K to like 5 and a bit, 6, quite a lot in this game. So
surely G2 can end on this match, right?
Oh,
I feel like G2 could have ended a lot earlier.
Where's my Camille? Oh my god, I need to see. She's on Dragon. Thank you, Observer. I just want to see Carlson kick some ass, you know?
Unfortunately, he got to do none of that. He kind of did the scaly boy in the river and then watched the rest of his team die.
Objective bounty as well,
it was,
big.
Like, good engage from Broken Blade, kind of playing off the fact he was about to turn Mega and getting that flank from LeBron. But here's your replay.
Show me.
Go on, Asteria.
Stagda, look at this, right? Hook shot, wall shot, misses, gets on the edge. Caps all in. Hextech ultimatum, pulls out the ulti. Shuriken flip away. He
oh my god, he actually...
5-point strike.
He actually
Only
kind of...
man
Okay,
of
we'll
myth
ignore the
and
W
legends
backwards,
gets that. Red buff gets
but
the
he
kill.
kind of smurfed that.
Holy cow.
He kind of smurfed that. He stopped the Akali passive twice.
To describe that better than that noise. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
I'm not sure if he did it on purpose, but it worked. I think he was trying to flash an
Forever
R2, but flashed a Q.
we've had in the LEC. I just don't know. Just wasn't expecting it. I don't know what to say.
The moment is immortalized and you have killed the GOAT of LEC for the first time in a solo outplay, and that is not going to be connected forever.
Low battery, what's low battery?
Oh, what a legend.
Oh my mouse.
Even if you don't win this game, you've got that. It's an 8k gold lead in G2. They've got the Baron, no Ocean Soul.
Yeah, we're good,
Probably
we're good.
nice for Team Heretics to go up against, but the range, the poke, it hurts too much. Cap's looking for an angle, and Carl looking to negate exactly that.
I mean, his name was Fart
Over
Control,
from
wasn't
Broken
it?
Blade
That was
has
his
gone
name
into
before?
Meganar as well. The turret now dead, and Inhibitor turret. Now that that's opened up, Inhibitor's a freebie. Another one goes. There you go.
That's a fact.
Makes it that easy, doesn't it?
Yeah, they just got to continue this. There's very little that Heretics can really do.
Come on, you end. I know, G2, don't back off, don't back off, don't back off, don't
Could
back off.
potentially one-shot Han Sama, and I think that might be what they're trying to set up here, but I just don't think he covered the rest of the fight after.
God, slow and steady does it, doesn't it? The range is so explosive, and Caps.
Use the
He
cannon.
just comes in off an angle, threatening to go all in and send it down.
Holy fuck, the Varus poke is crazy.
Down one, sits up.
That Varus is spamming spells on everyone.
Team Heretics, it was a noble recovery, or whatever you want to call it, a noble stance, but G2 are oppressive. Golden Go
Well,
Share is standing in the
Han's
middle of
probably
it
dead.
all, but Carlson
Oh, nice heal by Labrov.
near the Han Summer. Broken Blade once
Ow!
again sets up a three-man ulti.
Baby!
Keeps him at bay. And G2
Okay,
in
this game was a
33
stomp.
minutes make game one an easy day.
Wow, this was a monster stomp.
G2 may have won the
The only real signs of life were Carlson getting solo kills. Everyone else was getting absolutely gapped.
Truer words have never been spoken.
Everyone else was just getting
So,
slammed.
Incredible stuff from G2. Like, very, very well played. The Brav, huge shout out to that guy. Everywhere on the map, working incredibly well with Skewmond. Like the early roam top to shut down the potential play for Carlson Shale, and then getting this Mundo in a position where it's just unkillable.
I think
Like,
it's a 2-0
both
slam
jungle
dunk.
support
Wow,
played
is today
phenomenally.
really a 6-0
They
day?
really did, and I mean, special
Apologize to
shout out
Baptist,
again
never, not
to
apologizing.
Labrov and
Not
Skewmond
happening.
setting up, because I feel like that was some of the notes from Winter.
Yeah.
We talked a lot about Labrov, his succession, how he got into this role, and how important he was to the new G2. This game kind of shows that Labrov's rel, while it is his most played, is kind of good, but all I want right now is Carlson glazing. Shocks, go find fans that can tell me about the GOAT and top. That guy deserves it. That guy deserves it.
Oh, okay. You want them to glaze the because I'm with the G2 guys. They can't glaze the enemy top laner, or can you?
Yeah, for sure.
You want to glaze Carlson? Go ahead.
Yeah. I think Broken Blade is too good for us. Just saying, but we win every game with Broken Blade. Has a huge amount of champions which he can play in Fearless. So, like, even Mundo now in jungle, like, he has even more opportunities to play.
Yeah.
So I think
He's Smurf.
he's Smurfs.
I like it. I asked you to kind of glaze the enemy top laner, but you said Broken Blade is
What?
just a goat. That's I respect it. So I do notice something though. Last week there were the Karpas, the Mostar Koi. A lot of them, very loud, dances, singing, all that. They are kind of putting the samurai to shame. So do you have anything planned to make it more interesting in the battle of the fan clubs?
I think we have a pretty good relationship with them. Like, as a community, we grow strongly together. So I pretty enjoyed it last week. It was so handsome. Even like we had a chrono break. We're cheering each other's chants, and it was just awesome for me.
It was. I want more trash talk. Yeah, it's great. They're getting along. Does anyone want to say anything about the other fan clubs in comparison to the Mighty Samurai? There we go. I love it. Thoughts for game 2? I mean, started slow in this one, but game 2?
I don't want to see Caps on a Tristana mid.
No?
No.
You're a hater?
I don't think Tristana is at a stage right now where she can fight against champs like Azir.
But if there's anyone who could do it.
Caps, but he'd just be split pushing the entire game anyways. He'd be at the Nexus.
Yeah. Which is also good. Yeah. So?
We can risk it. I mean, we have one game to throw.
Yeah, we have one game to throw. He didn't get a content game yet. So if you come to a game 3, maybe I'll check in with you guys again. Thank you so much. The Samurai, ladies and gentlemen, they're not as loud as the Karpas, but they'll have to work on it. We'll be back after the break for game number 2.
All right. All right. You're live? No, I know I'm live, you fucking rat. Someone says 1v1 me in chess right now. Okay, but you have to let me win, otherwise it's not fair. Give me your queen and your bishop and we can play. You're 2k rated. Hello? Hello? This is called the London opening chatter.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this. Say it.
What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you rats. Dee dee dee. Dee 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 dee. Chat, I can't think too fast. I'm not very good at the fast ones. Bum bum. I'm not very good when it comes to speed. Fucking rat. Hacker. I'm not very good at speed! I can't move. I can't move. I'm not. Fuck you. Fucking red. Chat, it's not. It's a speed. It's too quick. It's too quick. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Watch this. It's funny.
Get it twisted? If you lock in, you can do anything. Motherfucker. Get it twisted. Your actions impact nothing. Your fate is predetermined. The only thing that you can change is your reaction to it. You can do anything you set your mind to. The world is a playground designed for you and only you to achieve your highest level ambitions. If you wait 90 minutes to wake up until you drink your first cup of coffee, nothing can stop you. If you duct tape your mouth, when you fall asleep, nothing can stop you. Get it twisted? You are a pawn in a universe chess match. You mean nothing to God, if they even exist. You're a rounding error. You're 2 pennies on a Fortune 500 company's balance sheet. They don't care about you in the slightest. Get it twisted? Everybody gets what they deserve in this life. If you put in effort, you can achieve anything. Successful people are better people. Get it twisted? The circumstances surrounding your birth determine where you are going to go. Nothing else matters at all. Your own level of education, your attitude, your level of effort, your friends, your network, your business, your credentials.
What does it mean? Get it twisted.
How much you guys? Koki is dead. Koki is dead. No flash. I'll go, guys. I'll go. I can match CP only. Is it? Good job. Look at me. Yeah. Oh shit.
The Zoomers in the chat.
That's flash. I can take it. A bit with him. Okay. That's it. Nice, guys. Good shit.
Welcome back to LEC after this very one-sided game between Heretics and G2. So we want to do things a bit differently and offer you a matchup you didn't think you would see ever again in the LEC. Finn versus Odo Amne are going to replay the Camille-Nar matchup and explain you how it's supposed to go. Who are you going to play?
I'm going to be playing Nar.
Nar.
As usual.
Shocking. Okay, so you're going to take Camille.
He was like, he really wanted a Nar, I could tell, so I had to give it.
I can imagine. I'm going to let you guys go through it and yeah, explain us how it's supposed to go.
For a minute. Okay. So basically in this matchup, Camille wants to get on to the Nar, right? And the Nar wants to keep her at the range. That is the most basic version of this matchup. And Camille has two tools. She has the slow on her W and the E. So basically what's going to happen is Camille is going to E into a wall and then Nar is going to jump out of that E, hopefully.
Yeah, so this is why I feel like the matchup prioritization from Team Heretics didn't really make sense with the draft as well. It's just because Camille won't be really finding enough opportunities to fight and take over the game because Nar's kit is just reactive enough to pretty much counteract anything that Camille wants to do. So now, early laning phase, waiting until the minions.
Yeah, I mean, it really is like a 1 to 2 item spike where Camille really starts taking control of the matchup. Early game, I think I would even say
music is making me
favored.
There's also a lot of opportunities for the Camille to be looking, but it's just if the Nar plays reactive well enough, he can pretty much counteract anything that Camille wants to do. So
exactly.
I'm assuming you're going to start W level 1.
We'll see. I'm not going to spoil it for you.
So let's take it. Because what happened in the BB matchup is that the Nar just took prio early.
Ooh, I can snatch you there.
Yeah.
Try to jump out of my W. Here I'm trying to control the push. While he's hitting me, I'm hitting his minions to make sure that I have some kind of resemblance.
So I already made a mistake because I skilled E and I also got hit. And now it's just... This could have happened in today's game as well where Camille is getting prio, but I think it's just... You're probably going to be losing prio level 2 here. So it's... Even though he got the hit level 1, if you just play reactive like this, it's just a lot harder. Because now he lost lane control forever. And this is usually... From now on, I feel like it's a lot harder for the Camille to get any sort of advantage. Just because I'm going to be able to get level 2 first, have my Mega.
And now I have to respect. Now there's a Mega, he's level 2. I can't touch these minions. I'm going to give him all the space he wants. I'm just going to wait. I'm going to be a good little boy and try to hold the wave close to my tower.
And this is what happened also in the matchup earlier. VB gets to crash this wave quite early.
Ooh. And crucially, I want to time my W when he's queuing the wave. Because when he's stuck in his Q animation, he actually can't jump out of my W. So I did a neat little trick there. I assume he's going to look for a base here, because if he stays, it's going to be hard for him on the bounce.
This is how I successfully just pretty much just dodged the early game. And that's what BB did as well. Now he took a cheater recall. Hey, don't do that. Don't stop me. Come on. You don't know that I'm basically
I was thinking about it.
No, you cannot choose that.
But these minions are too precious. I don't want to lose them.
And now it's just... I successfully go through early game, and I feel like from now on, it's just going to get harder and harder, because I feel like this was the main window for you as Camille to be winning this lane.
Yeah.
And after this, it just started going downhill, because now I think with time, in isolation, you're going to be losing. Hey, don't fight me here. Oh. Finn, I can see why you're not on an LEC team anymore.
Hey, okay. My target champions only didn't work. I was going to hit you in that wave, but...
And yeah, now it's just slowly with time, it's going to go backwards. So maybe now, let's actually level up a little bit. Let's go put ourselves to level 13.
Oh, yeah.
Get
right
2
now I was going to trade.
And have a little bit of a fight here.
Okay, how far are we leveling?
Level 13.
Level 13? How many items?
We could be doing 2 items.
2 items? Okay.
Yeah, because this is going to be fine. And now, maybe from this point on is the point where...
Where do we go? Mid or top?
Let's go top lane.
Top lane, yeah.
This would be the time where Carlson would be looking for a fight. And be possibly outscaling the Nar. So come on, where are you?
You see, you get the Mega here coming up.
It's probably good for me now.
I didn't get to ult through his...
Oh, I lost my rock. I might lose this actually.
So now it becomes all about side steps. Oh! Yeah, and at that point, it's just really easy for the Camille to win the matchup. I ate his ult, I ate the stun, but I was still able to...
It was kind of cool to watch. It's hard because of how early game is going. We're never going to get to a point where I'm going to be equal items to the Camille, and he's
That's
always
the Camille-Nar matchup with 2 items.
I guess congrats, Finn. I guess you get your job back on Rogue after all this time.
I think you can keep it. It's okay.
I mean, nowadays it's not that great to be on the Rogue time anymore, with Rogue time especially, but yeah, that was a great bit of fun. It was nice to show how the matchup would be going.
Yeah.
And I hope we got some insight from it.
We finally know who's the better rogue top laner now, I think, through this matchup.
True!
Before going to the game, any quick takes on
why don't we have
what
Finn as an
Heretics
assistant
usually
coach?
needs to do playing on blue side, maybe in the hope of winning the next game, or for it to go better?
Well, I want them to secure
he lost to Baus and now he lost to
matchup,
Finn.
Because I feel like when
if you lose to me, that's the ultimate.
Best, it's when they can secure early drakes and create that win condition.
Yeah.
And I think that comes from having a strong bot lane.
strong bot lane and maybe more agency in the early game for Sheo. Let's see if they can make it happen. Casters, take it away for game 2.
Casta.
So I'm still laughing because Finn versus Odo was just all about spray painting, you know, like how bad each other were, you know? Like, literally, like, Odo telling
True,
you.
we should have got, I know you're a top lane main. We actually should have got you down there to play with the boys.
Next.
And show them how it's done.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Renekton volley bear, bro.
Yeah, volley bear.
My volley is insane,
He
by
has
the way.
Baus champion pool or what?
Anyone below plat. Anyway, what's more important is getting into the second game because draft is about to kick off.
You got a good dad joke. Okay, what is it?
And what I love
What's your
about
dad
League
joke?
of Legends, Dagda, if you know, is that when we have Fearless, we start getting a little bit crazy.
Oh.
And crazy for a game too, hell yeah, that's a good recipe, you know?
Yeah, and I want to see exactly what's going to happen because like things like the Vi got through the entire draft last time.
What do you
So we're
call
going
a
to see
short
at least
mum?
the Callista and Gwen keeping to the respective teams, even if they swap sides. Zero's going to be banned away as well.
I don't
So
know what do you call it.
it was the Skarner that was let through. Maokai was banned away. So do we actually start to swap up the draft at all as we
minimum.
continue through this? It's pretty much the same. I'm trying to
All right.
remember what the last one was.
Maokai ban, Gwen ban,
I just wish
Azir
we
ban,
could blast
Kalista
this
ban.
music louder, you know what I
Lovely.
mean? This is the banger pick band music. This is the one like we're in a bit of a nightclub.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
No, this music is when you're watching a YouTube tutorial from 2010 with no commentary where he's writing text on the screen. And now open up your task manager. Move to the settings tab.
Yone, because I feel like
Ezra's gone, you got your Varus
Double
gone, so
click.
watching
is it
this,
Vi?
watching this
Skarner
today,
Vi? Yeah.
Skarner
I was gonna
first pick.
imply that the Yone ban kind of is a 2-for-1 because a lot of people picking Yone, Sedge, and later bits of Fearless, right? Such a good combo outside of the champion being good on his own. Also taking
Come on,
away
Skew
from
wants
something
Iron
like
Tom.
Skarner too, as that does get locked in. Your question now answered.
Yeah, the question now is what do G2 want to try and continue with? Do you just say, screw us, we're going to play heavily into dive regardless and go for the Vi, go for these kind of picks?
Hell yeah.
Or do you go for, what has been, the classic counter, which is the Ivern. So
I like a
wanna see
Tristana
Omnius
Flex here or
carries
an
gonna
Ashe.
come
Yeah,
through
I like
here,
Ashe.
the Ashe now, perfect to facilitate this style. And now for Caps, there is an option to go for
I feel like I normally see Skarner paired with MF.
Tristan in the mid lane. We saw Nuke play the Lucian earlier on. I think there are still a lot of options that you can try and play around with in that mid lane, and then have Broken Blade played something like the Rumble if you'd like to in that top side, and try and mix it up a bit.
I'm just going to wait till they lock in though. Camilo has loved this pick. The
Victor, nice.
locked
I like
in
Victor.
Early. Now just hold. They're going to hover some things, but again, Dagda, my biggest question is matching Eddie carry here surely, right? Because there's a lot of options that'll just be taken away from that Ashe.
Yeah. So the problem is that there's very little that can kind of match the range of her.
Yeah, I normally see MF and
Fortune
Skarner
can
together.
to a certain extent, just with the fact you can get
What
the
have you
double
got
up
caps
through
into
the back
Victor?
creeps trying to hit on towards the Ashe, but you kind of need setup here, and at the moment you don't have a huge amount
Or
of
do you
setup.
want to take
Which makes me a
a
little
top laner
nervous.
or
Sure, if
something
you
here?
get a big Skarner ult, so you 5 mana, the bullet time doesn't
I don't
work,
want to see
but
Hui. Can you
I
pick
think
like Zed or
Sten
something?
needs to bring out something like... Well, Alistair's gone, Rel's gone,
Nautilus,
Leona, but
yeah.
Nautilus is only one target, right? It's not an AoE one, which is what you're lacking here. So maybe they actually do look towards Carlson to go towards something like an Ornn to try and open up.
Chat,
for that
where's
big
no
play.
fun allowed? No
Because
fun
at
allowed.
the moment G2, that's a hell of a lot of range on their side. So you don't really have anyone to... You know, we're not going to get big value out of the Skarner. It has to come from some other lane.
I mean, again, Cap's in a good lane.
Rumble ban
We
is
know how
good.
that
Oh,
story
Rumble was
goes,
open.
and
What?
Seeing him something with Prio is going to be kind of fun. Now, question's going to be answered because top laners are being taken away. Things
Do
like
you know
the
what
Rumble
fucks
again.
G2's comp up?
Maybe
Jarvan top
Broken
lane.
Blade wants something.
Jarvan top lane.
A bit more team building this game, Dagda. Maybe like another fresh tank that has good engage.
Yeah, I mean, there's two options. Oh, they're actually going to ban away the Rumble. So I was going to say, I think you can either go with the Rumble or the Leona to try and counteract this MF. You can use the Leona Solar Eclipse.
I mean,
to
it'll
try
be a
and
very
ult
simple
the
4-5 here.
MF
Heretics
every
will
time
probably
she
pick
opens up
like...
with that bullet time.
They'll probably just
Or
go
you
like
could try and go for the
Cassante
Rumble and
Leona or
basically do
something.
the exact same thing with an Equalizer.
And
Force her
G2
off of her comfort zone.
will
Maybe
probably
draw
have like a
line in the sand
Nautilus.
as to how Heretics going to operate. But
And
with the Rumble gone, now the Rakan gone as well.
Rakan ban,
kind of
Brown
curious.
ban.
Excuse me,
I
sorry,
think they're
it's one
going
Broken
Leona
Blade.
on 4 here,
Wants to try and
G2.
go
They're
for the
definitely
top
going
side. I
Leona on
imagine you
4.
still go with the
And if you
Leona
ban
here,
Leona
put a
here,
ball
they're going
on
to
the
get
bottom
Naught,
side.
so you kind of have to leave both open.
And then I feel like BB's cooking.
So I would ban like an
I feel like
Aatrox
you
or something
do.
and just
Instead of
fish for
35, I mean,
Cassante, trade
red zone
Leona
for
Naught,
G2.
or
He's
a
also got
Warwick.
that
Oh,
smile
they're going
and he's got the
Ambessa.
Warwick band away from him. Let's see if support gets taken away here.
I mean, that's
Therefore
actually pretty
pitching
good, no?
it,
Just go
leaving
Leona,
BB
they
with
go
that
North
counter.
Ambessa, you go Renekton and take a free
for
win.
the Ambessa here, because you've got the war, which is what the Warwick ban would signal to me.
Lulu.
Or they try and go
What?
for something like, hey,
You're not going
Broken Blade
Lulu.
takes the Ambessa away, but I have a feeling like Broken Blade is going for something like a Swain or something funky in this top side at the moment. I'm just...
Bard
I
for
don't
the
know.
misfortune ult.
But no, I think you take the Leona. Yeah.
They could go Bard or North,
guaranteed,
and they'll go Ambessa or Cassante, and both are countered. If you go Cassante, they'll go Ambessa. If you go Ambessa, they'll go
just trying
Renekton.
to set up the Ambessa with the Warwick.
Oh my god, I feel like a
They're gonna
Renekton on
take
5
the
here just
Nautilus
fucks you
then
so
probably for
hard.
Stend
Or an
on the
Aatrox on
opposite side
5,
to just
pretty
match
good.
into the Leona and try and play counter engage on that bottom side. And then it's just a question what BB wants to bring out here. There's just something niggling at me. I think he's got something spicy.
I wonder if Broken Blade plays Volibear. It is the best matchup, not just because I brought it up before, but because also Volibear slaps Ambessa. It's such an impressive matchup. And if he's going to cook, he better cook hard as Pike.
Ooh.
So, not big team fight setup like the Leona would have given Dagda, or like something the Nautilus you said was his option.
Don't know if I like that
Pike
Pike.
game for Stend.
Chat and run ads. If you know about ads, you can use the on Twitch Prime and have sub channel if you want to back for the game talk.
Hey, you win early against the Ambessa, but I have a feeling this Pike is going to spend a lot of time up on this top side of the map trying to help out Carlson. So I think Broken Blade going to need as many wards as physically, humanly possible to cover where the hell this Pike is going to be. Because I think the core part of Heretic's composition here is hope to God we can land that public execution.
I think
and
G2
then have
fucks
Sten
them so
follow
hard
up
in
as
this
this
draft.
backline dive to threaten Caps, threaten on towards Ashe. So, but if you don't have that survivability and that damage burst from Carlson, I think you're in a bad spot. So honestly, this kind of feels somewhat similar to the last game, where Heretics need to get the ball rolling early, or else G2 just have a very steady, long-range poke composition that, or at least poke aspects in the composition that they can look to play through.
Did you know that Pike gets 1 bonus movement speed in the river? 1.
It's the same with, well, I don't know if it's still there. But
Does
the
he?
skins
Pike
that
gets
wear
1 bonus
sunglasses
move speed?
Past used to take 1 less damage from Leona's passive because it's sunburst.
Good. Everyone put on sunscreen. It's important. Just on that note as well, I do it every day and my skin hasn't looked better
Yo,
than this in 15 years. I look like I'm 18 again. I forgot what we're talking about.
Wait, I see an LR jersey, top right. Do you see the LR jersey? Big one.
Well, let's see if Stend can pull off a carry performance. Team Heretics needed here before G2
Did you see
through
it?
them
Chat.
for a 2-0 start to the split. They'll be up there with KC. And if they can do it in 2-0 fashion, they'll be up there in game score with KC as well.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of what this G2 journey is about for Spring. Trying to get back to be those top dogs. 6 titles in a row. 7th one broken by KC.
Yep.
And it's still a bit of a long journey for G2 to try and get all of their pieces aligned. They will face KC as the very last series that they play in
The very
Spring.
last.
So they've got all this time to ramp up to that major
KC is
battle
against
at the end.
G2 last series of the
That'll be
split, really?
exciting as well when they're at their true form going into
That'll be a
playoffs.
good one. That'll be a good one.
KC versus G2. And it's fun. It's stirred the pot a bit. I think that's as an external viewer for so long and watching G2's reign come from.
Whose draft is better?
You know,
Man, I
5,
think
6,
G2 is
7
so
years
much
ago,
better draft.
And then still feel ever so prevalent. To then having
Unless
KC
Pike
come in and
randomly
again,
carries the game
not
in
even
the
just stir
first,
the pot,
like,
they've broken it apart. I'm excited
5 to 10
again,
minutes.
see what the form is like
I
getting
think
towards
it's a slam
playoffs.
dunk.
G2 showing a lot here and a lot in sense of what form they're in at the start of the split. As Broken Blade pulling out the Renekton, as you already set up, Dagda. It's another good matchup against the Ambessa. Ambessa hates 2 things, Renekton, volley, and both
Jaces
of them.
aren't great either. Yeah.
There's a couple of things that are really annoying, especially early when you don't have many cooldowns.
Renekton has fallen off a little bit, but he's always answering to
already going to be
Ambessa.
looking to bully this. So.
Come here. Come here.
Carson's just not going to have a good time forcing back. But I think this is where we will more than likely see some sort of activity from Shay. You can see him starting down on this bottom side of the map. I imagine you will clear top
Renekton is
and
chilling
try and
so
go
hard.
for some sort of gank where he
Okay,
comes
one hook
behind
hit
Broken
Handsama.
Blade. So that's why
One hook
looking
hit
at Skewmont,
Handsama.
I'm curious, or
Jesus.
even maybe it's Broken Blade it will. But I think some sort of early vision control in that tri-brush is going to be crucial. That's tucked in behind Broken Blade just to keep him safe as he looks to bully the matchup.
As he just gets on top of Carlson, 2 of course hit first as he zones Carlson away from the wave 3 to 7
they
while
hit level 2
meanwhile
first.
flashes are burnt. That's LeBron who has to get out. Send pop the ignite, and that's good news for Team Heretics.
kinda getting
Again,
cooked
we
in
talked about
bots.
the team being so focused towards their early dragons.
Yeah, Camilo as well in the mid lane doing a good job of abusing that early range. You've got the Q that's very long range, gives you the shield, lets you go for the auto attack, makes it very difficult to trade back because Stend takes a little bit of damage. The Brav having that bone plating though makes that trade a little less even than Stend would have hoped for, but still, you can see Camilo doing a good job of pushing Caps back, and this is where it will get a little bit difficult for Caps. Eventually, he will be able to get just that very fast wave clear.
I like how Caps is also rocking the no skin, like Faker. He just doesn't rock skins anymore.
Deep ward, just spotting out or at least trying to get some information. Actually, ward wasn't placed down. It was just a bit of an adventure for the support. Well, of course, we got to come back top. That's just how it is, isn't it? Oh, yeah, love this matchup, says Carlson. The wave's not in the worst spot, but again, Carlson at half HP. And
they have counter pick top, counter pick jungle. They have counter pick mid. Well, not counter, it's still fine. And they have Ash Leona with Ivern Renekton. Crazy good CC.
As you can see there, just Broken Blade continuously looking for those trades. And as this wave starts to go, like, this is where Carlson would have liked to be healthier, so then when Shale, you can see here, just completed his top side clear, he's actually in a decent spot to help out, but I think Carlson has to go for an early reset.
By Ivern.
Will be spotted on a ward,
Spike, no flash.
Yeah, but how quick can
the
they
Rob
go?
will die.
Might die in the process.
Oh, maybe he won't. All he has to do is shield himself and flash here on Ivern.
Standing, and Stend has no target, but might have to run for his life, but he can't because his flash is down. It's a great root caller. Skewmon though, the hook on the dying breath.
Oh, and he's outie.
I'm sure the red buff had movement there and keeping Skewmon alive.
That was very close to Skewmon going down, but barely G2 were able to get that one down. Nice job, kind of like Lackett to stand in front of the root
Caps had to
collar
flash
to
away
prevent
from
that
Camilo
lockup,
Sheo.
then buys time for his hook to come back off of cooldown, but just unfortunate that they couldn't quite finish off the Ivern.
Kill to Han Summer as well is nice gold for G2, nevertheless. The Skewmon already on the board, uses that to get back, and we'll go for round 2. Dragon's up in about 30 seconds. And a quick note, the painful thing about this for Team Heretics is Stend.
Caps might be dead here.
He might punish his TP.
Yeah, he's dead.
Wait for the bone skewer.
I was
Timing
charging
is
too early.
everything.
Oh my god.
Oh dear lord.
That was a free kill.
Avert ye eyes. Not good. Yeah. What do you say about them apples, Dak?
That was such a free kill.
Good job at Caps to sidestep that one.
That was an insane TP timer. I would be thrown off by TP as well as a...
Oof.
Yeah, those trades are going to keep on happening, so I keep yapping about it. Caps, he remains fine for now because Skewmon is also here. There's no level 6 yet, but Gravity Field not going to take its mark. Claws are back, and Caps now with a HP lead massively. Severing Bolt almost connecting in the picky toe of Camilo as well.
Yeah, nice trade, but Carson still, yeah.
Wait.
Oh, wait.
Broken Blade's not 6, but he's going to fly. Trying to decimate. Culling the meat once again. Lucky to be alive as Carlson.
Yeah, flash burn for flash, and now Stend looks for Hansama, burns another flash on that bottom side. Everyone's getting antsy in this game. Heretics kind of realizing, look, we need to make plays happen on this bottom side of the map if we're hoping to make use of this pipe, but I was kind of saying I want to see a top side because Carlson. Wait, that's 6 for BB.
Yeah, because Carlson, he's not level 6 himself. Dominus was just used. TPing in the middle of the wave.
Can Carlson turn this?
Carlson has the ulti, but if he goes back in, he'll die. Meanwhile, we're fighting
nice fear
elsewhere.
from Caps.
Let's look towards the bottom
That's a dead Skarner.
Sheo has got again.
That is not a dead Skarner.
Mark on his head.
What the fuck? He just used a dead Skarner. Where's the damage at it?
The Chaos Storm is out. Not enough
Shield.
damage.
No
but
shield.
Bone Skewer to help out. That's great for Team Heretics. 1 on the board versus the other mark.
Still, look at the bottom side though. Flack could move down.
Don't know if Heretics can play the game with these champs. Maybe if Victor gets really fed, it's playable.
Get there, but I think they might try and attack Hansama as he gets the lane. Stend a little bit slow on the mark. They don't have the jungler here, though,
diveable?
So
I think it's worth a shot.
In this wave.
If he does get bone skewered with that no flash available, there's an opportunity. Phantom Unto doesn't connect. Hansama steps backwards on it. Blackett.
I think it would have been a 1-for-1.
What the? Oh hell yeah! Turn that one up. Is that
what
new
the
Pike
hell?
That's with a new soundtrack.
Something, yeah.
I like it.
Chad, is new TFT set up? I might play it tonight on my mobile.
Someone's got no ad blocker. Yo, they got ads. Mods.
But yeah, can't
Mods.
even have free advertisements like this, lads. What's happening over here? But either way, it's going to be the Void Group starting up here. G2 in a decent spot. Severing both going to be able to finish off 1. Skewmon, no flash available, so Shale should at least be able to get the second one for themselves. There's a Brav just going to stun up Stend. He's not ready underneath the tower though, which means he should be okay, but... Yeah, Heretics, he's getting something back.
I'm not sure if everyone can hear now.
I thought the arcane one was boring.
A spam of ads.
Yeah.
Something about university.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot going on in my head. Yes.
I really hope everyone can hear it.
It's going to be so much worse if it's just the voices in our head.
We've gone crazy.
It was going to take a while. Yeah, someone has turned on Spotify somewhere.
Yeah, we starting a jam. Let's get a QR code for that.
But look, back to the game. G2 setting up on this bottom side. You got Dragon that's still available. LeBron trying to clear out the vision control. That
Pike is falling off in 6 minutes.
But I think at this stage, it's a case of can you get into River for G2? Because I think with Stend kind of controlling that space, and also the ability for Xiao now at level 6 have been hit. If you can't already get push in lanes to move in towards River, I think for G2 you need to just abandon Xiao.
Okay, well, Broken Blade, some of the trades are going backwards for him for the time being. Note that the pickaxe, the longsword, a little bit more movement for him, or rather more damage amplification. Skumon's coming up top. Daisy is now available as well, but he's walked over a ward, so Carlson will know what's going on. He's trying to clear the way, but with Dominus, I mean, maybe he stepped too far forward. Ruthless Predator just waiting for that to pop on out as Broken Blade's got a full Fury bar.
Very diveable if Ivern tanks. But Ambessa needs to charge her ult on the Renekton W. It worked. Well played by Carlson. Still dead. Nice dive in bot by Heretics though. Wait, it's a 1-for-1. Oh my god.
Makes it a better trade for
G2.
Caught me off guard.
Yeah, the fact that you get that lockup from Xiao into the combo.
Nice try by nice try by Carlson.
Just able to eke his
Caps
way
is
out
getting
of that
cooked in
and
this
get one
matchup.
back. Still a big wave lost for Hansama, but it's a big win for Broken Blade on the opposite side.
Gold is even though. So at the end of the day, I mean, it's not like Team Heretics are running out of
Mr.
back
Cannon.
here, but top is a bit of an issue at the very least.
He's dead.
It is an issue. Camilo,
Oh, he got the shield off.
Solo kill again here on the Victor, but he's been altered. He's in trouble. Root Caller almost found the
Oh, into the arrow. Oh, if Ivern knew that, he would have killed him.
He's okay. There's no severing bolt available for Caps.
Yeah, he'd already used it as he tried to make his way out. That could have been a disaster, though. The execution, or the fact you're CC'd and isolated means you get that increased damage. So Severing Bolt might have been the end of Camilo, but able to walk away from that. Still, though,
Ivern knew that was
Heretics
coming with kill, yeah.
Trying to get antsy in the mid lane, trying to make plays happen. They need to get a bit more going for themselves, though.
Yeah.
Again, like, Carlson kind of needs to be that backline access. He's now too far behind. He cannot kill people by himself. Stend has some kills, but isn't really going to be able to set up solos. So unless Heretics can continue to play this kind of pick and poke, pick style, they can try and find something. But you've always got to be careful because, as you can see, like Hansama on this Ashe is
Mike
great
needed
into that kind of style. One, because you get to spot out where
Yeah, I
people
think
are with
G2
the
will
hawk
win.
shot.
Yeah.
But two,
Redemption, Ivern,
as
big
they're
spike.
going for that pick, you can also
I feel like Quay just
respond
needs to be
with
part of
your
the
own
game.
kind of pick
Right now,
thanks to that
mid and
long
bot are
range
so far behind.
Well, at least for Team Heretics, what's going for them is some of this. 1k gold lead, 800 in bot. I mean, the dive helps out. It's a 30 CS lead, 20 through mid. So for Team Heretics, just coming out of the laning phase, you can say good things about this side of the map that they often tend to play towards. But that first dragon, still not taken. 11 minutes into the game. Thoughts
BB is
and
so far ahead.
wishes as Xiao starts moving down bot side for the clear. But you know, no matter what, that G2 are going to be the ones who are going to set up for the Krubs again. Considering how Broken Blade is got an Eclipse and he can do
Holy
this under
fuck.
turret without taking much
He's
repercussion.
so OP.
Yeah, it looks like Heretics going to go for Void Grubs. G2 just going to look for Dragon.
Okay.
I don't think it's the end of the world, just because your side lanes are actually quite strong, with Caps just being able to one-shot waves and BB having that advantage over Carlson. Only
They're
thing
all
is,
swapping into BB.
you may get dove now as Broken Blade as his wave starts to come in, so you can see him backing right the hell up. But there's a lot of people here, and I think he might be in a bit of trouble. Even Sten looking to cut off any sort of real retreat.
Well, there's good damage from the B team Misfortune as well. Sten might get more than that, maybe a pick, a Bone Skewer in, and he's looking for that execute with Halo Blades. Eclipse gets in the way for now, but Sten still holds on to that.
I don't know if he should walk up there.
Below as Dominus pops out. Broken Blade's going to 1v3
What
onto
the
Sten.
fuck? What
He
the
gets
fuck?
away, he pops the ulti.
What the
It
fuck?
still comes through, so there's a reset handy, but Broken Blade's defense is
Even if he kills, is
BB
it worth?
tried, but just wasn't enough in the tank. But you
Still
also
can't
brought
enter.
LeBron up to that top side to try and help out too. So he's a bit of no man's land now as Hansama trying to get something back in the bot lane, but that's a ton of turret plates gone. And also now, you're giving that kill across.
Camilo, though, speaking of no man's land, he might be caught out. Spiraling Despair is going to AoE to Paradise. Impale used, but Camilo
Redemption.
not there to lend a helping hand.
That's a big kill for
Shut down
Caps that
over
gets
to
him back in
Caps,
the
and he
game.
needed that.
Yeah, nice turnaround
Yeah,
by
that
G2
far
to get
in
another
base
kill
now.
off the back, because it was looking a little dicey with how much gold Heretics had just got off that influx, but at least getting something there evens it out, but it's still a win in the grand scheme of things for Heretics. They got that extra plates on top side, they're getting more control of the map. So G2, it's kind of just entering into an even state.
Caps is
At least
right-clicking
Carson
bot
now
from
getting
mid
some plates
to get the
too,
wave.
getting
He
some
doesn't
time
have enough gold
alone.
or what?
So it's kind of both Ash for Hansama getting some alone time, and Carson at least getting some gold back as well.
I mean, that's needed as well. For Team Heretics, that top lane
The
matchup
plant
that
caps.
was down
No,
almost 1,000
the
gold.
plant.
Now only 300. Eclipse also picked up for Carlson, so a lot of the lane bullying thematics that we
Goes
talk
bot,
about
gets the wave
have
for his
been
item,
minimized
Ash
as well.
runs out top,
Carlson in a
Boy
much
goes
better
back
spot,
mid,
and
easy clap.
you know, hell is much better
Okay,
early game
juggling
from Team
waves.
Heretics overall.
Yeah, it is a very messy early game though. Like we've seen a
yes.
hell of a lot of trading. Everyone's burning flashes. Everyone's trying to fight, and it's kind of getting to a point where for Heretics that is beneficial. Like again, kind of Stend having access to all these little skirmishes that are happening all over the map.
Messy,
He will
messy,
help
messy.
him out and kind of make this pike more valuable.
Vivi doesn't
But
have TP though.
They haven't really broken this game open into a position where it's like, okay, now they can continue through that picks, but
Ollie.
Wait a second.
That's the man-best damage. The only difference is Broken Blade can shred through
They
the
have
Eclipse.
redemption,
Now
they have
the
redemption.
shield bash is down.
I feel like 2v2 they hard
A
win
little
here,
bit. We'll
G2.
see Carlson pull back, never mind. He's got Shayo with him, so he's going to go on him. But Skumon's there, interrupts, and that Ruthless Predator needed. But again, Shayo's in the way. A nice little heart seal will come through from Shayo, but Broken Blade just looks for the original target.
Complete
Shayo's
stomp in
the
terms
way
of
again,
champs.
but to their success,
The champ diff is crazy.
don't mess with the Candy Crush King for a double setup, and Camilo just a bystanding failure.
And Camilo's going to lose that wave in mid because he moved down to try and help. It is Ivern doing Ivern special things in that bot lane and catching out everyone as the Croc jumps out of the brush. And now Caps topside.
It's Solar Flare. It's an enchanted
Wow,
Crystal
that
Arrow.
chain
Sten
CC was
can't
great.
move. Easy kill for Hansama. Let's flip the gold again in that last minute. 2,000 gold in the back pocket of G2.
Yeah, and it's the fact that you get those kills onto, again, Hansama, who is starting to fall behind. Caps got the assist with the Severing Bolt
Yeah, I think
from a
G2
mile
have blown
away
the game
too,
open
so
now.
he's kind of happy that he actually
This
got some
Ivern is
value
so
on his
unleashed.
own. Kimilu looking for the bot tower. Broken Blade has nothing left in the tank. He might be able to just barely get this. Yeah, should do.
Wait for Gravity Field to go down though. There might be an E through minions. However, Skarner is nearby, so lucky he didn't as Turret
Sorry,
goes
wasn't
down,
it old
and that
Rift
first
Herald
turret
gave you
game
Baron
over
buff
Team Heretics,
minions
so
or some shit?
If you are playing
In
your
terms of
bingo
damage
card
but not
at
health? Oh my god, I remember that.
Put that one off.
Yeah, you can see here, good read by Skewmont. Shayo trying to come down to help out Carlson. Broken
The
Blade
turn here
lightning
was
towards
great.
the bush, gets the shield, the root caller comes down to lock him
Bibi
up.
gets so much
And
healing.
This is, again, where you just don't really have the damage as Skarner. Like, the shields are doing so much against them. The redemption already completed. And then the heals as well, thanks to the Cold
Nice
Week.
flash
So
Q by Skewmon.
Bibi getting a ton of work done off the back of that. And then Camilu kind of walking down, unfortunately, means that he loses the wave bot, the wave mid, and two of his mates off the back of the play as well.
Yeah, today was quite
Skewmon in
stumpy.
the series yet again. A bit of the Jungle King, called him Candy Crush King.
I hope
because,
Planet
again, the skin
KC
just
tomorrow is
reminds me of it
illness.
every single time I see it, but I think for Skewmon, you have to say, he's making
What
the
the
jungle
fuck
his
was
own
that
oyster,
hook?
his own farm, his own mushroom place of, you know?
Wealth?
I don't really know where to go.
I just don't.
I'm trying so hard to go with you down the rabbit hole.
I don't touch grass often, so I don't really know what's out there. I don't really know what happens in the forest. Or Stend, good sidestep there from the Solar Blade. He flushed away and he needed to. Fear was coming out of Caps. Shayo is now here. He's shown.
Man, it must be so depressing to
Broken
play
Blade also
Skarner this
on Fog of
game.
War all over Herald.
Cat despair.
We're on one stop.
I don't really know if you're... Like, Heretics are shifting everyone up here to try and make
You're
this
just a
play
walking
happen, but
fucking training dummy.
So if G2 end up giving it up, I think it goes Rift Herald into a top tier 1 take for Heretics, and then they can shift back with Dragon in 20 seconds to maybe look for a play on towards the mid tower if you want to gift a second Dragon over to G2. But yeah, I think that's just going to be the play. I think G2 may have stumbled a little bit here. They're trying to run away.
There's no stun, there's no field. Camilo doesn't find his mark. Hansama has to sidestep, and he does so well. The arrow came out as well. 3 members of the team.
They didn't even get the pike hook off or what?
Sorry,
Was he stunned?
Herald is going to go down for it.
Or they just
but
missed?
Solo turret plate gold. What am I talking about? Solo turret. The Broken Blade in the end is Stand.
And some of that is a coffee recall.
Now with the setup of Engage, LeBron wants another one on the way back. Skewmont sets up, root call is good. Daisy comes out as well. Impale, you'd say fantastic, but Shayo just
Skarner,
can't
Cat
move.
despair, man.
Range from Hansama, crucial
Someone
here.
help him.
Zone control
Someone
ends
please
up,
do
but
something.
another root caller, and Shayo will drop to the ground. How
Bro, get him
easy
out of
does
here.
Skewmont make it look?
Get me out of the game. I'm not playing Skarner no more.
The fact that, as you said, there is no real lockdown as G2 were running away meant they got to clear out the majority of the wave. Broken Blade gets that tier 1 bot lane.
Victor is like,
and
what?
Now TP into mid lane to maybe look
They
for
can know.
I mean, Kimberly's just engaged on solo play. He won't have a chance.
This 3-man core, Ash, Ivern, Leona is just
You are under
fucking
false
everyone.
assumptions.
Oh, it's a disaster. What was such a close game with that gold lead jumping back and forth is now rocketed to a 2k gold lead for G2. And this is what I was going to say. I think it's only going to get worse. Broken Blade TP towards mid, cleared out Raptors. I think they want to try and put pressure.
Just wrap it up. It's so
Black
Depresso
here,
Espresso
kind of ult away,
from
so
Sabrina
I think
Carpet.
G2 rightfully will back over towards the Dragon. But they're still coming out with these big leads in the gold.
G2 also started us off with the Dragons, and even though this
Hansama
game
sold
they're
his
not
Reaper
finding the
bow?
grubs, Broken Blade's pressure is being used wisely. 2
But his
items now,
champs are still the
Sterak's
same,
Gage
right?
picked up. And Carlson, while he backs, he's still not completed his own second item. Oh, until now, Shojin actually just completed in the base. He's still down 1,000 gold, so expect to be half item difference as this Croc makes his way to his third.
Caps moving towards mid alongside 3 members of G2. Sten needs to be careful here. They don't want to, like, they have
Victor
given
gets
up
top tower.
I thought we just see G2 kind of push mid and then lean back over towards the Dragon, but maybe a little nervous about Caps being vulnerable on a tier 2 play from Heretics.
Who did
So it
G2
looks
play,
like G2
play last time? They
just
played
gonna try and
fucking
control where Heretics
Koi,
can
right?
move on River.
Caps have just accepted that top wave, and he's going to take a safe path. So, speaking of vulnerability,
So they stomped Koi,
Caps making sure he's not caught out in rotation.
and then I stomped G2, stomped Heretics.
Receive. That handshaker wave's always important.
Pushing will win the NBA this year.
As they start this Dragon. And for now, the inner turret might be a threat that Team Heretics can start punishing.
Yeah, you do have the wave clear from Caps.
The
plus
team with
Lebrov
Steph,
and Broken Blade
the
to
team
try
with
and help
Stephen
out.
Curry.
So I think he should be relatively okay, but Lebrov, this is not the route you want to take. Oh, good ward to spot them out.
Yeah, timing was everything there as well. Sheo and Sen just back away. And Broken Blade's now up here
My
just
goat.
to clear the wave. So, Dragon goes down 2 for G2. In this
The
second
Golden
game,
State
as we approach
Warriors,
the 20-minute mark,
They're gonna win.
mid still holds up. You can see that G2 keep moving members. Try and open up that mid lane.
Yeah, they're kind of on the back foot at the moment as Heretics have given up Dragon to try and use a turn into this top side of the map, but they just weren't quite able to get it because it was nice. Again, this is kind of the value of Ash and also having this wave clear is you can very quickly clear mid and then shift
Lakers-
the support
Lakers are
and Broken
frauds.
Blade up to that top side to cover Caps in case something goes wrong, and you've still got Hansama who's totally fine because there's no wave to play on in the mid wave or in the mid lane. So G2 now trying to get back onto the map and get tempo in their favor, but Heretics
I don't even
just
know what a
looking to keep
Laker
all
is.
these waves pushed in and keep that pressure.
The rage baiting today is so crazy
See
good.
Broken Blade saw the vision, saw Sen moving up, and just had to back away and lose that cannon while
Yeah,
Team
look at
Heretics hold Arcana all
Doncic.
themselves. So I guess we're just chilling for a bit. Dragon's up in 4 minutes.
Who's the
Maybe more
fucking
realistic expectations
I watched
to
the
see a fight there.
basketball
Slackett
team
just
in the
found
Olympics.
his way casually
Was it
to the
Kevin
flames
Kevin
here.
Durant, right? What team is he
Arrow
on?
comes in, but he's out of it.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was saying. Like, Heretics are actually, even though they are behind in gold, skipping Dragon has given them a lot of control on the map.
He's on the
So,
Suns.
G2 using this moment to have Caps just farm up in that
They're
bottom
fucking
side,
trash.
and they're basically calling
The
out
Suns.
Heretics.
How do you
saying,
come up
okay,
with these
what
names?
are
The
you going to do?
Lakers,
How
the
are you going to
Suns,
try and break this mid lane
the
turret?
Golden Warriors.
And they're moving multiple members now into defend that
Damn.
play, but I think it should fall with this.
You have like the Lions.
Big, but under turret, Sten starts off the engage, getting solar flared, impales on
I mean,
the
they're
one
just
man,
draft
but
gap.
again,
I think it's unwinnable for Heretics. Absolutely
Broken Blade
unwinnable.
comes in with a flank, and it
If
looks
they get
like
a kill,
horrendous fight for Team
congrats.
Heretics. While the turret may go down, all members are starting to drop like flies as well.
Lost
Sheo,
Ratones,
Camilla,
OME. Okay,
first
shut
off
up.
the list. Sten gets low, has to retreat, and G2 taking the fight over the objective.
Pike
The
is
hook
so
comes in, but
useless.
Sten can't stick around. Blackett just gets
Oh my
autoed
god,
with
Hansama
an
spacing.
Ivan. How easy is it? Sticking around might not be the right call, as Sten even finding a hook here. You never know what's going to come next. Turret in response for G2.
The response from G2 was perfect. Basically, the pressure was on Heretics because they're just hemorrhaging gold in that bot lane with Caps having that freeze in place. So they needed to try and make some sort of play in the map. But instead of pushing out top lane to force Broken Blade to respond to a top lane wave, they skip a step, try and play on that mid wave to get that tier 1 turret. And it means that everyone on G2 can collapse. Great engage from Lebrov onto where Sten shuts down that engage. You already said it again, they highlight so many of those ult uses onto LeBron. So when Broken Blade arrives, he's running amok in the
Could be a
backline.
20k game, yeah.
Immediately get onto Camillu. Carlson can't get into the fight as Caps is able to zone him off.
Phoenix Suns is a team from Phoenix, Arizona, and it's a desert. I get it, I get it. So why aren't they called the Phoenix Deserts?
G2 are just going to accept it. It gets no charge. No value.
Or the Phoenix Heat.
Just about for G2.
Or the Phoenix
second
Hot.
game, and Dragon's coming up in a couple of minutes.
Or the Phoenix Dry.
As G2 move closer to Assault Point, you start thinking about their team fighting here and how strong they're going to be, because Moonstone Renewer for Skumond.
There's the
He's
Miami
going
Heat.
for the Dawn Core build, so... I mean,
Why are they
what
called the
am I
Miami
saying?
Heat?
It's
Isn't it
always
just like
Dawn
really
Core.
humid in
But
Florida?
third
Why isn't
item
it called
such a
Miami
strong
Humid?
Third item. Gives you AP plus more shield and heal power, and I feel like this is why when we see Ivan and we get to like mid to late game, those shields are like
They stole it from
unbreakable
Phoenix.
unless
That
you
is
have insane burst.
They stole it from Phoenix. That is unacceptable.
Yeah, may need an early Serpents fan coming out relatively soon from someone here, but we'll have to see if we get there. As G2 again, just defending their
Ivan
own base,
builds,
making
look at
sure
it.
that they're going to be.
All he needs
in
is
an
the
okay
Magi's,
spot.
and it's
Minute until
completely
Dragon
over.
is probably going to be the next main focus for G2. So let's just try and hold on to mid-wave push so they can lean down towards his bottom side.
So let's take stock.
Also
Heretics
focusing
cannot
on
win side
moving
lane.
Broken Blade
They
to
do
his
not
bottom
win
side to
fights.
keep him as a
They're
strong
behind on
point that they
Drakes.
can leverage
They get
into
outscaled.
river control and into getting vision where they need it on this.
And the enemy team is G2. So what's the plan?
Oh, we count flies. 45 seconds.
Any Baron
That's what you
flippers
do.
in the
That's
next
what you do
minute.
at downtime. You count
Any
flies.
Baron
You think,
flippers.
How many coming in here? I have to say, in the summer last year, the flies were
When
unbearable.
If you have a checklist where you get
They were flies here,
outscaled,
weren't they?
out
Yeah,
team
it was
fought,
here.
and lose side lanes,
Yeah, they're
if
flies.
those three things happen and you're behind,
I need a
you
swag
go
man's
to this
hat.
part of the map and you right
It's
click
like in
something
Australia,
and
yeah,
you
put,
pray
like, corks at the
with
end.
your 10%, 20% chance that you
and they
ace
get
and you
rid
get
of
it.
the flies 'cause it's
And
like
you can win.
You know, it's like one of those things.
As you turn, they just hit them.
Yeah, yeah. Well, no, yeah, yeah. It's annoying for them.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So you just move your head and they're you know, that kind of thing. And they're corks. They're all corks.
I think that might be one of the most Australian things you've said to me.
Yeah. I know about something, but I don't really know 100% what it does. I just assume what it does. You know?
Yeah. No, it's more.
Bro, this
like
pike needs to not
Crocodile
happen
Dundee
again.
I grew up with, and he wore one of them. So now I just associate it with Aussie man.
That's right.
Yeah.
Whenever I see a knife, that's not a knife. That's
Come on,
in my
Flaky D,
head
show it to me.
constantly as Daisy
This
comes
is you,
down.
baby. You're the damage.
At 8K,
The Victor and
let's
the
fight.
Victor and
Carlson
MF have
deal with
decent
each other
damage.
while this makes a 4v4 head-on collision. Bone Skewer comes
Okay,
out,
hook.
finds Skumon, but a root caller
Arrow
sets
onto
up the
Camille.
arrow and backline is onto the Dragons. The new target
Skarner
for
catch
G2.
the spare.
Shero gets unending despaired, or rather spiraling.
Break dead.
And Dragon goes down.
Okay, kill the
gets
bro.
Bone Skewered in.
Oh.
He gets a stun.
Oh, nice Skarner ult. Oh, nice Skarner MF.
Bullet time is the response. Huntama tries to step forward onto Flacken, but it's dangerous territory.
That's
Root call is
Skarner.
great as well. Sheo just Tokyo
Drift King.
drifted to death. Bro fell off the building as G2 have won the fight, got the Dragon. It might look messy, but with only Lebrov dying, I guarantee you it's so much better. Is Broken Blade going to take this 1v1? Carlson feels confident, but there's minions.
I feel like it's not good for G2 to have Renekton split fighting Ambessa. I feel like Renekton needs to be in with the team. If Renekton's with the team and one Iron Q lands, he just fucking takes it and W's. Dead. I don't like that Renekton's zoning Ambessa. I feel like Ambessa is useless. If he's with the team here and Iron Q hits one target, Renekton will just one-shot
a little
them.
bit too far back. He throws out the ultimate, but can't get the Severing Bolt onto Camillu, which is why Heretics feel a little bit more confident to step up, especially as the Brav gets the stun here. That's
I feel like
the real
Ambessa does
shutdown
nothing.
onto
She dives in
Camillu.
and
It's
Iron
a
just
great
out
bullet
shields and
time
heals it.
From Flack is trying to turn around, but Hans
Or she
Sama,
just
he
dies.
caught it here, does his best eye show speed impression, immediately flashes over the car, says nothing, and then G2 able to turn around as Broken Blade moves.
Nice. Good job. What about some?
Nice. Good job.
Carlson. Love Caps, you know. Love Caps, but Carlson clears his voice check.
Problem is, though, I think
Nice.
G2 are about to
Good
clear
job.
Heretics in
Yeah,
this
that is a problem too.
Because at this stage, 3 Dragons.
Someone says Fire
your
Force
Ivern's
Season
starting
3
to
is out.
pop
Bro,
off.
what
Caps
is
starting
that?
to move up towards his 3rd item. You have 3 items now completed for Hans Sama, and you're kind of waiting for something on Heretics to really pop off, but Carlson isn't there. G2 have control over a lot of this map, and Camillu is nowhere close to home, although actually looks like G2 don't feel too comfortable in trying to go for the dive on the top side.
Shout out to the quick Magi's notice from Skumond as well. 10 stacks, and sure that's to grow.
Is it better than solo leveling?
Carlson, let's have a look. Dominus going to be used. Flack
Ooh, MS here.
Hola. The perfect execution is knife, but Broken Blade.
Ooh, MF damage is crazy, but that's a
Wait for the
redemption.
Q.
Oh, and the arrow hit. Good night, sweet prince. Oh my god, BB's taunting him as well. Oh my god. Oh, that arrow. Oh my god, that arrow.
Just so good when you're that good. You can take a big old sip of that one. That was beautiful from G2. And now immediately moving over towards the Baron. Broken Blade's going to reset because he's got a plethora of wards that he can TP to.
A really good arrow from
Hans.
Hans.
LeBron's going to zone off. Sten walks in. It's all he can do. LeBron
Look at the Renekton items. Oh my god, look at the Renekton items.
Set the gravity field. Broken Blade is now TP'd in, ready to zone away. Baron, down it goes. Sheo has to run for his life. The rest of G2 are ready to fight again.
Yeah, G2 pretty happy with the way this one's going. And again, that was such a sick combo from G2. And this is what we were talking about. Like, Heretics want to play pick, but this composition is so good from G2 in responding to that. The redemption, the long-range arrow from Hans Sama, shutting down everything Heretics was trying to achieve. And now G2 at Baron. Heretics were already stumbling.
This Renekton is so broken, I can't believe my eyes. I mean, G2 would have played mid-top here and take 3 towers.
You see it here, right? Like, this is all from the mid lane. Broken Blade goes for the all-in. The Sterix does a huge amount of buying the time that he needs here to keep
Broken
him
Blade
alive.
pretty well with his rage, actually. I think he played it pretty much perfectly with his rage bar.
That arrow comes down, and it's just absolutely perfect. And yeah, we talked about the bromance between Broken Blade and Flacket. Well,
His rage bar usage was perfect.
Arrow here, okay? Arrow here, arrow here. Arrow MF.
Nailed him.
I want more to that. Give me more. I want to hear the nice.
MF.
Because there's no way that wasn't Scream. That was an insane arrow.
Maybe we just Broken Blade's perspective wasn't safe for the...
Yeah, maybe it wasn't. Okay, Broken Blade, I mean, he's going to jump in under turret.
Will Renekton die?
Look at this, like, how many times you get the ball.
How much does he tank?
One, but it's not going to do too much. Kailstorm comes through it again. Sterix Gage in the way while Carlson teleported into the middle of all. He gets spiraling, despaired, and G2 6,000 gold up. I mean, both games now, while there has been some to and fro, G2,
Drake,
this is the version you wanted to see. This is the version that, again, is just playing with their hands there for a little bit.
Some NA fans in the chat saying G2 finish this so you can watch your fathers play.
To make our play.
Yeah.
But G2 were like, oh,
Bro,
we've already responded to this. We already know that you are
I
going
didn't
to
see
do
you in
this,
the
so
I didn't see you in the first and top 4 knockouts.
Well,
where did you guys go?
The
I couldn't see you.
long-range Hail Marys from Hans Sama and Skewmon.
Where did you guys go?
It around. So it feels like in this one, Heretics, every
Oh, you didn't
door
make it.
they've tried to walk through.
Oh, but EU made the
turned out to
finals.
be the
Oh, but
fake
you didn't
one
make it.
to get Ash's castle.
When did we
Where
did you go?
Get the
Where did you go?
door? I mean, for Team Heretics,
Oh, you went
it's been a
home.
battle well fought, but
Home, really?
where do you get the key from? 10K
So we were
for
playing
the
a
Dragon.
finals
G2
and you
started
were
this
on
off.
the
This is their soul.
plane.
Sheo needs a steal, but Team Heretics need a plan. 4K, 3K, Daisy out, Root Caller again, LeBron in the way.
Infernal Soul.
Even though it was a late smiter, at least it looked janky. It doesn't
Dead
matter.
Skarner.
Sheriff
Captain
lost
Skarner
it, but he
game.
tended to
I feel
steal,
bad
but
for Heretics to
with
have to play the
Infernal
Skarner and
Soul
Bessa
that
into Renekton
chased.
Iron Knight. It's just
There
a
he is,
just
Camilo
blind pick
running
horror counter.
And running, and that's all he can do. Skewmon running outside the outskirts of the gravity field while LeBron keeps Team Heretics at bay. An arrow's going to fly and go nowhere, but Camilo on the spot will die right there. We put a marker down, and G2 continue their onslaught.
And they're going to continue marching this wave down the bottom side. There is a tier 2 tower, but I don't think it's going to be standing for very long. Flacket has ult. The Baron has worn off, so he can at least clear the wave if he's allowed to stand still, and Hans Sama doesn't want to let him.
I mean, there's so much damage that comes out with redemption as well. Skewmon
Damn,
just
big
takes
heals.
it up for the time being. Flacket almost dies to a severing bolt, and look at Broken Blade. Okay, you do not want him near you.
EU is just lucky. Lucky.
Yeah, there's
He was
very little
lucky, apparently.
Heretics can do to stop it. Carlson just isn't a big enough threat. Same when you look at the MF, to be honest, and she just doesn't have the hold you in place long enough to actually be a factor. And like, you're kind of looking at Sheo going, hey, you need to be that. But watch like Skarner in these fights. He doesn't get close to any of the carries. Like Hans Sama and Caps, they have to constantly keep at bay. Sheo even flashed in there to try and make the play happen.
He got it really low. I was wondering where the health bar went.
But even then, it's like you can't do much. Carlson then hides inside. CD can get access to
Yeah, if
G2's
LR were
backside,
here, we'd
but
smash G2
there's
into
just
the
never
pavement.
really a good point. Camilo's tickling Broken Blade at
Fact.
this stage.
Yeah.
Like, there is zero that he can do.
I mean, with Infernal Soul, it's rough. Atakan's going to be started and probably
Teach those
taken
kids a
by
lesson.
G2 at this point. Sten tries to get near, he'll get spotted out,
Take their
and
lunch
everyone's
money.
launching on him. Flashes
Ooh.
away while Carlson now in the midst of it as well. Arrow flies out, Camilo's
Big arrow.
caught out, and he doesn't have Merc tread, so with a Solar Flare on top, he's just dead. now. Calzone just going to tickle G2 while that thought of tickling Atakan comes up next.
The most threatening tickling of all time.
Yeah, it's like tickling a Dementor. Like,
I don't think that's a good call.
Who's a good little weird spirit?
I feel like, okay, listen, I feel like G2's draft has been better, and they've been playing better, and they've been getting massive leads. But I will say that the games feel like it takes them a while to end. They're very, very reserved. They will not take any risks. They are ahead, they will stay ahead, they will wait. But their games don't end that quickly.
That's Dave.
Classic Dave. If you're wondering who Dave is, it's just that name, especially in Australia. Like Dave's like that guy.
It's kind of like Gen G from last year.
Dave's someone you go out.
Is that a good or a bad thing? I mean, it is a good thing. It's impossible to throw, but it does give the enemy team more time, right, to play the game.
You know?
And more time is more openers. But I mean, there's nothing wrong with it.
A little bit intimidating at first, but
it's a trade-off of enemy team gets more opportunities, but you get more stability. So against a very, very, very good team, like a T1 or a Hammerlife,
knew it was going to be slightly weird when
I'd rather put the pressure on.
Like, there's no way.
But against a team like Heretics, I'd rather chill. This game specifically, I don't think it matters because they outscale anyway. So even if it was Hammerlife or whatever, I think it's fine.
Pretty obvious, but just if you didn't know, the way we're setting this up is that as that arrow flies through, there's a lot more tools that G2 can launch at, and Camilo cannot play the game. One of the problems with Victor is that he might look good walking, but when he stands
like here, they're going to back me and they go to
he's
Nest.
through.
Looking like the end
Free
of
Baron.
Arcane after that one.
Yeah, I still haven't watched season 2, but I'll just say yeah.
What? It's been so long.
I'm watching solo leveling instead. But I will watch Arcane. I've also watched Severance. Banger show.
Yeah, I haven't got that one.
Yeah.
Partly through season.
Also Silo. Let's just keep going.
Man, I watched Severance when it came out many years ago, whenever the fuck it was, and it was crazy good.
No, I haven't actually. It's interesting.
And then season 2 came out a few months ago, and I started the first 3 episodes, and I thought, fuck me, this is like...
I'm waiting on you to answer, yeah.
This is dragging like fuck. I know everyone says everyone's super hyped by Severance, and I love season 1. But the first 3 episodes of season 2, man, I was like, this is taking forever. Come on.
As Arrow finds it again.
It takes a while to pick up.
He does have Merc treads. That does make a difference. As Red Bull Baron power play is ready to shepherd us into another 2-0.
I feel like season 1 was insane, but
soon. It's been a quick night.
Yeah, 25-8.
Still a good series.
Well, G2 want to try and finish off LeBron. That's not exactly the way you want to try and finish
Oh my god, Iron Q1
Does end up overextending to try and make that play happen. And now G2 going to continue the push through on the top side.
It's just Ivan shield just when you think they're dead as the Impale comes in. I mean, LeBron
They
again.
can't kill anyone.
They
They just can't do it.
Redemption does a little bit of that magic as well. Camilo just gets auto down.
God, the
by
draft
Huntama.
is so
Look at the spacing
unplayable.
from this guy. Ulti comes out from Carlson.
Oh, a kill?
Team's dead. Bullet time might look great, but Carlson has already dropped into the dirt. 2 members left standing in G2. When people question who the best team in Europe is, you just got to come back to the old faithful, the usual. G2 starting 2-0 at the beginning
Holy
of week
fuck,
2.
gliding.
As Flacker drops
Wow.
as well.
Well, they got to
It's
kill an
just that
Ibron.
good. When you doubt them
I
in
mean,
winter,
G2
when
clean,
they make it
very
to
clean,
first stand, it
very
doesn't matter,
clean,
they come
very
back
calm, very
and
collected.
Spring, they're bloody good again.
Very good.
G2 just needed time. And
They
it
just
looks like
fucking
they are
murdered them.
starting to ramp up with that time. Still a while though before they have to face off against KC where they can look for that revenge, but now joining them at 2-0 at the top of the table is definitely a good way to start off their spring campaign.
All right, chat. Tomorrow, be here for tomorrow.
Even in their slumps, you know you're.
Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. it's HLE versus it's DK versus KT. Then at 9 a.m. it's T1 versus Gen G. Then at 11 a.m. it's BLG versus IG. Then after that it's Fnatic versus KC. Also there is NIP versus JDG as well. Somewhere here, I think. Tomorrow, and there's F1. Tomorrow is fucking crazy for games.
So far ahead.
I think tomorrow is probably the best day of games until MSI.
Definite MVP. He was sick.
Game 2 is engagement was still good. And the thing is, when you're that far ahead, like, it doesn't matter. I mean, at that point as G2, you're like, yeah, whatever.
Chat, I'll see you tomorrow, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. Deal? I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow morning for some LCK. Ludwig is live. If you want to go check him out, he's back from Japan. If you guys watch the series, I just saw he went live, so check him out. Chat, I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Bright and early. Here's a big kiss. I'll see you guys later. Take care, sleep well, stay safe, enjoy the rest of your days, nights, mornings, evenings, wherever around the world. Sending my love. I appreciate you guys for hanging out and watching and vibing. The games are a bit slow, so hopefully tomorrow's games are picking up some more pace. See you guys there, yeah?